Chapter 81. In short, Baijian received 2 calls and got himself a lot of homework. It can't be said that it was not miserable. But fortunately, this homework is flexible, so there is no need to rush. Teacher Zhao asked him to do it when he was free, and there was no set time to hand it in. Well, the meaning is obvious. It's okay to be idle. If there is a need to be busy later, then there is no need to rush to do this homework. So the homework can be put aside for the time being, but the course still needs to be watched. After the video is released, there are several modes to choose from. Baijian directly chooses the immersive mode. The moment he clicked it, the whole person seemed to be in the vast and lively classroom. The only difference is that Baijian himself did not find a chair, but directly curled up on the bed. Then he began to listen to the class comfortably. Compared with the on-site class, now you can adjust the speed up or slow down. Baijian's time is basically spent on making up lessons. Of course, he still has to play in the God realm. After all, he hasn't been there for resources for a long time. Although he has a lot of money now, no one would complain about having too much money. Not to mention that sometimes making money in the God realm looks easy, but it is scary to spend it. Equipment, skills, all of them are expensive. Baijian looks powerful, but he knows that he still has a skill column that is still empty. The lantern can only be used as a makeshift skill, and it is impossible to really use it as a serious skill. Even if you want to keep a skill that adds attributes, it must be a damage reduction type, like Chu Yuan, or a skill that can reduce damage and add attributes. Even if it is a single attribute, it must have a higher value. Anyway, the lantern is not suitable. All these have to be saved up to buy. And equipment? He also has to save up a set of men's clothes. He doesn't want to wear a skirt to fight monsters in the future. Speaking of this, after a game, everyone knows that he wears women's clothes. Shantian organization has made such a big thing, but it doesn't prevent others from talking about him. Especially those who know him. Yimu lit a candle for him on the spot. In fact, Zhao Wenyuan was also shocked, but he didn't care at the time. After all, he had to deal with Feng Gongjie first, and then the topic was overshadowed by Baijian being a healer. Later, there was no need to mention it, with the people of Shantian organization in front, who would remember what you wore before. After all, Baijian changed back after the fight, and if it wasn't in front of him, he would forget about it. But now everyone is talking about it, and naturally remembered this matter again in an instant. No, brother Bai, do you still have this hobby? No, I don't. Seeing that everyone was talking about it, Baijian simply explained it in the group. A kind person gave it to me for free. He just said 6 words, but everyone understood it instantly. It doesn't cost any money. Such a good set of equipment is given for free, brother Bai. That kind person also gave it to me, let alone women's clothing. I would happily accept it if he gave me a pair of underwear. Baijian's mouth twitched. This is what you are willing to accept. Chu Yuan would never give you underwear. There are even a bunch of people laughing and saying, can't you give me other examples? But everyone can understand Baijian. Although men who don't have this hobby may not be able to adapt to wearing women's clothing, the attributes are good, and it doesn't cost money. The key is, it's like a grown man buying a house, and the decoration is a dreamy pink princess style, and it can't be changed. He will definitely shake his head on the spot. But if you say that this house is given to him for free, then there is only one question left. When will the ownership be transferred? What's wrong with dreamy pink? He just likes such girly things. I buy a set of pink pajamas to match this house. But then, there is another problem. Who is this kind person? Many people think that it may be a teacher who saw that Baijian didn't have a decent set of equipment and couldn't stand it, so he gave him a set as a spare. Originally, the most likely ones were teacher Zhao Luosher and teacher Wang, who taught Baijian in the talent department, but these two are men, so everyone's attention quickly shifted. Women's clothing, or the probability of being given by a female teacher, is higher. But there are many female teachers in their school, and it is really hard to say who gave it for a while. So, Baijian looked at Chu Yuan. Brother Chu, how can you have such a complete set of women's clothing? Ten Hua was also very curious about this. Yes, I looked at it later, and the attributes were just right. That's right, although they are all strength attribute equipment, the difference is not too big. But there are still subtle differences. The difference is probably whether you wear flat shoes or sneakers. It seems that you have shoes to wear, but whoever wears it knows which one is more suitable for running. The 3 of them are eating in Baijian's room at the moment. Ten Hua was originally discussing the elegant way to kill monsters with Baijian, but the topic changed halfway and turned to women's clothing. After all, too many people have mentioned it these days. He couldn't help but look at Baijian again. Junior brother, it's amazing. In the topic of Shuntian organization not doing anything, Feng Gongjie developed a new skill method, and brother by led the students to successfully escape. The fact that you wore women's clothes was not covered at all. Baijian twitched his mouth, because the first three things, all three are related to me. Shuntian organization is not his, but he was captured, not to mention leading the students to escape later, he is a key figure. Even Feng Gongjie's skill method was revealed when he was fighting with them. It's just that no matter which one is mentioned, Baijian can't be spared. So it's not that wearing women's clothes is so strange, but it's connected with him, and there is a topic instantly. And Brother Tan, can we not change the topic so quickly? Baijian's eyes are still looking at Chu Yuan. If you say that the women's clothes were just hit, he doesn't believe it. One piece is normal, but a whole set is also normal. As a result, Chu Yuan took out 17 or 18 pieces of women's clothing with various accessories. Baijian and the others said, eh. Chu Yuan looked at Tianhua, you can pick a set if you like, but these can't make up such perfect attributes. They are still good to look individually. Tianhua shook his head quickly. He didn't want it, but how did you get all these? I got them when I first played the game. In fact, they rarely appear in the past year. Chu Yuan said. Tianhua, eh. Baijian. So it turned out that you were the reason why women's clothing appeared when the three of us played the game last time. It was said that he never got them when he played the game, but it turned out that people who open boxes often got them. But then again, since Chu Yuan often opens women's clothing, doesn't it mean, what a pity, he sighed, it would be great if the drops in the God realm could be controlled. Tianhua was happily eating bacon and garlic sprouts, and he glanced at Baijian when he heard it. What are you thinking? If that were true, everyone would have a god's outfit. Chu Yuan, the game is fair. Baijian thought he saw it, otherwise you wouldn't open so many women's clothing at once. But you are really lucky. I thought that you, an artificial intelligence, could adjust the drops, but now it seems that it may not be the case. And the equipment that dropped a year or two ago was not deliberately playing tricks on him. Tianhua suddenly mentioned, I remember there is a theory that what is dropped in the game is very related to the profession in the dungeon at the time. And some people also said that he was obsessed with a certain piece of equipment, and it really came out in the end. You often drop women's clothing. Someone was making trouble, and Baijian's eyes lit up immediately. Brother Chu, are you actually? Chu Yuan naturally took a chopstick of sweet and sour pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat. Baijian chewed it up and swallowed it. When he was about to say something, Tianhua, who had come forward to stir up trouble, had already changed the subject. You are quite skilled in this action. And you too. I feel that something is wrong. He looked at this, then at that, and finally understood. Chu Yuan, you always say shut up when you think I'm noisy. Why is someone else using food to shut up? Baijian looked at him speechlessly. Brother Tan, is there any big difference between these two treatments? But this sweet and sour pork is really delicious. Although they were in his dormitory this time, all the food was brought by Tianhua. However, this time, they didn't have Buddha jumps over the wall, but ordinary side dishes with rice. Several dishes in the middle were Baijian's favorites. Brother Tan, you know how to eat. He couldn't help but say. Tianhua, who was still struggling with the two of them feeding each other, was speechless. How many good brothers have you said this to? Don't think he didn't watch the game video. Although he didn't watch it at the time, he added some details later. Hua Wenzhe and Zhao Junyuan were both praised. Baijian didn't think it was a big deal. I can't help it. Who makes me like to eat too many things? It's just that he likes to eat this and that. Tianhua said, this is good, I also like to eat a lot, but the guy next to you is different, he doesn't like this, he doesn't like that. Chu Yuan, I'm not picky. I know you're not picky, but you eat very slowly when you don't like something, and you take a few more chopsticks when you see something you like. Tianhua exposed him directly, we've been eating together for so long, do you think I didn't notice? And it wasn't so obvious when we just met, but now it's getting less and less pretentious. Baijian silently moved the plate of pickled cabbage to Chu Yuan. He remembered that the last time Tianhua wanted to serve him food, one of the boiled cabbage was intercepted by Chu Yuan. And this guy also took chopsticks to this dish just now. Tianhua, he doesn't like it, he just pays attention to the combination of meat and vegetables. Just one chopstick is enough. Baijian was a little confused. Like him, he doesn't like cabbage. He thought he grabbed the boiled cabbage because he liked it. He just had doubts in his heart. And Tianhua changed the topic quickly, and he also remembered this matter. You said he didn't like it very much. And last time he snatched the boiled cabbage I wanted to send you. Tenhua's face was hard to describe. I asked him, and he said you didn't like it. Now tell him, do you like it? Bai Jian. I really don't like cabbage very much. See, I said you definitely like it. Tenhua stopped talking in the middle of the sentence. What? You like to eat a lot of things, but cabbage is not among them. And no, how did you know Chu Yuan? He looked at this and that, and thought that the two must have known each other before. Bai Jian ate the food silently, thinking that this person had copied and pasted his and the original owner's memories. Even if he might not have seen it, he must have seen his computer desktop when he helped him delete the data. The picture was a picture of food, and you could tick and cross it according to your preferences. There were all kinds of fruits, meats, and vegetables in it. He only gave Bai Kai an X. But this kind of thing obviously can't be told to Tenhua, so he could only remain silent. Chu Yuan guessed. The voice sounded quite reasonable. Yes, if he saw the desktop, then the guess should be the correct answer. It's just guessing from the picture. If it were someone else, they might think that things are not so simple. But Tenhua was careless, and didn't take it seriously. After asking, he turned around and changed the topic. Bai Jian looked at Chu Yuan. Brother Chu, I think I roughly understand why you asked Brother Tan to be your teammate. Chu Yuan, yeah. What do you mean he asked me? It was obviously me who took the initiative to show my excellence, and the many benefits of being a teammate. Tenhua immediately said, let's not talk about anything else. If he goes out with me, he doesn't have to say anything. I will do everything for him. For a man who doesn't talk much, I am the chosen teammate. Bai Jian thought, no, I mean you are open-minded. Even if you sometimes notice something wrong, you won't investigate too much because of your trust in your companions. You won't even take it to heart, and don't take it seriously. Chu Yuan looked at him meaningfully, and the meaning was very clear. If it were you, you would have been thinking about exposing your identity a long time ago. Bai Jian, how can it be the same? I blame you for what I thought, and you are an artificial intelligence. I have to ask you for compensation. Just treat me well. Wait, Bai Jian suddenly realized that he had been thinking about defending his rights because he thought there was something wrong with the game's judgment. Why should what he thought about before be counted? And didn't he know to ask him before wearing it? Moreover, when awakening such an uncontrollable skill, there is no timely reminder and a tutorial for beginners. There are too many problems. However, now, the game is actually just a place for awakening, not responsible for distributing skills. The skills are really his counterparts, the original owner's own. The artificial intelligence is not responsible for effect judgment, so it has nothing to do with others. No wonder he said it with confidence at the beginning. And it is not his business, but he still has to come to clean up the mess. TSK, he is such a difficult person to talk to. No wonder he ran away after finishing the work. But speaking of this, I will come to ask him next time I meet him, thinking that he still has something to solve. Bai Jian couldn't help but look at Chu Yuan. It turned out that this artificial intelligence was like this. Don't look at him with a cold face every day. He is actually a pretty good person. Tenhua conscientiously demonstrated the advantages of their team. The strength of the team members is needless to say. Their personalities are also excellent. You can tell by looking at me. I nag him every day, but he never beat me to death. Besides, we are few in number and free. The team members decide where to go. 3 people, I support you if you come. We won't follow Chu Yuan, but you instead. Bai Jian, Brother Tan, your map of Yen State is a bit short. Tenhua thinks it is not short. If he doesn't take action, he will definitely be snatched away by others. You don't know how popular you are now. I can guarantee that the people who are targeting you can now line up 10 circles on Mercury. This is true. Bai Jian knows it without his guarantee. 10 circles may be exaggerated, but there are definitely many people. Because he felt that the fact that he was actually a healer was about to be exposed. Now everyone's attention was attracted by Yimu, but Bai Jian couldn't let his brother down. Mainly because it was really hard to take the blame. No one cared about a healer, but if he had special talents, there would always be people who would have some ideas. Previously, people would chase after similar girls and force them to admit it because of rumors, but now they can go to Yimu's parents to lobby. In this way, it might affect the normal life of Yimu's parents. So he told Yimu early in the morning that if someone asked, just say it was not him. There was no need to worry about others not believing it. After all, Yimu's date of birth and awakening date were all there. It obviously doesn't match the day when the messenger of light awakened. Apart from Yimu, the other 3 people present, Huawen, Zhao Junyuan and him, do we need to ask who it is? Maybe we need to ask about Yimu's birthday, but not these 2. Those big families know it very well, and they may have participated in some full moon banquet or first birthday banquet, if it was held. Who is left? It's him. Bai Jian sighed. How is it? Tan Hua said, join our team. Outsiders can't show any decent strength, and they don't have the face to snatch people. Bai Jian said, I'm still studying now, and I'm a student of Tianqi First College to the outside world. Brother Tan, except for you, I don't think you can get to me, and Teacher Zhao stopped you first. Anyone who dares to poach his students before graduation is absolutely not allowed. Should we let him study with Teacher Wang, or... Wait, Bai Jian suddenly remembered something. Teacher Zhao knows that there is an organization like Shantian, so he thinks it's good for students to learn more. What about the school? Suddenly, other departments are also required to do military training. Is it to improve students' physical fitness, so that they can at least run away when they encounter danger? It is part of the reason. Tan Hua said, but the point is not here. After all, no matter how fast you run, you can't outrun a flying vehicle. But your teacher Zhao probably wants you to learn more for this reason. After all, others are not interested in this, but you have this interest and are quite talented. But in order to let students have self-protection means, when they encounter danger in the future, Lao Zhao did not expect that participating in a seemingly safe competition would bring him to Xuantian's mouth. No wonder. Bai Jian thought, no wonder Teacher Zhao later asked Teacher Wang secretly if he would still learn. He probably regretted and was afraid. Now many things are clear, but he still can't figure it out. You said that Shantian organization has always been low-key. What's the matter with this? Tan Hua didn't know this either. Everyone was surprised. Some people guessed that they wanted to come out in a high-profile manner, and then use the trick to trick some people to join. After all, when there are many people, there are all kinds of ideas. Looking at the fact that there are still so many people in Shantian organization now, if this is publicized, there may be people who want to join. This is also why those who know the situation are unanimous, and say that it was the reason for the Star Pirates to attack. But this reason is actually untenable, because they suppressed this matter, and Shantian organization did not come forward to say that they did the publicity. I thought about this too. At the meeting, a teacher from the first school of the main star said, I think it may be because they returned in defeat this time. Using a failed action as publicity, the organization style is lowered. He then looked at Teacher Wang and others, but I heard that this time they were able to escape thanks to a student from your school. How did he unlock the control ring? Teacher Wang sneered, why, do I have to write you a report to explain it? I just find it strange. How could the control ring? To be honest, I also find it strange. How can Feng Dongjie from your school use the same skill several times at the same time? Why don't you tell me first? That's right. The teacher of the 7th seed smiled and said, I'm more impressed by this. Teachers from other schools also echoed. There's nothing they can do. It's not that they don't want to know what happened to Bai Jian, but he saved their school students this time. Even if they want to know, they can't do it so ugly. Feng Dongjie is different. He didn't save their school students. The teacher of the first school of the main star looked ugly, and could only shut up. He even said, this is the student's private matter. I don't know much about it. Teacher Wang couldn't help but snorted, it's really funny. Your students' private matters are private matters, but my students are not. But I really know that my students are not like yours. They don't tell the teacher anything. After provoking his opponent, Teacher Wang decided on the spot that he would go to find Bai Jian after the meeting. Today's meeting can be regarded as an end to recent events, and he will not be busy afterwards. He has to go see Bai Jian and figure out the matter of that skill. No matter it's Bai Jian's or Feng Dongjie's. The Feng family still wants to hide it. What are they thinking? This thing is not only you. When he went there, Chu Yuan and the others had just finished their meal and left, and they ran into each other. Teacher Wang? ? He and the others left. Looking at Bai Jian, Lao Li said last time that he saw Chu Yuan enter your room, and I said he was wrong. It turned out to be true. This time it was Bai Jian's turn to have a lot of question marks in his mind. No, Teacher Wang. Is Teacher Li some kind of melon-eating saint? Why is he always there? Why can he always see it? Chapter 82. Bai Jian had actually been waiting for Teacher Wang to ask, so he didn't find it strange that he came. He even looked behind him. Aren't the other teachers coming? He said it all at once to save trouble. Teacher Wang thought about it and agreed, so he sent a message on the spot and called the other teachers from the same school to come. Before the other teachers came, Teacher Wang reminded, you should prepare in the next few days. The competition may continue. Bai Jian asked curiously, after this happened, we still have to continue? Teacher Wang nodded, that's why we will continue. And this time, It should be broadcast live on the entire network to show the public that the students are really fine. What about the monster? After all, can this live broadcast be concealed? You can't fool everyone and say that the monster is a projection. Someone has to believe it. Teacher Wang said, it will definitely not be broadcast live, and the rules will be changed at that time. We are discussing this matter recently, and there will be a suitable solution at that time. Bai Jian said he understood. I'm afraid it's not just for the public to see. Teacher Wang said, there's no way. Now I want to find out how you unlock the control ring. And there's also the matter of the group blood recovery skill before. Tianchi First College didn't reveal anything, so they couldn't force it. So let's have another match, do more hands-on, and we can always find out something, right? I think too much. Bai Jian twitched his mouth. Chu Yuan's videos are all over the Star Network. Everyone has seen it, and no one has really succeeded. Teacher Wang, is this related to his theory on the influence of posture on skill strength? It's the same thing. Tan Hua continued, and he came back just after he left. I heard that they were going to discuss this, so I came to listen again. Behind him, Teacher Li and others were following. Everyone walked in, and then felt a little crowded. After all, Bai Jian's room was really small. So, they turned around and went to Major General Qin. Major General Qin's room was the largest one on this floor. And when he heard that they were going to talk about this, Major General Qin came back specially. Bai Jian felt that he didn't need to. Because to put it bluntly, knowing doesn't mean you can practice. Tan Hua's mouth is always busy. I tried it. First tried to beat Chu Yuan. He was tired of tormenting me, and tied me up all night. I kept my eyes open until dawn, but still didn't break the control ring. Bai Jian really didn't know about this. The two of them didn't say a word before. It's a good thing that Tan Hua can still be so energetic today, he said speechlessly. Everyone is different. I know, but I have to try the road you have walked. The two of them talked back and forth, and combined with the previous words, everyone probably understood what was going on. So, is it the theory of the influence of posture on skill strength? Everyone thought carefully, isn't it? Chu Yuan's control of skills is indeed unmatched, but we didn't see him use several skills at the same time, so we didn't connect them together at the first time. Only Teacher Li stood there, looking at this and that. His mind was finally clear. He raised his hand and gave a slap to Tan Hua beside him. Can't you speak properly? What do you mean I have to walk the same path you have walked? Can't you say I must replicate your successful experience? And what you said before, I have always misunderstood. He looked at Bai Jian again. So, you learned this from Chu Yuan. Then he frequently went in and out of your dormitory before the game. It turned out to be to discuss and study this theory. Bai Jian was ready to admit it. After all, it sounded better than him lying down and waiting to be fed. However, he forgot another thing. Teacher Wang pointed out on the spot, that's not right. He should have had initial success 3 days before the competition, and then he was crippled and paralyzed in bed for 3 days. He still continued to torture himself even when he was paralyzed. Faced with such a look, what else could Bai Jian do? He could only confess honestly, Teacher, I really can't move at all when I'm paralyzed in bed. Someone has to feed me. No wonder. It was Tan Hua who suddenly realized. No wonder he fed you so easily when I saw you eating. Bai Jian, eh? The other teachers stared at him. Is there such a thing? No, your hands are fine now. Why do you still need to feed? And the owner of this room, Major General Qin, sitting there, seemed to have returned to the day when he first saw Bai Jian. The office was so noisy that day, and there was no focus. We are here to discuss business, not to investigate students' private lives. Major General Qin looked at Bai Jian. So, it is really that theory. Almost. Bai Jian repeated what he had said to Tan Hua before, of course, still hiding the time travel and Chu Yuan's injury. Tan Hua added at the right time, I don't have the blood-adding skill, so I changed to attack, but it didn't work at all. Teacher Li said faintly, in your life, you have attacked at least 800 people or monsters, if not 1,000. If this is useful, it would have been useful a long time ago. Teacher Wang concluded, so it is still very metaphysical, you must have a strong belief in your heart. What is Feng Gongjie's opportunity? Major General Qin suddenly asked. No one really knows this, Bai Jian knows himself. The 5 jumping lights he forced out in a hurry were just a flash of inspiration, and they might not be able to reappear. What really stabilized him was still on the spaceship. So he always regarded that time as a fork in the road, and when he answered Teacher Wang and the others before, he was somewhat contradictory. It was only later that he sorted it out. And at this time, he also understood why Chu Yuan couldn't teach a single student. Because of this. I can't describe it. It's as if these skills suddenly became as easy as using my arms and fingers. As he spoke, several small balls of light appeared around him. Everyone present had seen it, and knew that it was one of his skills, the jumping light. It was just a small ball on the fingertips before, but now it floats around the body at will. There are more than before, and it is more comfortable to use. Baijian said, I have thought about it these 2 days, and I think everyone has already started to learn it. After all, like what he did before, the skill is suspended in the hand and not released. It's not that everyone can do it, but it's obvious that there is no teacher present who can't do it. There are even some skill controls, such as narrowing and enlarging the range. And now, I just stepped over that railing and can do more. Skills are our own. Don't think about the introduction in the game. Think about how you are going to use it. It's yours, like your hand. You can lift it up when you want to, and put it down when you want to. Or it's like your leg. It can walk by itself when you walk, and you don't need your hand to pull it to move. As for casting multiple skills at the same time, it is also a kind of fancy use. He raised his right hand, and swept it from right to left. Several small halos instantly lined up in front. This saves more effort. Or Baijian felt that it was not saving effort, but the coordination of brain, hand and skills, so it felt easier. Tanhua, so I think we need it. I've suffered in my life because I've been too smooth, and there's no special time when I need to use my skills beyond normal. When I can't beat others, why do I have to be the best? I can be the best friend. Major General Qin and others, Baijian's mouth twitched. So this is why you asked Chu Yuan to be your teammate. Major General Qin ignored Tanhua and turned to other teachers and said, it sounds like this is not a special skill, what needs to be done, or how it must be done. The reason why we can't do it is that we haven't practiced to that level. To be honest, making skills increase or reduce damage, as well as more precise control, these have always existed, but the effect that each person can achieve is different. Of course, this is not enough. I knew that posture may have an impact before, and now it seems that mentality is also the key to breaking through that barrier. Everyone should try it more when you go back. Baijian is the result of many coincidences, and it may not be because he has been working very hard. Even among the students of the talent department, few of them do not forget to train their skills, like him, when they are on the road. Everyone. Teacher once said, we can't slack off just because we are teachers. We can learn until we die. As long as someone succeeds, the more examples there are, the more experience they will summarize. Several teachers looked at each other, saying that they depended on you, but they were holding their breath in their hearts, determined to learn before the other party. Come, let's discuss it again. Baijian said everything he could say, so he didn't stay any longer, but left first. As soon as he went out, he saw Chu Yuan not far away. He thought about it, and walked over. Why don't you go over and discuss it with us? As for theoretical knowledge, he just guessed based on this little successful experience that Chu Yuan must know more. Chu Yuan glanced at him and said, the game is fair. Chu Yuan had said this once before, and now when he mentioned it again, Baijian suddenly realized it. That's true. As an artificial intelligence, Chu Yuan must know more. It's impossible that he only said one theory that is indeed useful, but everyone's situation is different, but he has never said more. But looking at his attitude all along, he doesn't seem to be afraid that others will learn it. So, it's not that he doesn't want to mention it, but that he can't say it. Just like when some games are designed and run, many things are fixed. Is fairness not biased towards anyone, or that many things cannot be easily said actively, also written into the program? Thinking about it, it seems to be true. Every time he consults, Chu Yuan will give a certain answer only when he asks. Generally, this person rarely speaks up when he is not asked. What exactly is a game? Baijian was really confused. Why does artificial intelligence have such limitations? Chu Yuan stood there and looked at him without answering this question. Baijian did not ask further, just as he had never asked how the game came about, a question that no one in the galaxy knew. It's not that he is not curious, but he feels that he will not get an answer even if he asks. However, is your health volume okay? At least take some big red medicine, and you can find a way to gather treatments and let everyone throw blood recovery skills in one direction. When Chu Yuan hides in it, the blood recovery will be considerable. There is no way. Baijian may be a healer now, so he has a bit of the mentality of a healer. He just can't bear to see someone around him with insufficient health. Even if he knew Chu Yuan's 70% was much thicker than the average person's 100%, how did you, an artificial intelligence, lose blood? Anyway, it was definitely not a serious injury. Just look at Tanhua's reaction. This guy probably doesn't know anything yet. However, Chu Yuan obviously couldn't tell him this, so he could only ask tentatively. Can we make up this blood? Other people's treatment methods can have little effect on me. Basically negligible. Bai Jian understood, so even if a lot of treatment professions were gathered together, the effect would not be too great. Not to mention that it would be a drop in the bucket. It would take a lot of effort to do these things, and if one was not done well, it would easily arouse suspicion. As he was talking, a small ball of jumping light hit Chu Yuan, and was successfully absorbed. Can such a skill add a little blood? Bai Jian asked. Chu Yuan, you are special. This sentence was not the first time Bai Jian heard it in the past few days. He was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Chu Yuan stopped him from using the percentage blood recovery skill, and then asked another question. Was your blood full before? 90%. Oh! Bai Jian thought, that's it. The blood volume has always been not full. It is impossible that no one has used the healing skill for Chu Yuan in these years. There may be few, but it is impossible that no one has no blood recovery skills. It is not impossible that no one has a 100% blood recovery skill, but I have never heard of anyone being stupid. So no one else is stupid, only me. Only I will have that kind of consequence. Why? Because he came from another time? I remember that there is a sentence in the game statement that the game will not harm the player in any case of chaos in the palace. So the player can be spared. Even if he can't add that much blood, he won't be hurt, and he is not actually a player? Or can he only be considered half? And without this protection, he will use the holy light on Chu Yuan, which will easily make himself a fool. And the amount of blood added by the player to Chu Yuan will be negligible. The big milk that can add 100 points may only have 10 points left after one skill, or even less. But he is different. He can add the full amount. I was going to say a few more words, but at this time, the other teachers in Major General Qin's room had finished their discussion and walked out one after another. When the door opened, Bai Jian had already started to move. Goodbye, Brother Chu. Let's talk when we have time. He sighed softly. He always felt that even though he knew more than others, he must have more question marks than others. It would be better if he had just come here and thought that this was the kind of ecology here. Games exist naturally, and people make a living from games. The more they know now, the more doubts they have. Bai Jian did not go back to the house, but walked downstairs. These days, everyone was feeling suffocated, staying in a building, without even a chance to go out. In the past, some people might not be willing to go out, and would rather go to the God realm to play games. But now that the rules are here, it makes people want to go out. Yimu sighed. He was not a playful person, but he wanted to go out for a walk. When he opened the door, he saw Bai Jian's figure at the stairs, so he called him. Bai Jian looked at him. Yimu came over and whispered, I took the initiative to show that the healing skill was not mine, and everyone believed it. It's not surprising. You didn't appear out of nowhere. Your birthday is very clear. Bai Jian said, it was just that it happened suddenly at the beginning. When you came to your senses and understood the situation, you knew it was definitely not you. Not to mention Yimu denied it himself. Even if he shouted that it was him, people had to let him use it again, otherwise they would not believe it. The main thing is, isn't the family affected? Yimu shook his head. He communicated with his parents, and no one went to ask about it. Then he asked Bai Jian, are you going out? Can you go out? Bai Jian looked at him speechlessly. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to go out in this situation? I just walk around in the corridor. Yimu refused this physical activity, and went back to his room. He also made an appointment with Bai Jian, to go to the God realm together in the evening. Bai Jian walked up and down the stairs for a few times, and then went upstairs, and prepared to go back to his room. Then he saw Teacher Li just pushing the door out, bumping into him again. Teacher Li, yes, when we just finished the discussion, I saw you walking downstairs. Didn't you go to play with your classmates? So fast? Bai Jian, You are the one who can notice everything. Back to the dormitory, Bai Jian walked around a few times, and barely let go. After walking around, he also went over the recent events in his mind. It's only been a few days, and so many things have really happened. Damn Shuntian organization, can't they study how to blow themselves up first? For example, if one skill is not used properly, they will kill each other. Bai Jian muttered and suddenly froze there. Skills, there are too many things to do recently, and his mind is too confused, causing him to forget about skills. Since Chu Yuan said that talents are actually brought by everyone, and the game only helps awakening, then what about skills? What about skills? This is not one person, one pit, but in addition to the initial skills, everyone has 4 skill bars, which can be replaced at any time. So, it is to provide an opportunity to learn. Baijian immediately found Chu Yuan's chat box and asked the other party, "Can I have a sixth skill?" This can be understood as whether he can quickly play or buy another skill, and most people would think so. However, Baijian knew that Chu Yuan would definitely understand what he wanted to ask. The other side might not be busy, and replied in seconds, "As long as you are strong enough." Sure enough, he has the opportunity to have a sixth skill. However, this does not seem to be a problem he needs to consider at the moment. After all, his 4 skill bars are not full yet. Even if he can now learn to cast skills without skill books, he can't find a skill to fill in the empty skill bar. TSK. Brothers, remember to at me if you see a suitable skill. Brother Bai, are you finally going to replace your lantern? Hua Wenqi Qijingji was the first to speak. What type do you want? It's no wonder that he asked this question. After all, judging from Baijian's current skills, he really doesn't understand what he is going to install as the 4th one. And the first 3 were obtained by playing or accidentally. Since the 4th one is to be bought, it should be targeted. Speaking of this, if you let me choose, don't look at what Baijian said before about reducing damage and adding attributes, but when it comes to the real thing, of course it's still removing control. It would be better if it also has control immunity. Having your skills interrupted is enough once. And I was lucky before, I didn't encounter students with auxiliary skills. Otherwise, if the opponent has students with auxiliary skills, although it is impossible to interrupt instant skills like Chu Yuan, if there are control skills, his performance will be greatly limited. Those who play games know a saying, only output that can be played is output, otherwise no matter how high the damage is, it will be in vain. Therefore, there must be a control release, and the stronger the function, the better. Otherwise, if you are controlled, especially those who play well, when they control you from beginning to end, it will be the most frustrating to die. Chapter 83. Hua Wenjie was shocked when he saw Baijian's request, "Brother Bai, your skill combination. It's really dazzling. I thought you were going to use a melee sword move before. After all, I saw you switching back and forth before, and you used the sword so smoothly." Baijian, won't it be messy to change sword moves? It's messy. Zhao Junyuan said, if someone told me to match skills like this before, I would have laughed to death. However, he couldn't laugh now, he just felt that there are always people who are better than you, and the skill combinations are always new. You may not understand it, but there are people who can use it effectively. But then again, Hua Wenjie said, the skills to release control are relatively easy to find, but the ones with control immunity are a bit rare. Zhao Junyuan, what's the matter, your family doesn't have it? If not, my family seems to have it, I asked them to find it. Who said there is no, there must be. This is the confidence of a big family. Not only this kind of big family, but also some guilds. And many people join guilds just to get skills and equipment more easily. Of course, teammates are more reliable. Guilds have certain conditions for recruiting people. After joining, there is training and so on. They will be responsible for arranging who will play with whom. The strength is about the same, and sometimes there will be a big boss leading the team. In any case, it is better than finding a wild team outside. That is really a team of gods if you are lucky, and a ghost if you are unlucky. After finally passing the dungeon, it may not be what you need. Baijian also went to a special exchange forum for buying and selling before, but did not find similar skills. Yes, but the effect is always a little bit worse. Now it seems that the good ones are snapped up by these big families or guilds as soon as they come out. Those left in personal hands are also for their own use or for friends and relatives, so they will not appear on the trading page. Huawen came out after a while, probably to contact people to find skills. As soon as he appeared, he threw out several skill books. These are all similar, Brother Bai, pick one, if not, I asked them to find another one. Good guy, it's really a big family. Baijian went to look for it alone and finally picked one of them. Everything is up to you. The name alone is very eye-catching, just like click me to get rich, it's irresistible. Everything is up to you. Consume a certain amount of mana, reduce all control on yourself and the selected target, and make them free from control for a certain period of time. Reduce control, and you can reduce control of at least 2 people at the same time. After all, no one said that you can only choose one person. Then there is no control. Of course, what Baijian likes most is its unclear description. Since he used this type of skill, he truly felt that it was better than those fixed skills. As long as he is strong enough and works hard, the effect he can achieve is often better than that of the same level. Not to mention, it is cheap. After Baijian chose it, Hua Wenjie was also very happy and directly sent the skill book to him. Bai Jian transferred the money to him. It is not expensive, but after all, it is not a single-person control release, so it is not very cheap. Fortunately, he has money now. He has almost 2 million in the previous game, and later he got the handling fee from Hua Wenjie and Zhao Junyuan when he made the artifact, so he can still keep some in his hands after buying it for emergency use. Bai Jian installed the skill book as soon as he got it. Of course, the lantern should be put aside for now. A small amount of bonus is not unimportant, but compared with the control release skill, the control release is of course more important. As I said, the output that can be achieved is the real output. Huawen was very confused and asked, "You know that there are times when the control release skill cannot be released." Bai Jian certainly knew this. Teacher Wang had talked about it. It was talked about together with potential. Bai Jian is not a support profession, and his passive skill has nothing to do with control release. So if the opponent has professional talent in this area, he may not be able to release the control release skill. It would be fine if he didn't know it before, but now he knows the essence of the game. How can Bai Jian not know clearly? This is caused by the difference in strength, and whether he is specialized or not. Huawen, there is a higher level of control release in it, which indicates that it can be released in any situation, and even if it is released at the right time, it can control the opponent. I thought you would choose this. Bai Jian saw it, but it is a fixed skill. It has to be said that the skills Hua Wenjie used are all good among the same type, and that is why the best of the best are naturally more expensive. After buying this skill, he may have very little money left in an instant. Don't think that only healing skills are expensive. Good auxiliary skills are not cheap either. Even high attack skills are the same. Of course, money is only one aspect, and the other is because this skill is for one person, unlike the one in his hand now, which can be used by multiple people. Another point is that Bai Jian never feels that he will not be able to play the effect that the skill should have. As long as the person is strong enough, a stick can pick up a flying sword. As long as he can ensure that his strength is always higher than that of his opponent, then there will be no time when he cannot get rid of the control. His super confidence made him choose the current one, and he also believed that this is the most suitable for him. His skill set is unique, and Huawen saw that he was sure, so he didn't say much. If others can give some advice and suggestions, forget it. Bai Jian, who knows what effect he can use for you when you think the thing is incredible. His classmate is really full of ideas. Bai Jian has an extra skill, and he found Chu Yuan on the spot. "Brother Chu, are you busy?" "No, let's help each other." I believe that as long as he can withstand Chu Yuan's control skills, no one else can do anything to him. I remember that my skill adds normal blood to you, no matter how much or how little, a little counts, right? As long as I release the control, I will attack immediately. No, I add blood to you, so that I can practice skills, and you can recover blood. Chu Yuan, Bai Jian, a healer who only has attack in his mind. And he also wants to know, if he comes to add blood to Chu Yuan, how long will it take to at 30%? Of course, the facts prove that he thought too much. Chu Yuan didn't come at all, just said, "Based on your current situation, there are not many people who can control you." Bai Jian raised his eyebrows, and was rejected. This is something he didn't expect. After all, he had thought before that Chu Yuan always treated him differently, perhaps because he could restore his blood. As a result, he took the initiative to propose, but the other party didn't seem to care much. As expected of someone who always has 90% of his health, Bai Jian didn't even notice it at first. It wasn't until he didn't know how it dropped another 20% that he felt something was wrong. It doesn't matter if ordinary people lose blood, but Chu Yuan has reached the point where he can detect it, which shows that he is still a little different from ordinary people. It was because of this that he wanted to verify the truth after he had some doubts. After all, Chu Yuan's identity would be clear after verifying this. But since Chu Yuan didn't come, Bai Jian would ask other students to try. There are many auxiliary professions in their school. The ups and downs of the outside world have nothing to do with the students in the building. They can even go out now, but they still can't run around. They have to report and can't go out alone. But maybe because of what happened before, few students are thinking about going out. Bai Jian didn't think about it either. Although he was so bored that day that he had to relax on the stairs, he couldn't go out. Once he found that he was not restricted from going out, he seemed to be less bored. Perhaps some of the other students also had this mentality, so when he went to find people, he easily found several seniors in auxiliary professions. In addition to trying out his skills, he occasionally went downstairs to stroll around. On this day, he was blocked by people. Bai Zihan sneaked over, with a complicated tone, "I didn't expect that you actually have talent." "It's you." Baijian said. I thought you would hide in the house and refuse to come out. After all, you were watching and shouting impossible things in the stands, and now it has spread everywhere. Baijian, you... It's not that he hasn't heard rumors these days, he's used to it. After all, he's suffered a lot of grievances since he returned to the main star. Until now, when Baijian told him about this, Baijian realized that he cared about it. Others don't care. Why should Baijian see his joke? Baijian suddenly felt unbearable again. How do you know? This matter is obviously not mentioned by anyone. This is true. It was originally a very explosive thing, but it didn't make a splash because more explosive things happened later. It may also be that the Bai family intervened. In short, up to now, the topic of Baijian's women's clothing has been more discussed than his. But Baijian couldn't have been unaware of it. After all, this matter was related to him. Naturally, someone came to mention this to him. If you don't come closer, I might forget about this in 2 or 3 days. After all, I never remember scumbags, especially those who are broken. Baijian tooted twice, but you still want to come closer to me, talk, what do you want to do? However, Baijian couldn't hold on any longer, and turned around and ran away without saying anything. Baijian, this psychological quality is not good. With your mouth, you always stab people in the face. No one is good enough. Behind him, Imu's voice sounded, I heard that this kid stole your boyfriend, is it true? Just now you said that I was vicious. Baijian turned around speechlessly and said, why, do you want to try it too? Imu shook his head immediately. He didn't have that hobby, that is, but what is he doing here? Come and test me. Baijian said, it's too obvious. I can't bear to see it. Do you believe it? Why are you here? In addition to Imu, Huawinja and Zhao Junyuan were also there, but they didn't say anything. Hearing the question at this moment, he said, the 3 of us were just going to go downstairs for a walk, so we got together. As soon as we came down, we saw the guy walking towards you. However, what is he testing you for? The Bai family asked him to test how you unlock the control ring? There must be something wrong with his brain. Sending someone who has a grudge. That's not the case, Baijian said, and the Bai family didn't know about this. He came here by himself. Oh, you want to test how you did it, and take credit for it when you go back? No, you want to test whether I know that I am actually his brother. Huawinja, oh so it's... What? Baijian sighed. It seems that not only Wei Ichi knows about this, but Baijian also knows about it. The others might not be far behind. After all, his life story is there, so it's okay if no one mentions it normally. Once it's mentioned, if the original owner's experience is placed elsewhere, no one might associate it, but it's too easy to associate it with Baijian. It's just that his name has changed, and now people think that his birthday is the day of awakening, so they don't connect them together. Baijian was too lazy to go shopping anymore, and prepared to go back. Huawenzai, Zhao Junyuan, Imu. He turned his head, and looked at the 3 people. What's wrong? Are they all in a daze? The 3 people came back to their senses. No, how come you are from the Bai family? That's right, their family did lose 2 children at the beginning, but how come the 2 were lost together? Then he looked at Baijian fiercely. No, how did you know this? I remember what my parents looked like. Baijian said. I can't say that my parents looked like that before I came here. The answer is that Shantian organization's technology is not good, and they miss something when erasing memories. Baijian didn't lie about the time. It was found during the time when Baijian was found back. Imu and the other 2 thought about when that was. Wow, it's been a long time. You are really good at hiding it. You're flattering, but I can't hide it now. That's right. Huawin said, you have been very popular in this game. Now my family is asking about you. Zhao Junyuan inside is actually similar. But their 2 families are actually fine. The younger generation in the family knows Baijian, so just ask the children. Other families have to inquire everywhere. When there are too many people inquiring, many news can't be concealed. Not to mention that Baijian said so much in public that day. The expressions of the 3 people were extremely complicated. Although they have been shocked since they met. No, since they knew Baijian. Imuyo, when he took the entrance exam, he concluded that Baijian was an undercover sent by the red team disguised as a hostage, but in the end it turned out to be such a misunderstanding. Not to mention later, he had a special talent and opened the lock control ring. Zhao Junyuan can still recall how shocked he was when he learned that Baijian was actually a healer on the field. He thought that no matter what happened to Baijian, he could say in the tone of an experienced person, it's nothing, just get used to it. As a result, your life story can be exposed. But wait, No, isn't it said that both of them plotted to kill each other's children? How come it looks like they lost their children together? Xiao Junyuan blurted out in shock, then realized that this was not right, so he quickly changed the subject and laughed it off. Well, this matter is indeed quite shocking. Now the question is, Brother Bai, you have been hiding this for so long. Don't you plan to admit it? Bai Yijian nodded, otherwise. But they are your biological parents after all. Also, even if your father's wife, Mrs. Bai, is in charge now, don't you still have a mother? What's that expression on your face? Bai Yijian pointed out calmly, probably just before my competition, Ms. Feng Yai received a tip-off from my ex-boyfriend and went to planet 2538. Oh! Emu and the other two nodded, and one of them said, so she contacted you, and you plan to go back to the Feng family? That's not the case. Bai Yijian said, it is said that she didn't even get off the aircraft. It seems that she heard someone talking about my lack of talent and my boyfriend being robbed by Bai Zihan, and she said she was wrong on the spot and turned around and left. This silenced Emu and the other two again. This is too outrageous. Although I have heard that the main star attaches great importance to talent strength, I didn't expect that they would still deny their son because of this. This is too. But how did you know this? If I remember correctly, before the game, you should have been locked up here for training like us. Oh, you didn't train, you were doing homework those days. But the difference is not that big. You also put spies on planet 2538? Huawinja guessed. I'm afraid not. The person who spoke this time was Emu. He should have learned it by accident. Huawinja and Zhao Junyuan immediately turned back to look at him. How did you know it? Why did it feel like they were the only ones who knew nothing? Emu found a circle of friends. His cousins. To be honest, his cousin's circle of friends is really a lot. Weiichiu brought a woman back, and the woman's aircraft did not get off. He just glanced at it at the time. If he didn't have a good memory, he really wouldn't remember there was such a post. I guess he saw this, so he guessed it. Emu remembered, it seems that on this day, my cousin suddenly told me that he had received a big red envelope from Bai Yijian, and asked me if I knew what was going on. Now I understand. It turned out that he was rewarded for tipping off. So what are you going to do now? Huawinja asked. I don't know much about these two families, but I know roughly that if they knew you were their child, they would definitely not let you live out in the world. After all, Bai Yijian is now visibly excellent. Cold salad. Bai Yijian said. The boat will straighten itself out when the time comes. Now the competition is more important. Emu raised his big finger without thinking. Huawinja and Zhao Junyuan also looked like you. Such a big thing, you can just pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise? Bai Yijian thought, he never preempted his anxiety for things that haven't happened yet. Chapter 84. Bai Yijian thought nothing happened, and for a while, no news came out. Yes, most people would never easily think that the two children lost by the Bai family were lost together. At first, the others thought that the messenger of light was Emu. Later, Emu said that he was not, and everything about him was too transparent, so it was clear that he was definitely not. Then the eyes were on Bai Yijian. No other reason, after all, what the drunken yellow-haired guy said at the beginning was that he was a healer with extremely high output and a crossbow. Except for the gender, everything else was completely consistent with Bai Yijian. Even the equipment, this kid had a set of women's clothes. At this point, people asked the yellow-haired guy again, and he finally stopped being stubborn and told the truth, that he was a man. So Bai Yijian and his friends knew the inside story, and they felt that this matter could not be concealed, and there were flaws everywhere, as if it would be revealed to the world tomorrow, but in fact, there was no need to worry for the time being. After all, until now, no one has gone to 2538th planet to investigate this matter. What is there to investigate about an orphan? If it was Emu, he could still go to his parents to discuss the child's future. Who can you go to for an orphan? There is no need to go to 2538th planet. Once you ask around, you will know that when Bai Yijian came to Tianqi Star to study, one of the two places was useless. If there was someone who could influence Bai Yijian's decision, he would not have brought him here, so if you want to recruit Bai Yijian, you have to start with him. Unlike the rumors last time, this time the target of the characters is clear, but in fact, fewer people came. First of all, this time was different from the last time, as it was revealed on the Star Internet. There was no news about this incident on the Star Internet, so naturally there were fewer people who came to the Shui Star game to have an encounter, and try their luck. In addition, the person was a student of the First Academy of Apocalypse, and it was clear that he had more than just special talents. Some guilds knew that it would be useless if they went there, and they would not be able to recruit him unless they were crazy. Only some big families did not want to give up. Even Hua Wenjie and Zhao Juanyuan's biological father asked them about the situation. The two families did not take any action in unison. After all, the relationship between the children seemed to be good, and the competition was about to start. No matter what happened at this time, it would always be annoying to disturb others. And the two did not say much about Bai Yijian's life experience, but just asked his family not to make trouble. Anyone who knows Bai Yijian knows that it is useless to make trouble, and it may only have a counterproductive effect. If he is interested, he will come to you himself. Fanny Tong's father didn't look for his son. He had met Bai Yijian himself. He was a man with his own ideas, and could not be easily influenced by others. He looked extraordinary before, but now he is really excellent. Fan's father couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Qiqing called Bai Yijian and said, I tell you, if my family tries to recruit you, just refuse directly, or I will make you look bad. Oh, I see. Bai Yijian was very perfunctory, thinking, how can you make others look good? Do you rely on your mouth to talk people to death every day? What is your attitude? Zhang Qiqing was very dissatisfied. I have the final say in my family. If you come, you will definitely not have a good time. At that time, I will introduce a bunch of men to you as your partners, calling you dear every day, which will disgust you and me. Bai Yijian, you overestimated me. Brother, I like men. Zhang Qiqing's eyes widened when he heard this, as if he didn't expect it to be like this. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Bai Yijian no longer paid attention to the abstract Zhang classmate, hung up the call, and continued to do his own thing. He was busy studying and getting stronger every day, so he didn't have time to spare for these trivial things. If Bai Zihan hadn't bumped into him today, he wouldn't have remembered it. Anyway, why are there so few copies in this crappy game? It's so difficult for him to get equipment. Bai Yijian's mind was full of copies and equipment, but Bai Zihan was not as relaxed as him. Of course, Wei Yijiu was also entangled. It's okay if others don't know, but he is very familiar with the name Bai Yijian. Although there are a lot of people on the Star Network who follow the trend and call him Brother Bai, as long as you pay a little attention, you can still find out what the real name of this Brother Bai is. Wei Yijiu was just curious at first. He was still muttering, they all have the last name Bai, why are they so powerful, while the two I found are not as good as each other? What? Someone on the Star Network was just trying to figure out what Bai Yijian's name was. It's Bai Yijian, not Bai Yijian. Although he likes to play with crossbows, he can also use swords, so it's this sword, not arrows. Brother Bai is inspiring, a real master from a small planet. Wei Yijiu searched like crazy, wanting to know if this small planet is 2538, and wanted to see if there were any photos of Bai Yijian. He even called Bai Zihan. Bai Yijian is on Shunshui Star, right? He is the Brother Bai uploaded on the Star Network. At this moment, even Wei Yijiu didn't know what answer he wanted. However, his subconscious mind made him stare at Bai Zihan, deny it quickly. If Bai Yijian was that Brother Bai, if he was so powerful, then what was he all these years? Almost, just a little bit. He was obviously about to succeed. If it was Bai Yijian, that person would be hard to please, but he valued feelings, and would definitely not be like Bai Zihan, who would immediately fall in love with someone better. Wei Yijiu couldn't believe that he had calculated everything, but in the end, he still calculated wrong. Bai Zihan was struggling, but he heard that the Bai family was going to contact Bai Yijian. They wanted to win people over and take them into the guild under the name of the Bai family, and they were not members of the guild, and the Bai family had to do this personally. At this time, when he received Wei Yijiu's communication, he hung up without thinking. Who has time to deal with him? Wei Yijiu was completely crazy. He was blocked by Bai Zihan, so he turned to look for someone he knew on star 2538. Where is Bai Yijian? Didn't you say he was still on star 2538? Where is he now? Yes, Bai Yijian is still on star 2538. Are you crazy? Brother Zhou said speechlessly. Now the whole galaxy knows that he is on Shunshui Star, and went there to compete. Why are you asking me this? The younger brother of Bahu was also speechless. No, will people become stupid if they stay on the main star? We can recognize who that is, but you can't recognize it? Then look at this. This is a new video that Bahu's younger brother has just refreshed. It's nothing else. It's the story of Bai Yijian leading a group of people to fight those two rogue scums in Su Seng's skill pit. Although the camera was mainly shooting the two rogues, it still caught a glimpse of Bai Yijian. At least the face was captured, and it was very clear. Who wouldn't recognize this? Another younger brother saw this scene and laughed. I'm afraid you don't want to believe it. After all, the ex-boyfriend, who was abandoned for his future, suddenly became rich. Wei Ichiu really couldn't accept it, but after watching the video, he wanted to tell himself that it was just a coincidence, just the same name and similar experience. He couldn't lie to himself anymore. This video was originally deleted, but it was obviously saved by someone. I don't know who posted it again now. In addition, some insiders talked about what Baijian did in school. For example, when he surveyed the freshmen, he made everyone think that he was a talent. Of course, there were also those who were surrounded and killed. At this moment, Wei Ichiu suddenly remembered that when he was still in the Tianlang Guild, a guild member mentioned his name when he called his son. It turned out that Baijian was really the Baijian he knew. They were not the same name at all. But when he called Brother Zhou and asked, "You said that Baijian was still on planet 2538. Why did you lie to me?" Brother Zhou laughed. "Who lied to you?" "I said he locked himself at home, and I didn't see him." Who knew that his door was closed, and he was already dead? When Wei Ichiu asked about Ba Hu's younger brother, this guy had more to say. "What? When did I say that he was still there? I asked you to show it, but you didn't show it. Then why should I tell you that he was gone?" Wei Ichiu suddenly remembered that he had guessed everything from the words, so he was reluctant to send that little expression. Ba Hu's younger brother. Anything else? If not, I hang up first. After saying that, he hung up the phone. It's his fault. He was cheated on them, and made to be idle. He deserved it. Of course, Baijian didn't know all this. He was busy training, and of course, he didn't expect that the Bai family would come. Bai Zihan was among them. Of course, he didn't want to come. Not only did he not want to come, he didn't want others to come. But no one could stop him. He could only stare at Baijian with resentment, but when the Bai family turned their heads, he quickly retracted his gaze. These people think they are great all day long, looking down on him for growing up on star 2538, saying that he is not good at this and the palace is not good at that. However, Baijian also grew up there. Why didn't they know that he was a child of the Bai family, and they rushed over to win him over? But the win over in his eyes seemed like a favor to Baijian. The Bai family maintained a superior attitude and knocked on his door with Bai Zihan. Then, they saw the layout inside and frowned. "Ha!" Baijian smiled. "Since Chu Wei dislikes it, there is no need to come in. Why are you pretending with him?" As he said that, Baijian was about to close the door. The person from the Bai family hurriedly said, No, I just didn't expect that Tianchi didn't prepare a room for you. Our main star first school. As long as you are willing to join our Bai family and sign the agreement, you will have a good place to live and good equipment." Another person disliked his delay and said bluntly, "When the time comes, you can have whatever you want." In this regard, Baijian had only one word: please. Not please come in, please get out. The man who spoke earlier saw that the matter was about to fail, and hurriedly said, "Don't make a decision so quickly, just listen to our conditions. No one will offer better conditions." Baijian was unmoved, and even wanted to laugh. "I know you have some old grudges with our Zihan, and those things were wrong for him. I asked him to apologize to you." Although he said so, the man's tone seemed to say that everyone in our Bai family took the initiative to apologize, and if you don't agree, it would seem too unrealistic. He even said, "That way Ichigo has broken up with Zihan now, if you like. Will you pick up the trash you threw away?" Baijian interrupted him. The man frowned immediately. "How is that possible?" "Oh." Baijian raised his eyebrows. "Then why do you think I would be happy because you stuffed a bunch of garbage into my mouth? What kind of a bastard is Wei Ichiu? Get lost." The Bai family was upset by his attitude, and even the good-tempered one who had been barely condescending before couldn't stand it. He frowned and said, "You are still young and don't understand the benefits of joining a big family. You? What do you mean by you? This is your main star's territory, so you just barge in. Who is guarding the door today? How do you look at people? How do you let everyone in?" Baijian looked over and saw the familiar voice. It was Teacher Li. Teacher Li also looked at him and glared at him. He didn't even know to ask the teacher when he encountered something. Or he was just about to go out and ran into this scene. "Go back to your room. Don't you have homework to finish?" Teacher Li found a random excuse to let Baijian close the door and go into the room, then looked at the two Bai family members with a fake smile. The student's time before the competition is very precious. Tell me if you have anything to say. Although I am not his teacher, I can tell Lao Wang and Lao Zhao for you. Don't worry, I won't suppress you. The two people from the Bai family, What can I say to you? Can you let the students go to us? The two sides didn't agree on the topic, so naturally they couldn't talk anymore. The two people from the Bai family quickly took Bai Zihan away, and the latter was relieved. He even looked at the closed door behind him with some pride. Bai Jian didn't know what he refused. But at this time, the light brain rang. Bai Zihan opened it, and saw that it was Bai Jian who released him from the blacklist. There were only 4 words on it: "You are useless." I thought that in order to keep him away from the Bai family, Bai Zihan would at least delay the time for the family to discover his identity. Who would have thought? The Bai family was the first to come to the door to win over, so useless. Bai Zihan was going crazy after seeing this. What did he mean? However, when he replied to Bai Jian, he found that he had been blocked again. Bai Jian, he gritted his teeth and hated. Why is he useless? You are useless too. The same words were quickly said by the Bai family in front. You grew up with him, but you didn't build a good relationship with him. You only have a rubbish Wei Yiju in your eyes. This Bai family member really thought so. With the potential that Bai Jian has shown now, if Bai Zihan makes friends with him, and they have grown up together, then that person will be his perfect backing when he enters the Bai family. Instead of being like now, he is not good enough, his father doesn't care about things, and his mother only cares about his more outstanding younger brother. He, who has just been recognized, has the most difficult life. You must have one of your own strength and useful friends. You don't have the former, and you offend the latter. 2 people, 2 different meanings, but they happen to be expressed at the same time, which made Bai Zihan break his defense again. But at this time, no one obviously cared about him. Bai Jian was greeted. First, Teacher Li told that if someone came to find him, there was no need to deal with it, just hand it over to the teachers. Yi Mu, Hua Wenze, and Zhao Junyuan also came up quickly. What's going on? Did the Bai family know? They asked. Bai Jian shook his head, his expression was hard to describe. I came to recruit. No, I came to give alms from a high position. Yi Mu 3 people, Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be the Bai family. Well, they returned empty-handed. I heard that they were not even allowed to enter the door. Feng Gongjie said to the 2 Feng family members, I really didn't expect that the Bai family is so impatient now. The Feng family member said, You are so outstanding now, who in other families is not anxious. What's the use of being anxious? The younger generation is not good enough. Feng Gongjie said, I have to share this good news with my aunt. Their family actually brought that shameful Bai Zihan with them, and it is said that he was an apology. It's better not to bother your aunt with this kind of thing. A Feng family member said, Now your cousin has not been found, and mentioning that woman's son, whether it is good or bad, your aunt may not feel good. Feng Gongjie nodded, that was the reason. Since the incident that year, Feng Yai has been less involved in family affairs. Some important things would not be mentioned to her, but she was powerful after all, and they were close relatives, so she lived a very free life. Although she lost her power, she still had money, so she was not busy and traveled around. Therefore, she paid attention to such a big thing this time, and found that her nephew Feng Gongjie was fine, so she didn't care about it at all. Of course, he still heard some news about Bai Jian. You said they all have the surname Bai. Someone ran to her to flatter her. The Bai Zihan, who was recognized by the Bai family, is not as good as Bai Jian, an ordinary person. Bai Jian, Feng Yai's face suddenly turned ugly. Not to mention that they all have the surname Bai, her son is also called this name, and the difference is even greater. It is said that this is a special talent. The birthday is just a few days different. If someone wakes up a few days later, he will be a special talent, and if he wakes up a few days earlier, he will be a waste without talent. When Feng Yai mentioned this, she was filled with anger. She looked so smart when she was young, and her panel stats were high. Even though she didn't show much when she was young, she knew she would grow up to be over 90. However, who could have expected that she would be a useless person who couldn't awaken? And she was embarrassed to have her boyfriend robbed by someone else. Chapter 85. From the time the incident started to now, the most important reason why Bai Jian felt that the matter could not be concealed was actually Feng Yai. After all, she knew Bai Jian. Just a name alone, in fact, can already bring up a lot of things. Not to mention that Bai Zihan, who publicly stated that they knew each other, and even mentioned the matter of Wei Yichu. But he never thought that in the end, people would think it was just a coincidence. Feng Yai had a headache when she heard this name, and she didn't even want to look at it. Naturally, she missed a lot of news. Others couldn't frown at her. After all, everyone knew about that little thing back then, so no one mentioned to her that Bai Zihan stole someone else's boyfriend. It's too easy to trigger associations with the past. And as long as she doesn't know, the rest, whether it's Wei Yichu or Bai Zihan, will help to cover up this matter. They are the ones who were most afraid of Bai Yijian returning to the Bai family. Bai Zihan dared not mention it, and Wei Yiju was the same. A Bai Yijian with no talent, and a Bai Yijian with outstanding talent. He dared to send the former to the Bai family, or the Feng family, but he dared not let them have any relationship with the latter. Looking at the treatment Feng Gongjie received in the Feng family, even if Bai Yijian could not compare with him after returning because he did not grow up at home, it would be very easy to deal with him. Strangely, no one has discovered the matter yet. The days were so peaceful until the day when the new competition rules came out. Because it was going to be broadcast live, it was naturally impossible to broadcast those monsters live. And changing the place required a lot of preparation in advance, and it was necessary to choose a good place and arrange the staff. It took too long and did not meet the original intention. Finally, the heads of each school argued for a few days and decided to compete in the game. Since it is a competition in the game, there is naturally no rule of being eliminated after 20%. It was simply changed to being eliminated immediately after the next match. The map is newly prepared, which is normal. After all, it is not appropriate to use the one that any school has had before. It is a bit unfair to students from other schools. Moreover, they are all following the Mercury star now. If they don't move too much, it is more convenient to choose a location on the spot. Fortunately, such a scene is not difficult to find, and the monsters in it don't even need to be cleared, but it doesn't count if you kill them. After all, everyone is used to clearing monsters, and it's really hard to see the difference. The more important thing is that after clearing one wave after another, if this counts, don't do anything else. One person finds a monster and kills it from beginning to end, and sees who has more damage and clears it faster. In the competition, these monsters are considered some minor troubles. After all, some of them are triggered by passing by, which is just right to see the students' on-the-spot reaction ability. Without the 2 points from the monsters, they picked a few more powerful monsters and set up points. Each of them can get 100 points. The main scoring point is the flag hidden in the venue. Getting one is 2 points. It is said that there are a total of 2,000 flags in it. In addition, if a student from another school is eliminated, 1 point can still be obtained. Bai Yijian and his team got the rules of the competition, and the start time was set. It will be 3 days later. Of course, everyone needs to go there in advance. The venue of the competition is a bit far from where they came online after coming to Shunshuixing. Fortunately, there are teleports between major cities, but the students have to be divided into batches. Otherwise, a lot of people will rush over. You can't go through the model here. If people are crowded, it will be really crowded. Bai Yijian was not in a hurry. He took advantage of these 2 days to fight monsters for 2 more days. The teacher usually doesn't care, as long as he can confirm that everyone has arrived on the last day. After all, there won't be any big problems in the game. There are only 3 days in total. It is very rare to kill yourself and log off every day, so that you can't play at that time. And there are students like Bai Yijian who drag it to the end. Although there are monsters to fight, there are too many people together, which is not as comfortable as here. Chu Yuan and Tan Hua, on the other hand, don't know where they went these 2 days. They seem to be very busy. Anyway, I haven't seen them since that day. But everyone would still chat occasionally. Brother Chu, are you guys busy again? Chu Yuan, yeah, the South has good feng shui. Bai Yijian, you are an artificial intelligence, and you believe this. And, don't you not believe in metaphysics? Chu Yuan, yeah. The two didn't chat much. Bai Yijian was still busy playing games and killing monsters. He stayed for the time being, not just for this. He wasn't alone. He also made appointments with other people. Hua Wenze, Zhao Junyuan, of course. There are Emu and Emo, brother and sister, plus Su Xingxi. The 6 of them teamed up to kill monsters. When Bai Yijian went online, Su Xingxi and Emo hadn't arrived yet. He went over and stood with Hua Wenze and the other 2 waiting, and chatted by the way. I didn't expect it. It's already today, and no one thought of it. Zhao Junyuan couldn't help saying. He also deliberately used the channels within the family to inquire, to make sure that no one really found out, rather than someone finding out but not doing anything. Not surprising, said Bai Yijian. Although it is certain that he will not be able to hide it in the end, the probability of being discovered by outsiders is still very low. After all, the date of his awakening is not his birthday. And many people know when the child lost by the Bai family was born. Because it was in the game, everyone did not talk much about this matter. They stopped talking about the rules of the game and discussed how to act more advantageously. As they were talking, they saw several figures appearing next to them. They should be students who logged off here and now logged on. After all, The people from the 6 schools came to live as soon as they arrived on Shunshui Star, and the initial location was the same. Except for those who like to run outside, most of them are still spawning monsters nearby. This situation is not uncommon. If you know someone, say hello, and if you don't know someone, just turn around and leave. Baijian didn't care at first, but at a glance, hey, Fenggongjie. The children around Fenggongjie are all from the main planet with similar family backgrounds, and 2 of them look familiar. They are none other than the man and woman who were with him on the day of the competition. Both sides stood there, looking at each other. After a long time, Fenggongjie spoke first. You won't have another chance in the next competition. Why, are you going to find someone to assassinate me? Baijian raised his eyebrows and asked. The boy standing behind Fenggongjie immediately said, What nonsense are you talking about? Are you qualified to assassinate you? Why don't I have a chance if I'm not assassinated? Do you expect me to suddenly give up the competition? Fenggongjie realized that Baijian meant that since he was still alive, and he was on the field, he would definitely not lose. What arrogance! It seemed that as long as he was there, no one could suppress him. Okay, very good, I wait for you, Fenggongjie said. After that, Fenggongjie glanced at Huawenzhe and Zhao Junyuan again, and left with his men. Baijian did not move for the time being, standing there, looking thoughtful. Emu couldn't help asking him, What are you thinking about? By the way, has the first school of the main star ever carried out assassinations before? Emu's eyes widened when Baijian said this. Huawenzhe and Zhao Junyuan were also speechless. How is it possible? What are you thinking about? Didn't you say that just now for fun? Baijian did say it casually, but after I said it just now, Fenggongjie's reaction was a bit strange, as if he was stepped on the sore spot. I thought they had done this before, so he was like that. But thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't be. If the main star had really played such a disgusting trick, the Bai family would never have been able to get here that day. In fact, the external defense here was strict. Except for the few days when the Shantian organization made trouble, the security was strict everywhere, and the internal defense was actually very loose afterwards. There was obviously no defense between the schools. I guess I saw it wrong, Huawen said. If there was such a thing, I would not have known about it. This is the only possibility. Baijian did not think much about it. The 4 of them waited for a while. Yemo came online, and soon Su Sengxi also ran over in a hurry. Sorry, a classmate happened to look for me, so I said a few more words. Since we have reunited, let's go and kill monsters. When choosing a place, Baijian somehow remembered Chu Yuan's words that the south has good feng shui. So he suggested, let's go to the south. Of course, the others didn't have any objections. For them, it didn't matter which way they went. On the way, they couldn't help but talk about what happened just now. Yemo and Su Sengxi realized that they had just met Fenggongjie. Baijian couldn't help but sigh. He faced me when he came out, and finally looked at Huawenzhe and Zhao Junyuan. Mumu, such a big healer, was ignored by him. It's not surprising, unless you can reach Chu Yuan's level. Otherwise, generally speaking, it is true that healing is popular, but after the fight, most people will still ignore the effects of healing and assistance. What's more, you are the output, and it feels that even if Chu Yuan comes, you can still stand out and attract the most attention. Those people from the first school on the main star. Su Sengxi tooted his tongue twice. He actually wanted to go to the first-ranked planet, but he felt that the first school on the main star seemed to be particularly strong in strength, and it would be difficult for ordinary people to compete with those students from big families, so he came to Tianqi First College. There are also people from big families in our school, and they are not like them. He stopped halfway when he realized that there were 2 people from big families present. He changed the topic, speaking of which, why did you apply for Tianqi First College? Baijian was the original owner, but he knew the reason. The manufacturing department of Tianqi First College is the best in the entire galaxy. That's right. Su Sengxi looked at Zhao Junyuan and Huawenzhe again. Well, there is no need to say anything about these 2 people. They are from Tianqi Star, so it is normal for them to apply here. On the contrary, Emo, don't girls generally prefer to go to Xinhui Main School? Not all girls will go there. Emo said. I said it's generally. Su Sengxi said, after all, among several famous schools, Xinhui Main School has the most girls. That's right. It is said that the male-female ratio of Xinhui Main School is as high as an exaggerated 1:9. When the Shantian organization came to arrest people, Xinhui Main School was arrested with so many students, but only one of them was a boy. It seems that this rumor is not only true, but may also overestimate the number of boys. Comparatively speaking, although there are not a few girls in their Tianqi First Academy, the number is slightly less than that of boys. The teachers are mostly male, unlike Xinhua Main School, which are basically all female teachers. As they talked, they suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. What's the situation? Su Sengxi asked first. Bai Jian did have 2 experiences, which should be a random book again. Imu looked at Bai Jian on the spot. Half a year? This should be your 3rd random book, right? What good luck. You mean this is your 2nd one too? Bai Jian said, and the probability of a random book appearing is not very low. It is quite a lot, but when it comes to each person, some people may not encounter one for several years. After all, only a few people can enter each time. Unlike ordinary books, regardless of how many times they appear, as long as they appear once, everyone who can enter will rush in. Whether you can win or not, you have to fight first. Imu has played a random book once, but Hua Wen and the other 4 have not encountered one yet. When they heard that Bai Jian encountered 3, they couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Your luck is really... Su Sengxi couldn't help but said, Brother Bai, take me with you wherever you go next time. Bai Jian twitched his mouth. It's useless to treat it as a pendant. This is not something I came up with. If you want to be a pendant, go to Chu Yuan. That person definitely knows where the dungeon will be released. When he first encountered a random dungeon, Chu Yuan and Tan Hua happened to be there. I went here today because the feng shui in the south is good. Bai Jian opened the private chat interface of the optical brain and looked at the conversation above. Bai Jian, don't you not believe in metaphysics? Chu Yuan, yeah. This yeah means that I really don't believe in metaphysics, and this good feng shui is not actually metaphysics, but something is really going to come out. When Imu and others talked about it, they said that Chu Yuan had good luck and his equipment was fast. But in fact, it doesn't matter whether you are lucky or not. As long as you play enough dungeons, even if so many women's clothes are released, you can still quickly put together a set for yourself. So even if you can't control what happens, you can know in advance where there is a dungeon to play. This should be a sure thing. Bai Jian thought to himself that he couldn't send messages in the random dungeon now, but he would definitely ask when he had time later. Didn't the game say that it was absolutely fair? Or are prompts of this level actually allowed? As if knowing what he was thinking, a sentence popped up in the private chat window that had not been closed. You are special. Bai Jian, ? So, this level of difficulty is not allowed for others, but it is allowed for him. Thinking about it, Chu Yuan had indeed told him a lot, and even though he didn't explicitly admit it, he basically accepted his identity as an artificial intelligence. But to others, this is obviously a secret that cannot be told. And that day in the competition, the opponent suddenly sent a message to him to hide. Since he can do it, why not send it to more people? Perhaps, it is because it is not allowed. So what is this game program? Thinking about players everywhere, helping awakening, not allowing to harm players, providing food, clothing, shelter and transportation. But why not let artificial intelligence help players better understand the game content? Chu Yuan seems to be able to do more for him, and he obviously can have a great influence on the other party. So he is special. Why is he special? Just because he is a time traveler. Isn't he considered a local player here? However, now is not the time to answer doubts. Imu and others are already shouting. Bai Jian hurriedly followed. This time, they entered the random dungeon, and there was no need to wait any longer, the time was up. The few people simply didn't say much and prepared to enter the dungeon directly. Once they entered, the light was much darker. Bai Jian couldn't help but frown. After getting used to the dim light, I found that this dungeon was different from the previous 2. This time, it was a forest-like venue. I didn't see any monsters, nor did I see any big bosses. Su Sengxi, it's a forest dungeon. This kind of forest dungeon is said to require finding monsters inside to fight, and the boss will come out only after the monsters are almost defeated. It's not easy to do. What's so difficult about it? Bai Jian said, it's very similar to the competition a few days ago, 1 monster 2 points. Everyone, divide into groups and search, hurry up. Imu, you are really good at analogies. But it is indeed very similar. That's right. Bai Jian thought, playing games, every time you see a new game, aren't you doing 2 things? Find the differences, find the similarities. The former requires special attention, the latter is the comfort zone. Chapter 86. Once the analogy is in place, it is indeed easy to fight. The 6 of them are divided into 3 groups, each of which is scattered to find small monsters. The environment is dark, and there are trees all around. The small monsters are still hiding and are difficult to find. Chameleon, this is. It is still dark green, very similar to the leaves here. Baijian found one and cleared it. Emo next to him said, not only dark green, but there are also ones that look like tree trunks. If it hadn't moved, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Yes, Baijian and Emo are in a group. Emu is a pure healer, and Su Sengxi is a control-type auxiliary. The two of them each have an output. Su Sengxi's group walked in the middle. The two healers were not far away from him. If they really couldn't handle it, they could provide timely support and add blood to him. Random books are like this. It's random when you enter, and the content inside is also random. Baijian holds the sword in one hand and picks off the small monsters that rushed up. After going through 2 random dungeons where you can see the boss as soon as you enter, he finally saw a ghost. No, a different dungeon. After the monster was picked apart, he still wanted to rush up, but Emo next to him had already rushed up and chopped it down with a knife. The good thing about teammates is that they are reliable, and it is comfortable to clear the monsters. After 6 people cleared for a while, the big boss finally appeared. Go! Emu said to his sister. Only Emo's skills are most suitable for taking damage here. Of course, others are not bad, but in terms of skills, she is still the most suitable. The latter is of course not weak. Seeing that everyone is ready, he rushed to the boss. Baijian also changed his weapon from sword to crossbow. Whenever possible, he still prefers long range. The farther he is from the boss, the more comfortable he feels. Maybe it's because he's used to running away from people and monsters. Once someone gets close to him, he always feels unsafe. It's not that it can't be overcome, but who is willing to overcome difficulties if they have the conditions? Emu and Huawun are also long range. Su Sengxi is half long range, and some of his skills require getting close. As for Zhao Junyuan, he has already rushed up with Emo. Baijian drew a few positions for Su Sengxi, and the latter nodded. I understand. Just move around here, the healer will definitely take care of him. Don't run too far. This is not the first time for everyone to cooperate, so there's no need to say anything extra. The monster has been opened. Baijian stretched out his hand and shot an arrow, but found that the person not far away was gone. He looked back, and hey, Emu was caught. Emu, there's another boss. Seeing it, everyone thought, they also tied you up. The big boss this time is a tree in the forest. It may have mutated, and all the branches can move. Very flexible, Emu was tied by this branch. Baijian had just learned the control skill, so he did not say anything and went down with everything is up to you, but it was useless. Good guy, this is not considered a control skill. Baijian shuttled over and chopped the branches, thinking that maybe this is the hand of the tree, and grabbing people with the hand is indeed not a skill. With Baijian's help, the output of other people was not affected. As soon as Emu was rescued, he immediately added blood to Emo. The opponent also had a jumping light of Baijian on his body, jumping back and forth between his body and the boss, so his blood volume was still healthy. As soon as Emu arrived, Baijian immediately turned to attack the boss. Su Sengxi couldn't help but look at him. Really, it's not their fault that they didn't know Baijian was a healer after playing together for so long. It's normal that they didn't notice it before. They had never played together before. There was more than enough healers for the monsters, so there was no room for him to play. As everyone was fighting, Su Sengxi was suddenly tied up. Before he could be pulled back, several branches were chopped down by Baijian. The branches that catch people are buried underground, so pay more attention to your feet. Baijian said, and chopped a few more swords at his feet. Before it came out, it was forced back. The branches were hidden deep, but if you look more carefully, you can still detect it. Baijian is sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and can always find it in the first time. Then he shuttled over and solved it. With Brother Bai here, this book is really easy to fight. Su Sengxi couldn't help but say, Emu, why do I feel that what you said is like shit? Before he finished speaking, he was caught again. Baijian was chopping the branches under Su Sengxi's feet, Zhao Junyuan. After he shouted, he put this side down and went straight to Emu. Zhao Junyuan took his position and helped Su Sengxi to chop. Only the two of them had displacement skills, and Zhao Junyuan's displacement was not that far, and he couldn't catch up with Emu, so the two sides quickly changed people, and he was responsible for Su Sengxi's side. And Su Sengxi was still concentrating on giving skills to the boss. Among his skills, the initial skill was the one that helped Baijian dig 2 pits. The skills he brought included control, knockback, and deceleration. And one was for hitting people. If someone hit this person again, it would cause additional damage. Now he has been using this skill on the boss, which adds extra damage. This skill can be stacked. It's not that he can't cut branches by himself, but it will be broken. It's not worth it. The higher the number of layers of his skills, the more damage his teammates can cause to the boss. However, he is not unaware of the situation around him. At this time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Another one? Is this boss going to surround them later? And why does it always catch me and Emu?" No one knows this. It may depend on the amount of damage, or it may depend on the profession. The latter may be greater. After all, Baijin has also been caught, while the other three pure output are fine. However, there are indeed more and more bosses, and the other two are also getting closer and closer to the center. When the two new bosses started to move, they realized that they were not trees at all. After all, trees don't have legs. And they have no roots. It was fine when they were buried in the soil before, but when they moved, they saw something wrong. It's amazing. Su Sengxi, I didn't expect there are such monsters in the game. Baijian thought, maybe it exists not only in the game, but also in reality. And they didn't know before because they hadn't been discovered yet. So naturally it wasn't recorded in the list of monsters sorted by ABC. But now is not the time to think about this. He turned to Su Sengxi. Let's dig a pit. Su Sengxi, where to put it? Baijian pointed at the ground, and Su Sengxi put it without saying a word, and asked after he was done. Bury yourself? Baijian, brother, what do you think? I don't think so. Su Sengxi was not stupid. He quickly realized, should we wait for the boss to gather around, then run out and let them fall? This is indeed a good idea. If it was a tree, this would obviously not work, but this group of disguised trees would be different immediately. The crowd used this method to trap the boss group together when the last 30% of its health was left. Then, they stood on the pit and used skills, and the boss was at the bottom of the pit. This skill is really useful, Xiao Junyuan said. As a melee fighter, he did not go down to fight monsters, but stood aside with nothing to do. Even things like helping to cut the branches that were explored were competed with by Emu. Emu was also bored, and since no one was losing blood, he, as a healer, had nothing to do. The other three were very busy. Su Sengxi was busy stacking buffs, while Baijian and Hua Wen were the only two long-range output. One was a pure mage, and the other was a physical with some magic. In short, the output depended entirely on the two of them. When the health of this boss dropped to 20%, it actually merged. It turned out to be the same monster. No wonder, Zhao Junyuan squatted at the mouth of the pit and commented boredly, I was wondering why only he dealt damage, while the others were only responsible for catching people. It turned out that it was essentially the same monster, and the others were just clones. The monster at the bottom of the pit wanted to climb up, but was repelled by Su Sengxi and hit back. Then he used control skills. Baijian and Hua Wenze were responsible for burst output without any hindrance. Soon, this random book was passed. Open the box. Baijian used the shuttle to go down into the pit, and then came up again, holding the treasure box. This book is not difficult, but it is easy. The monster has really thick blood. It was only in the last 20% that it was a little easier to fight. But no matter what, the things given by the random book are better than those of the ordinary books of the same type. Baijian swept a few people one by one. As expected, they were all waiting for him to open the box. So he opened it. As soon as he opened it, the first thing he saw was the skill book, and there were two of them. In addition, there are some fixed materials that will be given every time, and the rest are equipment. Everyone started to check. Xiao Junyuan, I like this moment. Let's see what I got this time. You don't lack anything, right? Su Sengxi said. No, Hua Wen said, but who doesn't want to know what's in the box? He is actually quite good. Gong Shenghao Gao was stunned. When Zhao Junyuan played a small game before, there would be a lottery after 12 o'clock every day. This guy didn't sleep at all, and had to sleep after the lottery. I must know immediately what I have drawn today. No matter if it is useful or not, let me see. Zhao Junyuan started with the equipment, and Baijian looked at the skill book. Others also took one piece each to look at. Emo picked up the only women's clothing, and she took a look. It happens to be something I can use, and the properties are better than the one I have. Su Sengxi, this skill book is so strange. It can increase the distance of the attack by charging. The farther the distance, the higher the damage. This familiar skill description full of uncertainty, but more able to bring out people's potential, instantly attracted Baijian. He put down the skill book in his hand, and took Su Sengxi's book, breaking through the air. As for the skill description, there is no description except the sentence that Su Sengxi read out. That is to say, whether it is physical damage or spell damage, it can be. The charging time should affect the distance of the skill, but I don't know how far it can reach. The only long-handed mage at the scene also leaned over to take a look, but Huawun didn't dare to look away. This skill looks good at first glance, but it is full of problems when you think about it carefully. Not to mention how long the charging time will increase the distance, and how much damage it will cause. Just to say that his skill distance is not particularly insufficient now. In order to increase a little to charge, it is equivalent to wasting output time. Even if the opponent is far away, the distance is too far, and the probability of hitting the skill flying over is not high. Brother Bai, you are not interested? He couldn't help asking. Bai Jin nodded. It might be useful to keep it. It feels quite fun. Huawunja, I can't understand it. But anyway, he never understood how Bai Jin used skills. He didn't have any needs, but he still looked at everything. But his cousin has already set his eyes on another skill book. Although it is also a shield skill, it can stack 3 layers of shields at once, which is obviously better than the one he is using now. And after the shield is broken, there is still a small blood recovery. It can be called a life-saving skill. Su Sengxi also took a fancy to 2 pieces of equipment, and asked Zhao Junyuan beside him, will you pick one? Zhao Junyuan shook his head. He didn't lack equipment. If there is something special, it's fine. These are just ordinary, not as good as the one he has on. There is really no need to change. Several people quickly picked out what they needed, and then sold the ones they didn't need, calculated the price, and each paid a little difference, and got everything in hand. The materials were not sold, but divided on the spot. Several people went online to fight small monsters, but they didn't expect to get a random copy. Everyone was very happy. They didn't fight small monsters anymore, and those who changed to new skills tried new skills, and those who had new equipment adapted to new equipment. My cousin's shield was very thick, except that the mana consumption was a little high. There was no problem. He went straight to the monster pile, stacked shields for himself, and stood there to take the beating. Huawunza and Zhao Junyuan saw the first time that a healer tried skills like this. Especially the latter, who was ready to be the one to test the monster. But he didn't expect that he would do it himself. The two looked at Bai Jin. Sure enough, if you hang out with this guy, no matter how normal you are, you will be a little weird. Bai Jin was trying out new skills. Among his current skills, there are only 2 that can be used with the new skills. One is jumping light, and the other is 1 against 100. The latter needs a crossbow. Bai Jin stretched out his energy for a long time, and then suddenly released it. The arrow passed by like a meteor. Is it faster than before? Huawun said. Bai Jin nodded. It was a little faster. And it was obviously more powerful. This arrow was aimed at a monster in the distance, and it went over and killed the monster instantly. Not bad, Bai Jin said. It's just a little limited by the terrain. An open and unobstructed place is naturally the best choice. The eyes can see far, and the arrow can fly far. But if there are many obstacles, it will not be so easy. But the key now is, which skill are you going to change next? Unlike the previous few days, the lantern is a skill that can be replaced at any time. The newly replaced control release is different, of course. The other skills are also very useful. Bai Jin thought about it, and he couldn't bear to give up any of them. Keep it as a backup first, he said. Generally, this skill is not very useful in a fight. If necessary, it is also in time to change the skill book on the spot. The few people practiced for another day, but did not push it to the last minute to go to the competition. But they rushed their half a day in advance. For the remaining half a day, Bai Jin did not play the game. After all, before the game, the competition venue was not allowed to enter, and a group of people gathered nearby to grab monsters, which was really unnecessary. He left the dormitory and prepared to go downstairs for a walk. As a result, he ran into Chu Yuan. It seems that he just came back from outside, and this time, there is no Tan Hua behind him. Bai Jin could see at a glance that his injury should not have healed yet. But the difference is very subtle, so it's no wonder that others can't see it. This guy always had 10% less HP before, but Bai Jin didn't notice it. Really don't need my help. It's better than nothing, he said. At least, he gave him a set of equipment, and he answered his question seriously. Bai Jin felt that he could repay this favor. However, Chu Yuan still shook his head. No need, he said. Your existence is already a great help to me. Bai Jin was stunned. He could sense that Chu Yuan was serious about what he said. Bai Jin certainly wouldn't be narcissistic and think that Chu Yuan liked him, so there was some damn power of love. But at that moment, He did feel that Chu Yuan was not referring to help in the actual process, but more to the spiritual aspect. Because I am special? Bai Jian took 2 steps forward, approached slightly, and asked in a low and soft voice. This look was indeed a bit ambiguous, but Chu Yuan seemed to be unaware of it. He just nodded yes. Sure enough, Bai Jian thought, it has nothing to do with love or something like that. Who would be so calm when the person they like is so close to them? That's why it's strange, Bai Jian thought. And Chu Yuan's injury is also very strange. Who would hurt him, and who can hurt him? He recalled that along the way, it seemed that this person was always helping to deal with the people of Shantian organization. Could it be related to those people? Bai Jian never felt that Shantian organization was right for a second from the beginning, of course, because they did not do anything, their logic was confusing, and of course, Chu Yuan's behavior. If the people of Shantian organization were really for the good of the God realm, and for the sustainable development of the game, then as an artificial intelligence, why did Chu Yuan bite them so hard? And now think about it, these people seem to have been researching some weird things, like changing the human optical computer number. To some extent, this can be regarded as a move on the game program. Then what have these people done recently? It caused so much blood to be lost in an instant. Wait, Bai Jian figured out another logical problem. His voice became softer, to the point that even if there were multiple people around him, they would definitely not hear what he said. Are you an artificial intelligence? Or, are you just an artificial intelligence? Chapter 87. This question, which had always been a tacit understanding between the two of them, was finally asked by Bai Jian. But it was because he had another more shocking idea. What if Chu Yuan was not only an artificial intelligence, but also the game itself? Otherwise, even if someone attacked the game and there was a problem with the game, it should not be the artificial intelligence that lost blood. However, the fact is that all of this was reflected very intuitively on Chu Yuan. Moreover, except for his special situation, no one had ever come into contact with artificial intelligence. What's the point of designing an artificial intelligence that doesn't communicate with players, unless there is no artificial intelligence in this game at all? And when he just came here, Chu Yuan had to come to clean up such a big thing. So he took up the post temporarily, and made up an identity at random. After asking, Bai Jian retreated and stood there looking at Chu Yuan. And this time, the other party was silent for a while. Finally, Bai Jian heard him say, I was actually a person at first. This answer was really beyond Bai Jian's expectations. He blinked in confusion and shock. He never thought it would be like this. Don't think too much, just be yourself. After saying this, Chu Yuan went back to the house. Bai Jian didn't move for a while. His mind was full of one word. Human. Chu Yuan is actually a human? I have been proving your non-human evidence for a long time, and you tell me that you are actually a human? Then your AI level is quite deep. Wait, it's because you have been an artificial intelligence for a long time, or the game itself. Being trapped by a bunch of games all day long, this is fair, this can't be done, that can't be done, so your brain has gradually become AI. Bai Jian didn't even leave the door, and turned back to his dormitory. No, he had to think about it carefully. There was no doubt that Chu Yuan was the artificial intelligence he had come into contact with. It was also correct that the other party might be the game itself. Then people. Fanny Tong once mentioned that the game has become more and more unstable in recent years, and the control has weakened. Huowen and Zhao Junyuan mentioned that the Shantian organization has become more and more arrogant, and it was also in the past 10 or 20 years. And Chu Yuan is exactly 20 years old this year. No way, those people from the Shantian organization did it, but there are still some things that don't make sense. Bai Jian thought about it, and always felt that something was missing. Like a puzzle, he seemed to be missing the most important piece, which resulted in the inability to fully present the entire picture, and the meaning of the expression seemed to be slightly different. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. The next morning, the competition began. The live broadcast started simultaneously. This time, there was no need for large-scale cameras. Each student could just use the camera built into his or her optical computer. All of them are in the third perspective, that is, suspended in the air. The competition venue is naturally not as big as the one in reality, but it is not small either. There are woods and a grassland in it. There are rivers in the middle. In short, everyone does not enter from one place. Instead, it is divided into 6 major directions, and then in these 6 major directions, there are 10 small places. The 800 participating students from each of the 6 schools are divided into 10 groups, each with 80 people, and enter from the corresponding entrance. After all, unlike the airdrop in the outside competition, the game can only make a fuss about the way to enter the venue. In short, just don't let the students pile up together. Unlike before, because this time it is a live broadcast on the entire network, several commentators are still arranged. Now the game has just started, and the general rules of this game are still being explained. The camera naturally gives more attention to some outstanding students. For example, the group of the first school of the main star, Feng Gongjie, and others appeared on the big screen. Yao Shijing of Xinhua Main School also appeared on the screen with several outstanding students. The commentator was still saying, "The students you see are the students who were unlucky enough to be captured by the Star Pirates some time ago. Now it seems that they are completely." While speaking, the student who rushed up and was stepped on by the Shantian organization at the 7th C came into the camera. He was now leading some students to the middle. Every time the commentator moved to a school, he had to briefly introduce it. The live broadcast room was also very lively. "Where is Brother Bai? Where is my Brother Bai? I came here specifically to see Brother Bai, and I want to know how he shot the Star Pirates into a bloody cake." The camera here also happened to cut over. Bai Jian, who was in the center, seemed to have noticed something. He smiled slightly and waved at the camera. The comments were instantly jubilant. It can be seen that he didn't suffer any grievances. The child is in good condition. Can we see the process of knocking the Star Pirate unconscious with a slap? Wasn't it said that he was stepped on? It was another person who was stepped on. The blood cake didn't seem to be related to this matter. This time, only one person was knocked unconscious. The comments were very excited, but Wei Ichio was not excited at all. Instead, his face was very ugly. Why, he had worked hard for so many years. Just as he gave up, Bai Jian became so powerful again. Bai Zihan certainly didn't feel good. He was worried that someone would find out Bai Jian's background in the next second, so he couldn't eat or sleep well. But today he had to sit here and watch Bai Jian's high spirits in the camera. Unlike him, most of the other students were watching the students from their own school. Occasionally they would glance at the more powerful ones from other schools. It was just the beginning, so there weren't many things to watch. So the teachers on the high platform were also quite leisurely, chatting with each other. Yes, the students' competition venue had changed, but their stands were still here. Even the 50 substitutes from each school were the same. After all, everything was ready here. The only difference was that there were not so many staff members. After all, there was no danger in the game, and no one was needed to bring the students out. The big screen was still showing the same way as before. The live broadcast room was also very lively. After all, it was the first live broadcast of the game, so even if they were not interested, they had to come and see what was going on. In addition to the main live broadcast room, of course, you could also choose your own perspective. The advantage is that you can always pay attention to the students you follow, but there are also disadvantages. Following the main live broadcast perspective, you can watch wherever there is something interesting. If you only follow one person, there may not be something interesting all the time. However, many people still flock to Bai Jian's single-person perspective. When can we fight? I don't want to look for the flag. That will have to wait. I just came in and haven't met opponents from other schools yet. I go have a meal first, and call me when the fight starts. On the field, everyone unanimously chose to look for the flag first. 2 points, although not much, but it is a must-get point. First of all, each group will definitely be searched once they enter this area. Is it true? I don't think there will be flags placed in the places where they just enter. Xiao Junyuan couldn't help but say, after all, it is a live broadcast on the entire network. It's not interesting to just look for flags. The rules this time are definitely to promote everyone to fight. Bai Jian nodded. That's right, but there will definitely be flags in the marginal areas, especially in the places where each team just enters. There will be at least one. Yimu, who didn't care much at first, suddenly reacted after hearing what he said. If we miss it, not only we won't come back here, but other schools won't come here either, and no one will find that flag until the end. Huawen also said, putting flags here is more not to widen the score gap, but to see if the students are careful enough and whether they will be careless. Su Sengxi felt more and more reasonable after hearing what he said, and quickly asked everyone to look around. As expected, someone soon found a flag on a tree less than 10 meters away. It was not hidden very deep, but it was easy to find. However, if they rushed in as soon as they came in, they might not find it. Although it's only 2 points, it's a pity to miss it. Huawen couldn't help but say. On the high platform, a teacher from Xinhua headquarters nodded. That's right, grab all the points you can get, and accumulate them little by little. Her tone was full of praise, because the students of their own school also found the flag placed at the entrance, which was considered as an entrance gift for the students. Feng Gongjie from the first school of the main star on the other hand, didn't even raise his eyelids when he let his people in, let alone his head, and rushed directly to the central area. So the teacher of the first school of the main star said, "It's just 2 points, and it will be easy to catch up later." After entering, the venue is huge, and it is naturally impossible for 80 people to stay together all the time. This is too inefficient. Especially this side is safer. At least you have to go further inside to meet students from other schools, so everyone is not afraid to act alone. Just keep pushing inside, and then form a team when it's almost time. At this point, everyone's choice is similar. The live broadcast perspective just turned over, and the commentator was also saying, after arranging these people, Baijian and others should rush to the central area first. At this point, the people of the first school of the main star are the fastest. The barrage also mentioned this matter. Bong Gongjia and his team seem to have completely ignored other students and rushed in directly. Normal, the first school of the main star has always been this trend. That's how it should be. Now that you're in the game, do you need someone to tell you what to do? The stronger ones go inside first, and the weaker ones stay outside to look for flags. Isn't that normal? Some people simply can't understand. Can't we all move in together? It's time for us to set off. Inside the stadium, Huawun said, "We must hurry over as soon as possible." According to the inference, the 3 100-point monsters should be in a relatively inner position. Even if they are not in the central area, they will definitely not appear in the periphery. After all, the school that enters from that side will have too much advantage, and it will be too unfair to other schools. In the real map before, it was hard to say where those sea-level space monsters would appear. It was purely a matter of luck. But now the big monster points in the game are decided by several schools, and it is easy to guess that the location is unlikely to be biased towards any school. One big monster is 100 points, and taking it down first can occupy a favorable position and ambush others when they try to attack. It doesn't matter if there are more or fewer flags, but for the big monsters, those of them who are more powerful must do more. Baijian originally thought so, but now, looking at the scattered classmates, he suddenly said, "I have an idea." On the high platform, Major General Qin's eyes went dark immediately. "This is still live broadcasting. What tricks are you going to play?" Unlike his reaction, Imu Huawunzhe and others were very interested when they heard that Baijian had an idea. Several people gathered together and discussed in a low voice. Then they started to act. "What are they doing?" On the high platform, a teacher said in surprise, "Aren't they rushing to the center?" "Obviously, they are rushing to the right." "What are they trying to do?" The people in charge of the explanation couldn't understand it for a while. Baijian and his group chose to separate. There is another student in the team who is the healer. This student is called Su Sengxi, who is an auxiliary. The two of them are rushing to the center area, and the female tank is with them. The other 3 are rushing to the right. Among them, Baijian is the fastest. He has left the other 2 far behind. What is he going to do? I suddenly have an idea. Another commentator looked at the direction where Baijian was rushing. There were no big monsters there, only students from other schools. Although it felt incredible, there seemed to be no other explanation at this time. He should be preparing to fight with those students. When the audience heard this, they immediately became alert. They just came to watch the fight. What's the point of looking for flags? In fact, Baijian did not disappoint them. He shuttled to find a classmate from the 5th planet first. The other party just saw a flag and was about to take it down, but he was shot dead by an arrow. Baijian jumped onto the tree lightly, jumped over his slowly disappearing corpse, and took down the flag. Buy one get one free, 3 points in hand. Baijian jumped to the top of the tree again, relying on the high ground, looking for another opponent. Before coming, he thought that since the students in their school felt that the surrounding area was safe and relaxed their vigilance, other schools should be the same. And as expected, the students from the 5th planet, who had just entered the field, were all scattered to find flags. Even the healers and assistants were not protected. Isn't this just serving him food? He gets 1 point for finding one, and another point for finding another. Soon after, Huawunjia and Zhao Junyuan also arrived, and the 3 of them searched even faster. Even if the people from the 5th planet later found something wrong, it was obviously too late to start forming a team. On the high platform, a teacher from Xinhui Main School said, he has a lot of ideas. When everyone was ready to take the big monster first, rely on the big monster, and then deal with the opponents attracted by the big monster, he chose to attack people at the very beginning. Attack by surprise. Some students from the 5th planet died before they could react. This student is not only strong, but also very thoughtful. A teacher from the 7th seed also said, Only the teacher from the fifth planet didn't want to say a word. After all, it was the students from their school who were unlucky. Of course, he knew that their students couldn't be blamed for this, just that Baijian. The students from the first school of the main star suffered losses in the previous 1 versus 4. It's not surprising that the students from their school were targeted and ended up like this. It's just that they were randomly assigned to the next door to Baijian. It's also that unlucky Shuntian organization. Why did they do it during the competition when there were no other opportunities? They might have taken advantage of the original rules to find loopholes, but the new rules now force students to fight together, and their school has no advantage at all. It's not that their students are not good, but this year. Feng Gongjia from the first school of the main star, Baijian from the first college of Tianqi, needless to say, even Yao Shijing from the main school of Xinhua, and the 7th seed, the surname Yu, none of them are easy to deal with. Especially the first two, one can use several skills at the same time. The other one is said to have a special talent. Not only can he fight, but he can also break the control ring when he is locked by it. Thinking of this, the teachers of the fifth planet couldn't help but look at Teacher Wang and others. Of course, he then looked at the Feng family. It's okay that he has a special talent and is weird, but what's wrong with Feng Gongjia in your family? Since there is a method that can help others improve, the Feng family can't hide it. This is a big thing that is beneficial to the entire galaxy. The teacher of the fifth planet thought it was what he said for a moment, but he realized it was not. The one who spoke was a teacher from Xinhua Head School. The teacher from the fifth planet immediately responded, "That's right, let's make progress together." However, after he said this, he found that the teacher of the 7th seed did not speak. Looking at Tianqi First College, Teacher Wang and others also seemed uninterested. No, why? The smile on the face of the teacher of Xinhua Main School was also a little bit off. Are you two families dreaming? The cold-faced female Major General looked at Major General Qin and asked directly, "What do you think?" Major General Qin then took his eyes off the light screen and looked over. Instead of asking this, "Why don't you ask the Feng family? Do other people in their family know this trick?" When this was said, everyone was stunned. Then, they all looked at the two people from the Feng family who came this time. But Major General Qin turned his eyes back to the big screen. He was staring at Baijian. "I always feel that if this kid makes a mistake, I don't know what he can do. Maybe I can't even understand the direction." At this moment, some people are indeed confused. What's going on? I'm just eating, and it's 3 against N? Just as he was sending the barrage, Baijian had already scored another point. And their opponents were also knocked offline one by one. It has to be said that after switching from reality to the game, it is more exciting to fight. But Baijian still felt sorry. It would be better if I could collect all the flags they collected before logging off. Hua Wenze and Zhao Junyuan, Netizens were simply amazed. "Brother Bai, you are worthy of you. You really don't leave them any space." After clearing the last people in this area, they started to rush in another direction. The live broadcast room was very lively, and everyone was discussing what happened just now. Mainly because they came early and watched the whole thing, and then they thought there was nothing to watch at this time, so they went to do something else. On the high platform, the teachers were still discussing Feng Gongjia's matter. The two people from the Feng family naturally said nothing, and they looked like they refused to disclose it. But after being reminded by Major General Qin, it was not difficult for these people to guess, and they certainly wouldn't know. The two Feng family members had fake smiles on their faces. They looked at Major General Qin and his group, and wanted to ask how you knew. The 7th seed person said leisurely at this time, "You can only hold as big a bowl as your hand. If you want to take a step to the sky, you have to see if you will fall down." The two Feng family members immediately looked over again. "What do you mean?" Teacher Wang's eyes were all on the students, and he didn't care about these verbal disputes. Teacher Li couldn't help but turn back to eat a mouthful of melon. When he saw this, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why did the two people from the Feng family look a little wrong? He looked at the teacher of the 7th seed again, and his words just now seemed to have a hidden meaning. "What can I mean? It's just that some people are ambitious and pretend to know what they don't know." The 7th seed said, "Why don't you just say you don't know it? Why are you messing around with all this?" It turned out that it was because of this. Teacher Li retracted his gaze, and thought that these two people probably not only don't know it, but they can't even explain it. After all, it's too mysterious. Didn't Chu Yuan only say that the standing posture has an impact at the beginning, but there is no more specific information? Baijian just happened to do more things this time, so he seemed to have more experience. Although he didn't know how Feng Gongjia learned it, he was definitely not better than these two people, and he could easily teach others. However, other people didn't know this. They always felt that even if the two people from the Feng family didn't know it, they would just know something. The Feng family said, instead of asking this, why not ask how Baijian broke the control ring in the first place? Teacher Wang didn't expect that this could also be turned to a student, and couldn't help but turn his head and say, others are fine, but what are you Feng family members curious about? Can't your Feng Gongjie do it? He was speaking from his heart, and the Feng family just felt that he was proud and hinted that their children were not good enough. What do you mean, can your students know our Gongjie's move, and we can't even ask without knowing why? Teacher Wang looked at them speechlessly, thinking that they did. And the core of these two things is actually the same. I still wonder, it's fine if others can't figure it out, but you Feng family has Feng Gongjie. Don't you think that there may be a connection between the two? Could it be that you think that this move, except for your Feng Gongjie, no one can learn it? Chapter 88. The teachers of Tianqi First Academy knew the inside story, so they were not interested in this matter. However, others were still very interested. In addition to the obvious reason, they even wanted to continue the interrupted game for another game, to see if they could see anything. Therefore, after listening to Teacher Wang's words, they all wanted to find out more. However, Teacher Wang had no intention of saying more, and only said, you will understand after watching. On the field, Baijian found two more flags while rushing on the road. One was on the top of the tree, and the other was hidden in the bushes. His eyes are too sharp, he can find this. The teachers looked around, but they didn't find out how the control ring was broken, but they found Baijian's eyes, which were really good. Wherever he passed by, no matter how well the flag was hidden, he could find it. The key is that this is still on the way. Someone in the barrage said, it seems to be quite simple. If you think it's easy, you can try it yourself. I didn't notice several of them even though there were hints outside the venue. It was only when Brother Bai went to get them that I realized they were there. If you think it's easy, you can look at other people's perspectives. Haha, it's really fun to see them passing by, but not noticing them. I have to say that after being caught, Baijian actually gained a lot of fans. Not to mention how conspicuous it was that he escaped with his classmates after being caught. The more people know about him, the more they realize that he is actually very powerful. Born on a small planet, but he was able to get into the manufacturing department of the First Academy of Apocalypse with a good second place. Now he is still so good at fighting, and he is competing on behalf of the school. He even punched a gangster duo in one day, and kicked a star pirate to shoot a blood pie. Not to mention the things that happened in school. There are also rumors that his boyfriend dumped him to go to Sirius and find true love, and then he turned around and received a notice from Tianqi First College. Who cannot love such a cool plot? For a few days, this person is getting more and more interesting. He looks okay. Who cannot pay attention to him? Only the people of the Bai family looked unhappy. They just thought that there was nothing to pay attention to. He was just an ignorant boy. If he knew what joining the Bai family meant, he would not have refused easily that day. Thinking of this person could not help but look at Bai Zihan in the stands. He is also a waste. Bai Xia is still a healer. He is so weak that he can't play even with the support of the Bai family. Another one has not been found yet, and it is estimated that he is even less promising. The three children back then actually let the one from the Feng family take the lead. God really has no eyes. Now it's your school's turn. The teachers of the 5th planet school, who had just suffered a disaster, looked at the people of 0068 planet. Baijian and his team had cleared all the 80 people who entered from their school. If they walked to the side, they would meet people from 0068 planet. The teachers of 0068 planet were sitting very firmly. Unlike the teachers of the 5th planet, they still had certain expectations for the ranking. They knew that their strength was not as good as the other schools, so they just came to see the world. Of course, if they were lucky enough to get another ranking, it would be great, but if they really couldn't get it, they could accept it. After all, being able to enter the competition this year was a great improvement for their school. Not to mention the incident with the Shutian organization before, they now just think that being able to bring all the students back safely, and no one getting into trouble is the best outcome. This teacher originally thought so. Until he saw Baijian caught someone, but didn't kill him, but asked him to hand over the flag he found first. How could he? Major General Qin, Teacher Wang almost wanted to raise his hand to cover his face. What kind of banditry is this? Hand over the flag to redeem the person, 1 flag per person, and you can continue to play on the field after handing it over. You'd better kill me. The student on planet 0068 said. The flags you get are all points. There are only 2,000 flags on the field, and there are 4,800 students from 6 schools. On average, 2 people can't get 1. Even if he doesn't get eliminated, he may not be able to get the points for the flag if he stays. As for the head points, look at his current state. It's not entirely careless. Even if you fight him seriously, you can't beat him. Their school cannot get a good ranking, but the score cannot be too low. So this flag can't be handed over. Of course, more students haven't found the flag yet. After all, the total number is not enough for everyone, let alone the peripheral ones. The number is not large. The teacher of Planet 0068 looked at Teacher Wang and others dimly. Are the students in your school so bandit? However, he immediately knew that there are more bandits. Tell me, how can you be so unmotivated? Bai Jian was rejected, but he was more certain that this person had the flag. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. If you give me the flag, I will not kill you offline. You can follow us. When we go to the palace, we will pick up the flags. You will be responsible for picking up the heads behind. Picking up 2 flags will bring back the points. Picking up 1 more will be a profit. The people of Planet 0068 immediately thought it was possible. However, I can't do it. I run slowly, and I will definitely not be able to catch up with you. He rolled his eyes and said, give this quota to my classmate. The overall strength of their school is not as good as that of other schools. But even if you pick up a leak, you will not be able to pick up this leak if you are too weak. He quickly found a suitable classmate and saved a life for the fast-running classmate from Bai Jian. It didn't matter who followed Bai Jian. He quickly collected the flag. He was very trustworthy. He didn't touch the classmates who paid the protection fee with the flag. He also told them where they were going next. This way, even if they lose, they can try to catch up on their own. A teacher of the 7th C couldn't help but say, they are so trustworthy, I always feel that there is something fishy going on. To be honest, he thought that after tricking out the flag, Bai Jian would turn around and clear the people out. Or even if he didn't clear them, he ran so fast that people couldn't catch up with him. This means that 1 point for a head becomes 2 points for a flag, but now it seems that there are other intentions. His goal is the next school. A teacher of Xinhua Main School saw something. The schools on Planet 0068 don't have much hope for the big melee in the later stage, so every point is a point. The flag is very important, so not many people are willing to exchange the flag for people. But what if it is the first school of the main star, their Xinhua Main School, or the 7th seed, then people are definitely more important than flags. At that time, brother, people are more important or flags are more important, you should think clearly, save the Green Mountains. Bai Jian opened his mouth and said a lot of great truths. After listening to what he said, people only felt that he had suffered a great loss before agreeing to you to exchange flags for people. In fact, it's okay if you don't change. Anyway, you have fewer people, and I have scored points. I don't lose much anyway. I think you should make a decision as soon as possible. Everyone's time is precious, especially you. The one who was restrained and beaten to a bloody skin was the student of the first school of the main star. Yes, after passing through the 5th planet and 0068, Bai Jian bumped into the student of the first school of the main star. Formally started his plan to redeem people with flags. In the end, the student of the first school of the main star decided to agree. That's right. Bai Jian put away the flag. At this time, a figure ran over from a distance. It was none other than the classmate from Planet 0068, who had just redeemed someone. When this classmate came over, he saw Bai Jian put away the flag. He immediately cleared the student from the first school of the main star out of the scene with his sword. Look! Bai Jian put away the flag and spread his hands. I said time is precious. If you had made the decision earlier, wouldn't you have survived? On the barrage. Why do I feel that after he said that, it was all the fault of the student from the first school of the main star? Isn't it? If he had agreed earlier, Bai Jian would definitely not have touched him, then wouldn't he have survived? If he was at full health, I think the student from 0068 couldn't beat him. On the high platform, the teacher of the first school on the main planet saw something. This kid did it on purpose. He deliberately delayed time. From the beginning, he was ready to collect the flag and didn't plan to let go. After all, everyone was an opponent in the later stage. How could Bai Jian easily let go of his opponent and wait for the enemy to increase combat power in the later stage? And by doing this, not only did he change his 1 point for the head into 2 points for the flag. The first school on the main star lost 2 points for a flag, and of course, no one survived. As for the schools on the 0068 planet, getting a few points or keeping a few more people will not have much impact in the later stage. Not to mention, this classmate was able to survive and redeem himself with the flag. No wonder. The teacher of the 5th planet said, "No wonder he never thought of cooperating with our students even though he met our planet first. This is not wanting to save any advantage for their school." Soon, Bai Jian and his 2 companions, along with the executioner from planet 0068, cleared out all the students from the nearby first school on the main planet. They even exchanged 13 flags in the middle. The teachers from the school on planet 0068 saw that they handed over a flag, which meant they got back 13 points in total, and 1 student was not eliminated. This was definitely a win, if this happened twice more. However, it was clear that their idea was good, but it could not last long. After all, traveling was time-consuming, and even if Bai Jian was fast, the distance between the 2 sides was not close. If it was really close, the students from other schools would not be unprepared. Isn't it just that I think I won't encounter any enemies at this moment, but it's not certain if I go further? Everyone came in from all directions and pushed towards the center. Naturally, the further in, the higher the possibility of encountering people. Naturally, I became more vigilant. Moreover, the next target is the students of Xinhui Main School. It's hard to say who is the most difficult to sneak attack. But if you want to say which school's students are the most difficult to sneak attack, then Xinhui Main School is definitely on the list. Whenever there is something wrong around, many of them can detect it. Bai Jian only sneaked the 3rd one, and the female student reacted in time. "Bai Jian?" The female student raised her eyebrows. "So it's your school that randomly came to the side of us. You appeared here at this time. You didn't go with the first echelon of students to find the big monster." Bai Jian took the head points and sighed. "Sister, it's useless to divert my attention by talking. When the head dog only has heads in his eyes, he can't hear anything you say." Teachers on the platform, The teachers of Xinhui School looked better. After all, they were attacked by 2 people in a row. At least they found something wrong. As for the final result, it was still the same. It was the difference in strength. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. There was no way. After all, who could beat Bai Jian in a one-on-one match? He was a top-notch fighter. It was normal that he couldn't stand it if he had to come down and attack the trumpet. And Yao Shijing found out. After all, everyone was rushing to the central area. Although that area was not small, it was unfortunate that Mu and the other 2 were seen. "Something is wrong," Yao Shijing immediately said. "Healer, support and tank, where are the 3 DPS of Bai Jian?" A student from Xinhui School said, "Maybe they are not in the same team." Impossible. Yao Shijing was very sure that the healer was the one who went with Bai Jian and the other 3 last time, unless others mentioned it. At that time, they were captured by the Shantian organization together, and they had a good understanding on the spaceship. It was obvious that they had a good relationship. The personnel distribution for this time could be done by themselves, so it was not the case that they were unlucky and did not meet. This was a special trip to separate them. And even if they formed another team, it didn't make sense for 3 auxiliary professions to go together without a DPS. Even if it wasn't Bai Jian, Hua Wenjie, and Zhao Junyuan, at least a few classmates should be brought as DPS. Yao Shijing stopped. She drew the approximate location on the map in her mind, and felt more and more that something was wrong. The route of these 3 people is a bit off. Normally, we shouldn't meet them so soon. She stopped immediately and pointed out 2 people. "You 2 go back the same way, and take a look at the situation." "Go back the same way?" "Yes, I always feel that something seems to have happened." The teachers on the high platform praised Yao Shijing's sharpness again. If they hadn't been watching from outside, they probably wouldn't have thought of Bai Jian's operation. However, Yao Shijing was able to notice something wrong in time, and asked the students to go back to check. At this glance, the group of 80 people in their own school, except for the 6 people who walked fast, the remaining 74 people, half of them were gone. At this moment, the remaining people were confronting Bai Jian and others. "No wonder," Hua Wen whispered. "No wonder you didn't do anything to redeem people this time. Bai Jian, if the number 7C could still do it, it's just bad luck that we met the main school of Xinhui." The last time on the spaceship, the one called Yao Shijing left a deep impression on him. Although the other students of the main school of Xinhui were not as good as the other party, they were probably better than other schools in this regard. Mu had reminded him long ago that if he wanted to make small moves, the main school of Xinhui needed to be the most careful. Then time naturally could not be delayed. Look, people found something wrong. At this time, they saw 2 familiar people again. They had seen them on the spaceship last time. They were fellow prisoners, who were captured by the Shantian organization. The 2 classmates were arranged to come back, and they thought nothing could happen. Who could have expected? Sister Shijing was right. They all looked at Bai Jian. With a complicated tone, You actually separated from the auxiliary profession and went out alone. Baijian, not alone, there are 3 of us. Aren't there 4? After asking, the classmate who had just returned realized that the remaining one did not seem to be from the First Academy of Apocalypse. This is Baijian, 1 flag, 1 person. He handed in the flag. I can't touch him. Why did that person follow you? Baijian then honestly confessed what he did to the first school of the main star. The students of Xinhua main school are not fools, and they can hear what he did as soon as they hear it. How shameless. You can't say that. It's just to add some points to your school and let other schools lose some points. Baijian faced so many people, and he was not at all intimidated, and he could even clear his name. Now the time is tight, and the task is heavy. 2 of your main players have returned. It's really a waste. The students of Xinhua main school, it's not a waste if you stay. The key is to be able to stay. Baijian was not afraid of them suddenly attacking, and he was still saying, it's time-consuming and laborious, and there may not be any results. If we run away, even if we don't run away, you guys can't be unscathed. When you meet students from other schools, you will have no advantage. That's what you said, but it's not a big deal to let you take so many points from us. The students of Xinhua main school said, you have to give an explanation. Flags and so on, you have to leave some points. Otherwise, this matter will definitely not be so easy to let go. Baijian said on the spot, the flag is impossible, but I can take you to find the student with the 7th seed. The 7th seed? Yes, now several schools have been basically destroyed, and the 7th seed is currently unscathed. Do you really want all their people to gather in the center? Baijian turned his head and looked at the 2 former comrades. And you 2 don't have to follow, you can continue to catch up with Yao Shijing and others to find the big monster, which can be said to be not delayed. On the high platform, a teacher has already asserted, they will agree. After all, the pros and cons are obvious, and Baijian is accompanied by a student from planet 0068, which is enough to show that he has many small moves, but he still keeps his word. Not to mention that there are more than 1 or 2 people left at the Xinhua main school, and they are not afraid that Baijian will turn around and turn against them. Did this kid plan it from the beginning? Someone couldn't help but say. A teacher of the number 7 seed said, whether it is or not, in terms of the result, this time, except for the First Academy of Apocalypse, all other schools have suffered losses. The only difference is whether it is big or small. Now it seems that the first school of the main star is the most unlucky, because there is no one left and the flag has been lost. Although they are fine at present, it is obvious that they will soon be unlucky. However, with the students of Xinhua, Baijian and his team are outnumbered, so it is uncertain how many points they can get. The most important thing is that his trick of cheating flags can no longer be used. After calculation, they are still better than the first school of the main star. At least the flag points are definitely still there. Not bad, acceptable. Chapter 89. As expected, in the end, the students of Xinhua school agreed to Baijian's proposal. However, then the heads will depend on their ability. They are more in number, so it is impossible for them to share equally with Baijian. And this guy just eliminated so many of their classmates, so it is good that he didn't give up a few more. Coincidentally, Baijian didn't think there was anything wrong with this proposal. Grabbing heads, how normal, it's not exciting if it's not grabbed. The audience in the live broadcast room was very happy to watch. After all, the game has to be fought like this to be interesting. Looking for flags is so boring. Sure enough, I still have to watch Brother Bai. I always feel that if I miss him, I will miss some big show. It's really a fight from beginning to end. Now I have to wait for him to rush to the toilet, and I am afraid that he will run too fast. But there is a problem. The main force of the other school is busy looking for the big monster. If they don't look for it, will they suffer in the end? Not only are they puzzled, but the students of Xinhua main school are also puzzled. Everyone is on the road together, so he asked. Of course, he didn't ask Baijian. Baijian ran the fastest and disappeared. But Huawenza, a mage, didn't have such speed. He was with the main team. Hearing this, he said, we are freshmen. Such a big thing will naturally be done by sophomores. The teachers on the high platform were speechless. You can't see the students who bully Xinhua, right? We saw it. There are indeed people in the other 9 groups on your side who are looking for it, but among the 80 people in your group, only 6 of you run the fastest. Now, only Emu and his 3 people are looking for the big monster. Still deviated from the normal route. But looking at this, let's just treat it as an agreement to meet up later. From the map, it can be seen that when Baijian and his team deal with the 7th seed, Emu and his 3 friends will be able to join them. What are the seniors doing? Didn't we hear what Baijian said before? Getting the flag is a point. Getting the head is also a point. These cannot be taken repeatedly. The big monster is different. That thing can be refreshed repeatedly, and it doesn't matter if it's late. It's not that other schools have fought, so they can't fight again. But the first to arrive can take the lead, and the later ones will have less advantages in this regard. A teacher said. This is why there are some people in each school who specialize in finding the big monster first. Teacher 1 said, 6 schools, 3 big monsters. Even if you look for them, it may not be that your school finds them first, and the points you get are real. As he spoke, Baijian had already got a point from the 7th seed student. His arrival opened a gap. Soon after, Jiao Yuanjun and some students from Xinhua Main School also arrived. Then came Hua Wenjia and his group, who were the slowest. They really did it. Those who arrived quickly took action first, and those who arrived later had fewer heads. But even though they were scattered at the beginning, as they got closer to the center, the students began to gather together. But who is Baijian? It is not a problem for him to find the right opportunity to beat 2 or 3 people. When the main force arrived, he had already got nearly 20 head points. From this point of view, even if there are many students in Xinhua Main School, it seems that they can't get much advantage in grabbing head points. I have been following Brother Bai's perspective, but I still don't understand how he finds people. It's too fast. Basically, as long as there is a student with the 7th seed nearby, he can find it in the first time and rush over. The audience doesn't know, but the teachers who watched the previous game and the substitute students know it. In addition to having good eyes, Baijian also has sharp ears. As long as you make a move and are not too far away, don't try to hide it from him. But at this time, the student with the 7th seed actually noticed something was wrong. The rest of them were combined, and there were more than 30 people left, but it was obviously not enough. After all, Baijian didn't come alone, nor 2 or 3. He brought all the students from Xinhua Main School. The real fight began. Fighting for heads, I'm familiar with this. Baijian said to Huawen, I like this the most for long range. A bunch of people fought together, and they hid in the distance to steal heads. The student with the 7th seed was defeated. Baijian looked at the points he had collected along the way with satisfaction. It's almost time. Let's go and meet up with Emu and the others. The teachers on the high platform couldn't help but take a look at the total scores of several schools. Wow, Tianqi First Academy is at the top of the list. Most of the credit goes to Baijian. After all, he alone got a lot of flags, not to mention the head points. Of the 400 students from 5 schools, the only ones who are still on the field are those from Planet 0068 and the students from Xinhua Main School. Not to mention the flags found in the middle, and the 13 flags from the first school on the main star. At this moment, the big monsters were not defeated, and the flags found by each school were not enough, so naturally they could not easily catch up with the more than 400 points scored by Baijian. The substitute students of Tianqi No. 1 school were so excited. They had a big advantage at the beginning. I really didn't expect that they would have an even greater advantage than before in the game. It's not a big surprise. A teacher from Xinhua Main School smiled. Just look at the skill book he brought. You can tell that Baijian is not a person who plays by the rules. This is the first time that the new rules of the game have been introduced. It's normal for him to take advantage of the opportunity to get more points when others don't expect it. The teachers of other schools may not understand, but this extra score is a bit too much. And the subsequent impact is also great. Not to mention that at the end, other schools naturally had 80 fewer students than their school. Just say that in this fan-shaped area, there are basically only their school and some students from Xinhua Main School left. Other areas have already started to clash and fight with each other, but they have already calmed down here. The more than 790 students of Tianqi First Academy have not met any students from other schools so far, and they will not meet any students for the time being. They are looking for flags very seriously at this moment. With fewer people and more flags, they can naturally get more flags than other schools. It can be said that a single move affects the whole body. The ecology of this small area was destroyed by Baijian. It became the one-man show of their school. Xinhua Main School also took advantage of it. They were careful and basically could not miss any flags when they passed by. Yao Shijing listened to the words of the 2 classmates, who went back and rushed over, and roughly guessed the current situation. She didn't say anything, after all, it had already happened. And they weren't at a disadvantage after all, and even had a big advantage over other schools. I just didn't expect, he really has no interest in the big monster? 2,000 flags were distributed to 6 schools, and in fact, each school only had more than 300 flags. One big monster is worth 100 points, and the total is 300. In general, this aspect can't pull down any points. The most important thing is to find the big monster first, and then stop other schools, or take the opportunity to get the head points. Yao Shijing couldn't help but close his eyes. Wrong, all wrong. Their previous idea can't be said to be wrong, and the rules this time are indeed to force people to the end, grab the big monster, and have a big battle. But Baijian chose to get the head points first. He directly did a reverse thinking. Don't wait until the end, let's have a fight at the beginning. Why did you forget about him? Yao Shijing couldn't help but said. If it were someone else, even if they thought of this method, they couldn't implement it. Or it is impossible to use it so perfectly. After all, no one can be as fast as Baijian, and in this kind of thing, if you are slow, you will definitely not be able to go through all 5 schools. He is fast and has high attack, and the key is that he dares to go alone. He has high output and high healing, and can also play as an assassin. Others don't have his ability, even Feng Gongjia, it is difficult to replicate his behavior. But he is really not afraid that we will find the big monster first, then take the advantage and block them from fighting? Yao Shijing didn't know whether Baijian was afraid, but she always felt that he should not be afraid. And even if he killed 1 or 2 less big monsters, his more than 400 points in this trip would be enough to make up for the loss. Even, he may continue to walk and look for someone. Her guess was not wrong at all. Baijian and his 3 people finally met up with Emu and his 3 people at this time. Emu, we looked for it, but we didn't find any trace of the big monster. Yeah, Baijian said, then don't worry about it. Let Emu and his team go alone, firstly because the 3 of them are slow and have no output, so it's really useless to follow them, and it will only waste manpower. Secondly, they can just look for it along the way. It would be best if they can find a big monster, but it doesn't matter if they can't. After all, the probability of 3 in 10 spawning in their area is not very high. This is really a matter of luck. If it is true, they have a big advantage. One teacher couldn't help but say, the first school of the main star is lucky. Feng Gongjia has found a big monster point. With him and his people guarding, people from other schools will have to go through a hard battle to touch this 100% point. This should have been something worth celebrating, but the people from the first school of the main star were not very happy. It was because Baijian had gained too much advantage. And it was still expanding. This guy left the people behind and went alone. He would attack those who were alone, and would avoid those who were not sure. Not to mention that the chances of encountering each other were high at this time, and there were 2 parties fighting for the flag. This guy saw the opportunity, grabbed the flag first, and then did not let go of the people. Compared with this, the perspectives of other people were really not as exciting as this. Even if it was, there were actually fights going on in other places. But it was not as exciting as Baijian's side. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room switched to the perspective, and watched for less than half a minute before they quickly switched back. The Bai family couldn't help but glance at the 2 Feng family members, thinking that the limelight had been taken away from them. The Feng family thought of Feng Gongjia claiming before the game that he would make Baijian lose convincingly, and now he was still waiting for someone to go over and grab the big monster. The result? Baijian didn't have the big monster in his eyes at all. He waited for the big monster to start the battle, but he just picked the weak ones first. This rule is also used for the first time. It's normal that students didn't expect it. I don't know which teacher mentioned it. The Bai family said, it's still rigid and not flexible enough. Yao Shijing immediately realized that something was wrong when he found that people were gone. The Feng family didn't take up this topic, but mentioned, you said you both have the surname Bai, and you grew up together, how can the gap be so big? It hurts, who wouldn't? I heard that you went to contact Baijian, how was it, did you succeed? The Bai family man, He couldn't help but look at Bai Zihan angrily, or this person is too useless, otherwise why would he have to suffer the anger of Baijian? Now he has to listen to the ridicule of this Feng family. What's so great about it? It's just relying on. He didn't finish his words, because the 2 people from the Feng family stared at him. The Chung family also spoke slowly at the right time. It's normal to be dissatisfied, but now we are in a competition. Even if we have many internal conflicts, we are still on the same planet to the outside world. The Bai family didn't say anything else, and the 2 people from the Feng family didn't hurt him anymore. The other schools were even more used to it. These big families on the main planet were united, but they were really laughing at each other. Only one teacher of the 7 seeds sneered, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Major General Qin and Teacher Wang just glanced over here, and then looked at the field again. Teacher Lee looked at this and that. However, before he could see anything, new changes appeared in the field over there. Feng Gongjie relied on the big monster to really catch a group of students from other schools. The two sides have already started fighting. It happened that Bai Jian was on his way now, and he picked the next group of unlucky people by the way. So everyone went to look over here. It must be said that Feng Gongjie still has some ability to stand out from so many people in the first school of the main star with his reputation. This time he brought his familiar teammates, so naturally the cooperation was better. They successfully dealt with a small team that approached them, and then one of the boys couldn't help but say, "If you were there last time, we wouldn't have lost so badly." His name is Wang Pengling, and he was the melee fighter who was killed by the second player in the last game. His complaint is of course also the voice of many people who support Feng Gongjie. They think that the last time the teammates didn't cooperate well, and Bai Jian was lucky to meet familiar teammates. Teacher Wang saw it at a glance, and several teachers in the first school of the main star thought so. It's as if the people Bai Jian led were his regular teammates. That kid is from the manufacturing department. Where can he find teammates who go to class and train together every day? He spends most of his time in the manufacturing department, and that's where his classmates go to class together. Even the four of them that day, even Yimu didn't know Hua Wenze and Zhao Junyuan well before. They were not even in the same class. Yimu and his sister and Su Seng's teammate did not come together for this competition. Just because they seem to cooperate well, we cannot think that it is all the credit of training together. Then we can attribute the loss to the incompatibility of teammates. While talking, Bai Jian finally saw the students from Tianqi First College, who came from another direction. When he arrived, they were fighting here. They had fewer people, and the other side had more people. As soon as Bai Jian entered the field, the situation changed instantly. This kid is not only strong, but also a commander. The key is that none of these students disobeyed him, and he even remembered which student had which skills. Some people couldn't help but look at Teacher Wang and others. Is he a teacher? Forget about the skills of his classmates, these people are his seniors. He actually knows everything? What can Teacher Wang say? Can he say that Bai Jian, this kid, can even talk to the students of the pharmacy department in school, and know that they like to eat pickled fish and hate coriander? He didn't dare to say that he had fought all the students in the talent department, but at least half of them had fought with him. He knew all the skills of the other half he hadn't fought. It was all because of the random drop-in in the previous competition, and he said he wanted to know the skills of all his classmates in advance. It really came in handy at this time. After a group of people got their points, Bai Jian heard a message that someone had found the monster. "Where is it?" he asked immediately. Senior sister Xiao was among the group and pointed in a direction. "It's over there. Yao Shijing is guarding there. It's not easy to deal with." Bai Jian raised his eyebrows. "She's so fast?" They all came from the same direction, and they haven't even seen the shadow of the big monster yet. The people from Xinhua School over there have obviously found it. But it's obvious that it was their schoolmates who found it, and Yao Shijing arrived later. But when she arrived with people, other schools wanted to take action, but there was no need to try with fewer people, giving away lives for nothing. But now seeing Bai Jian, senior sister Xiao thought they could give it a try. "With you here, we only need to form a few more people, and we can completely take over the territory while there are not many people now." "No need," Bai Jian said. "Let me see the situation first." If there are not enough people, he doesn't recommend guarding the monster, which means you are not dealing with a school. He himself doesn't want to stay in one place, and this is the best time to take advantage of the chaos to collect heads. He took people closer, but not too close, and then climbed a tree to observe. Looking at the terrain, it feels even more inappropriate. However, they are just starting to fight monsters now. Senior Xiao nodded, and Bai Jian realized that Senior Xiao was the first to discover people. However, she had few people, so it was not suitable for her to fight head-on with the students of Xinhua Main School. After waiting for a while, Yao Shijing arrived with his people. Later, she withdrew temporarily, and met these number 7 seed students again. After the fight, Bai Jian appeared. "However, are you alone?" Senior Xiao asked. Bai Jian said, "My teammates are behind." 5 people gathered together, with auxiliary treatment, tank output and melee, and there was no need to worry about safety issues. "Oh, they are here." Bai Jian relied on his high position to shoot an arrow at Yimu and the others, and lead them over. When people came, he jumped down from the tree. "Let's go over there." Senior Xiao was very excited. "Are you going to rob?" "What are you robbing?" "Let's go and stop the fight." He just saw that the people of the 7th seed, the 5th planet, and even the students of the first school of the main planet showed signs of approaching. This time is the best time to steal people in a chaotic battle. Yao Shijing also found it. The position here is not very good. Unlike Feng Gongjia's side, there are fewer people who found it, so they can ambush again and again. Here, there is no chance to ambush. Not to mention that they were discovered by the people of Tianqi First Academy at the beginning. The main thing is that this side has left the woods, and there is no cover around the grass. You can see the big monster here from 800 meters away. Hurry up and fight, and retreat after the fight, she said. You can't stay here and be a target. Chapter 90. Unlike the previous competitions, whether or not you can encounter a sea-level monster depends largely on luck, in addition to the student's own ability to find it. For example, Baijian ran into a monster nest when he entered the field. The three big monsters now were determined by the teachers of each school after discussion. Since they were determined by people, they were definitely not random. Some are suitable for ambushes, and some are not suitable. So they all find big monsters, and the decisions cannot be exactly the same. And these, the students did not know before the start of the game. So it all depends on the on-the-spot reaction ability. After Yao Shijing made a decision, he led his people to quickly beat the big monster. This monster is not difficult to beat. After all, it is difficult to find a boss-level monster in the game, and even elite monsters are randomly generated. The so-called big monster is just one of the most difficult monsters in this area. If everyone really wants to fight together, it won't take much effort. The main thing is the bloody storm of 100 points. When Baijian went over, Yao Shijing had already led his people to retreat a distance. Now several parties are facing each other. As soon as they saw Baijian, people from other schools looked over. There was no way. Although the last match lasted only 1 day, his strengths were almost exposed. Everyone knew that he was very powerful. He must have special talents, healing and fighting. Some well-informed classmates even knew that during that period, the First Academy of Apocalypse changed the admission standards. Those who were not yet 18 years old but felt that they had the potential to awaken could take the exam first and then awaken, all because of Baijian. His birthday was relatively late, so he did not enter the talent department. Of course, some of this news was not completely true, but there were some misunderstandings, even among the students of this school, let alone those outside. Yao Shijing also looked over. Are you here for the big monster too? No, I'm here to watch the fun. Baijian, why haven't they started fighting yet? Everyone, Yao Shijing, you offended everyone from all the schools here, and you still dare to come here. Aren't you afraid that everyone will unite to deal with you first? What am I afraid of? First of all, the people from the 5th planet can't be cannon fodder for you. If you want to unite with the Heagaling Tao in your palace, you should first give them some benefits. Baijian turned around and said, secondly, I think the first school on the main star and the 7th seed can't get together. When the time comes, whoever you unite to fight me, I will unite with the other party to fight back. Yao Shijing said that he would expose the fact that Baijian picked up and killed the lone members of other schools everywhere to arouse public anger, so Baijian secretly alienated them, saying that the 5th planet should not get involved blindly and should fight for some benefits for himself before getting involved. Later, he even said bluntly, if you want to take this opportunity to besiege me, I can also pull teammates. The most important thing is, I'm not the only one who touched the number 7 seed. There are more people in your school who did it. Yao Shijing could see that Baijian was not afraid of this matter being known to others. He even seemed to be looking forward to it. After all, after hearing what he said, the number 7 seed students had already looked over, and the same was true for the first school on the main planet and the school on the 5th planet. Why don't you tell me in detail? What did you do? A number 7 seed student asked. Yao Shijing, Baijian, it's nothing serious. Your classmates will explain it to you after the competition. He didn't explain, but it seemed like he had said everything. Explaining after the game means that there is no more explanation on the field. Either they are about to be eliminated, or the students who can explain have already been eliminated. Yao Shijing looked at him incredulously. You. Beside him, Yimu's face was wooden, and his voice was wooden. Didn't you say you came to persuade them to stop fighting? Why does it look like you are trying to add fuel to the fire? Baijian looked at him in surprise. Otherwise, what's the point of trying to persuade them if they don't want to fight? Yimu, Really, you are worthy of it. What if others don't fight? But I come to add fuel to the fire, and now they are fighting, right? The big monster is right there, and everyone still has flags to find. Are we all going to waste time here? Either we take turns fighting each other, or we fight first. Hurry up. Yao Shijing, you pick one. Which side we will fight first? On the high platform, The teachers could see that he was talking nonsense. Will anyone believe his nonsense? A teacher from Xinhui Main School said, they will believe it. Although each of the 800 students in each school is an excellent student. But of course, there are still strong and weak among these 800 people. Maybe the ones at the back are not much different, but the front row always attracts attention. There is no doubt that Bai Jian and Yao Shijing are both among these outstanding students. Of course, there are other schools, but Feng Gongjie is a long way away, and the 7th seed Yu Yang is obviously not here yet. Bai Jian has been talking only to Yao Shijing, and in the previous words, it is obvious that the two schools have cooperated and other schools have suffered losses. I heard Yao Shijing mention this Bai Jian. Well, he is quite eloquent and good at speaking. The people of Shutian organization should not have a good attitude towards them, but Bai Jian managed to pull people over to talk to him, and they seem to have a good impression of him. I have to say that he is still good at controlling people's hearts. It doesn't matter what attitude he said when he came out, what matters is where he turned to in the end. If there are a lot of contents, the last sentence is always the most popular. He wants to cooperate with Yao Shijing. And in other schools, students who are as strong as them are not here. It seems that it is normal for them to cooperate. Once the students think so, it's not surprising that they believe what he says. It's just that my luck seems to be not very good. Yu Yang has also arrived. Sure enough, when Yu Yang arrived, the atmosphere suddenly changed again. The 7th-seated students talked to him about the previous things. The student who once knocked out a member of the Shutian organization with one foot had a gentle and delicate face, but spoke in a somewhat ruffian tone. What's the matter? Are you banding together to bully our school because we have fewer people? What are you talking about? If there were fewer people, would I still band together? Bai Jian said as he spoke. The big monster's attraction was indeed amazing. After a while, there were more people here. Bai Jian sighed, feeling that all the efforts were in vain. Yu Yang was not stupid either. He took a glance and found that among the 4 major schools, only Feng Gongjie and others from the first school of the main star had not arrived. The students from the 6 schools were divided into 60 teams in total, so the 3 of them could bump into each other. Yu Yang thought too much and thought that it might be arranged by the organizers to let these people bump into each other. I think Feng Gongjie will be here soon, and we won't be able to fight if he comes. After all, it was only the first big monster, and all parties wanted to preserve their strength. It's pointless for us to waste time. Let's kill the big monster first. When saying this, Yu Yang was looking at Bai Jian. After all, he already knew that the people from Xinhui Main School arrived earlier and had finished the fight. And as long as Bai Jian agreed to take turns, even if Yao Shijing had objections, it was 2-1, which didn't matter. Can she stop 2 at once? Not to mention that there are people from the 5th planet and the first school on the main planet. Bai Jian agreed without thinking and said generously, okay, you guys fight first. Turning around and looking at Yao Shijing again, classmate, are you cooperating? Yu Yang immediately looked over vigilantly, and Bai Jian waved his hand and said, you guys fight your own, it's not the same thing. After all, Yao Shijing knew what he had done before, and even the students from Xinhui Main School had participated in it, so he immediately understood what he meant. You sighed just now. Didn't you feel that there was no chance of fighting, because you couldn't fight the number 7 seed? What else? If Yu Yang didn't come, everything would be fine. Since this guy came with his usual teammates, it would be a tough battle, and not easy to fight. Feng Gongjie and his people haven't come out yet. It's obviously not worth it for the 3 parties to fight here first, and let this guy take advantage. But without the number 7 seed, there are obviously still people from the 5th planet, and the first school of the main planet. How to divide it? 1 school per side, or everyone depends on their own ability? Bai Jian asked. He had already tacitly assumed that Yao Shijing would agree, and indeed, the latter did not object. And picked the people from the 5th planet. Bai Jian nodded. Okay, then brother you guys fight the monsters, stay away from us, don't get hurt by mistake. Yu Yang, He didn't fight the big monster himself, after all, he really didn't need this little bit of damage. He was still on guard against Bai Jian and Yao Shijing. After all, the 2 of them stood there as if they had reached an agreement. However, after watching this, it may be true that the 2 of them reached an agreement, but it was not an agreement to deal with them, but an agreement to divide the heads. Why is that Bai so generous, and willing to let them fight the big monster first? He is counting on the big monster to delay them. Yu Yang immediately said, what are you standing there for? Don't worry about the big monster first, we will also do it. Grab one and you get 1 point. You can't just watch Tianqi First College and Xinhui headquarters get this point. Bai Jian didn't expect to completely leave him aside, After all, people are here. Do you still expect them to watch you get points without doing anything? Let alone Yu Yang. Even Yao Shijing, although it was agreed that one side would be on each side, if one side finished the fight in advance, they would definitely not mind getting a few more kills on the other side. After all, they are all opponents. It was just a temporary cooperation. However, the students from the first school of the main star and the fifth planet thought that they could also get the 100 points after discussing the fight in turns, but they didn't expect that someone would come to them. Damn, despicable, shameless. You said you would take turns to lower our vigilance. As a result, they came to us. And someone had gone behind them in advance, so they were not allowed to run. On the high platform, the teachers were also saying, he decided to fight from the beginning, and even arranged for someone to spare him. In the live broadcast room, the two commentators were also interpreting the content here. The barrage was even more exciting. It's really interesting to follow Brother Bai's perspective. The fight started again and again. I really can't miss it for a moment, otherwise I will miss it. Why do I feel that the number of people is obviously about the same? The school on the fifth planet is fine. Why is the first school on the main planet not a match at all? The above? Why do you think they only rushed to their two schools, without a leader? If Feng Gongjie was here, they might have collectively rushed to the school on the fifth planet at this time. Some people also noticed a few scattered students from the 0068 planet. They just came to see the situation and wanted to know if there was a chance to fight a big monster, and then they were also harvested. A teacher noticed. The healer is called Imu, he is pretty good. This is not to say how much treatment is given, but the skills are always just right. Some people habitually pay more attention to those who are close to them, but when he started a group fight, he completely ignored Baijian because he knew that he didn't need to care about him. He paid more attention to the students with lower health. He also did a good job in prediction. Sure enough, there are reasons why he was picked in his freshman year, and his skill effect is not so outstanding. Moreover, did he change his skills? The shield looks thicker, and has more layers than the last time. Several teachers of Tianqi First College were calm, but they were muttering in their hearts. It must have been changed in the past 2 days, and they don't know yet. Of course, everyone was more concerned about Baijian. Is his skill both for healing and attacking? Previously, Baijian had been using it to hit people, which led them to think that he was a mage. But now, when he hit his own people, it was a healing skill. Moreover, when the fight started, this man put away the sword and began to concentrate on using the crossbow. 1 arrow per person. Shoot at the forehead of the person. This was a habit he had from the beginning, and Teacher Wang and others had known it for a long time. And this is indeed a high damage, 1 arrow per person, that is, you don't even have a chance to recover blood. Of course, those who can get here are not ordinary people, and they will still hide if they notice something wrong. However, Baijian attacked you by surprise, while you were fighting with others, predicted where you were going, and shot an arrow directly. Few people could dodge directly, so in a short while, his head count increased sharply. On the high platform, the teachers had already seen the ending without waiting for the end. The teachers of the first school of the main star were all very upset. Out of nowhere, the unlucky ones were the students of their school. The teachers of the fifth star were similar, but they had calmed down now. Anyway, they had the first school of the main star to accompany them. As for the 0068th planet, their school was not so ambitious, and not many people came, so the losses here were not so bad. After the fight, Baijian began to appreciate his score happily. He simply scanned the number of flags, and then focused on the number of heads. 388, happy. After closing the panel, he couldn't help but open it again to take a look. Satisfied? Then he looked at Yu Yang again. Brother, why don't you hurry up and kill the big monster? I'm still waiting here. After the fight started, Yu Yang immediately gave up the big monster. Now that the fight had just ended, no one had been arranged to fight. He always felt that Baijian still had some tricks up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, the other party really let them fight first. He immediately arranged for people to fight, and when a group of people started, the big monster couldn't even last a minute, and fell to the ground quickly. Yu Yang didn't want to stop Baijian. Although Yao Shijing left with his men after the fight, neither of them was suitable for fighting. It's not time yet. Let's go. Yu Yang was about to leave with his men, but he didn't forget to remind Baijian. Feng Gongjie may be here soon, you should at least hurry up. It didn't seem like he arranged a few more people to fight. Baijian was stunned for a moment. Have you seen Feng Gongjie nearby? No way, if he was really nearby, how could he not come over when there was such a big commotion here? Yu Yang also felt a little strange, but logically speaking, we all guessed that we all entered from this group, so Feng Gongjie would be about the same. Oh, Bai Jian thought, but Yao Shijing and I didn't enter from this side. They killed all the people in that area along the way and walked over. So it might not be a special arrangement by the competition organizers, and there is no theory that Feng Gongjie must be nearby. Yimu and the others also realized what the other party meant, and their expressions inevitably revealed something. Yu Yang was not stupid. He immediately remembered what Bai Jian had said when his classmates talked to him. Originally, when he came here, he saw that there were not many classmates on his side, and there were more than 20. He thought that these people had met Bai Jian and Yao Shijing before, and got points taken away. But now thinking about it carefully, it seems not quite right. Is this kind of small-scale scoring worth talking about? The map in his mind, the graphics of the parties entering the field, went through it instantly, and he immediately guessed what happened. He also figured out the route map of why Bai Jian appeared here. At this time, Tianqi First College had also defeated the big monster. 100 points were obtained. Do you want to keep people? Senior Sister Xiao asked. Bai Jian shook his head. There is no need. This venue is not easy to block. And just in the battle, basically nearly 500 people entered the field here, and those who were almost finished fighting were out of the game. The defense can only defend Planet 0068. It's better to look for flags everywhere, and see if there are any head points. As they talked, they left this area. They are really not afraid of being beaten. Yu Yang must have reacted. There is nothing to do after reacting, seeing that the people from Xinhui Head School caught them in the act, so they can only cooperate. After all, we still have to fight in the later stages, so we can't fight to the death at this time. But I think Yu Yang will focus on Tianqi First College in the future. After all, they have the highest scores, and the most people left. Bai Jian is also calculating this matter. If there are no troublemakers like him in other directions, then now, apart from their school, Xinhui Main School has the best number of people. Well, we have to find a way to reduce their number. Chapter 91. Of course, if we want to reduce the number of students in Xinhui headquarters, we have to find an opportunity. As for now, let's go and look for some more places to get some points. If they want to get some points, they must leave this area first. After all, a big monster had basically gathered all the students in this area. The remaining students from Planet 0068 are left for the students who are looking for flags here. As for them, Bai Jian let Yimu and the other 5 people out. Suddenly, he jumped onto a tree. But he was not looking forward, but looking back. What was he doing? Did he find something? What did he find? The audience who had been following Bai Jian's perspective didn't understand until they were explained by Kupu and looked at other perspectives. It turned out that Yu Yang and Yao Shijing did not leave with their people, but came back to kill. The target was obvious. The students of Tianqi First Academy who stayed in this area after Bai Jian left. Damn, are they playing so dirty? Did my brother Bai see it? It can't be seen here, right? And even if he saw it, it's useless. He rushed back. It's too late. A teacher on the high platform said, it will take some time to go back and forth. It is indeed possible to save some people, but this round, Xinhui School and the 7th seed are definitely more advantageous. Obviously, Yu Yang teamed up with Yao Shijing after realizing something was wrong. Bai Jian's side can't get any advantage. Normal, said Major General Qin. The more forces involved in the war, the first to gain the upper hand, and the first to be alerted or targeted. He should be mentally prepared for this. Bai Jian did have one, and he shot an arrow not far away. Our own people? A teacher from Xinhui Main School looked over, and found that it was a team of students from Tianqi First Academy. Bai Jian opened the way with an arrow, and those people saw the arrow nailed to their feet, and immediately reacted, it's Brother Bai. Then they followed the direction of the arrow. Hey! Bai Jian stood on the tree and called a name, give me the damage increasing skill. The assistant who just arrived threw his own skill to him, without saying a word. Yimu also added his damage increasing skill to Bai Jian. Wait a minute. Huawun said, I remember, I seem to have a similar skill book. He took it out from his backpack, and temporarily swapped it with one of his original skills. After the swap, he threw it to Bai Jian. For a moment, all the teachers looked at Bai Jian. What is he going to do? At this location and distance, there were no students from other schools nearby who could be shot. Oh, it's not that there aren't any. There are a few students from the 5th planet not far away, but with just those few, wouldn't it be faster to rush over and shoot? Teacher Wang and others didn't quite understand, but they could see that Huawun must know. Yimu and Zhao Junyuan also knew, and even Emo and Su Sengxi showed expressions that this was what they were going to do. Su Sengxi couldn't help asking, are you sure? Are you still worried about Brother Bai's work? A sophomore, who had just arrived, asked after he finished speaking. Who are you going to shoot? Tell us, wouldn't it be more convenient for everyone to rush over together? Could it be Feng Gongjie? He's nearby? Several sophomores started chatting, and the comments were speechless. You don't know anything, but you are so confident. Baijian had 3 damage buffs stacked on him, and he raised his crossbow. In this direction, is it Yao Shijing? But this distance is too far. Can his arrow shoot so far? It turns out that it can. Baijian changed to the air-breaking attack he had just made. Standing on the tree, he accumulated power, but did not release it for the time being, until he saw Yao Shijing collided with the people here and was about to fight, and then he shot an arrow through the air. The teachers on the high platform looked at the arrow. It was seen that its initial speed was not fast, but it was getting faster and faster, and later it even made a sound of breaking through the air. It was obvious that the farther this arrow flies, the higher the damage. Major General Qin looked at Teacher Wang, and the other teachers also looked at Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, I don't know either. He could only say, maybe it's a skill he just got. Anyway, he definitely didn't have it in school. Even before coming out to Shun Shuixing, they counted the students' skills. At that time, Baijian didn't have this skill. Major General Qin and other teachers naturally believed this. If they wanted to change other students or skills, they had to tell the teacher. Baijian? If you don't ask, you have to wait until he remembers. But the teachers in other schools are different. They just think he's pretending. It's just a skill situation. What can't be said? Can you play it up? In the field, Baijian shot an arrow and soon began to accumulate power again. This time, he was looking for Yu Yang. He has a plan. It was guessed early that Yao Shijing and Yu Yang might have an idea. But he did not change his purpose for this, and he did not waste time with these 2 people over there, but used this super long-range skill. If he was hit by one of these 2 arrows, he would be dead. Yao Shijing turned to the right at the critical moment and dodged the arrow. The arrow flew past her head, and the wind brought by the arrow feathers cut off several strands of her hair. This speed. It's too fast. On the other side, Yu Yang's situation was even more thrilling. He had his back to the arrow. If he hadn't noticed that the students from the Tianqi First Academy on the opposite side suddenly became more powerful and wanted to rush over to fight them, he would not have reacted to the problem. But in this way, it was obviously impossible for him to block these people. The arrow flew fast, fiercely, and accurately, which was one thing. In fact, as long as you take precautions in advance and let the assistants stack more shields, it is not impossible to kill them. But Yao Shijing was also there. There is no guarantee that they didn't join forces to get him out of the game. After all, the 2 men were standing very close to each other before. On the high platform, a teacher from Xinhua School reacted, "Have you started to plot from this moment?" At that time, the students were captured by the Shantian organization and escaped together. As a key figure, Baijian was naturally known by teachers from various schools. Yao Shijing once mentioned that he talked to the Shantian organization on the spaceship, and she almost thought that the other party was going to join and gain freedom by this. Even Yao Shijing could misunderstand for a while, and under his deliberate misleading, it was normal for Yu Yang to be so suspicious. As for Yao Shijing, she didn't dare to continue after the arrows arrived. She always felt that she was tricked again. At that time, she led the others to leave first, leaving Yu Yang and Baijian to lead the others to fight the big monster. It's hard to say that the 2 of them didn't make any joint moves at this time. After all, Baijian's eloquence is really beyond reproach, and he always makes people feel that cooperating with him is not a loss. What he offers is always a condition that you can't refuse. The last Xinhua main school was the first, and the first place represents the target to a large extent. First pull their school down, and then work together to deal with the first school of the main star. In this way, at least it can be guaranteed that Tianqi First College and the 7th seed are either the first or the second. Even if they fall behind in the end, it is not too bad. At this moment, Baijian has already jumped off the tree. After shooting those 2 arrows, he didn't even look at the follow-up. "It's okay," he said to the team of seniors he had recruited temporarily, "you continue with your original plan, and we leave first." Unlike the seniors who didn't understand the situation, Yimu and Huawinja had guessed something. "Is that all?" he asked. Baijian nodded, the 2 leading the way. Although they can't be considered as commanders, it has to be said that they are almost the same. The whole school is watching them. And these decision-makers, or commanders, have one thing in common, that is, they think a lot, and they will figure out the rest in their minds. He said it was okay, and the others didn't doubt it. Huawinja also took down the skill book that increased damage and replaced it with the usual one. Then he heard Bai Jian muttering in a low voice, "Playing this trick on me, TSK. Playing this trick with me, it's all my leftovers." The barrage automatically helps to fill in. This time they are really happy to watch, and they are all very excited. It turns out that the competition between several schools is so interesting. I can't imagine what I missed before. There was no live broadcast before, and there was not much news. I just watched it out of curiosity. It's really interesting. Will it be broadcast next year? At this moment, Bai Jian has continued to move forward with his teammates. There were so many people in the big monster area before, firstly because they couldn't hide due to the terrain, and secondly because they are now in a relatively central area. The further you go in, the smaller the place and the more people there are, so the chance of encountering them is naturally greater. At this time, the people you meet are no longer walking alone, at least they are in a small team. The teachers originally thought that the scoring speed would slow down, but unexpectedly, does he really hit anyone he sees? Teacher Wang corrected, he will hit anyone he can beat. For people like Yao Shijing and Yu Yang, whether he can beat them or not is a waste of effort, so Bai Jian chose not to fight. On the court, Bai Jian heard a noise in front of him. Let's go and stop the fight. The teacher of the 7th seed and Xinhui main school. The people fighting in front are students from their two schools. Very good. Both sides fought and all lost miserably. This is a winner who will not be spared. Didn't I say before that I would reduce the number of people in Xinhui main school, so I went to them first. The barrage started to get excited again. Yes, I saw it too. The first arrow went straight to the forehead of the Xinhui student. Brother Bai didn't let the 7th seed student go either. He hit anyone he saw. This is more interesting. Exciting. Along the way, someone soon discovered that they were almost at Feng Gongjia's side. Are they finally going to meet? There are many people who are looking forward to their meeting, and of course the audience wants to see them fight. Like before with Yao Shijing and Yu Yang, although the back and forth is also interesting, it is indeed. It is more interesting to fight. Some people are just ready to see Feng Gongjia fight back this time, because he lost last time. These people are mainly from the main star first school and the Feng family. And let's meet quickly, otherwise Bai Jian's score will be too high. The two Feng family members really don't know what to say. Blame the entry location. After all, Yao Shijing was the first to discover what Bai Jian did. Although she is really sharp, it is also because the two entered the scene in a small area. If they arrived at Feng Gongjia's side, there would be no way to detect it without any clues. But if we want to blame the entry point, we have to say that Feng Gongjia found a big monster in advance and used it to fish for students from other schools. Looking at it all the way, the progress here is actually normal, but who would have thought? Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Bai Jian went straight down to slaughter. You can't say that. You can do this. Didn't you expect it? Can't you do it because of different skills? Or don't you want to? Feng Gongjia didn't go straight to masters like Bai Jian and Yao Shijing. He fished here for a long time, but he didn't meet the top-ranking schools. Everyone relies on their own abilities. If you get less points, you can't blame others. The barrage was noisy, and some people shouted to fight quickly. However, the two sides haven't really collided yet. But Bai Jian has been rushing up the tree since the beginning. He goes up from time to time. The frequency is obviously higher than before, and everyone wants to know what's going on with him. The barrage is full of question marks. Only Su Sengxi is close enough to ask. Very good, Xiao Su, thumbs up for you. When a teammate asked, Bai Jian naturally had to explain, the last big monster spawned in an open grassland, so the next one will definitely not be in a similar place. And the distance between the big monsters will not be too close. Bai Jian drew a map in his mind, and compared it with the road he walked and the location of the last big monster. He guessed, if I were the one responsible for locating the big monster, this area would be a good choice. The terrain is complex, there are many trees, and the site is not very good. Whether it is the location or all aspects, it is very suitable. That's why he frequently climbed the tree, because he thought there might be a big monster nearby. Su Sengxi immediately understood his explanation. The audience also understood. This is what is called, I have figured out the thinking of the questioner. Isn't it easy to get a high score? As a spectator, I clearly know that there is a big monster here, but I didn't think of why. Normal, I didn't think of it either. After all, as soon as I opened my eyes, I could see the big monster over there. If you have seen it, who would still think about where it is? Isn't it right there? But after Bai Jian said this, they thought about it. That's right. It seems that this big monster should be here. Su Sengxi understood it instantly. Then, there are few people here. Probably they all gathered to fight the big monster? Since they stepped into this area, it seems that there are indeed not many people. I'm afraid not. Bai Jian had already seen Feng Gongjie and others in ambush. The missing people were lured. Yimu and others reacted immediately. Feng Gongjie? He was the only one left. Bai Jian nodded, and he also saw several seniors from their school walking over there. He saw it, and the audience naturally saw it, including the teacher sitting on the high platform. Then everyone saw Bai Jian took out the crossbow and put on women's clothes again. Just a set of equipment that can be shown off, and it's women's clothes. The Bai family couldn't help but say, "That's it, and you still refuse our Bai family's recruitment. If you are willing to join the forces under the name of the Bai family, with Bai Jian's strength, you can get any equipment you want." Teacher Wang didn't even look at him. If Bai Jian is willing to join a family, do you think it's only your Bai family? How many people hold equipment and skilled books for him to choose? He is so arrogant. Those who know are here to recruit, and those who don't know think he is here to find trouble. Others pretended not to hear this. Even the teacher of the 7th seed didn't want to argue this time. They were busy watching the scene. If it's just to remind the students, there's no need to change equipment, right? Unless this time, Bai Jian didn't want to shoot in front of his classmates like last time, reminding them that there was an ambush ahead. He was going to attack Feng Gongjie and the others? Soon, everyone knew that this was true. Because Bai Jian was accumulating power here, Yimu Wenzai and the others had already gone forward. However, according to this time, these 5 people can't catch up with the students in front. The students in front will be one step ahead and break into the ambush of Feng Gongjie and others first. He wants this effect, said Major General Qin. Only the most real reaction can be more effective. Otherwise, Feng Gongjie and others are not fools and will find something wrong. What Bai Jian is waiting for is the moment when these people feel that the fish has been hooked and then take action. Now, Bai Jian shot an arrow, and with it, there was also a jumping light. Everyone didn't take that ordinary little skill seriously, just watching the arrow fly high in the sky, then pass through the trees, and go all the way to Feng Gongjie's side. Yes, because they were fighting, Feng Gongjie's position was a little offset. He found this arrow. At that moment he laughed. Of course, they had to confirm how many people came before they took action. Although they didn't find Bai Jian, they did see Hua Wenjie and others rushing over here. But after calculating the time, they thought they could kill this small team before they arrived. Now it seems that Bai Jian is also here, and he wants to provide long-range support. He can't even hit the target. What a useless arrow. Feng Gongjie didn't take it seriously at all, and just felt that this time, it was time for him to be humiliated. The first arrow missed, and the implication of this matter is not. What? When the arrow pierced his body, the small ball of light on it suddenly broke away from the arrow, turned a corner, and headed straight for his neck. The distance was too close, and there was no way to dodge. Shield. Feng Gongjie shouted without thinking. The healer put a shield on him without thinking, but it was still a step too late. The jumping light had already passed through his neck, and the shield that arrived later fell into the air. Feng Gongjie out. Chapter 92. Feng Gongjie's elimination was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Major General Qin and Teacher Wang thought that Bai Jian's arrow should have missed. How is it possible? Can the skill bend? This skill doesn't have such high damage. Even without a shield, it wouldn't have killed Gongjie instantly. This value is wrong. Even if it hit the neck, Gongjie still dodged at that time. The position was not so accurate. It was a little lower, close to the shoulder. The Feng family raised doubts and looked at the teachers of Tianqi First Academy. What's going on? A teacher of the 7th seed called up the playback without saying a word and enlarged the screen of Bai Jian's side. Therefore, it can be seen that the jumping light is not just one skill. He stacked several jumping lights together. And because the screen was not big enough before, no one paid attention to this ordinary skill, so no one noticed that it was not just one skill, but multiple ones. I only discovered this when I replayed it now. Everyone immediately looked at Teacher Wang and the others. No wonder you didn't pay attention to Feng Gongjie's skills before. It turns out that you also know how to do it. The teacher with the 7th seed was already stunned. His face was ugly, and he couldn't help but muttered, "Even your school." Teacher Wang didn't respond to the gazes of others, but looked at the Feng family. "Didn't you always want to know how my students broke the control ring? This is how it was done. Speaking of which, your Feng Gongjie also knows this trick. Why didn't he learn from it? Even if he can't break the control ring himself, he should know that it is a similar method." What? The teacher of the 7th seed looked over. Is the control ring broken by this move? Not entirely. Teacher Wang said, but it's almost the same thing. even including the skill turning, which should be something that the kid has just come up with. Then he found that the teacher's face looked much better, and he even smiled and congratulated, "Your Tianqi First Academy has recruited a real genius this time." That's right. Teacher Wang was proud but also a little regretful. It's a pity that the person is from the manufacturing department. Compared with this, the faces of the Feng family were so ugly that they were almost unbearable to look at. How is it possible? Teacher Wang ignored him. Why is it impossible? Feng Gongjie can do it, why can't Baijian? To be honest, he thinks his student is much better than Feng Gongjie. He turned off the playback, but the picture was still zoomed in and didn't shrink back. At this high resolution, he carefully observed Baijian's face. His complexion was okay, much better than last time. And this kid didn't force himself. After shooting an arrow, he let himself lean on the branch and closed his eyes to rest. Others also noticed this. It consumes a lot of energy. A teacher immediately remembered that he had heard that Baijian looked very bad after escaping from the Shuntian organization spaceship. They said it was because of fear. Now it seems that it was not because of fear, but because of consumption. A female teacher from Xinhua's school asked with concern, "Is it okay?" Teacher Wang shook her head. He knows his limits. Baijian was indeed okay. After all, it was not the first time for him. He had long discovered that if you try this kind of thing a few times, you will be able to use it skillfully. This time, it was because the distance was too far and the control was delicate, so there were some consumption problems. After closing his eyes to relax for a while, he opened his eyes again. Feng Gongjie was suddenly eliminated over there. Not only did the people from the first school of the main star fail to react, but the seniors of the First Academy of Apocalypse were also stunned. Then, they immediately began to organize a resistance. No matter how the person died, the opponent's most capable fighter was eliminated, and they still had a chance. Baijian fell from the tree and walked over there. The first one to rush over was Zhao Junyuan, who also had the displacement skill, followed by Yimuhua Wenzai and others. When Baijian arrived, it was already the end. But when he saw that there were still heads, his eyes immediately lit up again. Grab, grab, grab. A teacher of the 7th seed watched this scene and couldn't help asking, "Are you sure this person is willing to stay in the manufacturing department? Even in the talent department, there are not many like him. I feel that he is not doing it for the points. He likes to fight even if he doesn't have points. It's too obvious." He was listless just now, but when he saw that there were still head points, his eyes lit up. What can Teacher Wang and others say? They also thought that the person was from their talent department at first. Now they can only bring out what Zhao Luosher said. The second place was admitted to the manufacturing department. Teacher Wang said, "The excellent student under Zhao Luosher, the real manufacturing department." Don't say it as if they don't allow students to transfer departments. If people are willing to transfer, they welcome them with open arms and feet, and help with the procedures. On this side, the seniors saw Yimu and his group and instantly understood what the arrow was about. When they saw Baijian, they were even more certain. Everyone worked together to deal with the remaining students from the main star's first school. Don't say it, the people brought by Feng Gongjie this time are really hard to deal with. Zhao Junyuan couldn't help but say, that treatment is too strong to protect people. There is also the control of the auxiliary. If they were not so many people, it would be really difficult to deal with. The best control skills are not from the main star's first school. A senior said, the Yi next to Yao Shijing, among all the students in this competition, she admits that she is second. No one dares to claim to be the first in this aspect. If she is here, Baijian smiled, I will have to shoot another arrow. He also estimated that there should be no problem here, so he was relieved to deal with Feng Gongjie and didn't care. And until this moment, the barrage seemed to react and burst out like a gusher. Damn, is it true? He was killed in 1 second? The fight was so intense that I forgot what I was going to say. But is this true? He was killed in 1 second? I felt Feng Gongjie was dumbfounded. When he was eliminated, he looked in disbelief. He had been mocking him for not being able to hit the arrow, but suddenly he found himself dead. Don't mention him. I was dumbfounded as well. No, I can understand the follow-up. How could he be killed in 1 second? Everyone says Feng Gongjie is very powerful. I was looking forward to their real fight. Why did the skill change direction? The damage of that skill is a bit too high. The commentator in the live broadcast room was also stunned at the time, and it took a while before he continued to explain. When the remaining students of the main star first school finished fighting with Baijian, they started to replay and watched Baijian's arrow. The commentator said, that skill should be paired with another similar skill that is similar to charging, and the farther it flies, the higher the damage. And we can see that it is not a single skill, but multiple superpositions. You may not know that Feng Gongjia of the Feng family used a similar skill in the last game. The key point is that Feng Gongjia of the Feng family used a similar skill in the last game. He used it, and then he was killed by this move? The matter was too bizarre, so everyone reviewed it, and understood how the person died. In that case, it is normal to be killed in a second, and it feels that the damage even overflowed. And the teacher saw it very clearly. He also took the defense of the shield into account. Ensure that there is no room for error. It doesn't matter if the damage overflows, but if the arrow is blocked by the shield because of the small damage, the subsequent development will be very different. But then again, Feng Gongjia is still too confident and careless. Even if he prepares in advance, he may not be able to avoid this set. But at least the shield is put on, which looks better than now, and it won't seem so trivial to be eliminated. This comparison makes Bai Jian look more stable. Major General Qin never thought that he would one day associate the word stable with Bai Jian. But it must be said that in this game, this student seemed to be very excited and seemed to know only how to fight, but he calculated everything thoroughly. He couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Bai Jian. Such a person puts the manufacturing department. Which genius came up with this idea? Oh, his own, that's fine. This game is over. No matter what happens outside, at least the field is temporarily calm. Bai Jian led his men to beat the big monster, and a group of people gathered together to discuss the next plan. Emu knew him very well. Seniors can guard here if they are willing, but there won't be too many people around for the time being. They have all been caught by fishing. As for us, Bai Jian didn't look for big monsters from the beginning. Didn't he just not want to guard? He prefers to look everywhere, fight, and be out of the game. So after the two sides discussed, several seniors stayed here for a while to see if they could meet someone who came to fight the big monster. And Bai Jian continued his roaming plan, and by the way, he looked for the third big monster point. Outside the field, the topic now is no longer about the game. Rather, can the skills of the gifted people nowadays bend? It would be great if I could awaken it too. I, a gifted person, not only can't my skills bend, I've never even heard of being able to bend. As it concerns their own interests, some people who only watched but didn't speak before couldn't help but come out. I want to know what's going on. Of course, the teachers present also want to know. Except for the two people from the Feng family, the faces of these two people are really ugly. Teacher Li glanced over here and said in his heart, "Look, you think only your family can do it, but in fact, this is not unique, others may also be able to do it." However, Teacher Li found that not only the Feng family had an ugly look, but also the Chung family. Even the Bai family, they had a bad relationship with the Feng family for many years, but they didn't watch the fun at this time. But they seemed unhappy? Of course, Feng Gongjia was even more unhappy. After he was eliminated, he immediately turned on the optical brain and found the live broadcast to watch. At that time, the live broadcast room was still playing the news of his classmates fighting with the people from Tianqi First Academy. He couldn't wait and directly adjusted the single-person perspective replay, and then saw how Bai Jian killed him in 1 second. How is it possible? Feng Gongjia said in disbelief. How could he? It's obviously. He swallowed his words halfway. But he stared at the screen without blinking, as if he could see something this way. Of course, Wei Ichiu and Bai Zihan were even more unacceptable. The latter almost used up all his strength to prevent himself from standing up and shouting impossible again. But how could it be? How is it possible? How could Bai Jian become so powerful? He defeated Feng Gongjia in seconds. After returning to the Bai family, he often heard people mention Feng Gongjia. The word genius seemed to be tailor-made for him. How could Bai Jian do it? How could he do it? Compared to him, Wei Ichiu was just pure regret. He could almost imagine how great Bai Jian's achievements would be in the future. How high he would stand, how powerful he would be. If the Feng family knew about it, they would not deny him, and even the Bai family would rush to recognize him. Even if he relied on himself alone, he could reach the height he dreamed of. Sure enough, what those people said back then was right. Wei Ichiu couldn't help but mutter. Bai Jian had indeed awakened, and it was a special talent. Now he had discovered a new way to use his skills. He stood at a height that no one could reach. And all of this, Wei Ichiu could have easily followed suit, and after many years, he would have succeeded. But he gave up in the end. In addition to regret, he was also full of fear. After all, no matter how nice he said before, he knew that he did not do this right. What if Bai Jian wanted to retaliate against him? When they just broke up, Wei Ichiu wanted to show off to Bai Jian every day, and he was even more afraid that the other party could not see him. However, now, he is frantically deleting his moments, which only makes him feel like a clown. He even wants Baijian to never think of him. Relatively speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room does not have as much pressure as them. Everyone only cares about and is shocked by the use of skills. Many people are posting, "Did humans evolve quietly and leave me behind again? Skills can be turned, and several can be released at the same time? Why don't I know? Why can't I do it? I can't do it either." Tenhua, who was also watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but say, "When will I figure it out?" Chu Yuan, sooner or later. The two of them have finished their work now, and now they are sitting on a sofa, one sitting upright, and the other lying in a mess, watching the live broadcast. They saw Baijian's arrow just now. Why do I feel that when he graduates, he will be stronger than me? Tenhua couldn't help but say. He looked at Chu Yuan, wanting to seek a word of comfort, but he didn't expect to hear the other party say, "You may not be able to beat him now." Tenhua was speechless. "Although I know it's impossible to expect you to comfort me, you shouldn't." He suddenly turned over and sat up. "Really? I can't beat him?" His strength is not bad at all. He didn't join the Apocalypse Army because his personality was not suitable, and he felt that he was not good enough. Chu Yuan nodded. "In all aspects, you are not his opponent now, and he will become stronger and stronger." "In all aspects? My attributes have increased a lot later. Isn't his spell strength only 110? That was in the past, Chu Yuan thought. It has increased now. And it will increase in the future. It will only increase faster and faster after the start. Tanhua is like other ordinary people. There is a limit, and it can't increase much at the highest. Baijian is different. His soul is matched with his current body, and the height he can reach is far beyond the imagination of modern humans. He told you that his attribute points increased, but didn't tell me. Tenhua clicked his tongue twice. "No, I must talk about him later." He looked at Chu Yuan again in a blink. "But you are paying attention to him now." "No, you have been paying attention to him before?" "Yeah." Chu Yuan sat there, looking at the person on the screen. "Don't you think he is like a ray of light?" "Light?" Tenhua stared at Baijian on the screen for a long time, and could only see that he was quite white. "But what does this have to do with light?" "Chu Yuan, in my eyes, he is that ray of light." "No," Tenhua widened his eyes. "Brother, is there something wrong with your eyes? Are you seeing things with illusions? Or is the line of love in your brain finally coming out? This is so ambiguous. Don't say that the love triangle that Laoli said the other day was fake, but in fact, it was only me who was fake. So you two really have something going on, right? To be honest, are you two really innocent?" Chapter 93. Tenhua didn't know whether the two were innocent or not, but he could see that Chu Yuan really felt that way. No wonder this person has always been very concerned about Baijian. But how can a person look like light? A person like Chu Yuan, who is calm and composed, extremely powerful, and has a smooth life, still needs a ray of light? I always feel that something is strange. However, he was born with a big heart, and he didn't think about it when he couldn't figure it out. If he wanted to know more, he might as well ask directly. "Are you two already together?" Chu Yuan was stunned when he heard this. "Together? That means not yet." "Tenhua, brother, I'm not saying that you are too slow. If you like someone, just chase him quickly." "Like? What else?" Tenhua thought. "You have described someone as a beam of light. It can't be that he is the one who illuminates your dark life. Only you like him, so he always shines in your eyes." And he stopped on purpose when they met for the first time, and later when he saw him looking at him, he went over to ask. "I naively thought you just knew each other before, but now it seems that you are interested in each other." Tanhua looked like he saw through everything, and saw Chu Yuan was stunned by his words. Then he seemed to murmur something. The voice was very low, as if, "So this is love?" Then, Tanhua found that someone blushed. "No, what did you think of?" Chu Yuan remembered the action of Baijian when he asked him before. "I didn't understand it before, but it turned out that he was testing this. Unfortunately, he really didn't understand it at the time, so he naturally couldn't give the most real reaction. Yes, I like him. Who wouldn't like someone standing in front of me?" He suddenly understood what he was thinking here, but few people in other places even participated in the competition. They were all asking around about what this skill was. Even Feng Gongjie's elimination was so dramatic, but no one discussed it. After all, it was normal that he couldn't dodge at such a close distance. Looking back now, he really didn't intend to attack Yao Shijing or Yu Yang at that time. The two arrows shot at the two people were only stacked with increased damage, but no jumping light was added. It was different when dealing with Feng Gongjie. He didn't even need to mention it. Yi Mu and Hua Wen had spontaneously stacked the increased damage skill for him before leaving. After all, the teachers were more concerned about the game, and they quickly recalled this scene. Then they felt that Feng Gongjie's elimination was not very abrupt. But they always felt that the two sides should have a hard battle. They didn't know whether Feng Gongjie would avenge his previous shame, or Bai Yijian's side would continue to maintain a winning posture. They might even start when the four sides gathered together, so they were a little uncomfortable with this ending. Especially the students of the first school of the main star. After getting rid of the shock of the incredible turning skill, the whole people were a little confused. Lost already? Feng Gongjie was killed in seconds without even seeing each other? No, why? A student said puzzledly. When shooting Yao Shijing and Yu Yang before, the damage was not this, and it was not like this. They thought this skill was just for bluffing. After all, who doesn't know how to dodge when shooting so far away? At least the outstanding students in the school can definitely dodge. Why? If it's for those two, you just hit them, but if it's for their school, you hit them hard? Because the two sides had a small-scale fight in the last game, and you won, and now many people want to see the outcome of the second game, so you don't want to lose? Or because of the friendship that you were captured by Shatian organization together, so you three held back? The students think a lot, but the teachers have a unique vision. And they naturally know that the reason is very simple. Feng Gongjie is alone. This alone does not mean that he has no teammates around him, but that there are only him and his teammates around him. Just like when Bai Yijian shot an arrow, Yao Shijing and Yu Yang chose to retreat because they were not sure whether the other two parties had joined forces. And Bai Yijian did not choose to take action directly because even if he succeeded in stealing one at that time, or even if he really hit both arrows by miracle, it would not be easy to deal with the follow-up. He was too far away, and it would take time for Yimu and others to get back. At this time, even without Yao Shijing and Yu Yang, the group of students they left there might not be the opponent of the other side. Knowing the strength of the seniors too well would allow Bai Yijian to have a rough estimate. The overall strength of that team at that time was indeed not as good as the team that met Feng Gongjie. And this side was not that far away. With the support of Yimu and 5 others, they could arrive halfway. More importantly, the people led by Yao Shijing and the people led by Yu Yang were not far away. If both sides lost their leaders at once, they would instantly realize that the advantage of Tianqi No. 1 school was rapidly expanding. At that time, the plastic-like alliance between the two sides would instantly become very solid. Moreover, he has to shoot at least 2 arrows, and he may even need a 3rd arrow. The cost is too high. No matter how you calculate it, it is not cost-effective. Many things, even if you stand outside the field, can only be seen later. Especially Bai Yijian is so good at hiding. Everyone only knows now that he can shoot people from a long distance with 1 arrow. Until Feng Gongjie was eliminated, they all thought it was just a long-range skill with some effect. Sure enough, there is no useless skill. It just depends on who uses it and which skill is matched with it. It is always said that Bai Yijian's skills are messy, and it is really messy to make people speechless. But the combination is the most suitable for him. Or, his adaptability is too strong. No matter what skill is given to him, he will find the most suitable use for you, instead of complaining that the skill is not good. After the teacher of the 7th seed, a teacher of Xinhui Main School couldn't help but say, "Your Tianqi First Academy has really recruited an extraordinary genius this time." The teachers were in a complicated mood, and there was no smile on the faces of the main star first school. The final battle that we waited for so long ended so dramatically. Feng Gongjie didn't even show his usual strength. It was live broadcast on the whole network, and it was the right time to become famous, but he lost without even seeing where his opponent was. Among the several schools now, except for the one on the 5th planet, which was not very competitive to begin with, and 0068, which came to play soy sauce, their main star's first school had the fewest students left. That would be fine, but the key is that several top strengths were eliminated at once. Several teachers looked unhappy, and they didn't even dare to imagine whether the ranking this time would be worse than the previous one. And this was broadcast live on the entire network. If he hadn't known that it was caused by all kinds of coincidences, he would have thought that Bai Yijian was targeting them. Otherwise, why didn't Yao Shijing and Yu Yang, who met first, encounter such a situation, but Feng Gongjie from their school? The 2 people from the Feng family didn't even finish watching the game, and one of them had already left early. Probably to see Feng Gongjie. Teacher Li didn't think much about it. He turned back to watch the situation on the field. In fact, it was still very lively, but with the example of Bai Yijian killing Feng Gongjie with 1 arrow, I always feel that these small fights are a bit boring. The audience's attention has been completely diverted, but the teachers still have to do their duties. But there is not much to discuss, so they talked about that skill again. Teacher Wang and others who were being looked at again. Feng Gongjie learned it earlier. Why don't you look at the Feng family? A teacher from the 5th planet couldn't help but say, he doesn't know it either. I don't know it either. It's not that easy to learn. Teacher Wang said, and you know the theory, if you don't know it, you don't know it. We know everything, where can we go? A teacher from the 7th seed suddenly said, the theory that Chu Yuan once proposed. The influence of that standing posture on skills? All the teachers were stunned, and then looked at Teacher Wang and others, wanting to get a definite answer. Since Teacher Wang mentioned it, he didn't plan to keep it secret. This was also the decision made by all of them after discussion. After all, it is also to improve the overall level of human skill use, so they are not so choked up by hiding it. Moreover, the more people try together, the greater the chance of success. When you have more experience, it will be easier to figure out how to learn. I didn't mention it before, one reason is that everyone is unwilling to admit defeat and wants to be the first to learn. The second reason is this competition. Exposing the students' cards before the competition will even attract countless inquiries. This kind of thing really can't be done. Major General Qin certainly means the same thing. He said, watch the game first, and after watching the game, let's exchange experiences. He looked at the only person left in the Feng family. I hope the Feng family will not cherish their own experience, and also talk about Feng Gongjie's experience at the beginning. The faces of the Feng family members suddenly became uglier. Even the Chung family member and the Bai family member seemed to change color. Teacher Li just felt strange. Could this matter have something to do with these two families? Haven't the Feng and Bai families had a bad relationship since the incident 12 years ago? Why don't they seem to be so bad now? A teacher of the number 7 seed sneered, asked them, do they have any experience? Teacher Li looked over immediately, but it was the Chung family who was faster than him. He asked, what do you mean? Nothing. The teacher of the number 7 seed said, I just think there shouldn't be, otherwise how could you not reveal a word? A teacher from the 5th planet also followed up and said, that's right, if it's that theory, then what can't be said, and it's hidden so tightly. The Feng family said, didn't they say it before? Everyone is not stupid, how can they not know the reason why Tianqi First Academy has been hiding until now? If this had been said in advance, would Feng Gongjie still be so careless and be killed instantly? Which family would not hide before the game? But your Feng Gongjie was exposed in the last game, but he didn't say a word. Let's talk about it after the game is over. The man from the Chung family said, let's watch the game first. Naturally, no one had to ask for clarification immediately. After hearing this, they did retract their gazes. This time, they found that it was really a coincidence. Yao Shijing and Yu Yang also brought people to the big monster that Feng Gongjie had guarded before. The two met again, and together they saw the students of Tianqi First Academy, who fled quickly when they saw them. Those few. Yao Shijing recognized them. It seems that I have seen them in the last competition. Both of them are sophomores, and they also participated in the last competition. Most of them know what students in each school are worth paying attention to. After all, in addition to freshmen, the more powerful sophomores must have participated in the competition in the last session. Before Baijian showed up, they thought that these people would be the opponents worth noting in Tianqi First College this time. Yao Shijing suddenly remembered that a classmate in their school once asked Baijian why he was not in a hurry to find the big monster. What did this person say? This person said, we are freshmen, and such a big thing will naturally be done by sophomores. Originally thought it was nonsense, but is it really divided like this? But why did he run away? Relying on the terrain, shouldn't they have ambushed? Yu Yang glanced at Yao Shijing and understood again. This is because they think that they came together, maybe they have joined forces, so they think that they have no chance of winning in a one-on-two situation, so they quickly run away to save their strength. Both sides looked at each other, and both felt that they couldn't fight to the death at this time. It's not worth it. Baijian and others who have the greatest advantage are still there, and even Feng Gongjie has not been seen until now. Yao Shijing thought this was very strange. Could it be that the person is at the third big monster? It is obviously a game with very simple rules, so it should be considered very easy. Baijian did not play by the rules, which was unexpectedly normal, but Feng Gongjie shouldn't be? Could it be that the first school of the main star has other ideas this time? One step slow, every step slow. A teacher from the main school of Xinhua sighed. They wanted to stay and clear the students of the first college of Tianqi to equalize the disadvantage, so they gave Baijian the opportunity to leave first. In the end, it would be fine if he really succeeded, but it didn't succeed. Later, he almost followed him all the way. Although it was not the same route, they also got a lot of points, but compared with Baijian's gains, it was not that much. Looking at the total score, Tianqi First Academy was in the lead, and she calculated that this was not a lead that could be easily surpassed. After all, the flags had been found almost all at this time, and it was not so easy to increase the score from this. And the remaining students were not as many as expected. To get the first place, you have to ensure that there are no mistakes in the future, get all the flags that have not been found, and you can't give up any head points. However, this is obviously impossible. After all, there are 6 schools competing. Not only will everyone find the flags, but it is impossible for them to fall into your hands. So, congratulations. A teacher of the 7th seed said to Teacher Wang and others, "The first place of this session is yours." If Feng Gongjie was still there, he could guard this big monster, and then unite with other schools to target Tianqi First College first, and the score could be pulled back. But now, after Baijian shot that arrow, this road was blocked, so they don't have to fight with other schools head-on. Now they are sure to get the first place, and it depends on how the second and third places of other schools are decided. The audience is not just watching the fun. When there are many people, there are all kinds of talents. Soon, someone posted this discovery on the barrage. No wonder when they saw Yao Shijing and Yu Yang, the people from Tianqi First College, who were guarding the big monster, ran away quickly, and had no intention of taking action at all. The people upstairs must not have been watching Brother Bai's live broadcast the whole time. They had discussed before that they would fight if they could, and retreat if they were not sure. So now they should just hide from some people, find some flags, and take the first place for sure. In theory, it is like this, but I always feel that they still have to fight. I think so too. After all, your Brother Bai is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. If you ask him to shoot one arrow all the way, other powerful opponents didn't even make a move. How could he bear it? There was even a smart person who thought that he didn't let the seniors fight the team led by these 2 people. Maybe he wanted to keep it for himself to have a fight at the end. In short, others may have taken the first place by relying on operations, and just waited for the time to run out and the game to end. And Baijian, he would never do that. Even the teachers present thought so. The commentator even directly concluded, at the last big strange point, the 3 parties will definitely have a battle. The faces of the teachers of the first school on the main star were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Originally, there should be a battle between 4 parties. What does the commentator mean? Although the people led by Feng Gongjie are gone, there are also very powerful students among other students. What does it mean to ignore them directly? Fortunately, the commentator quickly mentioned it again. Miao Sini and Chang Qiyuan met, they formed a team, and are also rushing here. Will they intervene in this matter? To be honest, this is not wise. Although they also brought teammates, their overall strength is not as good as the other 3 parties. I think they are just watching, and will not easily get involved. The barrage was even more full of water running. There is an abyss ahead. Baijian is hiding there waiting for you. However, as the perspective fell over, the commentator was asserting, Baijian saw them. It's too late. The barrage immediately changed to, don't run, I've seen you all. Can't run away. Brother Bai said, I see you guys. Come here and fight together. Chapter 94. Originally, the focus of the game was shifted to the use of skills, but because of this, many people came back. After all, this is a big melee. The location where the 3rd monster appeared was very coincidental, just where the team of number 7 seed students passed by. It was a bird monster. Compared to the other 2, it is more flexible and requires long-range attacks, but its health is also much less. But no matter what, it is not a big problem for the students participating in this competition. It's just that there are flocks of birds, which makes it a little troublesome to fight. Baijian actually arrived after they finished fighting. Looking back, among the 3 monsters, Shenyue Main School discovered one first, the Main Star First School guarded one, and the number 7 seed here was also the first to discover it. Tianqi First College didn't get any, but he got the highest score. The teachers even suspected that because this was the first in-game competition, many rules were newly set, and there was something wrong. Otherwise, how could this result be? They had clearly thought that there were 3 big monsters, 3 different points, and each of them could actually be surrounded by a small battle, or a small range of tests. But now it seems that they are just taking turns to fight. By the time the last big monster was defeated, it didn't even affect the top ranking. It's just that the subsequent rankings have not been completely determined. As soon as Baijin came, he surrounded the team of number 7 seeds. After the fight, he sat on the tree and closed his eyes to rest. Oh, he was forced to change the tree in the middle. Because the bird on that tree is a red monster, it will come to attack you if you get close. It's not that he can't beat them, but they will refresh soon after they finish beating them. Helplessly, Bai Jian had to give way to the bird and replaced it with another one from the palace, Hao Gao Lung Tao Tao. Mumu, someone is coming, call me. He fell asleep after he said that. In the eyes of the audience, this is brother by gathering his strength and preparing for a big fight. In the eyes of the teachers, this is the previous consumption may still have an impact, and he is preparing to recover and welcome Yao Shijing and Yu Yang. In short, everyone felt that he would start fighting as soon as he opened his eyes. So when Yao Shijing and Yu Yang came, Bai Jian opened his eyes and saw Miao Sini, Cheng Chiyuan and others from a distance. The barrage had already decided for him that these two people must come to join the battle. Soon, people from all sides gathered. There were no people from the fifth planet this time. They were unlucky, and there were only a few people left in the whole venue. There were still some people left in 0068. The teachers looked over curiously, and found that this was also related to Bai Jian. The classmate who had saved himself from elimination by using the flag, followed Bai Jian, to get a few kills, and thought it was a good idea. If they couldn't beat others, they didn't have to fight, they just had to hide and look for flags. So he found some students who had various displacements, ran fast, and could do anything in a hurry, and spread his new way of getting points. And until now, these students are still alive. Looking at the score, they are not far from the fifth planet. If they are lucky, they may even get fifth place. When several commentators mentioned this situation, the barrage was silent. I remember they got in by chance? What kind of chosen school is this? The teacher said, we just want to see the world. The student said, sorry teacher, we were playing and somehow qualified. The teacher said, we are the weakest in this game. We can get as many points as we can, just don't lose too badly. The student said again, teacher, it seems that we are not the last one, huh? If you want to talk about misery, it's the fifth planet that is more miserable. They fought hard, and finally encountered such a result. But after all, they are the first and second from the bottom, so not many people pay attention to them. Everyone is more concerned about the battle in front of them. Bai Jian is still on the tree. Yu Yang glanced at him, then glanced at Miao Sini and Cheng Chiyuan, and asked curiously, where is Feng Gongjie? He didn't see the first big monster, and there was no sign of the second one, and this is the third one. He doesn't plan to end the whole game without showing up, right? Feng Gongjie, who was watching the scene outside, Can you please stop mentioning him? The barrage had already started. I want to appear, but I can't. I want to appear, but I can't, plus N. But the students on the field obviously couldn't see these. Yao Shijing even noticed that when Feng Gongjie was mentioned, the expressions of the people from Tianqi First Academy were a little strange. Don't wait, he can't come, Bai Jian said. Yao Shijing was still a little skeptical, but when Bai Jian said that, she hesitated again. However, if her estimate is correct now, it is really in the late stage. Feng Gongjie can't have never shown up if he hasn't been eliminated yet. It's really gone, Bai Jian said. The current situation is that we have killed all the big monsters, and only Yu Xingwei is left. If we all work together to stop you, you will lose at least 100 points in this regard. Yao Shijing, you have the most students left, and even if we kill them all, it will be more than 100 points. There are many mistakes that can be made, and if I calculate the points correctly, our school is already the first, and now you too. No, 3 are the competitors. Bai Jian estimated, if the 7th seed wants to get the first place, it must suppress your school, which is currently the second, and you can't get this 100 points. Yao Shijing never expected that things would develop to this point. If she had known that Feng Gongjie was gone, she should have fought with Yu Yang at the last big monster point. It was still one-on-one at that time, but now. She could only look at Miao Sini and Cheng Chiyuan. You are the first school on the main star, and you should not have fought this big monster yet. Miao Sini asked Bai Jian, since you are firmly in the first place, what are you doing here? Unlike Yao Shijing and Yu Yang who knew more, she had never met Bai Jian along the way, and didn't know what happened in the early stage. And what if Feng Gongjie was still there? Even if Bai Jian was a very important opponent, he had all the people around him, but Feng Gongjie and his group were eliminated. It always seemed unlikely. This news was revealed by Bai Jian himself. What if he gave them wrong information because they didn't come yet? Yu Yang also looked over, and he had the same idea. But Bai Jian said, I'm afraid you can't fight, so I came here to add fuel to the fire. How sincere. Know how Bai Jian said this. It sounds like something he can do. In the current situation, should the 7th seed join Bai Jian to take down Yao Shijing and others first, While preventing these people from getting big monster points, they can also pick up a few head points to make up for the gap that may appear in the early stage. And the main star first school represented by Miao Sini and Chung Chi-Yuan. Cooperation? Yao Shijing asked. No matter Bai Jian, the one who stirs up the water, clear out the 7th seed first, so that you may still be able to keep the 3rd place. Danmu, they can't see the points in the field, so how can they guess who has more points and who has less points? It has to be said that the scores of these 3 schools are indeed not far apart. If Yao Shijing can't get the 100 big monster points, it is normal for the 7th seed to overtake. The score of the main star first school doesn't seem to be far behind. That is, although Feng Gongjia's death was a bit dramatic, he had led the team to get a lot of points before. He defended the big monster over there, and other students could also spread out. And Miao Sini and Chung Chi-Yuan from their school are not pushovers either. They both got a lot of points. And they haven't gotten the big monster points yet, so it won't be difficult to overtake them if they get them. The teacher on the high platform looked at this scene and thought, this is the decisive battle they imagined. Everyone is about the same, just look at the last wave. As a result, Bai Jian, how did you get so many points? But fortunately, except for Tianqi First Academy, the other schools barely achieved their desired goals. But Bai Jian is still among them. No one knows what result he wants. Or don't care about the result, he will be happy when everyone fights. I really want to ask again unconsciously, why is he a student of the manufacturing department? Because of hobbies, maybe, Bai Jian said. The person who asked the question and the people who heard it were silent. You said hobbies, shouldn't you study the talent department? Bai Jian asked as if he didn't notice the weird atmosphere. How about it? Have you thought about it? Yao Shijing looked at Miao Sini and Chung Chi-Yuan. Miao Sini looked at Bai Jian. The number of people from Xinhue main school and number 7 seeds combined is more than the number of people from our school plus Xinhue. The meaning is very clear. They can cooperate and take action against these 2 schools. The other side has more people. She doesn't think Bai Jian will be afraid. On the contrary, more people can get more points. She originally thought that Bai Jian would at least be moved, but unexpectedly he refused without thinking. The people present, and those not present were very puzzled. Why? Yu Yang asked. Miao Sini also looked over. She thought the other party would not refuse. Among the 4 schools, their main star first school has the lowest score now. Only by cooperating with Bai Jian can they get the 2nd place. Otherwise, even if they win, they can only compete for the 3rd place. Bai Jian sighed and said, I can't help it. I hate some people in the main star first school. I don't want them to get a good ranking, so you have to bear with it. Miao Sini, She instantly thought of the fact that Bai Zihan had snatched Bai Jian's boyfriend. In such a competition, you make a decision based on personal feelings? It's about the same. Anyway, our rankings have been determined now, and I believe no one will have any objections. Miao Sini looked at the other students of Tianqi First Academy. Very good, no one really expressed any opinions. It was just Bai Jian's way of playing. Bai Jian smiled slightly. He really had no opinion on Miao Sini. In fact, because of what she did when she was caught by Shuntian organization, it can be said that he actually admired this girl. But there was no way. What Feng Yai did was too disgusting. Even though he was not the original owner, he was also disappointed. Not to mention how the original owner lost all these things back then. In the final analysis, Bai Zihan was actually the least important and incidental link. Love is a ghost thing. Compared with the mess in the original owner's family, snatching a boyfriend is really not a big deal. Not to mention that it was still garbage. Of course, there was another reason why he chose not to cooperate with the main star first school. Bai Jian's eyes fell on Chung Chi-Yuan, who was a relatively outstanding person in the Chung family of this generation, not the abstract silly and sweet one in his class. Although the Chung family's original plan didn't work, and it wasn't against him, Bai Jian was still disgusted. So now that it's up to one's heart to choose who to cooperate with, he has to give this Chung guy a good beating today. Bai Jian took out his crossbow and started. At the same time, Yu Yang, who didn't explicitly agree to cooperate, also took action at the first time. Target, the first school on the main star. Miao Sini could only shout anxiously, I agree to cooperate. Yao Shijing followed suit. A group of people fought together in an instant. A big melee. Teacher Wang was not surprised. With Bai Jian around, he would always make you fight. There was another carnival on the barrage. What are they here to see? Just this. What's the point if we don't fight? It's right to follow Brother Bai, but he doesn't cooperate with the first school of the main star because of some people in it. But what about the main school of Xinhue? Didn't they cooperate well with Yao Shijing before? I haven't thought about it, but I always thought there was nothing wrong with the logic of joining forces with the third to fight the second. But now that you put it, it seems that it's not impossible to join forces with the second to fight the third. Yu Yang was still hesitant before, but he immediately followed suit as soon as he started. The teacher of the 7th seed leaned back on the chair and thought, "There's no way. You said you want to fight the first school of the main star, and you also said you don't like some people in it. This reason is too strong. Yu Yang can't refuse it at all." The teacher of the main school of Xinhua looked at this scene, and seemed to understand why Bai Jian chose the 7th seed. This school's dissatisfaction with the first school of the main star was clearly shown from beginning to end. At the first big monster, Bai Jian had clearly stated that the two schools were not compatible, and he could always join forces with one to fight the other. Now it was just the beginning of the implementation. Yes, if it was Yao Shijing, before the negotiation, Bai Jian would definitely wait and see for a while. But if it was Yu Yang, there was no need to think about it, just 2 words. Take action. There were many people this time, so Bai Jian did not take a sword. He stood on a high place with a crossbow. The target was always clear, on Cheng Qiyuan. He controlled the situation from a high place, and Cheng Qiyuan had to spend a lot of effort just to dodge his arrows, not to mention Yu Yang who rushed over. Yao Shijing had support, but after all, they were not from the same school, so they took the opportunity to attack the 7th seed student. Reduce opponents, get points, and take the opportunity to see if you can steal the big monster. Miao Sini couldn't help but say, "Yao Shijing, if you don't work hard enough, I will return the money and beat you first. Don't worry about the ranking at that time, as long as you can pull down one." In the end, Feng Gangjia is still too useless. If he hadn't been eliminated early, the main star number 1 school would have been more advantageous in this situation this year. How could there be only 2 of them left now? This won't work. Miao Sini approached Yao Shijing while fighting. The 2 of them didn't know what they were talking about, and then she disappeared. She is an assassin. When Mu saw her invisible, he immediately reminded her, "Bai Jian." "I know." Bai Jian didn't move at all, and hurriedly shot 2 more arrows at Cheng Qiyuan. Then a layer of frost appeared under his feet. This is a range control skill. It belongs to the female classmate named He next to Yao Shijing. She used it in the last competition, which can freeze all nearby enemies. Everything is up to you. Bai Jian not only released the control for himself, but also for Mu and some nearby auxiliary and healing professions. As for the sword light coming out from behind him, he chose to ignore it and directly rushed all the jumping lights gathered around him to Cheng Qiyuan. He kept it before to prevent his control-releasing skills from being unable to be released. Now it seems that Chu Yuan is right. There should be no control that he cannot release among the opponents he can meet now. Then, there is no need to hide these blood-recovering skills for safety. In an instant, the small light balls that were originally hidden around him to restore his blood at any time attacked together. Even if Cheng Qiyuan was covered with a shield at the right time, it was completely useless. The damage was enough. The shield was broken, and then he was killed and eliminated. The sword attacking from the back was blocked by Bai Jian's shield. That was Mu's 3-layer shield. He trusts his teammates very much, said a teacher from Xinhua headquarters. In that situation, he knew he was in danger, but he didn't move at all, and he was sure that his teammates' shields would be given at the right time. The control was also released correctly. As long as the support and treatment were not restricted, even if other output professions were controlled, the treatment and support could be responsible for raising blood, adding shields, or doing something else. It was not a problem to drag through this control time. I always thought that he was a little lonely before. After all, he played too casually. Most of the time he went alone, and his skills didn't have any obvious shortcomings. He must need some kind of teammates to cooperate. Major General Qin thought to himself, who doesn't? At the beginning, they were counting on this game to let this kid remember the importance of teammates. The result was completely different. Sometimes he fights alone, but he blends in completely, and can even control the battlefield very well. With a few light moves, he can activate everyone. Cheng Qiyuan just saw that all the people who attacked him were controlled, and he felt relieved, but unexpectedly, the killer move came. Just like Feng Gangjia, when you think it is the most impossible, the attack with the highest damage also arrives. But, he also has a control release skill. Teacher Wang doesn't know. At this time, the Hua family, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "I bought it from our family before the game." He and the Zhao family members around him were not originally in Shenchuixing, but because of the incident of Shentian organization, they came to see the younger generation at home. Naturally, they came to watch the game together, but they kept a low profile and didn't say anything. Until now, They spoke up to clear up everyone's confusion. So it's your family's treasure, no wonder. A teacher from Xinhua Main School said, Xiao Ye's control can be unlocked, and it's not a single control unlock. You are willing to sell this skill. It seems that he has a good relationship with your Wenze. The Hua family said with a smile, there are indeed good skills, but the one he picked is really not good. To be able to play such an effect, it's still this Baijian himself has strength. However, others don't believe it. Although there is no clear theoretical support, the influence of spell strength on control skills is also very large. If the skill itself is not strong, how can Baijian, who is equipped with strength attribute, unlock a full set of spells? In this regard, it is still the control skills of Mr. Yi who is an expert. On the field, Miao Cini slashed the shield with a sword and immediately realized that the sneak attack failed. It was too late to remind Cheng Qiyuan to be careful. In just this moment, her teammate lost another person. However, Baijian did not take the opportunity to turn around and tangle with her, but let her fly directly. Everyone, I can't control her, understand? Everyone, I understand. You just came to test your skills on her, and now you're done. It's your turn to have fun. Tell me, how do you play this game? Chapter 95. The teachers on the platform were silent, and the comments were silent. So the commentator just analyzed for a long time, but in fact, they did not choose Xinhua's school but cooperated with the 7th seed because the students of Xinhua's school were the best at field control. It seems that the senior from Tianqi First College mentioned to Baijian before that the student surnamed he had great control skills, and Baijian said he knew it. So, can you tell me what your students think? Come to the competition to test skills? Is it true or not? It's better to say that the reason we hate some people from the main Star First School is that we should beat him first. Teacher Wang, For the first time, Major General Qin felt that some people can be unbelievably stable when you think he jumps, and start to make trouble when you think he is very stable. For example, Baijian. Another example is Baijian. Once it is determined that the control skills here can't control him, Baijian will play big. He wants to fight 3. Classmates, heroes are made by the times. The more difficult the situation, the more potential can be stimulated. Come on! Yu Yang knew that he was not a good person. He said that difficult situations can stimulate potential. This difficult situation is completely your own fault. You were working well together, but suddenly you backstab me. Is this what you call cooperation? It's okay. I will still attack the first school of the main Star first to ensure that he can't surpass you. Baijian said. Haha, Yu Yang thought, you should attack the main school of Xinhua. However, Baijian didn't care who was second or third. He would attack whoever was more suitable. Isn't he afraid of failure? Suddenly one school challenged 3 schools. You also said that there are 3 schools, not just one school with so many people. Expect 3 schools with competing relationships to work together? That is absolutely impossible. When they started fighting, Xinhua and the first school of the main star both wanted to steal the 100 points of the big monster first. After all, bird monsters are easy to fight, and 2 high-damage monsters can quickly get them. However, the 7th seed obviously would not let them succeed. Therefore, while cooperating, the 2 sides often have to fight first. So it is 1v3, but in fact they are fighting each other. There were several times when students from the first Apocalypse College were about to be eliminated, but because the students who participated in the joint attack were not from the same school, they all wanted to grab the last hit, resulting in the last person being added to the blood. It can be said that the 3 schools were not easy to fight. Among them, the first school of the main star was the most difficult. After all, they had the least people left in their school. The top combat power was even worse, with only 1 Miao Cini. We can't go on like this, Yao Shijing said. We have to get rid of Baijian, the one who is stirring up trouble. As long as Baijian is gone, even if the other students of Tianqi First College are still there, the lethality will definitely not be as great as it is now. Otherwise, if this continues, the first to be eliminated will definitely be the students of their 3 schools. Yu Yang, then you have to promise not to steal the big monster. However, after saying this, he would not believe that Yao Shijing would not do so. So instead of working together, it is better to seize the time and grab a few heads to catch up with Xinhua Main School. And they must stop the other party from killing the big monster. If the 100 points are added, they will have no chance. Yao Shijing said to Miao Cini again, Cooperation? Miao Cini nodded. If the 2 of them cooperated, they certainly wouldn't go after Baijian. After all, the first place of Tianqi First Academy was already secured. If possible, they would rather Baijian go to the side to drink tea and watch the show. Every time this person gets ahead now, they will get one less point. It's not easy to kill, and it's not worth it. That person didn't stop them from fighting the big monster, so the 7th seed was eliminated first, and they could get 100 points from the big monster. Now all the points are actually not visible to them in the field, they are all estimated based on the known intelligence. Although the actual score is similar, the people in the field can't be completely sure, so it's better to get more points. The 3 parties quickly fought together, and Bai Jian instructed Su Sengxi without saying a word. Set a pit. Su Sengxi understood, don't ask where to set it, always remember to set it under his brother Bai's feet. Then when Miao Sini and others suddenly changed their target and attacked him, Bai Jian asked Su Sengxi to activate his skills, and he himself withdrew. He also took the melee EMO with him. I knew something was wrong with you, Bai Jian said, standing on the pit. Sure enough, they said they wanted to beat Yu Yang, but in fact, the 3 parties were surprisingly difficult, and all came for him. Yao Shijing smiled. After all, you said you had secured first place in the score, but we didn't see it. What if, and if Bai Jian was eliminated, it would be easier to get points from the remaining students of Tianqi First Academy without him controlling the game. The commentary was already. Don't talk about the commentator, I'm confused even if you talk about it. Who is fighting who? Why are they different every moment? Fortunately, I don't have to participate in the competition, otherwise I will definitely be backstabbed. When did they discuss it? Why did they go for Bai Jian? Forget it. After the sneak attack failed, Miao Sini attacked the 7th seed after coming out of the pit. I understand. They are all plastic allies. Su Sengxi's pit was not very deep because it was not set for a long time. But there was a half-height pit on the ground, which really made them uncomfortable. The alliance that had just been formed was quickly broken. It was dazzling. How did the person who was hitting know who he was going to hit? I feel that the students of Tianqi First Academy are the most comfortable. They can hit whoever they want. Anyway, one elimination is 1 point. The teachers didn't want to watch it anymore. This was completely Bai Jian showing off. There is no doubt that among all the students in this competition, Bai Jian is the strongest. I don't think I can beat him. Residents, Tan Hua has been observing carefully since Chu Yuan said that he couldn't beat Bai Jian. This time, he really saw it. This kid's attribute points have definitely increased again. He used so many skills, but he didn't even take a blue potion. He didn't need to watch this game, he knew the result. Bai Jian's strength has surpassed this group of students. The key is that he fights with experienced skills, without any immaturity of just getting started with this kind of point scraping. With him leading, Imahua Wenza, Zhao Jun Yuan and others will obviously be able to exert a higher level of strength. Even by extension, these advantages will be radiated to other teams. He will do better in the future. Chu Yuan said, he can easily add up the health points of these people by himself. Tan Hua was so happy. He turned around and asked Chu Yuan, when are you going to confess? Hurry up, I want to join the team with 2 great gods. This melee ended with the victory of Tianqi No. 1 School. The alliance between Xinhua Main School No. 7 and Zhuxing No. 1 School was so fragile that Miao Sini went for No. 7, while Yu Yang wanted to deal with Xinhua Main School. Although the group attacked Bai Jian again in the end, they still failed. This time, the alliance must be said to be a real alliance. But, I can't control him at all, his control release skills are too strong. If you can't control Bai Jian, don't think about causing any effective damage to him. And there is also Imu to give him a shield. Even this person doesn't need to add blood to him. Bai Jian will look at his own blood volume, and he can even add blood to his companions. Miao Sini was even more uncomfortable. As an assassin, she has never been in such a situation where she can't touch anyone. Whenever she can attack, Bai Jian always has a shield on his body. Unable to control, running fast, against all odds, Bai Jian seemed to feel that it was not enough, he even had a very high attack. His skills could turn. Yao Shijing and Yu Yang were the same, they couldn't help but mutter, Apocalypse First Academy, what kind of monster did they recruit? Isn't it said that the most powerful person in this session is Feng Gongjia? In this comparison, they would rather fight Feng Gongjia. No need to be polite, 2 people with the surname Feng will do. Just hope that they don't see Bai Jian, a guy who can fight and heal but can't be controlled. However, at the end of the game, Miao Sini only took a look, and they ranked 4th this year. Then he went to check how Feng Gongjia disappeared. Yao Shijing and Yu Yang were similar. After seeing the rankings, they went to watch Feng Gongjia's elimination video. Then they all fell silent. Especially Yao Shijing and Yu Yang, who were also hit by an arrow. Miao Sini was much more direct. You are not surnamed Feng. You can stack your skills to cause damage. Didn't you think that someone would give you a detour? Feng Gongjia was so angry that he smashed everything at hand. Moreover, this is simply his black history. This game should have been his highlight moment. Why did it become like this? And the Feng family came back at this time, and he couldn't help but step forward and said, "Didn't they say that only I can do it? Why does Baijian also? Maybe Chu Yuan can do it too." The Feng family interrupted him. The people from Tianqi First Academy said that this is related to that theory. You think about how to make it up. Feng Gongjia, then how do I know how to make it up? How can it be that theory? I saw that when Baijian took action, his standing posture was definitely not standard. How could the Feng family not know this? But that teacher Wang said one thing, and everyone's situation is different. In his words, he also looked like they should know this. Anyway, we may have to hold a meeting later, and we need to think about how to say it. At the same time, other people who knew about it were also paying attention to this matter, wanting to know when to discuss it. However, the competition had just ended, and each school still had a lot of things to do. Baijian and others won the first place, and everyone gathered together to cheer for a while, and then went back to review and find out their shortcomings. However, this homework was not due on the same day, so at this moment, they were still very excited to chat on the light computer. There was too much to discuss in this competition, and everyone talked about their own experiences. Although what Baijian did was the most eye-catching, it was not that there was nothing to say about other people. But at the end of the conversation, it always came back to Baijian. Especially the students who were still present at the end, that chaotic battle was so exciting. Not only them, but even people on StarNet were discussing it. Your brother Bai really fought from beginning to end. I was so excited watching the whole process that I didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. So why is he a student of the manufacturing department? Someone actually asked this question during the competition, and Baijian said it was because of his hobby. But this answer obviously seems ridiculous to everyone. More importantly, I checked the application time of Tianqi First College, and then took a look at the awakening time of special talents. The awakening time is later. Does it mean that he couldn't apply for the talent department because he hadn't awakened at that time? I've also heard this news. I heard that Tianqi First College changed the admission standards some time ago because of Baijian. Even many students from other schools believe this news, not to mention ordinary people who were unaware of it. Of course, many people thought it was unlikely. After all, changing departments was not a particularly difficult thing. And if a talent like Baijian wanted to change departments, would the talent department still accept him? Wei Ichio didn't see what he said later, he just stared at the word special talent. Yes, how could he forget it? He heard about the awakening of special talents on the spacecraft to Sirius. At that time, Baijian had already passed the awakening day. If he was really the messenger of light, then that day was his birthday, and he couldn't be a child of the Bai family. The date of birth doesn't match. He was about to be happy, but suddenly realized. Regardless of whether Baijian is a child of the Bai family or not, and whether he has a blood relationship with the Feng family, he himself has now stood in a place that he can never reach. This makes no difference to his situation. On the contrary, Bai Zihan should be very happy that the other party is not a child of the Bai family. Obviously, the two are in the same situation and are both worried about this matter. How come Bai Zihan is fine all of a sudden? He is the only one left. Wei Ichio regretted for the umpteenth time. Why did he get so obsessed in the first place? If he had waited a few days. He clearly knew that Baijian's identity was not simple, and that he would definitely awaken a good talent in the future. Why did he give up so easily? Yes, because no one has come to find him in these years. He doubted what those people said at the time. At this moment, his communication rang. It was Bai Zihan. And Baijian certainly didn't know about his affairs, let alone care. Now Baijian is admiring his attribute panel. He had discovered in the previous game that his panel stats had increased again. He didn't know exactly when they increased. After all, he was mainly targeting people, and he rarely killed monsters this time. Even the last hit on the big monster was not taken by him. It was not until he hid in a tree to rest, and was attacked by a bird monster, and he found out after hitting the bird monster to refresh the stats. This is another reason why he dared to stir up trouble in the later stage. With confidence, his strength increased again. Moreover, this time when he shot Feng Gongjia with an arrow, he was so far away, and he used several jumping lights and turned in the middle. After this operation, not only did he not fall down like the first time, but the situation was even better than the second time, and he was just slightly dizzy. It didn't affect the subsequent actions much, and he recovered directly after closing his eyes to rest. It can be imagined that he may not even have this little effect in the future. He can do more. After appreciating the new values, Bai Jian had a good sleep. The next morning, he was refreshed. He was going to go out for a run. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Bai Zihan, who was standing not far away, staring at the building they lived in. Seeing him come out, he immediately showed a smug smile. He looked quite proud. Is he mentally retarded? Zhao Junyuan just came out. What's that expression? He is so proud of you. It made me think I was sleeping stupidly. In fact, we failed yesterday and fell to the last place. Mu and Hua Wen were also very strange. He is not proud of this. Bai Jian glanced over lightly, thought about it, and roughly understood what was going on. Zhao Junyuan didn't understand at all. Then what is he proud of? Proud that he was scolded while Bai Jian was praised. How stupid is that? Because he thinks he found a big bug. Bai Jian said, the time of my awakening is different from the birthday of the child lost by the Bai family. Bai Jian guessed Bai Zihan's thoughts accurately. And he was not wrong. Bai Zihan was not really stupid to find out what Wei Yiqiu could find. He remembered that someone awakened a special talent on the spaceship to Sirius. The two guild members, who came to pick them up, had discussed this matter, so they completely left him aside. Bai Jian is not a child of the Bai family. His birthday doesn't match. I was thrown to planet 2538 with him. The optical computer number was changed, and his birthday might have been changed too. Last night, as soon as the communication was connected, Bai Zihan couldn't wait to blurt out. He looked at Wei Yiqiu. This idiot, he could make a mistake about such a big thing. Wait, you knew it a long time ago? Otherwise, why didn't he have any expression of surprise or sudden enlightenment? Wei Yiqiu was about to explain that he just knew it, but Bai Zihan looked at him angrily. You knew it but didn't tell me? You still watch me worry about this these days? Wei Yiqiu quickly explained. I just found out too. However, Bai Zihan didn't believe it at all, and felt more and more that it was his fault. If Wei Yiqiu hadn't said that Bai Jian was another child lost by the Bai family that year, how could he have been worried all day long during this period? And now this is not true at all. And the palace was full of excitement. Wei Yiqiu knew it, but didn't tell him. I know you are a piece of shit, Wei Yiqiu. I didn't expect you to be such a piece of shit. Just wait, I won't let you have a good life. Bai Zihan hung up the call, and after the anger in his stomach disappeared, he became happy instead. As long as Bai Jian is not the child of the Bai and Feng families back then, no matter how strong the other party is, it will definitely not be able to stand on his head. In any case, he still has the Bai family behind him. And Bai Jian? Bai Zihan thought, no matter whose child it was, there was no one else who lost a child on the main star, and no matter how good the family background was, it would not be comparable to his. Therefore, he came to see Bai Jian's joke early this morning. What if he became powerful now? He can only be an orphan. He even felt a little gloating sympathy. It was so miserable. They were all thrown to the 2538th star. He returned to the rich family, but Bai Jian might never find his home in this life. He was so proud that he almost couldn't wait to show off in front of Bai Jian. So what happened this morning? However, Bai Jian didn't react, but Mu and the other two reacted quite strongly. What? Wait, what did you say? Mu, Hua Wenze, and Zhao Junyuan were all dumbfounded. Didn't you say that you were that child? How can this be different? Chapter 96. The original owner had a special talent, so he awakened slowly, and a few days later. Not to mention that Bai Jian couldn't be considered the original owner. He awakened after he traveled through time and received a memory, so he was even later. So it can be said that none of them awakened on their birthdays. Bai Jian and the other three found a quiet place to sort out the matter. Mainly, Bai Jian explained to the other three. No wonder, Hua Wenje said, I was so impressed. Why are the Feng and Bai families so stupid that they haven't discovered it yet? It turns out that you awakened too late. They all regarded the day of your awakening as your birthday. It's normal not to think about it in this way since the birthdays are different. Zhao Junyuan also suddenly realized something. No wonder, it turns out that you awakened too late. That's no wonder Bai Zihan always thought you had no talent, and was yelling that it was impossible at that time. I thought that Brother Bai saw something wrong and deliberately lied that he hadn't awakened to test those two. Speaking of this, Mu and Hua Wenje also looked at each other and thought, who wouldn't be awakened? They thought so at that time. Then, they suddenly remembered that there was a rumor in the school that Bai Jian filled in no talent in the application information, as if he forgot to change it. Now look, it was not at that time, not that he forgot to change it. Now, everything is right. There is only one question left. Is it true that someone doesn't awaken on their birthday? Maybe your memory wasn't completely erased, but other memories were implanted, And you are really someone else's child. Bai Jian thought to himself that it was not the case. After all, let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about Chu Yuan. Oh, he was still installing artificial intelligence at that time, and what he said at that time was that he awakened late, so this point could not be wrong. Besides, he had been awakened for almost half a year, and suddenly he had a complete awakening. Seeing him so sure, Hua Wenze and the other two were silent. Yimu looked at Hua Wenze and Zhao Junyuan. You two are from big families, you are well informed, haven't you heard of such things before? Hua Wenze, I really haven't heard of it. I think it's normal, Zhao Junyuan said. Brother Bai is so strong, maybe because he was different when he awakened. Yimu and the other two, I don't know why, I want to refute this, but I find that there seems to be no reason. But it seems strange to say that this is right. Yimu suddenly thought of another question. He knew when Bai Jian awakened, the day they met. But the birthday of the child lost by the Bai family seemed to be a few days earlier. It's so obvious. Why didn't I notice it? Bai Jian, because I said I was, you believed it. Then he assumed that the birthday was one day, and it was not far away. If you can still feel something wrong after several months, then a few days of such a small difference will automatically correct the human mind. Hua Wenjie and Zhao Junyuan also nodded, as if it was indeed the case. Bai Jian said he was, so they believed it. In addition, this was not a very obvious difference, so no one really noticed it for a while. Hua Wenjie just checked the birthday of the child who just checked, and then looked for the time when the messenger of light awakened, and then confirmed that it was not the same day. Yimu actually checked it secretly, and he noticed something wrong because of the school rumors mentioned later. Bai Jian must be able to awaken before applying for the exam, so that he would forget to change it. On the day when the other party awakened, he was already on planet 2538, and had already finished the exam. So now the situation is, did Bai Zihan find out? Yeah. Bai Jian said, that's normal, after all, when I awakened, he had already awakened and left planet 2538. For others, a few days may not make any difference, but for Bai Zihan and Wei Yiqiao, it involves a question of order. Therefore, the two of them are really the easiest to find out. Zhao Junyuan was speechless. So Bai Zihan is so proud today, thinking that his family background is still better than yours? Is he a fool? With the talent and ability that Bai Jian has shown now, he can develop well even if he sets up his own family in the future. On the contrary, he can only cling to the Bai family. Is there anything to be proud of? Moreover, our brother Bai obviously doesn't want to go back. Everyone was speechless. The 2 rounds of activities in the morning were tossed like this, and they didn't run at all. Several people gathered together and whispered for a long time, and then started to talk about business. Logically speaking, after the competition was over and the rankings of each school were announced, they should actually set off to leave Shunshui Star. But now it seems that there is still a communication meeting. This was not held in the previous sessions. After all, the situation this time is special. The so-called communication meeting is actually mainly for communication. As Bai Jian said, several small light balls appeared around him. It was jumping light. Although it was not the first time they saw it, Yimu and the other two still felt it was very magical. They reached out to touch it, and then the halo shattered. A very small part of it turned into healing and filled their blood volume. The rest overflowed and turned into light spots and scattered. Can we do it in the future? Huawing couldn't help asking. Bai Jian said, strictly speaking, anyone can do it, but whether you can learn it depends on yourself. But I believe that you can definitely do it. I believe it too. Yimu said. Zhao Junyuan, of course I can't fall behind. Maybe I will be the 4th one. Speaking of this, they mentioned Feng Gongjie again. I feel that although he can do it, he feels very stiff when using it. He is not as good as Brother Bai or Boss Chu who will meet later. It feels smooth when watching them fight, but Feng Gongjie can't do it. It feels like a child who stole adult clothes. Bai Jian didn't know this. To be honest, he thought about shooting other people when he shot that arrow. After all, Feng Gongjie was famous. If the other party saw through his intentions and was on guard, it would be difficult to hit him with one shot. In the end, he felt that shooting him was the most cost-effective at the time and took a gamble. But I didn't expect that it would be so easy to succeed. I heard from my uncle that Feng Gongjie should also go to the exchange meeting and tell us in detail how he succeeded. Huawin said, then we will know why he did it. Brother Bai, you are at the scene, and you will be the first to hear it. Come back and tell us. Zhao Junyuan also said. Bai Jian would naturally not refuse this, but he didn't expect that when he arrived at the exchange meeting, what Feng Gongjie said would make him very confused. Teacher Wang, Bai Jian asked in a low voice. Why does this sound strange? It seems very familiar. Teacher Wang, Chu Yuan's theory has been discussed before, and this is all the content in it, pieced together. Bai Jian thought, as expected, this is not his illusion. Feng Gongjie was still talking. It's not too difficult, but I can't say anything specific. It was just one day, and I suddenly knew it. He glanced at Bai Jian and added, after the first use, the consumption will be a bit large, and it is normal to have a pale face and weak legs. Then you are quite powerful, Bai Jian smiled and said, I lay in bed for 3 whole days. Feng Gongjie turned his head and looked at the Feng family members beside him. There is such a thing? Why didn't he hear about it? The Feng family kept smiling. I haven't heard of this, but it has such a big impact. Everyone's situation is different. Chu Yuan didn't seem to have such a situation back then. On the main star, the people from the Chung family who came this time suddenly spoke. Bai Jian glanced at him and said nothing. Compared with Chu Yuan might be an experiment created by Shuntian organization. His HP is ridiculously high, and he can act as an artificial intelligence. He knows everything about the game. Can this be generalized? It's just nonsense. Others didn't really believe this, and their faces were a little bad. Since it's agreed, let's talk about it. If you don't want to share your experience, you can leave now. It may not be that he doesn't want to. Maybe he can't say anything, just like Chu Yuan at the beginning. Bai Jian glanced at Feng Gongjie again. Chu Yuan has restrictions, and can't say anything. What's the matter, you are also blocked by the program? The teacher of the 7th seat snorted, that's right, maybe you really don't know anything, you will know it when you close your eyes and open them again. It was a good exchange meeting, but everyone was upset because of this matter. Finally, Feng Gongjie got up and left angrily, leaving a sentence, you don't believe it after I told you. Bai Jian thought, you are using that trick to fool people, who can believe it, but it's not his turn to speak at this time. So he sat there and listened to others arguing about this matter. Of course, the exchange meeting will still be held in the end. After all, Bai Jian hasn't spoken yet. Some people couldn't help but look over, wondering if Bai Jian would be unwilling to speak after Feng Gongjie's performance. After all, he came to share with good intentions, but another person fooled him. They all looked a little upset, let alone Bai Jian. He is still young, at the age of impulsiveness and emotional influence. However, Bai Jian didn't seem to be affected at all. After all, they are members of the Feng family. And since things have come to this, he certainly has something to say. Everyone. I don't care what Feng Gongjie is thinking, or what the Feng family is doing. My purpose for coming here today will not change. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wang snorted coldly. If the Feng family really went down, he would have wanted to turn around and leave. It's hard for Bai Jian to seem to have seen it. Bai Jian really didn't care. His impression of the Feng family had reached the point where it was not strange for these people to do anything when Feng Yai didn't even get off the aircraft, and bluntly concluded that they had made a mistake. What happened today was nothing, but he didn't want his own experience to be passed on. Even the other side can refuse to acknowledge their son. But since the Feng family is not going to say anything about their own secrets, today's exchange meeting should only be about exchanging my experience. Bai Jian said, then I want to start a live broadcast. After all, after the game, there are many people on the Star Network who want to know what happened. It's troublesome to say one thing many times, and there may be some problems in the barrage that everyone present has not thought of, which can also better achieve the purpose of communication. Major General Qin, start. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was equivalent to everyone's opinion. After all, he is from the First Academy of Apocalypse. Even if others have other ideas, it is not easy to bypass the people of Apocalypse. Originally, the main star side had the most nerve to make suggestions, but they did this. It was good enough that they were not driven out on the spot and not allowed to listen. Just shrink for now. Bai Jian has already started a live broadcast. There are many fans under his Light Brain account, and they all rushed in instantly. Before they asked questions, Bai Jian had already changed the name of the live broadcast and said bluntly, exchange meeting, share my skills in the game, you can also listen. I can't stop the barrage, but please don't post irrelevant content. Try to post something related to today's exchange content. Let's discuss with each other and become stronger together. The barrage went crazy instantly. They couldn't believe it. It was going to be made public? Bai Jian said, it's just a discussion. Everyone just listen. I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. After all, my teachers, they haven't practiced it yet. It sounds difficult. The teachers of the First Apocalypse Academy are all experts. and none of them have successfully practiced it. It must be difficult. If it were simple, someone would have known it long ago. How could it only appear now? But why are there only Bai Jian and Feng Gongjie at the exchange meeting? Isn't it said that he can do it? Only when everyone discusses it can it be more accurate. Most of those who pay attention to this are awakeners, and many of them are also very strong experts. They can understand Bai Jian's words better. After all, sometimes they can't immediately replicate what they have done. When a skill is just released, it is always impossible to know it all at once, and it is impossible to accurately describe what should be done. And it is the type that no one has known before. At this time, it is easier to remove the wrong places and keep the correct way of activation when several people discuss together. So where is Feng Gongjie? Feng Gongjie was so angry that he wanted to throw things again. He saw Bai Jian's live broadcast almost as soon as he came back. Oh, you are a good person, which makes me look mean and unwilling to share some experience, right, Bai Jian? Feng Gongjie gnashed his teeth in anger. Bai Jian, how could Bai Jian know how to do that? At this time, Bai Jian's live broadcast had already said, "Today I will only talk about myself, not others." He simply said a few more words, and began to talk about his own experience. After all, this is the second time, with the experience of communicating with Major General Qin and the teachers last time. This time his language is more concise, and straight to the point. After speaking, he waited for everyone to ask questions and discuss together. In the middle, Major General Qin and Teacher Wang and others also interrupted a few words. After all, they have tried for a few days, but they have no successful experience and have failed many times. After experiencing Feng Gongjie's so-called experience, listening to Bai Jian's, you can tell which one is the real experience. Even though this experience is different from what they think about how to stand, and how to raise your hands. Afterwards, the teachers present asked some questions, and some people in the barrage also proposed some possibilities. Bai Jian answered all the questions he could answer, and those who couldn't answer honestly said they didn't know. He even saw someone say whether he needed to find someone to fight, or tie himself up to replicate Bai Jian's situation at that time. Bai Jian almost thought it was Tan Huafa, and he said that someone had shown it, but it didn't work. If you are sure it is safe, you can try it. After all, everyone's situation is different. I personally hate the feeling of being controlled by others. I can see that you prefer to let others be controlled by you. Please do not post irrelevant comments. Let's communicate normally. After learning it for the first time, will it be easy afterwards? In my case, yes, but this is not absolute. After all, Feng Gongjie did not seem to be so familiar with it. The teachers present also remembered this. If Feng Gongjie knew a little skill deeper, he would not have been so unprepared at that time. Bai Jian answered a few more questions, and then saw one. Your mana seems to be very high. Is it the bonus of your special talent, or is it because using skills in this way will save more mana? This message was actually sent by Feng Gongjie. After he was killed by Bai Jian in 1 second, he kept staring at the opponent. So he naturally discovered that the mana consumed by his skills did not seem to be as much as he imagined. Unlike Tan Hua, who had Chu Yuan's secret, and guessed that the attribute had increased, he could only think of saving mana. He was eager to know the answer. Why didn't he save more mana when he used it? But Bai Jian smiled after seeing this question, and did not answer it immediately. Most of my skills are special and non-fixed, so it may not be easy to answer this question. But Feng Gongjie's elders are here today. I can help you ask them if Feng Gongjie saves more mana when using his skills. Feng family, Feng Gongjie was so angry that he smashed the things at hand again. Do I need to ask you about my own situation? However, he sent it anonymously, and even Feng's family didn't know it was him. I just secretly blamed this person for being so tactless, and bringing the topic to them. But under this situation, in front of everyone, it can only mean that Feng Gongjie did not save mana. Bai Jian then said, the mana I use each time is not exactly the same. After all, this kind of skill is like this, and even the damage occasionally fluctuates. The mana required for the initial skill is fixed, but I don't use it much, and I haven't found that mana can be saved more. Feng's family couldn't help but say, isn't this also a fixed skill? Bai Jian, if it's just me, it may be a special case. For this kind of thing, of course, the more examples there are, the more convincing it is. At this time, the barrage continued, non-fixed skills? Brother Bai always uses this type of skills. So could it be because of the skill type, fixed mana and strength of skills? But it is not easy to break through? Bai Jian picked this out and replied, it is not impossible. Friends who use this skill can try it. Of course, it does not mean that it is impossible to use fixed skills. After all, skills are just a way of attack. Thick skills are easier to learn, but it may not be impossible to break through. The value is just the maximum amount of damage you can do at present, but it is impossible to always be that high. As long as you work hard, everything is possible. Come on everyone, I hope that next time, you will be the ones to share your experience through live broadcast. Chapter 97. This live broadcast lasted for more than 2 hours. When it ended, everyone had to admit that there is strength in numbers. Many netizens raised questions from angles that they had not thought of. And later, as time goes by, more and more questions will emerge. Perhaps, some of these people will really learn faster than those present. And soon, Chu Yuan's theory on the influence of posture on skill strength was also known to the public. As for what Feng Gongjie said at the exchange meeting, no one knew who released it. When people saw it, they were shocked. There was nothing new in it, compared with Baijian, who knew everything and even broadcast live to everyone. Feng Gongjie was simply fooling around without any intention. Experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. But whether they were talented or ordinary people, they were speechless when they saw what Feng Gongjie did. You are holding this exchange meeting just to listen to other people's experience, but you really don't have anything useful to say. And you are using other people's experience as your own? There are all kinds of things on the star internet at once, and some people say that Baijian has a good temper. If it were him, he would definitely turn around and leave on the spot. What does it have to do with him? I think Brother Bai is targeting everyone, and he even broadcast it live. If it weren't for our face, you don't care if it's the Feng family. I believe everything else, but Brother Bai has a good temper, so forget it. It seems that he will not suffer any loss. This time, maybe he is really big-minded and wants to share with everyone. The Feng family is just taking advantage of it, but they actually have the nerve to sit there and listen. Don't ask. If you ask, the child is ignorant. The Feng family did this. Tan Hua was speechless. What are they thinking? He thought that he could get more clues by hearing Feng Gongjie's experience and cross-checking it with Baijian's. As a result, he runs around with Chu Yuan every day. Doesn't he know more about Chu Yuan than anyone else? Chu Yuan was sitting on the other side, looking at something, and heard the words, "If they really want to share something, I advise you not to follow them." Tan Hua was stunned for a moment, Even when he attacked Chu Yuan outrageously, and was tied up for a night, he himself felt that there was no hope, but Chu Yuan helped to tie him up. Why is he reacting this time? But he soon felt that he understood. Yes, the Feng family is different from my junior brother. They won't be willing to say it, and even if they mention it, it may be false. If you follow them, you don't know what will happen. Fortunately, the exchange meeting was held in a hurry, and they didn't have time to come up with a few fake ones. After all, they couldn't be too fake, in case Baijian found out the problem and exposed it on the spot. By then, they would lose face. Although looking at the situation yesterday, it was not much better. At the same time, the students in the school were also discussing this matter. Zhao Junyuan, I know they are shameless, but I didn't know they could be so shameless. Don't you know what kind of character the big families on the main star are? Huawun said, they wish they could control the whole world in their hands. When others become stronger, they become weaker. Brother Bai really endured this anger, and didn't walk away on the spot. There were 2 classmates discussing beside them. There is no way. Brother Bai is willing to make it public, so that everyone can benefit. Unless the Feng family is expelled, how can we stop people from hearing it? Brother Bai, he won't force himself to smile at the scene, and then get angry when he goes back. Everyone looked around and didn't see Baijian. It was already the second day after the exchange meeting, and everyone got on the spaceship back to school. After all, the competition was over, and the exchange meeting was over, so they should leave Shanshui Star. Everyone was chatting together on the spaceship, and there were so many people that no one noticed who was there and who was not. But when it comes to it, Baijian, the central figure, was found to have not appeared. That's right, Brother Bai hasn't appeared yet. Is he really angry? Not that bad, not that bad. A senior couldn't help but say, Brother Bai always makes others angry, which is normal. It was too real to refute. They really had never seen Baijian suffer a loss, but this time the situation is different. Anyway, I was so angry that I almost couldn't sleep at night. Your Brother Bai really didn't sleep. Hua Wenjie couldn't help but said, I chatted with people on the Star Network all night last night. I guess he's asleep now. In fact, Hua Wenjie also participated. How could he be absent from such a strong thing? Not only him, but also Yimu and Zhao Junyuan. No one slept. But they were used to going to bed early, and getting up early, and going to bed late would also get up early. But Baijian was different. In the past, He often didn't sleep at night, and slept until noon during the day. So there is no need to think about it now. Probably he is still sleeping. What? Everyone was stunned, and some people couldn't help but open the light brain on the spot, saying while opening, "How come I don't know about this?" I did see someone on Star Online saying that Brother Bai is a man who knows everything. But I thought he was talking about the exchange meeting yesterday. But he held another one in the evening? No, I didn't go to bed until 2 o'clock last night, and I didn't see any movement on him on Star Online. Emu, he started at 2:30. Damn. Is he really angry and can't sleep, and then he started bored? Emu and others who knew about it looked helpless. It may be true that he can't sleep, but it's unnecessary to be angry and can't sleep. Other people went to sleep first after returning from the exchange meeting, because they slept late the night before and felt sleepy. You think it's late, but your brother Bai may have just woken up for less than 2 hours. Bai Jin once expressed that he envied them, the self-disciplined people who go to bed at a fixed time and get up early. But Hua Wen actually admired him more. There was no pressure at all at the exchange meeting the next day. He played until late at night as usual. He went to sleep right after the exchange meeting. He got up early this morning and got on the spaceship. He could continue sleeping in another place. He couldn't do it anyway. If he had something to do the next day, he had to prepare at least the day before. Unless he encountered a special situation like last night, he would definitely go to bed on time and be energetic tomorrow. He was far from Bai Jian's state of no pressure and extreme casualness. Even if the sky fell, this guy could still stand up with a smile. It can only be said that these people imagined too much. Bai Jian's personality was that he would vent his anger on the spot, and if he couldn't vent it, he would remember to report it later. Consuming himself, he only consumes others. Emu couldn't help but yawn, and a senior student beside him asked, "No, you guys also slept so late? We set off today, and you didn't sleep at 2:30 and ended up staying up all night." Hua Wenze, I woke up in the middle of the night. Emu followed up. I got up to go to the bathroom, took a look at the light brain, and found that he was discussing experience with others. Then he became alert. Until now, he hasn't fallen asleep. My mind is full of those experiences. After boarding the spaceship, Feng Gongjia's mind is filled with them. The Feng family is not human. Hua Wenze and Zhao Junyuan were woken up by their family members. Both families are big families, and the time of each planet is different, so naturally someone discovered it first and reminded them. The two were similar to Emu. Once they woke up, they had no chance to sleep again. At this moment, they were going to discuss it on the spaceship, but they found that everyone was still talking about the Feng family, so they couldn't help but follow a few words. At this time, the Star Network also found it. Really, there are so many records. They got together on the spaceship as soon as they got up in the morning, and they kept chatting afterwards. Some students opened the Star Network and took a look, so they really didn't know about this. I went to bed half an hour earlier, otherwise I would have seen these last night. I was wondering why someone on the Star Network cursed the Feng family as inhuman. It turned out that it was because my brother Bai was so angry that he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and posted on the Star Network. Emu and the other two, Trust me, he really wasn't angry. Bai Jian didn't sleep for too long. He just dozed off for 2 hours and then woke up. The first thing I did when I woke up was to check my health. I'd lost a little bit, so I used a skill to restore it. At this time, I have to praise Tan Hua. The jumping light I got from him is the skill I use the most and am most familiar with. I can attack and defend, and now I can turn corners. It is very convenient when I replenish my status. Let me see what to eat this morning. Bai Jian opened his backpack and happily picked out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Drink a bowl first, then see what to eat. He took a mouthful of porridge and suddenly found something wrong. Where is his skill book? That jumping light. Shouldn't it be in the second grid of the skill column? Why is it gone now? No, Bai Jian immediately thought that he had used jumping light just now. Even now, in order to practice skills, there are a few small light balls floating around. He dispersed the small light balls and used this skill again, and found that it was still usable. And it is smoother to use than before. Can I have a sixth skill? As long as you are strong enough. The conversation with Chu Yuan came to his mind, and Bai Jian understood instantly that this should mean that he has completely learned this skill, and it is his own. Bai Jian looked at the skill panel and installed the air-breaking attack that he usually put out when not needed, and would only use when needed. However, his skills are not only jumping light, but also shuttle. If nothing unexpected happens, this skill may be completely learned soon. It can be used without a skill book. It's a pity that the more skilled you are at using it, the faster the skill book will be used up. Yes, just like equipment, skill books don't always exist. Otherwise, after so many years, even if there are few of them, and some big families keep them privately, skill books should be so common that they are worthless. It's just that ordinary people can't use a skill for a lifetime, but they can use it for decades. Baijin is good, and his skill book is useless after only half a year. In fact, there should be some signs before this, but Baijin used this skill too well, and he kept it in the skill column without moving it, so he didn't see how much durability was left. I didn't realize it until the skill book disappeared, and then I looked at another one for shuttle, and it didn't have much durability left. In this way, he will soon have another skill column vacant. The equipment hasn't been bought yet, and the skill book here will be missing again. Worried. So on this day, when Baijin appeared in front of everyone, even Emu almost doubted that this guy would not be really angry with the Feng family. It shouldn't be you. Nothing. Baijin sighed. I just regret that I didn't broadcast the exchange meeting yesterday. Is he really angry with the Feng family? But he didn't react at the time, and now the after effects come up? If it wasn't turned on, I can record a video now. Anyone who wants to watch it can pay 1 cent. Emu, Huawinza Zhao Junyuan, Other classmates who followed and began to share the same hatred, I can see that he is really not angry with the Feng family. Anyone who has this in mind will not think of the matter of 1 cent. Huawinza's mouth twitched, thinking that it seemed that this guy could smile when the sky fell, but he couldn't smile when he was short of money. If you want to do it, you can do it now. Raise the price a little, and people will come to see it. After all, each person pays a dime or even $1. Even if they have finished reading it, Baijin will definitely charge for it, and there will definitely be many people willing to pay. But why are you like this suddenly again? You like the equipment, but don't have the money to buy it? Baijin sat there and said, I want to get a few more skill books. Equipment is secondary at this time. After all, it's not impossible to wear women's clothes. Anyway, the attributes are enough for fighting. And his naked attributes are better than many people wearing equipment, so the demand for equipment is not so urgent, but skills. In the past, he could only put 4 skill books, but now he can learn more, so of course he wants to get a few more to learn. Especially since he has a healing talent, the skill book for his job is actually only a jumping light, which is really too few. He had never thought of getting this kind of skill before, because the skill bar was limited, and he was not going to go the healing route. And Gong Zhonghao Gaoling Taodao's situation has changed now. Of course, he doesn't mind getting a few more books if there are suitable ones, just in case it comes in handy. There are also some attack skills. He doesn't have a real mage attack skill yet. Miaosani's invisibility skill is not bad. Baijin also wants a similar one. And control skills. This is really a one-time thing, but without restrictions, it feels like I want to have all the skills. However, this is certainly not an easy thing. Money is one thing, and the important thing is that it is not easy to find the right one. Last time, it was so easy to buy the control release, but it was all thanks to the Hua family's love. But Baijin obviously can't just pick up the Hua family's money. He still has to find a way to get the rest. It's a joke to say that he will charge 1 cent per person. If he really wants to charge, he should start with those big families. The Feng family must take the lead in publishing a skill book. He sat there, changed the topic, and asked, What are you talking about? It looked quite lively when he first came here. Talking about what you said late last night. Actually, it was about the Feng family, but in front of Baijin, no one wanted to mention this sad thing. A group of people followed this topic and started talking again. And the Star Network was still lively. When this happened, people had all kinds of things to say. Most people thought that the Feng family was too unrefined. However, the big families on the main star have always had some reputation problems in this regard. This time, doing such a thing was not too unexpected. There are even many people who speak up for the Feng family, claiming that you can't do it yourself. You want to ask for other people's experience without any reason. What are you thinking? There are also some words like you are as shameless as a basin later. This made many netizens laugh. If you don't want to say it, it's okay. No one forces you to say it. But you claim to come to communicate, but then you do this. It's hypocritical. They don't deserve to listen. But you listened to Brother Bai's experience and said it was an exchange. Shouldn't you talk to Brother Bai alone? So what? Baijin has a live broadcast, and everyone can listen. But Feng Dongjie can't? If he has the ability, don't do a live broadcast, and the two of them can communicate. That is, telling Baijin is not the same as telling the whole world. Who knows what you are thinking? I just want to know. I am an ordinary person, no need to judge. This matter has nothing to do with me. I can't learn any experience. I just think that what the Feng family did is too unkind. I am almost dying of laughter. Aren't those big families like this? They have something hidden and are afraid that others will surpass them. Anyway, I am not surprised by this development. In addition, believe it or not, the Feng family will soon issue an announcement that everyone will understand. Feng Gongjie happened to see this and was very angry. Because their family did issue it just now, saying that it was purely accidental, there is really nothing to say. As for experience, it is really what I said before. He relied on Chu Yuan's experience, and I don't know how to toss it. Of course, the wording should be more official, a long article, but to sum it up, this is what it means. Originally, it was an explanation, but combined with what this netizen said, it suddenly seemed a bit funny. Why do you care about these things? Just keep it to yourself. Someone from the Feng family said. Feng Gongjie was still angry. After all, he was too embarrassed in this competition. Now he holds his breath when he sees people praising Baijian. Baijian, this Baijian, he is stepping on me to get to the top. He was defeated in the competition first, and now he comes out to share his experience. It's as if he has a big mouth, as if he doesn't want to say anything. Baijian, Baijian. Sure enough, people with the surname Bai are not good people. Wait, the surname Bai. Feng Gongjie stood up suddenly, and an incredible idea popped up in his mind. Let's not talk about how Chu Yuan came about, but I don't believe there is another genius like Chu Yuan in the world. That Baijian he. Chapter 98. Baijian had no idea about the Feng family, and of course, he had no idea where Feng Gongjie's mind was going. In order to learn how to shuttle as quickly as possible, he found a place on the spaceship. Passing here and there. Being too active, they were all on the same spaceship, so naturally everyone saw it. At this point, the seniors understood that this person didn't take the Feng family's affairs seriously at all. Their brother Bai always had only one eye on getting stronger. Getting stronger, and getting stronger. Everything else had to retreat, retreat or retreat. No wonder we can't do it. A group of people from the talent department, but the level of effort is not as good as a manufacturing department. No. Brother Bai's is an ordinary manufacturing department. Whose manufacturing department is like this? Even a manufacturing department that can fight like Gongsun Miaomu is definitely only good at fighting. Slowly, because the training focus is not here, it will be left behind. Unlike Baijian, he is leaving others behind. However, Baijian worked so hard, just like the collective reading of the manufacturing department, this time, the seniors from the talent department followed suit and practiced their skills. It was a pity that they could not use them very well on the spaceship. After all, displacement skills can be practiced, and healing skills are even easier to practice, and even control skills are also okay, but attacking. What if the facilities on the spaceship are accidentally damaged? Later, they were thrown into the training room one by one. Those who had no place could only wait. The teachers who led the team looked at the student's state and just hoped that it could last longer. Looking at Baijian who did all this, they just wondered why this person was not from the manufacturing department. Not only can he do it himself, but he can also motivate others. The Tianqi army is also asking if we can go through after the competition. A teacher suddenly brought up this matter. In the past, we had to wait until the 3rd or 4th year of college to consider this issue, but Baijian is too good, and he is also a future manufacturer in the manufacturing department. In addition, I don't know why, it seems that the number of space monsters has increased a bit recently. In this case, it is normal for the higher-ups to be vigilant and want to increase their combat power. Shunshui Star and Tianqi Star are not too far away, and the group took 3 days to return to school. The teachers and classmates who were still in school came out to greet them. After all, they won the first place this time. Even if they were not in school, they all watched the game at that time. Brother Bai is awesome, and he really had great control in the last game. Fanny Tong couldn't help but rush over and stared at Baijian. I always feel that you have changed. What's different? Su Sengxi also looked around, but he really couldn't see how Baijian had changed. He was still as tall, his skin was still as good, and he was still as handsome. What else could he have changed? Become stronger, Fanny Tong said confidently. Su Sengxi, oh that's true. The last game was so exciting. I felt that I had no worries. My brother Bai stood there, as if he was the strongest in the game. And I was protected by the strongest in the game. Baijian thought to himself that I might really be the strongest. After that game, I was shocked when I looked at the attributes. He used to think that Chu Yuan's health was much more scary, but now that it has increased like this, It is estimated that it will be half as much. He suspected that Chu Yuan was talking about this when he said he was special. After all, from the beginning to the end, except for Chu Yuan, Bai Jian had never heard of attribute points that could reach this level. It may have increased, but it was not as much as his. But Chu Yuan said it was not. If this was not special, then what was special about him in Chu Yuan's eyes? If he hadn't tried it, he would really think that the other party liked him. Special in the eyes of lovers. Bai Jian and his group entered the school gate, and they almost had more students than the students in school. After all, their school was already on vacation. Speaking of which, this competition would take up the time of the winter vacation. When Major General Qin persuaded Zhao Lushi before, he mentioned that it would only take up half of the class time. Although their competition was interrupted by the Shantian organization this time, it seemed that they stayed for many more days, but in fact the time was about the same. After all, the original competition would take at least 7 days, and it was possible to take half a month longer. If the scores were consistent, there might be an extra game, which would take even longer. Now, the in-game competition has a smaller map and a faster pace in all aspects. It only took 1 day to finish the game. That is, there was another exchange meeting that delayed it for 2 days, otherwise I might have returned earlier than usual. Therefore, some people who live far away from home have already returned home. The remaining people who live closer to home are preparing to return after welcoming them and celebrating. Of course, there are also people like Fanny Dong, who must have returned home. But after all, he lives on Tianqi Star, which is close, and he ran back to school today. Bai Jian also saw Dong Sun Miaomiu and others, and Jiang Min smiled and stepped forward to congratulate him. He didn't go home? Bai Jian asked in a low voice. He was talking about Cheng Qiqing. Even if the Cheng family was angry about what happened, they really didn't let their own child go home. It will be the Chinese New Year soon. Jiang Min looked back at Cheng Qiqing after hearing this. He followed them out, but he didn't say anything. He stood there and didn't know what he was thinking. But it was true that he didn't go home. He stayed in school after the holiday. Jiang Min knew something about the inside story. He whispered, he didn't want to go back. Even if the Cheng family was angry, they wouldn't let him go home for so long. They even sent him the living expenses that had been suspended earlier. But for some reason, Cheng Qiqing didn't seem to have any intention of using the money. Now he doesn't even go home. Bai Jian thought to himself, not only now, it seems that since that incident, Cheng Qiqing has never returned to the Cheng family. This person has never even left the school gate. Bai Jian has a lot of opinions about the Cheng family, but Cheng Qiqing is different. Maybe it's because although this person is a bit abstract, it's just abstract in words. He has never done anything bad, and he is even quite principled in some aspects. Of course, it can't be said that he likes him. After all, compared with abstract life, he still prefers to hear normal people praise him. But after all, they are classmates. Seeing the arrogant young master suddenly become like this, he can't help but pay attention to him. After greeting the classmates and seniors around him, Bai Jian went over to greet him. Cheng Qiqing said, "Congratulations." "Congratulations, we are from the same school. The school taking first place is a happy event for everyone." "That's amazing, Brother Bai. Tell us, how did you think of going directly to the students who are looking for flags?" "Yes, I was stunned when I saw it. I was not stunned when I was looking for the flag, but I was stunned when Feng Gongjie was killed in 1 second. That skill is so powerful, it can be cast so far. Super long range." Many people came over, and soon Bai Jian followed them to join in the fun. There was a celebration party in the evening, and Bai Jian took the time to promise Zhao Lushi that he would definitely go to him tomorrow to ask him to check whether he had studied hard during this period. He was busy, running from one place to another. Cheng Qiqing looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a little envious. And suddenly felt that it would be great if he didn't know anything. In his ears, there was constant noise. "Brother Bai, you are getting better and better now. I have watched the scene where you killed Feng Gongjie in 1 second 800 times. And the match between you and them, before being captured by the Shantian organization was really exciting." Bai Jian thought to himself, that was because the two sides were evenly matched in that match. Such a match always looks more interesting. Later, when he was changed to the game, his strength increased again, and he had 2 more skills. He relied purely on the comfort of pushing forward all the way, but he didn't have the feeling of being pushed to the extreme. But in the eyes of his own people, that was more satisfying. He greeted everyone and kept getting together to have fun. The celebration in the evening was very lively, and Bai Jian was the center of attention. There was also a lucky draw afterwards. All students who went to the competition this time can participate, and the prizes are rich. From food and drinks to equipment and skill books, there are of course more types in the front, and the equipment and skill books in the back are small. But this small amount is only for the many students who came to the lottery, but in fact the school is quite generous, and they took out 10 skill books alone. The equipment at the back is even more varied, with dozens of items of men's and women's clothing of various attributes. And every year, the students who make the greatest contribution will also be given certain rewards. At that time, Bai Jian and his team will have to go up and say a few words. Brother Bai, you can speak at that time. Bai Jian, you should do it, I haven't prepared any words. Yimu was silent for a while. Do you still need to prepare? Forgot how you spoke when the teacher called you to the stage during the initial test at the beginning of the school. Hua Wenjie and Zhao Junyuan were also at the scene at the time, and they thought of that incident when they heard it. Well it's you, no need to prepare, just go up and say a few words. Then Bai Jian went up to the stage and said a few words casually. He seemed to be born to be good at this, and he could mobilize people's emotions with just a few words. Then this guy turned around and said, now let my teammates come and say a few words to everyone, come on, welcome. Yimu and others, Okay, brothers are there to be tricked, right? Everyone said a few words, then received the prize, and started to wait for the lottery. Bai Jian took a look at his prize, which was a complete set of strength attribute equipment. I guess the school really can't stand it. Who asked you to wear a novice outfit all day long? Going out to compete, or wearing women's clothes? It's hard to say whether this prize has any ulterior motives. Others' prizes are very normal and standard, but they are all very suitable for them. It can be seen that the teacher specially picked them according to the situations of several people. Bai Jian changed his equipment on the spot. Wow, after nearly 100 chapters, he finally said goodbye to the novice suit. If he draws another skill book later, today will be perfect. It is not certain that you can draw a skill book. After all, the probability is not high. It takes 85 people to get one person who draws it. Bai Jian was not in a hurry to draw, and watched the classmates and seniors around him go first. There are not many skill books, but there are a lot of equipment. On average, 1 out of 10 people can get one. So everyone was quite happy. Even if they didn't get it, there were some other things. 100 sets of big red medicine. Zhao Junyuan walked back. I feel like I haven't needed to buy big red medicine for a long time. Hua Wenjie's luck was not very good either. He drew big blue medicine, also 100 sets. The two stood there, and felt that their luck was really bad. Bai Jian didn't think so. Look at the bright side, you didn't win a photo with the principal, or start school 10 days earlier, or something like that. The people around him were silent, and said, brother, it's a good thing that you didn't decide what to put in the lottery. Listen to yourself, is that human language? Of course there won't be these in the lottery box of the school, and it's even very generous. The worst is some food and drink, or 100 sets of big red and big blue medicines. In short, even if you don't use it yourself, you can get several thousand or even tens of thousands by selling it to the game. The students who won equipment and skill books were even happier. The atmosphere was there, and Bai Jian also walked up. Look, I hit the target, and draw out a book of invisibility skills. Under the stage, Zhao Luosher and Teacher Wang were standing together. The former asked, do you think he can really draw it? That's impossible. Teacher Wang said, I put the prize in there, how could I not know that there is no invisibility skill book in it? If he could draw it out, it would be a miracle. Zhao Luosher couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Seeing Bai Jian so confident, he thought he was sure of it. Didn't this person even know in advance what the prizes were? Don't you know him? He's really reliable when he's reliable, and really outrageous when he's outrageous. Teacher Wang snorted coldly, you watched the game, his attribute points must have increased again, I'm waiting for him to tell me when. Really increased? How could I be wrong? And the increase is probably quite a lot. Teacher Wang said, in the first real game with Feng Dongjie, if he had the current attributes, Feng Dongjie would have to stay with him. Another teacher next to him said, and teachers from other schools, and even some more capable netizens, have also seen that the issue of skills is hanging on now, otherwise the most discussed issue on StarNet right now is definitely his attribute points. But even if there is no discussion, those who should know it in their hearts. Zhao Luosher is not an expert in this area. He can only see that the student is very good and plays with ease. I really didn't see the attribute points. At this moment, he couldn't be shocked when he heard it. He knew Bai Jian's attribute points. They were already very high to begin with, and they increased again. And judging from the tone of his voice, the increase was not just a few points. No wonder old Wang keeps staring at his student. He is a real genius in this area. The genius luck in the lottery is pretty good this time. He didn't draw a stealth skill, but drew a control one. He was welcomed off the stage by everyone, very happy. What a great harvest, Brother Bai, you have today. That is, whatever you want, let's see if it is stealth. A group of people gathered to see the new skills, which are control skills, but not very hard control. It depends on the attribute points. You have to make sure that your attribute points are higher than the opponent to ensure control. The duration also depends on the difference in attribute points. Brother Bai, if you want to use this, do you have to change to equipment with magic attributes? Otherwise, if you don't have a set of equipment bonus, no matter how high the initial attribute is, you can't compare with others. How to control. Baijian glanced at his attribute panel and thought that he didn't need to change equipment. With his current attributes, he can definitely suppress many people wearing equipment. The skills are actually pretty good. Huh? On the side, Hua Wenjie, who didn't come over, waved at him and asked him to look at the private chat. Baijian clicked it and saw a message. My family just said that the Feng family entered Tianqi Star and came to the school. They don't know what they are here for. What do you think? Baijian looked at Hua Wenjie, and Hua Wenjie also looked at him. The Hua family didn't know, because Hua Wenjie didn't tell his family about Baijian's life experience. He thought it was a classmate's personal privacy, and even his family was not convenient to talk about it. But Hua Wenjie, who knew the insider, immediately connected it to Baijian's life experience. Otherwise, what would the Feng family come for? Could it be that they suddenly wanted to share Feng Gongjie's experience? Baijian retracted his gaze, and with an unchanged smile, he joked with the classmates around him for a few more words, and found an excuse to come out. Is the news confirmed? Yes. Xiao Junyuan also came over at this time, and he also received the news. Even Gongsun Miaomiu and others may have been told by their families, but they didn't know that this matter was related to Baijian, so they naturally didn't come to mention it to him. You big families are really well informed. Baijian finally understood why the Gongsun family reacted so quickly to that incident. You still have time to think about these things now? Zhao Junyuan said speechlessly. You should think about what to do. Baijian said, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. What is he afraid of? He has rich experience in fighting with his parents. And they are his biological parents. No matter what, they raised him up. What are these two here? They are not his biological parents after all. Now he has exchanged with the original owner. If they are elders who are very good to the original owner, Baijian will naturally respect them well. But with the situation of the Bai and Feng families, he would not go back to get into this quagmire. At this time, the Feng family also arrived at the school. They naturally could not rush to find Baijian directly, but were first taken to the office by the teachers, and then the teachers informed Baijian that the Feng family was coming to see him. Teacher Li looked strange. I don't know what the Feng family is going to do again. Yimu and the other two felt more and more that this was the exposure of their background. They were not very reassured, so they followed them. Of course, they could not enter the office, so the three of them secretly hid behind the door and listened to the movement inside. Baijian, the person involved, entered the office and looked at the Feng family members who came. There were 3 of them in total, 2 of whom he had never seen before, and 1 was Feng Yai. As for the school, even if the Feng family said it was a private matter, they would naturally not allow students to stay alone with this group of people. Zhao Luosher and teacher Wang were also there, and there was also a department head. Okay, Zhao Luosher said, the people have arrived, and you can say whatever you want to say. Feng Yai had been looking at Baijian since he entered the door. She had time, and after the Feng family notified her, they hurriedly pulled her over from a nearby planet. After all, she was Baijian's biological mother, and once the news was confirmed, she would definitely be notified, and now she had to be present in this kind of scene. The real person was better looking than what he saw on the Star Network, and he was very outstanding. Sure enough, her son would not be a waste. I believe everyone knows that our Feng family lost a child 12 years ago. A member of the Feng family spoke up, and yesterday, we found out that the child had grown up. You mean? Teacher Wang looked at Baijian and thought, no way. You guessed right. Feng Yai continued, Baijian is my biological son. As she spoke, her eyes never left Baijian. Her eyes were gentle and loving, with tears in her eyes, as if she was really excited to find a son who had been lost for many years. Child, Impossible, you must have made a mistake. Baijian interrupted her, his tone very calm. I still remember a lot of things from my childhood. The planet I stayed on at that time was definitely not the main planet, and I also have a vague impression of my parents. Please forgive me for being frank. Although my mother is as beautiful as this Miss Feng, she has a strong personality and doesn't like me very much. Her attitude is very different from that of the Miss Feng in front of me now. Feng Yai pretended to be a gentle and amiable mother. Chapter 99. Bai Jian's words made everyone at the scene silent, especially Feng Yai, whose face was extremely ugly. She herself was certainly not a gentle and kind person. The reason why she was like this today was because her family had specially emphasized that she, as a mother, must win over Bai Jian and make him lean more towards her rather than the Bai family. She certainly had this intention. But he said that a biological mother could not be so gentle. Outside the door, the eavesdropping Emu and the other two looked at each other, thinking that it was indeed because of their background. However, Brother Bai, you are really good at making up stories. Remember you told us that you knew that you were the child born after the marriage between the Bai and Feng families because you had childhood memories and remembered what your parents looked like? Now you said that I remember things from my childhood and you are not my mother. It seems that he is determined not to recognize it. The Feng family is not so easy to get rid of. Since they are here, they will definitely not be sent back with just a few words. The three of them communicated quietly on the optical brain. Look at me, look at you. Emu couldn't help but look inside again. Feng Yai, looking at this look, doesn't look like someone who doesn't recognize her son. Huawun said, you don't understand, I asked my family before. It was mainly because he knew about Bai Jian's life experience that he asked about this matter. So he knew much more than Fanny Dong, and it was more detailed and accurate. When the two children were lost, this matter caused a big fuss in the Feng and Bai families. It's hard to say the specific details, but in terms of the result, Feng Yai divorced. Don't think that Feng Yai doesn't care about things now, but he was a talented child of the Feng family back then, and he had some say in the family. Bai Jian's father. Bai's father is not an ordinary person. The two of them are a strong alliance. Bai's father is going to inherit the Bai family and move to the position of the new person in power. Later, they divorced, and Bai's father lost the position of the head of the family in the power struggle. Feng Yai has not gained any power in these years. These are the premises. The current situation is, if Bai Jian returns to the Feng family and is of one mind with her, her current situation will be very different immediately. With a son who is more outstanding than Feng Gongjie, it will not be difficult for Feng Yai to return to the center of family power. Even if she is married again, this is not a problem. Even if she is in her current husband's family, she will have more say, instead of being a marginal figure like now. In this situation, how can her attitude be bad? Emu instantly understood that this attitude was not directed at Bai Jian, but at the interests behind. The reason she didn't acknowledge her son before was because she thought Bai Jian had no talent and was just an ordinary person. Acknowledging him would not help her situation, but would make her a laughing stock. The three of them were quick-witted, and it only took them a moment to communicate. Inside the room, the dean, who had finally digested the whole thing from the conversation, spoke up. Is there any misunderstanding here? Doesn't he know who the biological parents of the child are? Although the words sounded nice, the dean obviously suspected that the Feng family saw that Bai Jian had good talent and was an orphan, so they made such a fuss. Zhao Luosher also said, I have heard that Bai Jian mentioned that his parents had passed away. Emu and the other two who were looking out the door stared at Bai Jian in surprise. When did this happen? You made this kind of preparation in advance? I've heard about it too. Teacher Li patted the three of them. It seems that a classmate in the class asked about it. Bai Jian said that his parents are no longer in this world. You three are almost done. Don't get together here. It won't look good. Emu, Hua Wenze, and Zhao Junyuan, the three who knew the inside story, were really worried. Teacher, let us listen to a few more words. Teacher Li pushed them away, opened the door and walked in, testifying to this matter. The faces of the people from the Feng family became more and more ugly. What do these people mean? It seems that they are looking at people with good talents, so they deliberately do this just to tie people to the Feng family's boat. What kind of family is the Feng family? Shouldn't ordinary people be very happy and delighted when they hear that it is their child? Bai Jian looked at them calmly, turned around and ran to Zhao Luosher and Teacher Wang and sat down. He was always at ease in the teacher's office, but he would not sit down on a chair without the teacher's consent. After all, he knew how to write the 4 words respect teachers and respect virtue. But today, when he saw that the Feng family was sitting, he suddenly didn't want to stand. After sitting down, he turned his head and whispered to Zhao Luosher, Teacher, I suspect they deliberately disturbed my study. I'm so busy now. Zhao Luosher glanced at him, moved his mouth, and then asked with his light brain, "Really?" "Of course," Bai Jian said confidently. "Don't I know who my parents are?" He didn't lie at all before. The original owner's memory was erased, but his was not, and he was one of those people who remembered more about his childhood. He was indeed not born and raised on the main planet. As for his mother's personality and attitude, they were also real. Not a single word was false, and he was not afraid of taking a lie detector. Again, this is the original owner's mother, not his. Even if it is a homonym, it is not a complete person after all. Moreover, if I really had such rich parents, wouldn't I have contacted them to take me back to enjoy my life? Bai Jian said. This didn't sound wrong, and only Yimu and others who knew about it knew that it was all nonsense. However, the teachers present believed it. The dean said directly, "It seems that this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. As far as I know, the child you lost that year, although his surname is Bai, is not called Bai Jian. If the Feng family is interested, they might as well use the previous name to look for him again. I remember that Bai Zihan, didn't he change his name? Feng family, Feng Yai, Feng family wanted to slam the table and leave on the spot, but they thought that Bai Jian was not Bai Zihan after all. If he looked like a waste, they would not have to make this trip today." So the three of them swallowed their breath and relaxed their expressions. Finally, Feng Yai said, "You were still young back then, and your memory may be wrong. Besides, since those people can clean up Bai Zihan's memory, it is not difficult to add something to your memory. Your birthday is exactly the same as the child we lost." A Feng family member said, "We have also done a simple investigation and confirmed that you should be our child." Without saying anything, Bai Jian called up his attribute panel. Of course, only the name and talent. The words special talent, messenger of light were opened, and they were instantly displayed in front of everyone. Then he found the system prompt in the forum when the messenger of light awakened. The time was clearly displayed on it. Finally, it was the birth date of the child of the Bai family that year. If you have checked, you may know that I arrived at planet 2538 later. Bai Jian said, "The person who sent me there was naturally not a good person. As for the birthday, they may have changed it, so the date displayed on the optical brain now is not accurate. The awakening date is more correct. Moreover, it is obviously easier to change the date of birth than to activate the memory." The latter sentence was obviously a refutation of what Feng Yai had just said. The words were also reasonable, but the Feng family did not buy it. They said, "There must be something wrong. Your uniqueness now may be related to the problem when you awakened." Feng Yai did not speak for a while, and her face looked a little bad. 2,538 stars? If she remembered correctly, Wei Yiqiu took her to 2,538 stars. Could the Bai Jian who grew up with Bai Zihan be this Bai Jian? She recalled what happened in the past 2 days. First, her family notified her to rush to Tianqi Star. Then, they told her on the way that the child from that year was found, and it was the Bai Jian who was in the limelight recently. Since she always thought that these must be two people, she just thought that she made a mistake at the beginning, and she didn't have time to verify it. However, when she heard about star 2538, Feng Yai immediately realized the problem. But the Feng family members around her didn't know what she was thinking, and they were still saying, "It's easy to prove whether it's true or not. Just do a simple test, and it's easy to prove the mother-child relationship. No need, I'm busy." Bai Jian interrupted with a smile, and called up another document at the right time. Of course, he couldn't involve Hing Dao immediately, so he found it on the Star Network instead of browsing the circle of friends. And what he opened was the news that Feng Yai went to star 2538. This happened when Miss Feng went to my residence on star 2538 nearly a month ago. Bai Jian said, "Maybe I know Bai Zihan, and what happened is a little. Everyone knows this, that is, the palace is too visually strong, and I am an orphan, so it's normal for Miss Feng to have some associations." Not only the teachers at the school didn't know about this, but the Feng family didn't know either. The two of them looked at Feng Yai, but found that the other person's face was very ugly. Just as they had a bad premonition in their hearts, they heard Bai Jian flipping through the external screen on the brain and saying, but many people heard it at the time. Miss Feng said in person that this matter must have been a mistake. After that, he looked at the Feng family again. "So why did you come here again today? It was a mistake at the time, and now you change your words?" And the screen where Bai Jian stayed was showing a few sentences of the conversation at that time. People who don't know the truth can't understand it, but everyone present can see that this is completely because they heard that Bai Jian is a waste without talent, so they said it was a mistake. The smiles on the faces of the Feng family could no longer be maintained. Feng Yai's face was even uglier. She could not imagine that Bai Jian was actually that Bai Jian. They could not stay here any longer. Every look they felt and cast at them contained great mockery. After the three of them left Tianqi College, the two Feng family members immediately asked, "Have you been to Star 2538? Feng Yai could no longer hold back and said, "This Bai Jian is that Bai Jian. Why has no one ever told me about it?" If she had known that it was the same person, why would she not be prepared at all today? Moreover, how could he call out those things immediately? When ordinary people encounter such things, it is not unbelievable, but at least they will be shocked, unless he is well prepared. He knew it a long time ago, but he didn't want to go back to the Feng family. As soon as Feng Yai finished speaking, the two Feng family members immediately said, "I wouldn't want to do it either. My biological mother went to look for him, but she turned around and left immediately because she heard a few false news." Who wouldn't be disappointed? Are you blaming me? Who knew that those low-class people would talk nonsense? The three Feng family members blamed each other and reported the matter back to the main family. We still have to check why those people said those misleading words at that time. But even if they didn't check, they probably guessed that it was probably related to Wei Yiqiu. After all, those words were said to Wei Yiqiu. And almost everyone knows about the entanglement between Bai Jian, Bai Zihan and Wei Yiqiu. Especially since these two people didn't know that Bai Jian had a talent. I guess those people also said it based on this premise. At this time, in the First Academy of Apocalypse. In the same office, after sending the Feng family away, several teachers looked at Bai Jian. At first, they really thought that the Feng family was doing something tricky again. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that it is unlikely. After all, kinship identification is not a difficult task. To tell such a lie, unless Bai Jian cooperates with both parties to forge it together, otherwise once the two sides are in a fight, it will be impossible to make the fake become true. And if the Feng family really has such an idea, they should find Bai Jian privately and lure him with something, instead of doing this directly. In addition, Bai Jian's preparations seem to be too sufficient. He even knows that Feng Yai has been to planet 2538. Teacher Li came out of the office and looked at Yimu and the other two standing outside. Thinking about it carefully, they were all shocked by such a big thing, but these three students looked as if they expected it. You three knew about this? No. What? Ah? The three of them denied it and quickly found a topic. Teacher Li, did you see that Bai Jian's birthday doesn't seem to be on the same day as his awakening day? The school knew that he was the messenger of light, and there was also birthday information, so no one noticed something wrong? Teacher Li did not notice it. He would not pay attention to which day a student's birthday was not the same. He just remembered that it was very close to the exam time. This was because on the day of the test, no one believed that Bai Jian was from the manufacturing department, and they glanced at the information when they looked at it. After all, he filled in no talent at that time. Later, Bai Jian revealed that he was the messenger of light, and he didn't pay much attention to the time issue. After all, it was only a few days away. The key point is that the more Teacher Li thought about it, the more he felt justified. He said he was the messenger of light. How could we, as teachers, doubt our students and even check their birthdays? And don't try to change the subject, just tell the truth. In the office, other teachers also looked at Bai Jian. They are not stupid, they can still see the problem now. As soon as the Feng family left, Bai Jian also stood up, and of course, he didn't sit back now. Teacher. Compared to just now, Bai Jian's tone was much more serious. I will handle this matter myself. It's a private matter, and it has nothing to do with study. The school should not ask too much, and there is no need to intervene. Teacher Wang, who had a bad temper, immediately got angry, but Zhao Lushir beside him held him down. Okay, go back first. The celebration over there hasn't ended yet. It's not good for you, the protagonist, to suddenly disappear. After Bai Jian left, Teacher Wang said, "Why did you stop me?" What did he say? You haven't understood yet? He just doesn't want to make things difficult for the school. Zhao Lushir said, "It's okay if I don't tell you that you don't know. If you really know that the person is the child of the Feng family, and the biological mother comes to recognize him, you, as a teacher, can still stop her, or even support not recognizing the biological parents. What's wrong? Didn't you hear what Feng Yai did just now? When she heard that the person had no talent, she said it was a mistake on the spot. Was it a mistake? It's obvious that she didn't want to recognize him. Now you have the nerve to come again? But no matter what, they are related by blood." Bai Jian was also talking to Yimu and the other two about this matter. Besides, the Feng family and the Bai family are two big families, so there is no need for the school to get involved. The four people are now walking back. talking about this matter as they walk. Emu and the other two had eavesdropped at the door before, and had also looked inside a few times. Teacher Zhao must know about your birthday. When you pointed out the difference, his reaction didn't seem like he had just found out, Huawun said. Bai Jian was not too surprised to hear this. After all, details in the manufacturing department are very important, and Teacher Zhao has always been careful and considerate. It is normal that he is more sensitive than others in this regard. Before, he asked him if it was true at the first time, which shows that he might have noticed something through the birthday matter at that time. It's hard to say that he had been muttering in his heart for a long time. Why is this birthday not on the same day as the awakening day? It's just that Bai Jian didn't mention it, so he just pretended not to find out, and didn't have to find out the truth. Zhao Junyuan, I didn't expect you to prepare in advance. What do you call preparation? Bai Jian smiled. I heard that they found a link temporarily. Speaking of which, the idea that the birthday might have been changed was mentioned by Huawunja before. He used it temporarily. Anyway, it made sense. As for the trouble of preparation, just the Bai family and the Feng family? It's not worth his time to spend on it. A few people were walking and chatting, and suddenly, Emu, who was talking, stopped. The four looked forward, and there stood Cheng Qiqing. This man came out of the celebration scene at some point, and stood on the side of the road. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he was waiting for them. Bai Jian walked over. Cheng Qiqing, why did the Feng family come to you? Huawunja frowned, and Zhao Junyuan was about to say something about your attitude. Cheng Qiqing didn't wait for Bai Jian to answer, and said to himself, anyway, stay away from the main star. Not only are you not allowed to go to my house, but you are also not allowed to go to the Feng family. Otherwise, he paused, as if he didn't expect any powerful threats, and just said, otherwise I will make you look good. After that, Cheng Qiqing turned around and walked away, leaving Bai Jian and the other four. Emu was speechless. Has he always been so stupid? Can he be hindered by going to the main star? Zhao Junyuan was also very speechless. Huawunja said, I always feel that he is in a weird mood. Isn't it weird? Bai Jian remembered that last time, there was just a little rumor. This person warned him not to go to the Cheng family. This time, he didn't want him to have anything to do with the Feng family. And that sentence about staying away from the main star, adding to the strange suspicion that today's incident had aroused in him. Bai Jian suddenly turned around and asked Huawunja and Zhao Junyuan, how much information do you two have about the Bai and Feng families, especially about 12 years ago? If you want to know how you got lost, we really don't know. Huawunja said, there are some rumors, you should have heard about it, but it's hard to say whether it's true or not. As for the rest, I send you everything here, and let your family help you investigate. That's not necessary, it's too troublesome. He just took a look at the existing ones, and Bai Jian asked Huawunja to send him the information. Zhao Junyuan also added something. He asked, why do you suddenly want to see this? Nothing, I just feel something is wrong. Bai Jian said, like Huawunja mentioned last time, my awakening date is there. Who would go out of their way to check when my birthday is? Even if they did, why would they be sure that this day is the real birthday? Shouldn't normal people think that the awakening day is the real birthday? Chapter 100. When Bai Jian pointed out that the awakening date was his birthday, which was different from the lost child of the Feng family, the three people of the Feng family did not react much, and obviously did not think it was a big deal. And Huawunza also reacted after being reminded by him. Why are they so sure? Because the awakening was delayed due to special reasons. This kind of thing has never happened before. Why do they think in this direction? The three of them looked at Bai Jian together, and the latter said, if they had discovered this matter earlier, I would think it was normal. After all, the facts are the facts. I haven't deliberately concealed it. It's normal for people to find out. But as my reputation grows, the special talent is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and it is less and less likely for people to think of this aspect. However, the Feng family came to find them at this time. According to the news on the Star Network, 2 days ago, someone saw Feng Yai entering and leaving high-end places on a nearby planet, and took a picture of a high-end equipment. In other words, they did not discover this matter a long time ago and have been investigating it, but discovered it in the past few days. The Feng family had not produced any concrete evidence before this point, which can also indirectly confirm this speculation. Bai Jian, you guys go play first. I go and trick this abstract young master. This matter doesn't seem right no matter how you think about it. Bai Jian can barely understand that they don't want him to go to the Cheng family, but even the main star doesn't want him to go. Although Cheng Qiqing is a bit abstract, it's not abstract to this extent. And if you think about it carefully, the whole thing may have been wrong from the beginning. At the beginning, Bai Jian had doubted that it was impossible for someone like the head of the Chung family to be caught by the Gong Sun family before the matter was actually done. But at that time, the matter was already over, so he didn't think much about it. Now thinking about it, Chung Qiqing's reaction later was not quite right. But everyone knows that this young master is a little bit in love, so it is normal to be sad that he suddenly lost Gong Sun Miaomiu. In addition, this matter made his family very dissatisfied with him. However, what if it is not like this? Think about it. One time Chung Qiqing stopped him on the road, seemed to want to say something, and finally said that he knew nothing. I don't know this. Is it because he doesn't understand his sadness, or is there really something else? Before Bai Jian went to find Chung Qiqing, he first called Gong Sun Miaomiu. After receiving the call, the latter came out of the celebration and found a quiet place. Do you have something to ask me? The two of them didn't actually have a deep friendship. In terms of relationship, Bai Jian and Jiang Min are more familiar. But after all, they were classmates and the best students in the class, so they would often exchange some academic matters, but it was limited to academic matters. So Gong Sun Miaomiu was very surprised when she received the communication. Gong Sun Miaomiu? Bai Jian asked seriously, when the Chung family's plan was discovered by your family, I remember you mentioned that you asked Chung Qiqing, and he admitted it. What did he say at that time? Did he apologize? No. Gong Sun Miaomiu said, he didn't apologize, not only on that day, but also later. Of course, they didn't have much contact afterwards. Gong Sun Miaomiu said, I was quite excited at the time, but I remember clearly that he looked very sad and wanted to say something several times, but finally just admitted it. Then she left with Jiang Min and Miao Xinyue. After all, if Chung Qiqing wanted to plot against her in such a disgusting way, she would definitely beat him up. But it was the Chung family's idea, and he himself didn't want to, and he made a scene, so there was no point in beating him. What's wrong? Why are you asking this suddenly? Bai Jian didn't answer, and Gong Sun Miaomiu didn't ask again. If there are no other questions, I hang up first. After hanging up the call, she thought, the Feng family came to find Bai Jian. Why did Bai Jian come to her to ask about that incident? It seems that the focus is still on Chung Qiqing. Bai Jian here understands everything. With the character of Master Chung, if it was really his family who wanted to plot against his beloved girl at that time, even if he didn't know, and it wasn't him, he wouldn't even say sorry. In that case, apologizing, saying that he didn't expect it, etc., is almost a human instinct. Unless Chung Qiqing knew clearly that this incident would never happen. So there was no apology in his mind. The Chung family didn't intend to plot against Gong Sun Miaomiu to make the marriage between the two families a reality. The reason why the Gong Sun family thought so was that the Chung family deliberately did something to mislead the other party. The reason why Chung Qiqing admitted it was painful because he was lying. He was helping the people in his family to make up this lie, using a scandal to cover up the deeper secrets hidden inside. And this secret must be bigger than the conspiracy against Gong Sun Miaomiu. It must not be known to others. This is also the reason why Chung Qiqing is unwilling to return to the Chung family, and even the root cause of his pain during this period. Once things start to doubt, many details emerge. Indeed, it seems that since that day, Chung Qiqing has not been entangled with Gong Sun Miaomiu. Those who don't know find it strange, and those who know think that he is too ashamed to do so. But Bai Jian thought about it carefully. Chung Qiqing not only did not get close to Gong Sun Miaomiu, he didn't even pay much attention to Gong Sun Miaomiu. It seems that there is no such thing as love in his mind. Instead, he hides a more serious secret that he does not agree with, and is painful and entangled, but because it involves his family, he cannot tell the outside world. Bai Jian walked towards the dormitory building. He was frightened as he walked, and he had an antagonistic relationship with the Gong Sun family, and even lost that kind of reputation. The Chung family is willing to pay such a high price, and the things they cover up are bound to be more frightening. This is also the reason why Chung Qiqing doesn't want him to go to the main star. This matter not only involves the Chung family, but also the Feng family or other families. Maybe it is related to the Feng family's certainty that he must have delayed the awakening time. What did the head of the Chung family come to Tianqi Star for that day? Did Chung Qiqing accidentally hear something? The school has been on vacation, and there are not many students left on campus. At this moment, they are all gathered there to celebrate. Therefore, the dormitory building at this time seems very deserted, and Bai Jian walked all the way to Chung Qiqing's dormitory. After the latter stopped him, he did not go back to the celebration party, but went directly back to the dormitory. Dong dong dong. He knocked on the door. Chung Qiqing opened the door after a while, and was stunned when he saw it was him. "What are you doing here?" Bai Jian carefully observed his expression, which was a little anxious, which was the normal reaction of ordinary people when they encountered something that could not be solved and could not do anything. Sure enough, Bai Jian was more certain that his guess was correct. He pushed Cheng Qiqing away and walked in. After the door was closed, the first sentence was, "I know everything." "What?" Cheng Qiqing was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his face pale. How did you know?" Bai Jian found a place to sit down, looked at him and said, "There is no impenetrable wall in the world. I didn't come into contact with these big families before, but this time I went out to compete." He didn't elaborate. Sometimes it would be more useful to leave blanks for others to fill in. Sure enough, Cheng Qiqing believed it. He stood there blankly for a long time, and seemed to be relieved. "Yes, it's normal for you to find out that they did that kind of thing." "That kind of thing?" It definitely doesn't refer to the Feng family's cheating and unwillingness to share experience. Apart from this incident, there was only one thing that hadn't happened before in this competition. Shuntian organization. Bai Jian quickly found the problem. And he quickly realized that when Shuntian organization arrested people, only 3 or 4 students on the main star were arrested, and only one of them was from a big family in Yaosini. Wang Pengling was out at that time, Feng Gongjie. Feng Gongjie didn't sleep at night, and gathered a lot of classmates. Later, he was picked up by the Feng family as soon as possible. Later, Bai Jian heard from Teacher Li that the Feng family seemed to want to hide Feng Gongjie's skills, so they were very unhappy when he used them. But if it wasn't because of this, it was because they felt that it was a good opportunity to get out, but Feng Gongjie didn't do it. His mind flashed through the conversation between Yi Mu and Zhao Junyuan when he was arrested. "If I had known this, I might as well get out earlier. I can't afford to lose face on the first day." Feng Gongjie might have thought of taking the opportunity to get out at first, but in the end, he got angry and felt that he couldn't afford to lose this person. Who would want to lose when they could win? After all, even Feng Gongjie obviously couldn't know that his family was colluding with Shuntian organization. If he knew about this, he could only know it before the game, and he was not mentally prepared enough, and he was so excited that he wanted to win that he overcame his original purpose. And if Shuntian organization is really related to some big families on the main star, then many things can indeed be explained. For example, why are they suddenly so high profile this time? Because they can catch all the outstanding students from other schools. Because Shuntian organization is just an organization that they use to achieve their goals, and they can be abandoned at any time, so they will not stand on the side of the organization in everything, but will take the family's needs first. All this flashed through Bai Jian's mind, but time did not pass for long. And he has been paying attention to Cheng Qiqing, and clearly saw that when he mentioned Shuntian organization, the other party's face became paler. "You really know it." Really, even if there was a guess in advance, Bai Jian was still a little shocked when it was confirmed. It was also understood why Cheng Qiqing was so active when they were arrested, sending him countless messages and making countless calls. It was not until they were rescued that they calmed down. Later, he was even prevented from going to the Cheng family, and even had a relationship with the main star. Because the arrest of people by the Shuntian organization must have been done by some big families on the main star, and it might even be that everyone participated in the decision-making. And Bai Jian can be said to have crushed this conspiracy with his own strength. So Cheng Qiqing felt that he must not go to the main star, and those people would not let him go. But he did not dare to hint too obviously. After all, even if he disagreed and even had an argument with his father because of it, he still cared about his family, and did not tell anyone about it. Bai Jian asked him, "What do you know?" Cheng Qiqing shook his head. "I just heard one sentence, and I asked my father, and he said I didn't need to care, and then it was a quarrel, and he was beaten, and then he rushed out, and was seen by everyone. This matter was hidden in his heart, and he didn't know what to do during this period. He knew that his family was wrong, but after all, they were his family. Now that he found out that someone already knew about it, Cheng Qiqing found that he was actually relieved. "What should I do?" he asked. Bai Jian glanced at him. "What should I do?" "I asked you to sacrifice your family for the sake of justice. Will you do it?" Cheng Qiqing was stunned for a moment, but, "That's my biological father," Bai Jian was not surprised at all. Cheng Qiqing could develop such an innocent character, and he must be very favored at home, and the relationship was naturally deep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt that his family had done something wrong during this period, but he didn't tell anyone. "I knew you couldn't do it." Bai Jian stood up. "It's okay, I kill this one." Cheng Qiqing, "What?" The Feng family and the Bai family must have participated, and my parents were not left behind. Bai Jian's words successfully made Cheng Qiqing dumbfounded. He didn't understand what parents meant at all. However, he didn't mean to explain, and he had already left the other's dormitory after he finished speaking. He opened the chat window with Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, this time he didn't call him brother, but asked seriously, is Feng Gongjia unwilling to share his experience, or does he have no experience to share at all? Or, is the 20% blood loss you lost related to him? Chu Yuan replied quickly, yes. The Feng family used special means to achieve this goal. Bai Jian thought to himself that it was true. It's not surprising that the Feng family thought it was normal to postpone awakening. The original owner might have been subjected to some experiments in this regard. The matter was basically clear. Bai Jian turned around and contacted the teachers. Speaking of which, the teachers have seen big scenes, especially about Bai Jian. Since he entered the school, they have had a blunder of slamming the table and snatching people. However, they didn't expect that there would be such a thing today. Just before Bai Jian's communication came, several people were still talking about Bai Jian's life experience. Hearing him say that there was something important, they thought that the other party finally knew that the school was a backer, and they could tell the teachers when they encountered trouble. As a result, when Bai Jian entered the door, he said, the masterminds behind the Shantian organization are some big families on the main star. What? Several teachers stood up immediately, and looked over in disbelief. Xiao Luosher was still sitting steadily, but the tea in his hand spilled. He didn't care about this and asked quickly, are you sure? Sure. Bai Jian said, the Cheng family must be involved, and the Feng family can't escape either. I suspect the Bai family is also involved. Bai Jian even had doubts about several other families. Only the Miao family was probably not involved, otherwise Miao City would not have been arrested in the first place. No. A teacher couldn't help but say, why are they doing this? For a while, I thought that the Shantian organization did things because they didn't want to develop the planet, so I'm not good, and you don't want to be a good representative, but the reason why the main star is 0001 is because it has the best development. This development does not refer to anything else, but to the construction of the planet. It includes greening, water resources, food, and various energy sources, etc. These are all taken the lead by several major families. As a result, you now tell me that the Shantian organization, which opposes the construction of the planet everywhere, is actually created by them behind the scenes. Isn't this really a joke of the century? Bai Jian spread his hands. That theory is just to fool the people below. I know. The teacher said several times that he knew, but it's too. Don't they feel ashamed to spread this theory? Shameless people do shameless things. They don't even have a face. How can they feel ashamed? Teacher Li suddenly said, I was wondering why I felt that the expressions of the families on the main star were not right several times during this competition. I thought it was an illusion, but it turned out not to be at all. Moreover, the teacher of the number 7 seed also said something ambiguous several times. It is true that the number 7 seed inexplicably targeted the main star. It seems that it has been like this since the beginning, but because everyone is used to it, it seems that no one has seriously investigated the reason. After all, the attitude of some big families on the main star is indeed very offensive. Do they also know about this? He turned to look at Bai Jian. How did you know it? Did you accidentally see or hear something when you were a child? No, if you knew it earlier, you wouldn't have acted like this is my private matter, and the teachers don't have to intervene. It involves the Shantian organization, so how can it be called a private matter? So how did you suddenly know so much in just less than half an hour? Bai Jian, There is no way. Who asked the Feng family to come? There is no trace left after the goose passes, and it is impossible for things to happen without any flaws. Once a clue is pulled out, it is only a matter of time for other things to be discovered. Not to mention Cheng Qiqing, who really can't hide anything, and Chu Yuan, who basically knows everything as long as you ask. Bai Jian came back from the teachers, and even went to the celebration party to have fun with everyone for a while. Gongsun Miaomia looked at him, and really didn't see anything. She was even more puzzled as to why he suddenly asked about Cheng Qiqing. Mu and the other two came over, but Bai Jian shook his head. The matter was too big and in the public eye, so it was not suitable for discussion. Everyone continued to celebrate happily. Except for those who knew a little about the inside story, others didn't even notice anything wrong. No, brother Bai, what were you doing just now? You haven't been seen for so long. Bai Jian scooped 2 spoons of ice cream for himself and said casually, secret. TSK. The classmate who spoke didn't care, you didn't hide somewhere to eat. After all, there were always people around Bai Jian. It was too lively, and some people would want to be quiet. I guess he went to hide. Another matcha flavor. Baijian happily scooped another big spoonful and began to enjoy it. Cheng Qiqing, who couldn't stay in the dormitory, was in a mess. He kept thinking about Baijian's life experience and how he was going to kill this relative for the sake of justice. As a result, he looked for him and found that he was eating. He seemed to be chatting happily with the people around him. Cheng Qiqing, His emotions suddenly became inconsistent. Didn't he say that he was going to kill his relative for the sake of justice? Chapter 101. Cheng Qiqing could not have imagined that Baijian had already wiped out the first wave. After all, the two of them are just students now. Even if Baijian is a bit powerful, he is not to the point where he can kill anyone with one click. When encountering such a thing, of course the first thing to do is to find the teacher. Find the teacher and report to the school. You can't let him destroy the major families of the main star by himself, or arrest the people of Shantian organization. That is obviously unrealistic. Even the rest, we have to think about it in the long run. After all, Chu Yuan's matter cannot be mentioned. His identity is too sensitive and must not be exposed easily. Otherwise, we don't know what monsters will be brought out. In addition to this, the only thing that can be said is Cheng Qiqing's matter. That is to say, the biggest evidence on their side now is a sentence that Cheng Qiqing once heard. However, this may be said to be misheard, or Cheng Qiqing blames his family for the previous things, so he is talking nonsense. If it really gets out, it will easily alert the snake. Not to mention, they are on Apocalypse Star, and the people involved are all on the main star. Some things are even more difficult to handle across planets. For Baijian, no matter how big the matter is, he will do what he can do, and find a way to do what he can't do. If there is really nothing he can do for the time being, don't waste yourself. Just do what you should do. Baijian has always been like this. In his opinion, it's time to eat now. It's just that there's nothing else he can do here, but the teachers in the school have just started to get busy. Teacher Li sent a communication to the teacher who is more familiar with him, the 7th seed. He began to test whether the other party also knew about this matter. If you really know, is there any evidence? Other teachers contacted the official forces of Taixing. This matter is too big, and Shantian organization has already started to attack the students. Who knows what will happen next, so they must be notified. We can also take precise precautions in the future. At night, everyone is still busy. And Baijian, who broke the news, had fun with his classmates until late at night. They didn't return to the dormitory until dawn. You are really patient. So what did you get from that young master? Yes. Why is the Feng family suddenly so sure that you must be the child back then? The three of them spoke one after another, and the last one to speak was Hua Wenjie. Cheng Qiqing has always been a mascot at home. Does he really know about this? But it must be nothing serious. Zhao Junyuan said, look at Brother Bai, eating and drinking without any worries throughout the whole process. After speaking, several people looked at Baijian. The latter picked a place to sit down and said casually, the people behind Shantian organization are some big families on the main planet, so if you have contact with them in the future, be careful. Oh, I said it's not a big deal. Wait, what did you say? Zhao Junyuan reacted suddenly, and his eyes widened in shock. Shantian organization is related to some big families on the main planet. Baijian nodded. Know this? Yimu was also dumbfounded. Didn't you go to deceive Cheng Qiqing? How could you ask such a big thing? What are they trying to do? Are they rebelling against themselves? Hua Wen couldn't help but say. After all, Shantian organization has always been targeting big planets and big families. Those big families on the main planet can be said to have gathered both of these. Baijian didn't fully understand this, so naturally he couldn't answer him. But he was sure that those big families on the main planet would definitely not do good things. Just like Shantian organization, they said that they were doing it for everyone's future, and were afraid of exhausting the resources in the game. But in fact, they did the exact opposite. In fact, they themselves were the ones who really hurt the game. Otherwise, Chu Yuan would have lost another 20% of his blood. Just to make Feng Gongjie more powerful. Baijian was surrounded by jumping lights, and the thoughts in his mind paused for a moment before continuing to think that Feng Gongjie didn't seem to become very powerful despite such a big battle. Just like a poor student who copied the reference answer, he only knew the answer, but not the process of solving the problem. He wouldn't be able to do it if he changed the question. Thinking about it this way, Zhao Junyuan and others did say that Shantian organization likes to study some messy things, and it is estimated that the ultimate goal is still to target the game. They want to control the game in their own hands. During this period, they may not care how much damage the game will suffer, and how much trouble will follow. As for more inside information, Chu Yuan must know, but this person will never take the initiative to say it. TSK, he turned his head to look at Zhao Junyuan. By the way, are you still upgrading your weapons? Zhao Junyuan's mind is now full of Shuntian organization and the main star family. He was stunned again when he heard about the weapon upgrade. Upgrade? What's wrong? I help you and prepare the materials. Zhao Junyuan. No, isn't this topic a bit irrelevant? Mu and Huawun were speechless. With such a big thing here, you can only think of making money? Besides, didn't you just draw a skill book today? Not enough? Gong Zhonghao was stunned. Baijian, how can there be too many skill books? Of course, the more the better. He was still thinking about the invisibility skill. And in this situation, who knows what will happen in the future? As for strength, of course, the stronger the better. What's more, he can't do other big things now, so he should take care of himself first. Mu and the other two, The three looked at him like this, and remembered the relaxed look of this man at the celebration party before. Good guy, you really don't take things seriously, right? Baijian spread his hands. It's not his fault. The main thing is that he has done everything he can do now, unraveling the disgusting things done by the big families on the main star. As for the others, they are all things he can't participate in at present. Let's do what we can do first. I send you the list, he said to Zhao Junyuan. Give it to me immediately when you're ready. When you need money, you know the manufacturing department is good. The talent department has always been a waste of money, and the manufacturing department is the real money-making department. Baijian decided to take a few more orders, and it happened that many people in the school wanted him to help upgrade their weapons. Zhao Junyuan, Okay, he muttered. I heard that someone asked a teacher to be a lobbyist in order to get you to make weapons for him. I think it's completely unnecessary. He wants to find a skill book you like to attract you, and you rush to make it for him on the spot when he is short of money. If he can really find the skill book, why doesn't he just use the skill book to pay the bill? Baijian said, as he wrote the list in a few seconds, and sent it to Zhao Junyuan. Because he was the one who upgraded last time, it would be much easier to upgrade again. A lot of preliminary preparations are unnecessary. After all, he has already understood Zhao Junyuan's habits, methods of attack, skills, etc. It's very convenient to do it directly after the things are ready. Unlike the enthusiasm last time, although Zhao Junyuan was also very happy to upgrade this time, but his mind was still full of the main star family and the Shantian organization. This caused him to think about the other side when he was looking for materials in his backpack. As he was looking through it, he couldn't help but say, No, the Feng family really came to recognize their relatives, and you took off their underwear? Baijian, yes, who asked them to come at this time? There was something wrong with everything, and Cheng Qiqing jumped out. Now, everything is clear. As for going to Chu Yuan, it was just to confirm something. Of course, this is not easy to say to others, so when talking to the teacher and Mu and the other two, Baijian did not mention Chu Yuan, but only talked about the final conclusion. Anyway, it was Cheng Qiqing's words that finalized this matter. I wondered what Feng Gongjia's opportunity was before, and it turned out that he relied on cheating. Zhao Junyuan was talking, and suddenly remembered. No wonder I felt that his move was very stiff before. It turned out to be because of this. And the tricks they played themselves did not rely on their own strength, so they thought that Baijian might also be. Even the delay of awakening was normal in their eyes, which might be because they had done something to Baijian before, which led them to think that anything different was possible. This means that Baijian may have been tampered with when he was young. Mu and the other two did not believe that Baijian could not think of it, but he did not seem to be bothered by it at the moment. His mind was full of materials, plans, and the sword that Zhao Junyuan was about to upgrade. Mu and the other two turned around and huddled together to mutter again. It was nothing else. It was just too much drama. A few hours ago, they were still worried about the Feng family, and of course they are still worried now, but it has nothing to do with Baijian's life experience. Brother Bai is really not an ordinary person. The three could not help but sigh. Look at his mentality, they can't even catch up. However, they are still very confused. Not about Baijian, but about the big families on the main star. What do you think they want? Even if the Shantian organization is brainwashing the lower-level members, what is their ultimate goal? Power, wealth? The big families on the main planet, are their power not big enough, and their wealth not enough? The three of them pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. If one family was making trouble, it could be said that they wanted to suppress the others. But now, at least conservatively estimated, there are three families, Chung, Bai, and Feng, but it is definitely not just them. What do these people want to do? This question is not only for the three of them, but also for everyone. Because the matter is too big, of course, the principal rushed over and discussed it with everyone. But the first reaction of all the people who were notified was, is it true? What kind of joke are you playing with me in the middle of the night? After all, it is too unbelievable. Teacher Lee finally confronted the teacher of the 7th seed after a long tug of war. So you also knew it? The teacher of the 7th seed said, when did it happen? Judging from your attitude during the game, you should still be unaware of it. Just now. Teacher Lee said, the Feng family came to the school to recognize their relatives, and they found something wrong. How did you know? There is no need to ask when. With the 7th seed's long-term targeting of the main star, this may have been more than 1 or 2 years. As expected, the teacher of the number 7 seed said, my former student's father died in the hands of the Shantian organization. He later infiltrated the organization and secretly spread some news, but soon lost contact. So you don't have any evidence? If you had, why didn't you make it public for so many years? The two teachers looked at each other, and finally, the teacher of the number 7 seed asked, what's the matter with the Feng family coming to recognize their relatives? Are there people from the Feng family in your school? Bai Jian, the Feng family brought Feng Yai here and insisted that the person was the child they lost that year. Teacher Lee explained the cause and effect. The teacher of the number 7 seed was not stupid and heard it immediately. Bai Jian might have known his life experience a long time ago, and then didn't want to go back, and turned around to reveal the relationship between the Feng family and the Shantian organization. It's what you deserve. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. I thought there was another genius in my family, and I came to recognize my relatives happily, but because of this incident, the secret that had been hidden for so many years was exposed. If the Feng family knew about this, they would probably regret it so much that they would beat me to death for coming to recognize my family. Teacher Lee, let's not waste any more time. You should have collected some other evidence over the years. At least, you didn't know about Feng Gongjia's skills before, but once you knew, your reaction was just like we knew he had problems. They hid it so well, it's not that easy. The teacher with the 7th seed said, but we have learned a little about the research done by Shantian organization over the years, so we can guess what's going on. Teacher Lee couldn't understand at this moment that when Bai Jin killed Feng Gongji in seconds, the reason why the teacher with the 7th seed had a bad face after watching the replay was not because he found out that other schools had produced geniuses, but because he thought that people were the same as Feng Gongjia. The sentence even your school probably means that they thought they were also colluding with Shantian organization. Later, it was Lao Wang's words that might be different from the methods of Shantian organization that they knew, so they realized that it was a misunderstanding. No matter how much you know, we are all in the same boat now, so let's share what we have and send it to each other. After Teacher Lee finished speaking, he added, as for the Feng family coming to recognize their relatives, it was completely their own mistake. Our schoolmate Bai Jian has no relationship with either the Feng family or the Bai family. Of course not. The teacher of the 7th seed said, the student is a good student, you must protect him well. He must not be associated with those people on the main star. Teacher Lee thought to himself, do you need to tell me? Both sides worked all night, and some teachers even went to talk to Chung Chiching. And Chung Chiching only then realized that Bai Jian, who was killing his relatives for the sake of justice, had already taken action. He had been struggling before, thinking about what he should do. So the teachers already knew? When did he tell you about this? The teacher who came to talk to him gave a time, and Chung Chiching immediately knew that he had just left his dormitory and went to do this. No, so you just finished such a big thing, and you went to the celebration party without any psychological pressure? Also, what's the matter with your sacrifice of relatives for the sake of justice? No one slept that night. After Chung Chiching talked to the teacher, he didn't care about being sad that this matter was discovered. What would his family do? But he rushed to the top floor and knocked on Bai Jian's dormitory door. You must explain to me clearly today what is a real father and a real mother. The Bai family and the Feng family are all together. Aren't you an orphan? Chapter 102. When Chung Chiching came, Bai Jian had just opened a coconut for himself. He was too lazy to get up and open the door. Anyway, he knew that it was not the teachers who were looking for him. He just used the light brain to control the opening. He was not too surprised to see that the person coming was Chung Chiching. He just raised the newly opened coconut in his hand and asked, do you want to drink? The coconut he opened was freshly picked, and he peeled it very well, and it was peeled into a big white egg. Now there is a small opening, and a straw from the milk tea is placed in it. The coconut shells that fell on the ground are still there, and they are being cleaned up with the automatic cleaning of the floor. This scene looks very homely, leisurely, and even a little leisurely. If it wasn't 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm afraid it would be a rocking chair, plus the strong sun shining in. No, Chung Chichin was very puzzled. Did I really not faint and sleep for a few years before waking up? Even if I slept all day. How can someone be in this state after just knowing such a big thing? It seems that you don't want to drink. Bai Jian turned around and put the straw on the coconut to his mouth again, enjoying the fruits of his labor. He raised his hand and pointed again, "Sit down." Chung Chicheng looked around, but there was nothing, so he could only take out a sofa and put it there. He sat down. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Bai Jian's look, he didn't know what to say. "I have something to say," Bai Jian said. Chung Chicheng immediately sat up straighter and remembered the purpose of his coming here. He asked, "What do you mean by killing relatives for the sake of justice?" Bai Jian looked up at him. "It's obvious that the teacher should have talked to you. And you're not stupid? How could you not think of it? If he was really stupid, this matter would not have become so serious, and Chung Chicheng would have been easily fooled by his father's words that day." Chung Chicheng certainly had some ideas, but he didn't verify them. First, he didn't have the manpower, and second, he didn't have this thing in his mind before. How could it be such a coincidence? He was halfway through his words and changed his mind to, "What do you think they are for? Colluding with Shuntian organization, what is the purpose?" Everyone wants to know this question now. Bai Jian asked, "The teacher talked to you, right?" Chung Chicheng nodded. This side definitely doesn't want him to inform the Chung family that the matter has been discovered, so the teacher will definitely do ideological work. Bai Jian asked, "What do you think?" "What about you?" Chung Chicheng couldn't help but move forward. "What do you think?" Bai Jian put the coconut aside and sighed imperceptibly. "My friend, our situations are different. Although both of us are for the greater good, his relatives are not sentimental. They are not really his real parents. I don't know what the teacher told you, but the things your family did have far more impact than what you thought about the Shuntian organization. Chu Yuan lost blood and his control over the game weakened. It can be basically confirmed that these must be related to the big families on the main star. Although the things done by the Shuntian organization are also evil, the impact they caused is completely incomparable to the latter. If you really feel uncomfortable, I will just knock you out, or tie you up and control you, or install a software that restricts external contacts for you to control you to send messages back." Bai Jian said, "In this case, it's not that you betrayed the family, but that you have no other choice." Chung Chicheng, How can you say such things so naturally and confidently? Isn't it for your own good?" Bai Jian said, "Why don't you continue to worry about it? It's been almost half a year. Do you feel bad? Of course it's not good." Bai Jian thought to himself, "That's it. It's not that you don't want to tell your family now, it's that you have no other choice. Will it make you feel better psychologically?" He picked up the coconut, drank all the water and handed it to Chung Chicheng. "Come, eat something, and I tie you up after you're full." "No, are you serious?" Chung Chicheng was going crazy. "If you tie me up, my family will immediately realize that something happened here. What could happen to him at school?" He knew what was going on just by thinking about it. "That's it," Bai Jian said. "You actually have a tendency in your heart. You know what to do is right. Eat, go to bed quickly." Chung Chicheng, Bai Jian asked him, "Do you want me to help you?" Chung Chicheng shook his head quickly. He felt that Bai Jian's help was to knock him out. He ate the snow-white coconut meat in a few bites, and was ready to go back. But he was stopped again. Bai Jian asked, "Tell me the truth, did you hit your head when you were a child?" Chung Chicheng's eyes widened immediately. "What do you mean?" "Just asking. Are you saying that I'm stupid because of the collision?" "Bai Jian, I really don't have that. I just want to ask, do you have a clear memory of your childhood? There are several periods of time that I can't remember at all, as if they are blank. That's not normal. Children's memories are like this." Chung Chicheng paused for a moment before saying, "But I did hit my head, but it didn't have much of an impact. I just forgot what happened in those days." "Why are you asking this?" Bai Jian murmured, "I did hit my head, no wonder." "You're still saying I'm stupid, aren't you?" Chung Chicheng's eyes widened with anger. It looked like he would have rushed up to beat Bai Jian up if he hadn't been defeated. But he wasn't that sad because he was filled with anger. After realizing it, he suspected that Bai Jian was actually comforting him. So he didn't say anything in the end and turned around and left. The door was slammed loudly. Bai Jian kept that posture for a while. Sure enough, there were times when his memory was blank. This memory erasure probably had nothing to do with the original experiment. It was more about fearing that the child would go out and talk nonsense, so he simply deleted this memory. Even Feng Gongjie probably only found out recently. If they had been prepared earlier, they would not have gone as planned during the game because of a momentary anger. Teacher Li said that when Feng Gongjie used that skill, the people of the Feng family looked very unhappy and left the table early. However, according to the inference now, how much of this leaving was due to anger, and how much was to go out and make arrangements in advance to rescue Feng Gongjie in time, it is really hard to say. After all, he arrived too quickly at that time. These big families on the main star did something to their children, and wanted to connect to the game directly from inside. To get more through the back door, such as awakening powerful talents. But now it seems that Feng Gongjie is a successful product. Miaosini should not have experienced such a thing, but Cheng Qiyuan. He is strong, but he looks a little dazed. Bai Yijian thought it was because of his personality, so Miaosini was in charge that day, but now it seems that it might be some sequelae left behind. The original owner should also have this sequelae. Bai Yijian thought, apart from other things, delayed awakening is really just the original owner encountered an unprecedented special situation. Maybe it was the sin of those people back then. In addition to them, there must be other children who participated at that time. Bai Yijian reported this discovery to the teachers, asking them to focus on the children of their age from the big families on the main star, and then see if there is any difference. He went to bed. After waking up, all the materials from Zhao Junyuan were found. Bai Yijian began to upgrade his weapons. At the same time, some classmates in the school also came up to him and asked him to help upgrade their weapons. Bai Yijian first looked for someone he was familiar with. After all, the more familiar he was, the easier it would be to prepare for the early stage. Of course, Tanhua's sword was also on the agenda. He had been competing before, and then there was a series of things like the return trip, so he had no time. Now he is free, the competition is over, and the school is on vacation. With the recent situation, Teacher Zhao certainly has no time to catch him for special training. Tanhua's sword must be ranked second in everything. After all, it was agreed earlier. Bai Yijian spent most of the day to make Zhao Junyuan's sword, and then contacted Tanhua. Okay, Oklahoma. Tanhua said, I give you the sword and materials later. We are on a nearby planet recently. It's okay. I drag Chuyuan back tomorrow. Bai Yijian twitched his lips. Drag? Brother, you used that word. The Chinese New Year is in a few days. I must come back. Tanhua said, anyway you wait, I be there tomorrow. Even if the original plan was to stay outside for a few more days, now I won't stay. Go back must go back. Fortunately, they were planning to come back for the Chinese New Year, so even if they were not on Tianqi Star, they were not far away, and they would be back soon. Bai Yijian didn't rush to insert other orders, but went to the Star Network. He would pick time every day to read the messages and discuss with everyone. As soon as I went online today, I saw someone asking why he used non-fixed skills. Is this kind of skill better? Bai Yijian. The lower limit is low, and the upper limit is also high. I personally do like it more. But as to why most of my skills are like this, in fact, as of now, it is not me who chooses them, but the skills that choose me. Brother Bai is online. Welcome Brother Bai. Hello Brother Bai. A good one with a low lower limit and a high upper limit. Indeed, if you can play it out, it is indeed convenient and cost effective, but if not, you may have bought a useless book. No one is curious. What does it mean that the skills choose me? Do skills have bias? Can this be seen? The above person is not short of money, so he has not experienced it and does not understand. The meaning is very obvious. The economic strength is not enough to choose skills, so he uses whatever he has. No, I don't have money, but I can only say that I'm poor and can't afford it. I won't say it's so high-end. I didn't react at first. But Brother Bai's skills are indeed diverse. If he came to get them for a purpose, he wouldn't do it like this. But for some reason, I didn't think of it before. Because he used them too well. Others have hundreds of skilled books to choose from, and they are not as good as him when they are combined. Who would have thought that he didn't match them for a purpose? Bai Yijian didn't participate in the following words, but went to reply to another comment. He would basically reply to any serious questions. But if it was a repeated question, forget it, he would only reply to one of them. Anyway, if you pay attention to his replies, you can see it. There are even fewer students in the school. After all, as soon as the celebration ended, the students began to prepare to go home. Some of them stayed in school, because their homes were too far away. They might not stay at home for 2 days after a round trip, so there was really no need to toss. Some of them wanted to take the opportunity to learn more, or for some other reasons. But there are not many such people after all. So the dormitory building was basically empty, which made it convenient for Baijian to practice. He stood in the corridor, and walked through the corridors layer by layer. The corridors in the school were all similar, so this was very simple. There was basically no one in the dormitory building at this moment, and there would be no long accidents where he would flash downstairs and bump into someone. In this way, Baijian went down layer by layer, and then walked up layer by layer. When he was tired, he would just find a place, put a chair, sit on it, and read a book comfortably. Or he would peel a coconut to quench his thirst. The weapons in the game can be used for other things, but it is obviously not convenient to peel coconuts. So Baijian did it himself, and he had enough food and clothing in summer. No, he made a knife by himself. Peeling coconuts is very easy. Baijian has become an expert at peeling coconuts recently, and he can peel them in a snap. At the same time, Chu Yuan and Tan Hua's aircraft also entered the school. Not far behind them was the Feng family's aircraft. Of course, they did not come together, but one of them happened to go home, and the other came to recognize their relatives. Tan Hua did not know about this matter, and no one had mentioned it to him. So when he saw the aircraft coming in from behind, he was still very surprised. Who is it from the main star? Chu Yuan, it's to rob people. Tan Hua looked back at him in surprise. When did you learn to joke? Then he saw the serious face of his teammates. No, are you serious? Are you crazy? How can they snatch our school students away? They are not coming for my future teammates. Tan Hua immediately let Chu Yuan do what he wanted, and he went to find out the news. As soon as he arrived, he heard the Feng family saying, whether it is true or not, we will know after a test. You, Tianqi First Academy, have been obstructing in every possible way. You are trying to compete for students without regard for your face. You have to prevent relatives from recognizing each other. Do you have to sever blood ties to go to school in your school? After they went back and calmed down from the embarrassing situation, they discussed it with their family members. No matter what happened before or after, as long as the test was done, it would be an ironclad fact that Baijian was the blood of their Feng family. The other party's attitude now is nothing more than being angry about Feng Yai's disdain for him before. There is no overnight hatred between a mother and son. Just let Yai coax him later. The poor boy who came from a garbage planet probably doesn't know what it means to be a child of the Feng family. When he gets equipment and skills, and can choose resources at will, he will know the benefits of having a big family as a backing. So these three people appeared again after a day, and they were more confident than before. On the other side, Chu Yuan saw Baijian, who was drinking coconut juice. The Feng family is here, he said. Baijian nodded. As soon as he entered the school, the teacher mentioned it to him. Even more, as soon as someone moved here, the news of Hua Wenzhe and Xiao Junyuan arrived. It can be seen that they all found someone to keep an eye on it. Before the celebration, Baijian was still planning to handle this matter by himself. But now it is not his turn at all. The teachers just notified him, probably because they don't even want him to see those people again. Good students should not be associated with the Shantian organization. The two knew this very well. Baijian didn't need to worry about the Bai and Feng families at all. The school would help him to defend against it. Instead, I learned a new skill. It's just that you are here. Please help me take a look. In fact, since seeing Chu Yuan easily stepping on the air to go upstairs, Baijian felt that he was particularly handsome. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it at that time, but it's different now. He has developed another way to use shuttle. Baijian put away the coconut, stood up and walked up on the air. This is not walking, but only a short distance each time, and combined with the action at that time, it looks like stepping on the air to go up to the sky. But in just a few seconds, Baibu had already reached the second and third floors. Tan Hua came over at this time, his mouth wide open. Having followed Chu Yuan for many years, he knew best how difficult this was. It looked simple, but it was full of details. To achieve this, you need to have a strong control over your skills. This is not something that can be achieved simply by mastering the skills. He had tried it before, but not only did he fail, he also fell half to death. Indeed, Baijian's few strikes consumed more mana than running around upstairs and downstairs before. But he became more and more comfortable with it, and even remembered the scenes of flying in the sky with light kung fu in some TV dramas, and suddenly felt that he could give it a try. Like kung fu, who hasn't thought about it? At least Baijian pretended to be a hero with a sword when he was young, and now he can fly, which is really fun. He also performed several actions that he had seen in movies and TV shows before. Except for not wearing ancient costumes, he performed them perfectly and even more smoothly. After all, he could really fly. When he finally flew down, he heard Tanhua talking about what he had heard in the office before. The Feng family still has the nerve to blame the school, and even said that they would let everyone judge. I want to see if they dare. Tanhua sneered. A mother disowned her son because she misunderstood that he had no talent. If she told others, would the Feng family still have face? And now, do they dare to let the Bai family know about this? Bai Jian was not surprised at all. After all, he had planned to rely on the fact that these two families were not united, and let them mess things up in the middle, and let them toss about it themselves, and not bother him. He walked over and said a few words, and he knew that the teacher on the school side had dealt with the Feng family again with a little effort. After Tanhua finished speaking, the topic turned to Bai Jian and Chu Yuan. Speaking of which, I was a little surprised when I first learned about this. I asked Teacher Li about it, and he also said that they came to rob people. Chu Yuan, did you know it long ago? No, how did you know? We are together every day, why didn't I know? Bai Jian looked at Chu Yuan, and Chu Yuan also happened to look over. The two looked at each other, and then looked away. It was normal for Chu Yuan to know his background, and he could guess what the Feng family was doing. But it was not convenient to tell Tanhua why Chu Yuan knew about it. Tanhua saw their flirting, and immediately remembered that when he came over just now, these two people were flying in the sky and watching on the ground. The atmosphere seemed to be a little unusual. At least when he practiced some skills in the past, Chu Yuan was too lazy to watch. Even if he watched, he would find faults and point out the shortcomings and ask him to correct them. At least it was not the look he gave Bai Jian just now. And the first thing Chu Yuan did when he returned to school was to find Bai Jian. You too, you haven't done it yet. Chapter 103. Bai Jian is going to be with Chu Yuan. Tanhua agrees with both hands and feet. If they are really together, then they don't need to worry about people not coming to their team in the future. Bai Jian looked at him speechlessly, then looked at Chu Yuan, only to find that the other party's eyes were a little wandering and his ears were red. No, brother, why are you shy? This is your teammate, don't you explain? Tanhua is not stupid, and he realized instantly that this should not be a success. He turned around and changed the topic to something else. By the way, when I just came here, I saw someone upstairs looking out through the window. Bai Jian knew it as soon as he thought about it. Cheng Qiqing. There are only a few people in the whole building who didn't leave during the holiday. Others stayed in the manufacturing room. At this time, only he and Cheng Qiqing were still in the dormitory. Tanhua, by the way, let's talk about the sword. Bai Jian followed him to change the topic, but couldn't help but look at Chu Yuan again. Brother, you are not right today. If I hadn't tested you once before, I would have thought you really had some idea about me based on your reaction today. You didn't lose blood again. Did those people mess around with the game again? Chu Yuan replied quickly. No. That's strange. Bai Jian looked over and chatted with Tanhua. He and Tanhua were quite familiar with each other, but they had never played games together. They had only played a random dungeon. They had never fought in real life, so they had to know more about each other to help each other upgrade their weapons. The two of them were too lazy to change places, and started to spar here on the spot. Cheng Qiqing was still standing by the window. His eyesight was not as good as Bai Jian's, but because people here were not nearsighted, he could still see the scene downstairs very clearly. He could see what Bai Jian was doing, practicing skills, taking orders, and making money. It was as if the Feng family incident had not happened, and he was not a child from a wealthy family who was stranded outside, and he was still living his previous life. Calm and composed, not startled by the change. Cheng Qiqing looked at Bai Jian. He felt that from some perspectives, he and Bai Jian were still a little similar. For example, their backgrounds, and for example, they both knew that their families did not do good things. But there were too many differences. He had been living a life of luxury since he was a child, while Bai Jian was stranded on a small planet. Now he was in pain and entangled, and had been burying his head and pretending to be dead, as if he ignored it, this matter would not exist. What about Bai Jian? Cheng Qiqing thought that after the other party calmly and objectively examined it, he distinguished right from wrong, and chose to inform the teacher and report it to the higher-ups at the first time. He did what he thought was right, instead of being like him before, feeling that it was wrong, but unable to stop it, and having to help hide it, but unable to bear the condemnation of his conscience. Sometimes he thought, if he was a bad guy, wouldn't he be in such a difficult situation like now, not knowing what to do? It would be fine if he was a white-eyed wolf, He could easily ignore the fact that the person who did these things was his father, whom he always respected and admired, and the family that raised him, and do what he wanted to do. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. But he saw that Bai Jian would not be like this. He would do what he could, and then do whatever he wanted to do with ease. Zhang Qiqing was a little envious, and felt that he could follow suit. It was impossible to be at ease, but he couldn't keep his head down like this. He wanted to go home. He wanted to find out why his family had to set up the Shantian organization. And although Bai Jian didn't say it clearly before, he heard it. In addition to the Shantian organization, there are other things. He wants to know what it is. He doesn't want to be so ignorant anymore. Zhang Qiqing immediately got up and went downstairs to find the teacher. I don't know what he said, but within 2 days, he really went home. No, he really won't let it slip when he goes back. As soon as he left, the news of Hua Wenjie arrived. Bai Jian thought that your big families are really fast in getting news. The teacher has agreed, so there should be no problem. After a while, Zhao Junyuan also came. The three of them gathered together in the game. Mu was not here today. He went home with his sister before. I heard that Feng Yai brought people to your school again today. They really don't give up. Hua Wen said, it's almost the new year. Isn't she going back to the main planet? Zhao Junyuan, it's not popular there. After all, she still doesn't want to let go of Bai Jian, the helper, and the Feng family doesn't want to give up easily. Now the school doesn't let them see anyone, and doesn't admit that Bai Jian is really the child of the year, unless they produce strong evidence. The question is that Bai Jian is busy and an excellent student. He really doesn't have time to accompany you in the palace. The Feng family said that they will know as long as they check it. The school continues that the students don't have time. Who knows if you are holding a grudge because of the previous incident, so you want to interfere with the children's progress. The main thing is to make a fuss, and even your own people think that no one will listen. But as time goes by, the Feng family may come again. After all, it has been delayed for too long. If the Bai family finds something wrong, they will definitely be able to associate it with something. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just say that Feng Yai personally determined that it was a mistake, but the Bai family didn't. Even if it is said, Bai Jian doesn't recognize his biological father. What do you mean, Hua Wenjie? You have to prepare early. I'm ready. Bai Jian said, I will leave school after the new year. It will be useless for them to find the school at that time. This leaving school is of course not dropping out, but leaving before school starts. It's not a long-term solution, but at least this period before school starts has been delayed. Leave school? Zhao Junyuan said, what about safety? They will directly tie you back. I will go with Chu Yuan and Tan Hua. Bai Jian said. Leave quietly. When they find out, they won't know where they are floating in outer space. Hua Wenjie understood now. No wonder, I remember you said you wanted to modify Tan Hua's sword, but now you suddenly changed people. We are all going out together, so we can modify it on the way. So it's normal to complete the 2 orders of Apocalypse Star while we are still in Apocalypse Star. Although there are not many classmates in the school now, there are many people who live in Apocalypse Star. Of course, not all of these people have magic weapons. If everyone had them, Bai Jian would not be able to make them. There were only 2 people who came to him to make weapons, and he was about to finish them before going out. The 3 chatted for a while, and the 2 classmates that Bai Jian had asked arrived. They were going to fight monsters together today, and then the 2 of them might come to school again. Everyone really fought again, and Bai Jian would start making them. And when they finished, the year was over. Bai Jian followed Chu Yuan and Tan Hua and left Kanchi Star in their aircraft. This is the advantage of having an aircraft. You don't need to take a spacecraft to visit nearby planets. Even as long as the procedures are complete and your identity is not a problem, you can change to a spacecraft if you meet one halfway. And the aircraft can be parked in a dedicated place. Bai Jian never showed up from beginning to end, and he had already left Kanchi Star. They didn't even go far before they encountered the so-called space monster. According to Tan Hua, this kind of situation is rare. After all, they will be intercepted outside. But there are special cases occasionally. So the spacecraft is actually equipped with radars in this regard. If it is detected, there will be special people to eliminate it. If it can't be defeated, it will be reported in time, or seek help nearby. Those Bai Jian saw, Chu Yuan and Tan Hua drove out in the aircraft, and the radar scanned the original person in charge of the spacecraft, so he sought their help nearby. What if someone comes out alone in an aircraft? After Bai Jian asked, he immediately realized that he asked in vain. After all, under normal circumstances, most people who can drive a flying vehicle out know that there are space monsters. Chu Yuan said, if you are not a person who clearly knows the dangers of space, your application to enter and exit the planet will not be easily approved. Bai Jian and his team drove a flying vehicle out this time. With the identities of the three of them, this application will naturally not be blocked. After all, Chu Yuan and Tan Hua are experienced, and Bai Jian is also an insider and very capable. Unlike hovercrafts that can only be used on planets, the difference between flying vehicles and spacecrafts in space is the difference in size, endurance, and other issues. Most people would not fly in space all the time in a flying vehicle. After all, the space inside is limited. Eating is okay, but sleeping is really uncomfortable. They only use flying vehicles when they come out, and when they are halfway, they will still get into a passing spaceship. But I didn't expect that they would encounter space monsters not far from Tianqi Star. There is a special position on the flying vehicle to deal with such situations. It is a small platform that can be raised and unfolded. It is not very big, but it is no problem for a few people to stand. Bai Jian is standing here now. In his impression before he crossed over, not taking any protection in space is to seek death. But now it is different. He stands here well, and has no problem breathing. I can only say that this evolution is really big, but I don't know how long it took. When the living environment is bad enough, if you don't evolve, you will be exterminated. Sometimes it doesn't take as long as you think. Behind him, Chu Yuan's voice came. Bai Jian was slightly stunned. Bad environment? Do you mean like the one on planet 2538? But such an environment would definitely not allow people to evolve to what they are now. He wanted to ask more, but the space monster they encountered on this trip rushed over. Bai Jian raised his hand and shot an arrow. Then the jumping light was almost instantaneous, and the battle began. Damn your damage. Tan Hua was shocked, and then he followed suit and attacked. Although the space monster they encountered this time was A-level, it was relatively weak among the A-level monsters. When they encountered the three of them, they could solve it without any effort. But it must be said that fighting in space is still different from fighting in the game. It was even different from the previous competition on the ground. Bai Jian also tried to move in space. He could move, but it was not as comfortable as on the ground. You have to get used to this slowly. Tan Hua said, you can try it outside. Chu Yuan, you watch, I go in first. Then he winked at Chu Yuan, and the meaning was very clear. The world for two people is left to you, you should work harder. Chu Yuan, Bai Jian glanced at them in confusion. With his many years of experience, the look in the eyes of the two people just now must be something. He looked at Chu Yuan, and then at Tan Hua, who was walking into the aircraft. He couldn't figure out what the two people could hide from him. Among the three people, it was clear that Tan Hua knew the least. But he didn't go into it, and turned around to adapt to the environment in space first. With Chu Yuan around, there was no need to worry about any safety issues, so Bai Jian was very relaxed. Chu Yuan sighed softly. He didn't think about it now. Once he got a clue, this matter would immediately flash in Bai Jian's mind. Just like he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the Feng family, he would immediately realize what Tan Hua meant at this moment. Bai Jian was such a smart and perceptive person. The three of them walked in an ordinary way. After all, everyone knew that Chu Yuan and Tan Hua were running around all year round. Tianqi Star was not the territory of the Feng family, and they couldn't even get the list of people entering and leaving the planet. By the time they realized this, it was several days later. And Bai Jian had fully learned how to dance in space in these few days. How to move more freely in space. Of course, the degree of familiarity is definitely not as good as on land. Whenever he has time, he will come out to practice, and of course, he has not forgotten the sword he promised to Tan Hua. These 2 days, he is making the final confirmation, and he can start making it after it is confirmed. He was on the spacecraft when he was making it. After all, the aircraft is too small, and can't be used at all. After it was done, Tan Hua was very happy, and played several sword flowers with it. It's really good. He played happily, and said to Chu Yuan, look, this teammate can take on 3 people, can output and heal, and finally make weapons. His vision is as good as ever. He robbed Chu Yuan at the beginning, and now he forcibly pulled Bai Jian. You said at the beginning that people would definitely come. Wait, that's right, I've invited people to experience it with us. If you feel comfortable along the way, will you refuse to join their team if you invite them again in the future? Oh, Bai Jian said, you have already determined that I will definitely come? Tan Hua was stunned for a moment. He has come out now, to find Chu Yuan to show his treasure. Isn't Bai Jian still cleaning up inside? Chu Yuan, he has good hearing, your door is not closed tightly. Tan Hua, ah. Bai Jian stretched out his hand and pushed the door behind him, making a slight sound, like the sound of a lock closing. This time, it was really closed. Tan Hua immediately said, "There is something wrong with this door. I will report it to the person in charge. This type of door only needs to be closed once, but it needs someone to press it again, which is clearly broken. Isn't this a scam?" He ran away without saying anything, leaving Bai Jian looking at Chu Yuan. "Do you want to run away too?" Chu Yuan shook his head. "Bai Jian, then you had expected what would happen today, and I would be too annoyed by the Feng family coming to my house, so I agreed to let Tan Hua go out and hide for a while. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed not difficult to guess. After all, Chu Yuan has a wealth of information. Knowing his ability, you can guess that the school may let him go to the competition. And as long as he stands on the field, the Feng family or the Bai family will definitely notice him. But even if you want to hide, you don't necessarily have to follow them out." He looked at Chu Yuan. "Don't you want to explain it?" Chu Yuan was not like Tan Hua, who turned around and ran away. He didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. At that time, he almost didn't need to recall what the situation was at that time. "I found your suspicion, and I might even be very sure that I was the artificial intelligence." Bai Jian was stunned for a moment. Then all the previous inferences were overturned and replaced with another one. Indeed, even if there is nothing else, just for this reason, Bai Jian will definitely be willing to come as long as there is a chance. And Tan Hua is too easy to understand, and the other party has always wanted him to join the team. So if there is a chance, he will definitely invite him. The mode of killing monsters to get resources is too unfamiliar to you. If there is a chance, you will not miss the opportunity to learn more about the truth from me. For example, how did the game come from, and what kind of existence it is? The two of them moved their feet almost at the same time, left here together, and turned to walk a little outside. What was seen in the surveillance was that after Bai Jian asked, Chu Yuan did not answer, and then the two did not seem to continue this topic. The real words were said in the optical brain. Bai Jian said while watching, of course, after all, he once suspected that he had become a game character. Chapter 104. It's not Bai Jian's fault for thinking too much. After all, in his usual cognition, if there is any injury in reality, just use a skill, and that will only happen in dreams. If he was in a similar world of supernatural powers, or simply cultivating immortals, he would accept it quickly. But StarCraft doesn't really feel that way. He once suspected that everyone was an NPC. In this case, who wouldn't want to talk to an artificial intelligence that might know a lot? On the contrary, you clearly don't dislike me at all. Not to mention on the spaceship, you took the initiative to stand in front of me when we first met in school, and you were also very happy to have more contact with me later. So why did you run so fast at the beginning? Chu Yuan paused, very slightly, but Bai Jian noticed it. After a while, the other party said, because once you notice this, you will definitely use it to get more benefits for yourself. Bai Jian, this can't be blamed on me. Who asked the game to fight for resources? The first thing I thought of was the infinite flow. You know, at least half of the players will die if they enter a dungeon. Am I stupid if I don't make some money to survive in advance? Of course, after getting the memory, I immediately realized that I was overthinking. Infinite flow Chu Yuan certainly knows, and even, there is such a game, I have seen him before. Bai Jian was stunned. What? Really? But he has been here for so long, and he has never heard of such a dangerous game. Not in this world, Chu Yuan said. Bai Jian understood, this game may be able to travel through time, or it is not from this world. And judging from Chu Yuan's words, the game itself may be able to transform into a human, and Chu Yuan has seen. If you want to play it, you can try it when you have a chance in the future. Seeing that he was always looking at him, Chu Yuan said. There was nothing wrong with these two sentences that could not be heard by others, so he did not use the optical computer. What a coincidence, the person's surname is also Bai. Halfway through, he looked at Tan Hua, who was clinging to the wall at the corner and peeking over. Have you responded to the door problem? Tan Hua walked out. I filled it out on the optical computer, and the staff said that someone will be arranged to replace or repair it soon. He looked at Chu Yuan, and then at Bai Jian. Is this the end of the explanation? What exactly was said? In fact, he also wanted to know. After all, Bai Jian is not easy to fool. However, the other two people obviously did not intend to explain his doubts to him, and the three of them did not stay on the spacecraft for long. After preparing their weapons, they took the aircraft and drove out of the spacecraft again. Chu Yuan's aircraft was very low-key, and it was almost unnoticeable to the naked eye in space. They came quietly and left quietly. Without taking away a cloud, only a door on the spacecraft was being repaired. For most of the day, the three stayed on the aircraft and did not dock with the spacecraft. They landed on a relatively prosperous planet at dinner time. The greenery and ecological environment on this planet are far inferior to those on Apocalypse, but it is very lively with bright lights and wine. Especially at night, when people here are very lively. Bai Jian was not interested in these lively things, and neither was Chu Yuan. Tanhua took a closer look at the bar sign. But the reason they stayed on this planet this time was not for fun, but to find out about an auction that was about to start. Generally, the skills that can be used in the auction are good. You can go and have a look, Tanhua said, driving the aircraft all the way to the auction. The aircraft parked directly on the parking space on the roof. After the three people got off the car, they did not take the elevator, but walked down the stairs directly. The auction was on the middle floor, and the floors below were also for selling things. After Tanhua's introduction, Bai Jian understood that the top floor was for stalls, and the floors below looked more luxurious than the previous one, and the things inside were more expensive. Because the auction was not yet time, Bai Jian walked around the top floor. This floor was full of people setting up stalls, so the things on it were good and bad, and the grades were also very different. The prices were also different, and Bai Jian could see a feeling of asking for a sky-high price and paying it back. Although my skill book is not brand new, the previous two buyers had no interest in it, and returned it because they could not use it at all. It can be considered 99% new. A young man at a stall was introducing his products. You can buy it and try it. If it doesn't work, you can return it to me on the spot. I only need to pay 2,000 yuan for depreciation. Bai Jian, Chu Yuan, Tanhua twitched his mouth. This boss is not selling it at a depreciated price. The customer over there was still hesitating. Your skill looks good, but it is not fixed. Who can be sure whether it is useful? That's right. If it doesn't work, you can just return it to me. I will only charge you a depreciation fee. And what's wrong with non-fixed skills? Didn't you see that Brother Bai said he prefers this kind of skills? They are cheap and practical, and they may even perform beyond their normal level. Brother Bai bin, Can this be considered a celebrity effect? The types he used all increased in price? And 300,000 is not expensive. You usually spend more than that on a good piece of equipment, not to mention skills. What are the prices of skill books downstairs, not to mention the auction? This 300,000 is just a starting price. You can use it if you buy it back, and return it to me if you can't. The depreciation fee of 2,000 is not much. You don't look like someone who is short of this little money, right? But your skill is not very practical. It's okay to buy it at a cheaper price. I'd buy it and try it out. 300,000. The buyer is also a young man, and he is very hesitant. The guy at the stall immediately said, if it works, you won't lose anything with 300,000. But if it doesn't, I refund you on the spot, and you won't lose anything either. Besides, my skill comes from a random copy. Other skills from the same batch sold for at least 700,000 or 800,000. Although my copy doesn't have a specific value, the upper limit is definitely high. After all, the levels of the copies are similar. 300,000 is too expensive. Don't change the concept. If it doesn't work, I lose 2,000 depreciated price. If it works, it's equivalent to buying it for 300,000. Your skill is not worth 300,000 at all. You keep talking about 2,000 and 2,000. If I can really use this skill, it will still cost 300,000. Your skill is at most 150,000. Good guy, asking for a sky-high price and paying it back. Bai Jian didn't mean to listen, but he happened to be looking at something at the stall next door. He was looking at a jade hairpin. There was nothing he could do. He liked jade. The seller was a middle-aged woman. When she saw him buying something, she immediately said, "You have good taste, young man. This is for your girlfriend." Hey, isn't this Brother Bai? Brother Bai has a girlfriend? No. Bai Jian thought, I will never have it in this life. The jade hairpin he liked as good water head and color, but if it was a jade bracelet, he could still wear it. After all, he still has wrists, but for the jade hairpin, he really has no hair. Of course, he is not bald, but his hair is not that long, so the jade hairpin really can't be inserted. I will just collect it after buying it. How much? He asked. If someone else comes to buy it, I will ask for 600,000 no matter what, but Brother Bai, you come and take it for 500,000. Bai Jian twitched his mouth. You are really wicked. Looking at the attributes above, it is not worth the price at all. At most 300,000. After all, this is another synthetic equipment with all attributes. I'm not trying to trick you. The vendor saw his expression and immediately said, "Look at this hairpin, it's moist, and look at the color, sky blue, girls love it. Just looking at the attributes, it's not worth the price, but it's beautiful. The price is high, and it's really useless. If you want to collect it, the current price is still a bit inappropriate." Baijian hesitated. Maybe all the buyers in the world are the same. The young man next door is also hesitating. "Forget it. I won't sell it for 150,000 and I look for something else." 150,000 is really not good. Look at how good this skill is. How can you buy it for 150,000? It's good, but it's not very useful. It doesn't increase damage or attack distance. It just makes the distance farther. It's okay to buy it cheaper for fun. 300,000 is too expensive. Baijian couldn't help but look over. What skill, farsightedness? The young buyer turned around and saw the jade hairpin in his hand. It's better to spend a little more to buy a hairpin for my mother than to spend 300,000 yuan on such a skill that is not used in daily life. The two looked at each other, and then one moved to the jade hairpin while the other looked at the skill book. "Boss, is 300,000 really not a penny less?" Baijian asked. "Brother Bai, you should take a look at the skills first. If you really want, we can talk about the price," the stall owner said. Baijian had already glanced at the skill book. This skill is called the third perspective. As for the skill effect, there is only a short sentence. After opening it, you can see the scene of any place. With just this sentence, no wonder people are unwilling to spend 300,000 yuan to buy it. You should know that the shorter the introduction of this skill, the harder it is to use it effectively. If it fails, you will lose 2,000 yuan. If it works, it would be a rip-off to buy a skill for 300,000 yuan. What if the effect is to enlarge a certain area in front of him? It's no wonder that the stall owner asked him to look at the skill first. After all, there must be not many people who really like this skill book. Although he just used Baijian to prove that this skill book is not bad, he didn't really think Baijian would buy it. Chu Yuan took a look and said, "You can buy it." Baijian also thought it was okay. He looked at the stall owner who sold the skill book and asked again if he could lower the price a little. "Really?" The stall owner was stunned for a moment, then said, 250,000 is the lowest. "Brother Bai, you try it. I will only charge you 1,000 yuan for depreciation." "No need for depreciation," Baijian said, "but let's talk about the price." In the end, the two of them went back and forth, and Baijian bought the skill book for 230,000 yuan. The person who turned around to buy the jade hairpin, but the price was almost reduced to 510,000 yuan. "Before, that was the price I paid for Brother Bai's sake. Others came to ask for 600,000 yuan. If you bargain again, I will raise the price to 500,000 yuan. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not." Baijian didn't listen much. He bought the skill book and glanced at other things on the stall. When he found nothing he liked, he prepared to leave. "Brother Bai, why don't you try it? If you can't use it, you can return it." "No need." Baijian walked forward and waved his hand backward. "If I don't have this confidence, I won't take the skill book." He had almost finished browsing this floor, so he went downstairs directly. The stall owner who sold him the skill book watched him walk out of sight in a daze. Is this the confidence of a big boss? Then he turned around and began to say that his stall had been visited by Brother Bai. And Baijian had already gone downstairs. Compared to the upstairs, this floor was relatively deserted. After all, the environment here looked high-end, but the prices were also very beautiful. Although the things inside were clearly marked, they were all over the market price. That being said, there were still some customers who were not short of money because there were many things and someone explained it in detail. They went down all the way until they entered the floor where the auction was held. The auction had not started yet, but there were already quite a few people in the venue. It was called the first floor, but in fact it was 3 floors high. In addition to the lobby on the ground floor, there were also private rooms on the upper floors. Tan Hua had already booked a private room and led them in. After a while, Baijian's light brain rang. It was Hua Wenze. "You went to the auction?" he said. Baijian was stunned for a moment, then realized that your family was too well informed. "I just arrived." "Hua Wenze, someone from my family went there too, and saw you." Yes, Baijian thought, it is said that this auction is quite big, and there are many good things. A big family like the Hua family will definitely not miss it. The auction also printed a very high-end booklet. In addition to being able to see the list of items for this auction on the optical computer, it is also convenient for some people who like to look through the real things. The items auctioned this time are mostly equipment skill books, and there are also various materials. In addition, there are also some other things that are also listed. For example, there is a daylight bead, which is somewhat like the daylight bead that Baijian has heard of before, but it can also emit a conspicuous light in the daytime. At first glance, it looks like a little sun. It has no attributes and is not an equipment. But because of its peculiar luminous properties, it is also stuffed into the auction items. The third one appeared. Starting price, 300,000. Not many people are interested, and it only reached 500,000 after a round of bidding. Then Chu Yuan made a bid. 600,000. Baijian suppressed his hand that was about to bid and sat back down. He was indeed quite interested, but there was no need to compete with his own people. Besides, this thing had no attributes and was purely for collection, so 600,000 was about right. Although it looked a little rare, the galaxy was too big and there were many rare things, so unless you happened to meet someone like him who had a need or a preference, the price would generally not be too high. He thought that other people would not compete for it anymore. Baijian had already turned to the fourth lot and read the contents in advance. But he heard the excited voice of the auctioneer below. 800,000. 800,000. The price has been given to 800,000. Does anyone want to increase it? 1 million. Chu Yuan said. Baijian stopped moving. 1 million was a high price for the sunlight pearl below. However, the other party still chose to bid 1.5 million. 2 million. The two sides started arguing. Because they were all guests in the box, and the price was called out by the optical computer, it was not clear who was interested in this thing. Such a broken pearl can be snatched up. Tan Hua was speechless. Little did he know that the other party was also puzzled. Who is it? This pearl is useless to ordinary people. Our addition method clearly wants it, but he still wants it? The person sitting in the box was none other than the Feng family. After complaining, he added another 500,000. That Baijian is really ungrateful, but he is strong enough, so his family still has to support him. But he comes from a small planet. What knowledge can he have? When I take a picture of this sunlight bead, he will definitely be tempted. After all, everyone knows that Baijian is the messenger of light, and everyone knows that he prefers places with light. And this sunlight bead is just a decoration for others, but Baijian can increase his attributes with it. Not to mention, one of its advantages over lanterns is that it does not occupy the skill bar or the equipment bar. The First Academy of Apocalypse is afraid that we will see people, which shows that they are afraid. After all, who would not want to recognize a family like the Feng family? There were two bodyguards behind him, one of whom had a wooden face, thinking that it was not necessarily the case. If he really wanted to recognize it, how could the school stop him? But looking at the employer's face, the Bai family was born on a garbage planet, had no knowledge, and would definitely not be able to refuse the wealth of the Feng family. For the sake of salary, he shut up. Chapter 105. The big families on the main planet are all very arrogant, and the bodyguards know this very well. But he doesn't think Baijian is the same as Bai Zihan, who accepted his life story with great joy, and was willing to accept it even if he was wronged after returning. But the one who pays is the boss, and whatever the boss says is what he has to say. He is a bodyguard, not a secretary, so it is not his turn to speak in this regard. In a blink of an eye, the two people's bidding has reached 5 million. Who is competing with me? Are you deliberately raising the price? Feng's family member said dissatisfiedly. In the box where Baijian and the other two were, Tan Hua was also saying, it's not good luck. I met someone who likes this bead. He is willing to pay 5 million. It seems that it is true love. Chu Yuan shouted the price again without blinking. 10 million. The host below was excited. 10 million. The guest in box 3 bid 10 million. Baijian glanced over. Chu Yuan's face was calm. He always had this expression, rarely changed his expression. Tan Hua didn't think there was anything wrong. It seems that these two people continue their usual habit of not treating money as money. Baijian thought, of course, Chu Yuan should also like this sunbeam. It's overpriced to this extent, but he still wants to buy it. Everyone present was stunned. A broken bead, without any attributes, was bid so high. Is there something inside that they don't know? Therefore, there are even people who are not short of money, and they bid twice. This made the Feng family very angry. Finally, they stopped at 18 million and stopped raising the price. Another bodyguard couldn't help but say, didn't you say you would buy it back and give it to Baijian? What's the point of giving him a gift? He's just a peasant. 300,000 is enough. Why is he still asking for 18 million? This Feng family member was extremely angry. He never thought that he couldn't take down a broken bead. After a pause he said, anyway, he doesn't know about this matter. Just pretend it's nothing and find another gift later. If he raises the price further, he will feel like a fool for spending more than 20 million to buy such a broken bead. The bodyguard was speechless after hearing this. For the Feng family, 20 million is a lot, but it's obviously not too much. It's obvious that they want him to come back, but they don't look down on him. Even if he is more powerful than Feng Gongjie, he didn't grow up on the main star after all, so this person is naturally discriminating. For this reason, it's normal for Bai Jian not to come back with them. Even the other bodyguard couldn't help but persuade him at this time. Doesn't the family want Bai Jian to come back now? If it's really useful, it's okay to spend 20 million. I'm going to bid for the aircraft made by Master Yan later. What if I spend too much here, and it's not enough? The Feng family said without thinking. Don't forget, it's not our mission to bring Bai Jian back to the Feng family. It's okay to bid for a bead on a whim, but it's okay if the price is so high. In this way, Chu Yuan successfully got the sunlight bead at a price of 18 million. And the subsequent auction items, not surprisingly, did not sell for such a high price. This price is indeed a bit high, but it's still worth it. Ten Hua winked at Chu Yuan right. He knew best why Chu Yuan wanted this sunlight bead. After all, light. This person said that Bai Jian is like a ray of light. Bai Jian looked at the two of them, and thought that it must be worth it. You two don't take money seriously. This is a big price for a favorite thing. The person whose things were robbed on the opposite side must be very angry. It was the look in Tan Hua's eyes just now. Why did he seem to say something else? But his attention was quickly diverted because Tan Hua said, I don't know who is such a good eye and likes the same bead as us. Hearing this, Bai Jing glanced at the box where the bid was made before, and suddenly asked, Are the people from the Feng family also coming to the auction? You mean? Tan Hua immediately said, I arranged someone to inquire. Among the items that followed, Bai Jian didn't like anything particularly. Of course, the main reason was that his wallet didn't allow him to like it. Tan Hua did bid for a lot of things. In addition to the sword, the artifact in his hand has actually reached the highest level. But Bai Jian took a look that day and thought whether it could be upgraded manually. This time, they came to bid for materials. This is a rare material. Tan Hua saw the new material on the stage and asked Bai Jian, Can this be used? If it is, I will bid for it. Bai Jian flipped through the information. The things are indeed good things. But upgrading weapons is not just a matter of piling up good materials mindlessly. It doesn't match the previous properties. He shook his head, but if you like it, you may be able to use it in the future if you bid it. It depends on the price. If it is too high, it is unnecessary. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Yuan again. He was willing to spend nearly 20 times the price to bid for a sunlight bead. It can be seen that this person also likes light very much. Among the 3 items at the end of the auction, one was the aircraft made by Master Yin himself. The starting price was 50 million, and the price was increased by at least 1 million each time. Bai Jian took a look at the aircraft with smooth lines below, and then looked at the information in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh that the manufacturer really made money. Of course, the one who could earn this much money must be a top manufacturer. Unlike Chu Yuan's aircraft, this one is mainly high profile. Conspicuous. From the color to the shape, it is very in line with the preferences of young people. Like? Tan Hua saw him staring at it and asked. Bai Jian thought, I would definitely like it if it was given to me for free. But if you spend money to buy it, you still have to consider the cost effectiveness. This aircraft doesn't look very solid. Of course, it's not that it's brittle, it can't go into space if it's brittle. It means that compared with other aircraft, it may not be so practical. But it also has its advantages, that is, it's fast. Just looking at the shape, you can tell that it will definitely fly at an extraordinary speed. Tan Hua said, Indeed, this is for going out for speed and passion, not for going out to fight space monsters. I saw you keep looking at it, and I thought you liked it. That's not the case. Bai Jian said, I look at it because I think I should be able to make this money in the future. This statement is so confident that he thinks he will definitely become one of the best manufacturers in the future. The two who heard this also believed it very much. While they were chatting, they watched the price of this aircraft getting higher and higher. It seems to be the private room where the sunlight pearl was snatched before. At this moment, the Feng family member was also cursing. These people must compete with me, at another 10 million. He must get this aircraft today. Because there are enough people who want it, and they are all young and energetic, so this aircraft is sold at a very high price. In the end, it fell into the hands of the Feng family. After buying it, he regretted it a little, and scolded those who bid against him. If it weren't for those people, he could save at least tens of millions. Today, nothing goes well. The Sunlight Pearl was not auctioned, and the aircraft was sold at a high price. However, Bai Jian and the other two bought what they wanted and left the auction site. Because it was late, they found a hotel nearby to stay. Wenji's message came at the right time. The man from the Feng family spent a lot of money to bid for the aircraft. I guess he won't be too happy. Did you see him when you came out? How did he look? Bai Jian didn't see this. They were not very interested in the last item, and left early. However, is he really a member of the Feng family? Bai Jian said. Wen said, of course, otherwise my uncle would not raise the price, and he doesn't like this type of aircraft. Bai Jian, eh? At this time, the news from Tanhua also arrived. As expected, the people who grabbed the Sunlight Pearl and bid for the aircraft were all from the Feng family, and only one person surnamed Feng came to the box today. What a piece of shit! Tanhua couldn't help but say, I guess I wanted to buy it for you, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't even pay 20 million. Isn't this just right? Bai Jian said, if they really bid and sent it to me, it would be disgusting. He asked Tanhua to send the news to him, and made a big picture with the big face of the Feng family man driving the aircraft, the price, etc. Saved it for future use. Then he left this disgusting family aside. He hadn't tried the new skills he bought today. Now, he could finally study his new skills. Third perspective. The third perspective is usually called God's perspective. Bai Jian changed the skill book and tried to look at one place. The perspective seemed to change naturally. Of course, he could still see what he saw with his eyes. It was like a surveillance screen. The original one was still there, and a small piece suddenly separated. And this small piece, different from the perspective seen by the eyes before, seemed to be looking down from above. He tried to change the perspective, and could actually see the picture of himself standing in the hotel room. The top of the head, the back, and even from the bottom up. The perspective turned and turned to the front. Bai Jian couldn't see anything with his naked eyes, but the picture obtained by the skill was exactly the same as his eyes. At that moment, it felt very strange, as if two of me were looking at each other. He took back the skill and sighed, it's really a good skill. 230,000, it's a big profit. It's like having an extra pair of eyes. In the past, when playing games, you would look down at yourself, your teammates or opponents from a high position with a full perspective. Now that the game has become holographic, not to mention in reality, the perspective has naturally become another. Now with this skill, it's like going back to the time when you were playing games. Not only can you see everything, but even the scene behind you can be seen at a glance. Of course, Bai Jian didn't like this skill at the beginning. What he liked was this skill, and he didn't look restrained at all. He didn't say where he could see the scene, so it could be the one in front of him, or it could be somewhere else. For example, can you see what's on the other side of the wall, if it's possible? Combined with his teleportation, this is the best combination. Teleportation requires understanding the appearance of the place you're going through, and the third-person perspective can be seen in advance. In this way, even if you're in an unfamiliar place, there won't be any problems using it. Bai Jian took a look at the layout of the hotel. Well, it doesn't seem to be suitable for practice. Although he can stand in the living room to look at his room, or stand in his room to look at the living room. But after all, it's the first time, if he accidentally puts it in the wrong place, it will be bad to cut into someone else's room. He looked around and hesitated. Chu Yuan said at the right time, I help you seal it, so you can't see anywhere else. Bai Jian thought to himself, this is because Tanhua has returned to his room, otherwise he would definitely realize something is wrong when he said this. So far, I haven't heard of anyone with such a strong skill. But with Chu Yuan, Bai Jian was not afraid of accidentally prying into other people's privacy. He began to practice his skills seriously. The third perspective was not difficult to use at all, and Bai Jian mastered it quickly, but he could not see very far at present. But he could already see the excitement downstairs from the upstairs of the hotel. After all, that was not a private area, so Chu Yuan did not block it. Bai Jian looked left and right, practicing new skills, and tried to put the position farther away. He took another look at the skill introduction, and sure enough, it did not say how far it could reach. Then, as his strength increases, can he see farther? The original owner's skills can be exchanged with him across time and space, so will he be able to see the situation in his original world one day? Chu Yuan is right next to him, so the answer to this question is certainly not a dream. Yes. Chu Yuan asked after he finished speaking, do you really want to see it? Of course. Bai Jian thought, after all, it is where he grew up, who would not miss it? And parents, friends, teachers and so on are all there, and I always want to see if everyone is doing well. And the original owner, I don't know if he can adapt. With the original owner's eyesight, going to that world with myopia, just thinking about it makes me feel. There are also injuries and pains, and milk tea and happy water are really not drinkable every day. But fortunately, there is enough water there, and in this regard, perhaps the original owner can still adapt easily. Another point is, do you remember what I was doing before I came here? Chu Yuan nodded. I was preparing to change my account. I changed my account to fight the scumbag. Bai Yijian corrected, and said, I don't know if Bai Yijian here can adapt to keyboard games after he came here, so I don't want to be killed by him. As for whether the other party will go to find the scumbag, the isomorph is also another self, and the difference is not big. Bai Yijian thinks he will go. So he still wants to know the result. Chu Yuan, I haven't heard you mention it before. Bai Yijian, I didn't have the conditions to see it before, and there is no need to think too much about things that can't be done. But when the conditions are met, it will still be arranged. Chu Yuan, when? Bai Yijian thought to himself that the original owner seemed to have a good talent for games. He didn't ask for more details. Anyway, one day, he will be able to see the scene there. Maybe he can see it with his own eyes. The screen recording at that time. After looking forward to the future, it was getting late, and Bai Yijian prepared to go to bed early. After all, he had to get up early tomorrow. It was not suitable to sleep on the aircraft, and there was no way to make up for the sleep. During this period of time, apart from other things, his work and rest schedule was adjusted again. He slept until the sun rose, and it was only 6 or 7 o'clock. Is this healthy work and rest schedule really mine? Bai Yijian couldn't help thinking. He opened the door, and Chu Yuan had already woken up. Tianhua yawned and came out. I woke up, but I still want to sleep. If I had known, we would have set off an hour later. The three of them had breakfast and prepared to go upstairs to start the aircraft. As a result, as soon as they opened the door, they saw the Feng family outside. Bai Yijian closed the door again with a snap. Tianhua walked at the end and saw nothing. He couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Nothing, maybe the door opening posture is not right. Otherwise, how could he see such disgusting things so early in the morning? The next second, the doorbell rang. Bai Yijian opened the door again, and said calmly and gently, please make way, don't block the door. The man from the Feng family said, according to seniority, I am also your cousin. Why don't you let me into the house? Don't recognize relatives randomly. Bai Yijian said expressionlessly, according to what you said, if I want to enter someone's house, can't I just be his brother? That's right. When this voice sounded, Bai Yijian and others noticed that the door of the next door had been opened at some point, and the person living inside just happened to hear this sentence. For a moment, the Feng family member was silent. His appearance was very familiar. It was the one in the information that Bai Yijian saw from Tianhua yesterday, the one who snatched the sunlight pearl from them and took pictures of the aircraft. This was normal, after all, others rushed over to take time, and he happened to be here. When Bai Yijian saw the man, he knew what was going on. Maybe his whereabouts were exposed, so the Feng family followed him. Why don't you let me in? It's embarrassing to block here. The Feng family member couldn't help but said. Then you guys let me go. You can pay and stay wherever you want after I leave. Bai Yijian said. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Feng family. You have to say this in the corridor, right? The family has already investigated the space pirates who took you away. They confessed that they threw you on planet 2538, so you must be a member of our family. We haven't found you for 12 years, but now we have found you. That's amazing. What do you mean? Your family doesn't value you enough? They've been looking for you everywhere, and they prepared enough gifts for you. Bai Yijian was too lazy to deal with this person anymore. He pushed him away and left without saying anything. What a fool. This attitude of coming to recognize relatives. But think about the last time the Bai family came to recruit. Well, maybe these big families on the main planet are mentally ill. I guess they don't want you to go back. Tianhua said, if Feng Ya uses you to return to the center of power in the family, his father will have to share some power. Bai Yijian understood. He understood it after hearing this, so it's no wonder that he didn't care about the mission. It's good that he didn't cause any damage. The three of them shook off the Feng family member and boarded the aircraft directly. The application to leave the planet had been sent out last night, and the approval had arrived. When the time came, they flew into space on the aircraft. But not long after, they received news from Hua Wenjie and others. Oh my god, what happened at that time was posted on the Star Network. Hua Wenjie, be careful, the Feng family may take the opportunity to use the power of the internet to force you to recognize your ancestors. It's okay. Baijin said. If I were them, I would suppress the news now. In the end, it won't be me who will be embarrassed anyway. However, he first looked at what was being said on the Star Network. Chapter 106. The message should have been sent by the person who happened to see it before, with a shocked tone. Shock! Baijin is suspected to be a member of the Feng family. The recent traffic password should be the 3 words Baijin. As soon as this message came out, it was immediately discovered and sprayed with dog blood. Is the Feng family crazy? Because they are unwilling to share their experience, they label Baijin as a member of the Feng family, and then you generously share it, right? I heard that many big families actually want to recruit Baijin, and some families have even tried. But just looking at it, you can see that our brother Bai doesn't have this intention now. After all, he is still in school. What the above means is that the Feng family is ingenious and allows people to directly enter their family. Didn't you see what the host posted? Brother Bai was obviously not happy and refused. I would refuse it if I wanted to. If you have the ability, you can create a family by yourself. Even if you don't want to, you can't join any family. Go to the main star. Hey, those who understand will understand. Of course, these are relatively mild comments, and many people think that the Feng family must have lost their minds. But when there are many people, there are always different ideas. Some people think this is true. And said, why are they unwilling? What kind of family is the Feng family? If it is not their bloodline, they can recognize it. What a joke. And didn't you hear that they also prepared a meeting gift? They must be very attentive to welcome the grandson, who has been lost for many years. And as time goes by, more people say this. It can be seen that the Feng family has deployed Water Army. And someone broke the news that Tianqi First Academy prevented them from meeting Baijin, and even prevented them from doing the final paternity test with Baijin. But the Feng family has basically found out what happened back then, and confirmed that Baijin is Feng Yai's child. Feng Yai is quite miserable. Bai Zihan has returned to the Bai family a long time ago, but her child has never been found. Now that she has been found, she still refuses to recognize her. Brother Bai is not that kind of person. If it is really the child of the Feng family, why would he not recognize her? There must be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding is there? I live on Tianqi Star. Feng Yai has indeed gone to Tianqi First Academy several times during this period. If it is not because of this, what else could it be? Then why don't you recognize her? Is it really Tianqi First Academy that prevents her? Some people are crazy about throwing dirty water on the school, and they also speculate that they think Baijin is too strong and are afraid that he will transfer to the main star to study after returning to the Feng family. They have lost an excellent student. The Star Network is in a mess, and there are all kinds of rumors. Zhao Luzhi also called Baijin and told him to play outside with peace of mind, and not to worry about these things. It's okay, teacher. It's just a matter of one sentence. Baijin let the bullets fly for a while, and only responded when the commotion got out of hand at night. First, the so-called meeting gift from the Feng family was released. Well, at this time, the 20 million sunlight pearls yesterday were unwilling to be auctioned to Baijin, but they turned around and bought a flying machine worth more than 200 million. Do you really think that he asked Tan Hua for the information yesterday just to take a look? Of course, it was for this day. For a moment, the netizens on Xinguang were silent. This, even if Brother Bai is really the child, it is too normal for him not to want to go back. It's not a matter of money, but this lack of attention. It's hard to compare what someone posted before. Feng Yai missed her parents very much, and the Feng family has been looking for something over the years. Isn't it the most speechless thing that, saying that he valued it, he was reluctant to bid for a sunlight pearl, and he raised the price to 18 million. Is this the so-called meeting gift? At this time, the other members of the Feng family knew that there was such a thing at the auction. Immediately, he was so angry that he wanted to bring the Feng family member back and beat him up. He is a thing that can only do harm but not good. And the Feng family member was also stunned. When he complained about someone snatching the pearl before, he had thought that after all, the price was raised, and the person who won the bid had spent too much money. But who could have thought that now it all became a boomerang stabbing him? The netizens in this world are so talented, every word is golden, and he is so ashamed to go out and see people. After all, giving a gift of 18 million in reverse is an unheard of meeting gift. Especially when it involves a child who has been lost for many years. It is already a hot topic. Not to mention that one of the protagonists is Baijin, and the other party is also a big family of the main star, so naturally it will spread all over the interstellar in minutes. Many people came to ask Baijin if he was the child who was lost that year. Bai Yijian responded by posting the story that Feng Yai went to star 2538 and said that she had made a mistake. This time, the entire Star network exploded. Damn, so it is really fake. If this is true, it is too disgusting. How can there be such a mother in the world? I am dying of laughter, just like this. And you still have the nerve to say that you have been looking for it all these years? It is true that you have been looking for it, but you found that it is not good enough and you don't recognize it. As for why you recognize it now, it is obvious that if you want a son like Brother Bai, I will also want him. Let alone a son, I don't mind having another father if he becomes my father. In an instant, the Feng family was mocked by the entire network. They angrily said, how did the news spread? Didn't we ask people to suppress it? Bai Yijian is too popular, and it seems that the Bai family intervened. They don't care whether the Feng family is embarrassed or not. Bai Yijian's separation from the Feng family just makes it convenient for the Bai family to take him back. It's best not to have anything to do with the Feng family in the future. When the Feng family was so angry that they scolded the Bai family for being shameless, the Bai family was still thinking, you already have Feng Gongjie, and you still want to snatch Bai Yijian back. What are you dreaming about? So Bai Yijian took the lead, and the rest were basically these two families working behind the scenes. Even the school did nothing. Just watching the fun. The Bai family took the opportunity to make trouble for the Feng family, and the Feng family turned around and exaggerated the fact that Bai Yijian grew up with Bai Zihan since childhood, and later stole someone else's boyfriend. In addition, Bai Zihan's mother was a mistress, which caused netizens to discuss it for a while. This matter spread all of a sudden, and classmates asked Bai Yijian in the group. Because Bai Yijian's personal sign said, don't privately tell me about your background, it's too tiring to reply one by one. I remember that when the class was talking about the missing child of the Bai family, I said that Brother Bai wouldn't be. I didn't expect that I was right. It's not confirmed whether this matter is true or not. Maybe the Feng family is talking nonsense. That is, I still remember that Brother Bai said that his parents are no longer in this world. Bai Yijian replied quickly, but not in the group. He went directly to Xingwang. Many people asked me if it was true. I could only say that I haven't done a paternity test yet. I'm very busy, and I don't have time to play with them. Also, I have a very clear impression of my parents, and I am sure that they did not grow up on the main star, and I have never been there. As soon as this statement came out, the discussion on the Star Network went to this again. So whether this is true or not, it is no wonder that Brother Bai does not recognize them. People remember that their parents are not these two. I can't recognize them just because your family is rich. Of course, some people still think it is true. After all, if it is false, Bai Yijian will go to do a paternity test. And what can the Feng family say? Why? Brother Bai said that he was busy. Who knows if the Feng family lost face in front of Brother Bai because of the experience sharing before. So they did this to deliberately make people suffer. I think, whether it is true or false, it is disgusting. Indeed, let's not talk about the false ones, but doing this to make people suffer. As for whether it is true, the biological mother, who does not recognize her son, is reluctant to give a daylight bead as a gift. And her attitude is really not good. Not to mention the Bai family, the stepmother, who took the position of the mistress is in power. There is also a half-brother, Bai Zihan, who stole her boyfriend. The Bai and Feng families are fighting back and forth, and the situation is very chaotic. Several people involved are very angry. Feng Yai doesn't even dare to go out. Now, whenever she goes out, it seems as if someone is mentioning that she doesn't recognize her own son. The current Mrs. Bai Zihan's biological mother, is not much better. The things that happened back then were brought up again and discussed by the group of netizens. Especially Bai Yijian is too good. If he returns to the Bai family, her future life can be imagined. Waste. She couldn't help but slap Bai Zihan. What else can I do with you? You can't compete with others, and you didn't tell me what you knew long ago. If she had known earlier, she might have used some tricks in the middle. Now it's too late to do anything. Not to mention Bai Zihan, everyone compares him with Bai Yijian. He used to be proud of snatching Wei Yiqiu from Bai Yijian, but now everyone says that Wei Yiqiu is picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons, mocking him for being a mistress after his biological mother was a mistress, and being shameless. Not to mention that when he first knew that Bai Yijian was also a child of the Bai family, he was tormented. In the end, he finally confirmed that it was not, and just 2 days after relaxing, he told others that it was true. This ups and downs, except for this, drove him crazy. When the news first came, he locked himself in the room and smashed everything he could smash. He shouted impossible for a long time. If this is true, if Bai Yijian returns to the Bai family, What will his future life be like? Bai Zihan simply dared not think about it. Here, Feng Gongjie, who had revealed Bai Jian's life story with a guess, looked at Feng Yai on the opposite side of the sofa. To be honest, he had mixed feelings about Bai Jian. It was one thing to hate him for embarrassing him, but he also knew that he was his closest cousin. If he returned to the family, it would be bad for him, but there would be more benefits. But now, he could see that Bai Jian didn't want to come back at all. His attitude was too obvious. Unlike other members of the Feng family, who still had unrealistic expectations, they thought that people were just angry about Feng Yai's actions, and when they got rid of their anger and understood what kind of family the Feng family was, they would definitely come back. Feng Gongjie looked at Bai Jian's new statement. He knew it a long time ago. Feng Yai, what? He already knew his life story, but he just didn't want to come back. Otherwise he wouldn't react so quickly. The Feng family came to the door and brought up the original incident in an instant. At least when Feng Yai went to start 2538, Bai Jian must have known about it. It was just before the competition, but this man seemed to be fine. He has no feelings for the Feng family. Even for Feng Yai, his biological mother, he wouldn't have known that his biological mother chose not to recognize him because she misunderstood that he had no talent, and he wouldn't have been touched at all. This is the most terrifying thing. Being angry means caring, but Bai Jian doesn't care at all. So, he won't go back to the Feng family at all. Feng Gongjie even remembered that when Bai Zihan was found, he muttered that his cousin was too useless, so they haven't found him yet. Now it seems that his face was slapped. Feng Yai's face was ugly. After all, if Bai Jian didn't want to come back, it would be impossible for her to regain power. She might even be marginalized by her family again, because of the previous incident on star 2538. Why did I give birth to such a son? From beginning to end, she was just doing more harm than good. Back then, it was because of something related to him that she was marginalized by the family, and now it's... Feng Gongjie didn't respond to this sentence, but was still thinking that Bai Jian had no feelings for the Feng family, even his biological mother. Since she learned the truth before the last game, he knew that they had connected to the system when they were young, and he could use several skills at the same time because of the backdoor left at that time. With such a fine brain, Bai Jian would not lose his emotions because of what happened at that time. But looking at his usual appearance, it is really not like that. His aunt is still too excited recently, so he should discuss this matter with his father. And the focus of this group of people's topic, Bai Jian, is practicing the third perspective in space at this moment. Space is really too big. He looked left and right, up and down. With the third perspective, many things that are too far to be seen by the naked eye can be seen clearly. It's like installing a camera there, and the picture will be played in the mind. This way, that way. It's like switching cameras, but it is definitely more real than seeing through a camera. It's as if his eyes appeared out of thin air, taking in the scene. Bai Jian's attribute points are still rising, and his familiarity with skills is also increasing, and the distance he can see is getting farther and farther. When the perspective is cut back, he saw Tanhua winking behind him. He asked Chu Yuan with his mouth, "Has the stuff not been delivered yet?" "Thank goodness I went back home early last night, giving you the chance to have 2 people. "What 2 people? Bai Jian's mind just followed the thought, and the next second, due to inertia, he looked into the distance from the third perspective. This time he performed quite well, looking farther, and saw a spaceship. Bai Jian frowned. Spaceships are different from aircrafts. Many people own aircrafts, but there are basically only 2 types of spaceships, one for military use and the other for civilian use. The military ones belong to the military on each planet, while the civilian ones are the ones Bai Jian often rides. There is a huge difference between the 2. Military ones have the logo of the planet, and civilian ones also have their own information. Even those who don't know much can tell the difference at a glance. However, the spaceship he saw didn't have one. Star pirates? Bai Jian reacted instantly. In fact, there is a 3rd type of spaceship in space. That is the spaceship of star pirates. Bai Jian immediately turned around and told Chu Yuan and Tan Hua about this. Tan Hua's eyes lit up immediately. "I've made a fortune." Bai Jian was stunned, and then remembered that yes, the management and laws of each planet in the interstellar are not quite the same, but the treatment of star pirates is the same. In particular, one of the rules is that if you encounter star pirates outside, as long as you catch or drive away this group of star pirates, all the property left behind by them will belong to you. "Quick!" Tan Hua urged. "Quickly see what's going on with that group of star pirates." Without him urging, Bai Jian also became excited. The spaceship is very big. He looked inside consciously, There are quite a few people, about 70 or 80 in total, and they look pretty strong. That means their equipment and weapons are good, and their skills are probably not much different. In 2 words, rich. Bai Jian looked left and right, and if he could catch all these people in one fell swoop, he would definitely make a lot of money. He carefully memorized the layout of the spaceship. At this moment, he suddenly remembered, by the way, will the spaceship belong to us when the time comes? Of course. Tan Hua said, otherwise, how can we call it getting rich if we just do small things? Your definition of getting rich seems to be a little different from my definition of getting rich. Chapter 107. But regardless of whether the definition of getting rich is different or not, knowing that there are space pirates ahead, and they are not the kind of super large gangs. The 3 people made an estimate, mainly Bai Jian and Tan Hua looked at Chu Yuan. Good at fighting, Chu Yuan said. With his words, the other 2 walked into the aircraft without saying a word. Then the platform where people stood outside was taken back, the spacecraft accelerated to the highest speed, and flew towards the location of the space pirates. Tan Hua was driving the aircraft, and Bai Jian was pointing the way. In the middle, he would also talk about the situation of those people. For example, where they are currently in the spacecraft, what they are doing, etc. Of course, there are also the equipment on their bodies, which probably belongs to what range. It's a pity that these people are eating and drinking now. Otherwise, if they were in training state, he could see more. Enough. Tan Hua said. Chu Yuan said that we can fight, which means that the 3 of us will definitely have no problem. Bai Jian has been watching the situation over there from a third-person perspective. In his sight, these people didn't seem to expect anyone to come over, and they were very relaxed. Drinking and eating meat very happy. Of course, even if they were more relaxed, at most there was no one in the monitoring room. After all, everyone on the spaceship was their own people, so there was really no need to keep an eye on the surveillance. But the external radar must be watched by someone. Bai Jian estimated the distance. We are about to enter the radar scanning area. Keep going, Chu Yuan said. Bai Jian understood immediately that this person probably blocked other people's radar. Just like when they escaped from the spaceship of Shantian organization, the surveillance over there was suddenly replaced. Then the speed can be faster, Bai Jian said. Tan Hua, who was driving the aircraft, accelerated again without saying a word. This time, he almost increased the speed of the aircraft to the maximum. It was clear that there was still a long distance from entering the radar area to seeing the spaceship, but with his acceleration, it only took more than 10 minutes. During this time, Bai Jian drew a topographic map of the spaceship and how many people were there in each place in the optical brain. The 3 of them also discussed where to enter the spaceship when the time came. Bai Jian went in first with the shuttle and opened the door quietly. The aircraft drove in. Before it stopped, Chu Yuan jumped out. Tan Hua, who was 1 step behind, followed. The 2 exchanged glances with Bai Jian and invaded inside. Bai Jian's current skills of jumping light and shuttle have reached the point where skill books are not needed. Now, the 4 skill bars have 1 control skill and 1 control skill, and 1 gives a third-person perspective to keep track of the situation inside the spaceship at any time. The remaining 1 is still 1 against 100. It must be said that this skill is not very useful when fighting boss, but when there are enough opponents, this skill is definitely a great help. As for the long-range air-braking attack, it is placed in the backpack and replaced when needed. Relying on knowing what is going on inside, how many people there are, and Bai Jian's shuttle sneak attack, they killed their way in. Tan Hua is obviously better than Bai Jian at this, and he knocked out 1 at a time. Don't worry, I guarantee that they won't wake up for 3 to 5 hours. In this way, Bai Jian and Chu Yuan were responsible for control. Tan Hua knocked them out 1 by 1, and then sneaked in so easily. But these are scattered, some are out to spread the wind, some are out to let off steam, and so on. After these scattered star pirates are dealt with, Tan Hua whispered, "Next, should we go to the cab, or get rid of all the remaining people first?" Both are difficult to do. Although there are few people in the cab, the protection there is tight. It is unlikely to get through without leaving any traces. And the remaining people are basically gathered together for fun, so if they want to fight, they will fight together. So, the next battle is a tough one. Tan Hua asked which side to attack first. In fact, he just wanted to know how to fight. If Gong Zhonghao Gaoling Tao Tao is to fight against the opposite side, even if he is not sure that he can beat dozens of them. Bai Jian glanced at Chu Yuan and made a decision. Take advantage of their unpreparedness and get rid of these people first. After all, these people are star pirates, not Shantian organization, and they don't have the habit of dying together at every turn. Even if the cab is not taken, the impact will not be too great. After all, with Chu Yuan here, there is no need to worry about what they will do. But if the remaining people noticed something was wrong, then the three of them would have no chance to take the initiative in a fight. The people in the room were divided into several groups. Some were drinking, some were singing, and some were playing cards. It was a chaotic scene. Bai Jian asked Chu Yuan and the other two to wait first, and he went in quietly and brought one out. Then Tan Hua knocked him out without saying a word. He brought another one. The person next to this person seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and Chu Yuan used a control skill through the wall. Bai Jian rushed back and brought him out without saying a word. Tan Hua's method of knocking people out became more and more skilled. He moved very quickly, taking over one after another, and he didn't forget to say, "Good idea, why didn't I think of it? It turns out that it can be done this way. Who wants to fight with a group of them? If they come one by one, they can easily defeat them." Easily. Although the people inside were having fun, they were not stupid. It was the boss who had foresight to bring us out first. Otherwise, we would definitely be finished if we saw the wind blowing. One person said to the person next to him while drinking, "Come on, drink." Another person said, "Having said that, we still can't relax too much. We will just float in space for a while, and be quiet for a while." For some reason, he always felt a little uneasy from the beginning. Thinking about it, he looked around and found it at a glance. Why are there so few people? Go to the toilet. Hey, Xiao Xiao was just on my left, and he didn't say he was going out. Where is he? As soon as he said this, the person who spoke before stood up immediately. Contact him. He was about to go out, but stopped halfway and pointed at his younger brother. You, go out and see what's going on. Not surprisingly, the younger brother was controlled by Bai Jian as soon as he went out. A pair of hands stretched out from the side, and Tan Hua was knocked out without saying a word. And Chu Yuan stretched out his legs to block the door, preventing it from closing tightly. The next moment, Bai Jian went in again. He was originally going to move the person who found something wrong. Although this person didn't look like the leader of the Star Pirates, he could be considered the second in command. However, the other party was very cautious, so he could only settle for the second best and catch a person who was easier to catch and knock him out. After watching Tan Hua so many times, he also learned a trick. The Star Pirates in the room were all stunned, and the next moment they all stood up. These people have seen blood, so they were extremely ruthless. At once, all the attacks were directed at Bai Jian. Bai Jian was not afraid at all, because at the same time Chi Chi was arranging, the door was kicked open by Chu Yuan. Before he and Tan Hua came in, their skills had already arrived. Almost in an instant, the skills were flying everywhere. The second in command of Bai Jian had taken a fancy to hide behind his younger brother, his eyes flickering. Bai Jian, how could you find me so quickly? Then he turned around and opened the door without saying a word. If you can't beat them, run if you can. After saying that, he rushed out first. This time, not only the Star Pirates were confused, but even Bai Jian didn't understand. No, you have more than 40 people fighting against the three of us, and you can't beat us and want to run before the fight starts. Are you sure you are a Star Pirate or a weakling? However, the second-in-command's words really made these Star Pirates lose much of their fighting spirit. Two people immediately followed and ran away. Once this kind of head was opened, the rest of the people would definitely want to run away, and their fighting spirit would be greatly reduced. In addition, although this group of Star Pirates is fierce and ruthless, their strength is definitely not as good as Bai Jian and his three men, and the gap is quite far. Especially the precision of skill control. Now everyone is gathered together, and if some skills are not controlled well, it is easy to hit their own people. After all, there is no such thing as teaming in reality, so fighting is actually limited. But Bai Jian and his three men are different. Anyway, they just dodge skills. If they can't dodge, they rely on hard blood. And if they encounter a situation, Bai Jian can withdraw from the house first, or even fly a kite first. After all, he has a third-person perspective, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to see the overall situation. Chu Yuan naturally didn't have to worry about this, and Tan Hua played casually. With two big teammates who could look after him at any time, he didn't need to think about anything else, just how to exert the greatest power. It has to be me. He couldn't help but mutter. After all, apart from him, who else could be so far-sighted that he could get Chu Yuan as a teammate and then Bai Jian? Look at this battle, it was so exciting, and if he was happy, the opponent would definitely not be happy. Soon, all the people who stayed here were knocked out. And Bai Jian, after seeing it from the third person's perspective, used the shuttle to find the people who fled to other places one by one. Finally, It was the driver's cabin. The people here left in a hurry, and they almost didn't want to fight at all. Bai Jian said, "It seems that we are not 3 people, but thousands of troops." The first thought was to run. Tan Hua was happily rushing to the cockpit. "Let me see, there is nothing to do. Just let the spaceship move forward quickly. I guess they are fleeing in the opposite direction." Bai Jian asked, "Can we turn around and chase them?" Tan Hua immediately looked at him and said, "You can't." At that moment, Bai Jian saw from his eyes, "Aren't you from the manufacturing department? You can build a spaceship, but you can't fly it?" Bai Jian twitched his mouth. "We haven't learned this yet. Do you think the spaceship is a cabbage? You can build it casually? He only knows how to ride the spaceship now." The two looked at each other, and Tan Hua realized something from his silence. He explained again, "I don't know how to do it either. I haven't done it before." Bai Jian looked at Chu Yuan without saying anything. Chu Yuan nodded. So he made way for Chu Yuan, and he went forward to operate it. The direction was quickly changed, and the radar also scanned the people who had escaped before. Bai Jian's third-person perspective also saw it. "Let's go. Let's show them some color first." Speaking of this, Bai Jian walked out. Tan Hua looked at this and then at that. "No, Brother Chu, you can also fly a spaceship?" he said to Bai Jian again. "And how did you know it?" Bai Jian kept walking, but his eyes accidentally met Chu Yuan's. Then the two of them ignored Tan Hua's words at the same time. They couldn't help but look at each other, and chose to change the subject very tacitly. "Wreck the aircraft first? This is Chu Yuan." Bai Jian said almost at the same time, "I will destroy the aircraft first. This time, it is time to switch to the air-braking attack, which is very useful in this situation." Bai Jian replaced the 1-on-100 attack and installed the air-braking attack. When we arrived at the place, we used the third-person perspective to lock the enemy's location and began to charge. In the past, this move could only be used to the place that the naked eye could see. Now with the third-person perspective, it can be used as far as you want. Charge completed. Aim, shoot, the arrow and the jumping light flew out at the same time, just like that, heading towards the aircraft. In the third-person perspective, the two people in the aircraft hurriedly fled, wondering. It seems that no one is caught up, and we haven't seen any other spaceships. There must be, but we didn't see them. Bai Jian is here. How can he bring Chu Yuan and Tan Hua with him? Do you think they are stupid? 3 versus and a whole group of star pirates? The person who spoke stared at the radar of the aircraft, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was indeed no one there. "I hope they didn't find out that we escaped. I still think it's strange. We escaped too smoothly." The person who spoke later was in the cockpit at the beginning. He was probably the leader of this group. The second in command beside him was also panicked. "What bad luck. It's been 12 years. I thought this was..." An arrow shot over. It was Bai Jian's arrow. They had watched the match and knew what was going on at a glance. "What should we do, boss?" "Hide. What else can we do?" The boss said in a rage. "Didn't we have 4 or 5 aircrafts in total? Everyone else was caught?" That wasn't the case, Bai Jian thought. With the third-person perspective, he could easily tell who was in the scattered aircrafts. The first arrow would definitely be aimed at the pirate leader. "The arrow is getting faster and faster." The second in command said, "It will catch up with us soon." "Fog." The pirate leader said, "I don't believe that we can't see that Bai Jian can turn with his skills." However, Bai Jian's arrow was dodged, but the jumping light successfully turned and shot at the aircraft's soft spot. Kinetic energy box. The kinetic energy box was broken, and the aircraft that was originally flying fast was instantly out of service. "Fog, what is that? Can the god's perspective be blocked by your little fog?" Bai Jian stopped all the other escaping spaceships. Chu Yuan returned to the cockpit and went to collect these aircraft one by one. Tan Hua felt as if he was looking around with his sword drawn, feeling lost. "That's it? It's too easy," he said. "I gathered these people together. Then it was time to collect the spoils." The equipment was easy to steal, and the skill books had to be handed in by these people themselves. Tan Hua woke one up and asked him to hand it in, then knocked him out, and then turned to the next person. Bai Jian went to find Chu Yuan, who was standing in the cockpit, but had no intention of touching the buttons on it. Yes, he probably didn't even need to touch it. The spaceship would do what he wanted. Bai Jian looked left and right with interest. This is a spaceship. After traveling through time for so long, he has never made a fortune. Who would have thought that he could own a spaceship now? From today on, he is also a wealthy man. "And how do I drive this spaceship? Who can refuse to drive a spaceship?" Chu Yuan walked up to him and explained it to him seriously. This kind of large spaceship certainly cannot be driven entirely by humans. Most of the systems are intelligent. Chu Yuan first explained the simplest way to drive it, which is to use the unmanned driving mode. But this mode can only be used to rush, and it is not suitable for chasing people like they are now. After all, press the button here, and a type of claw will be ejected, which will catch the nearby aircraft back. It is usually used to rescue the personnel of the party whose aircraft has problems at critical moments. But this time, they are using it to catch space pirates. Although this group of space pirates are flying in the opposite direction of the previous spaceship, they are flying in a fan shape, so now they have to adjust the direction and recover them one by one. The leader of the space pirates ran the fastest, so he was the farthest away and was the last one to be recovered. Bai Jian's men have already gone there, and they will immediately control the people once they are caught to prevent them from causing trouble again. Catch them, knock them out, and throw them aside. When it was finally the pirate leader's turn, Bai Jian had just taken down the door of the aircraft from the outside when he saw the two people inside being controlled yelling, "You can't do this to us." It was Feng Yai, and that Mrs. Bai who caused you to end up on this garbage planet. We are just doing this for money. Bai Jian was about to knock someone out when he was stunned. What? Chapter 108. The sudden words made Bai Jian give up the idea of knocking the two men out directly. Speak clearly, he said in a cold tone, and did not release the control skills he had cast on them. The two men paused when they saw this, and did not continue talking. Instead, they talked about conditions. You have to promise to let us go. Bai Jian immediately suspended a large amount of jumping light around them. Frightened, the two men immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" "Nothing," Bai Jian said. "Hand it over?" "Hand it over? Shouldn't it be said? Equipment, skill books, and other things in your backpacks." Bai Jian said, "Hand it over, or now you will." He knew very well what the Star Pirates were. Even if what the other party said seemed to involve what happened in the past, he would immediately make these people unable to resist. And he would never give the other party any chance to negotiate conditions. The leader of the Star Pirates and the second in command wanted to struggle when they saw Bai Jian's appearance, but they saw the small dots of light approaching them, and they immediately said, "Hand it over, we will hand it over right away." The two immediately started to take things out. Bai Jian stood there, and from time to time he passed by, and there was a look of "Don't pretend." "It's gone, it's really gone." The leader of the Star Pirates said, "It's hard for us to be Star Pirates, it's really gone." "It's hard for you to still be a Star Pirate?" Bai Jian was kicked over by someone. "You're saying it's hard to tell him? He doesn't know what this era is like. Do you think you're starving to death and have no choice but to become a bandit? In this era, children can't starve to death living alone, and you're still saying it's hard, and from what you said just now, it was you who kidnapped the original owner to planet 2538, right?" Thinking of this, he had seen the two of them communicating from a third-person perspective before, and the occasional lip reading seemed to have mentioned something about 12 years. Even the second in command had praised their boss for his wisdom, otherwise they would all be finished now. Now it seems that he is referring to that incident. After all, he also heard that the Feng family found the Star Pirates of that year. It seems that these two are the ones that slipped through the net. "Hand them over," Bai Jian said. "There are two more, right?" The Star Pirate boss was shocked. How did he know? In fact, Chu Yuan knew, so Bai Jian also knew. After taking all the money from these two people, there was no need to worry about them making any more trouble. Bai Jian began to ask about what happened in the past. "The first person to contact us was Mrs. Bai, the mistress who stole your mother's boyfriend," the Star Pirate leader said. Bai Jian corrected, "That's not my mother." "Okay." The pirate leader thought to himself, "This is really new. If it's not your mother, why are you asking me so many questions?" However, he didn't dare to refute her because he was skilled. If she said it wasn't her, then it wasn't her. He could only continue. "Anyway, she contacted us to kidnap Feng Yai's child, but a small pirate group like us wouldn't dare to do such a business that would involve the children of a big family. Although our boss at that time was greedy for money, he wasn't stupid." "What happened later?" Bai Jian asked. The second in command said, "Later, your mother. Feng Yai seemed to know about this matter and asked us to take the order, but when kidnapping someone, we got the wrong person and kidnapped by Zihan. Maybe Miss Feng just wanted to create a scene where the mistress wanted to touch my child, but her own child got into trouble by mistake. But the result was, at that time, the eldest brother took the money from both of them and kidnapped them all. After all, it was a big family like the Bai family. Even if Bai Zihan was just an illegitimate child, he was still surnamed Bai. They didn't want to get involved with the Bai family because of this little money. That would be courting death. But it's different if both children were kidnapped. At that time, we were considered to have handed in to Mrs. Bai. If the incident came out, she would definitely find a way to protect us. As for Feng Yai, we only admitted that we kidnapped Bai Zihan and posted the video at that time, but never mentioned you. We also kidnapped the other child that year. We only said that it might be that Mrs. Bai saw that we hesitated before and didn't bet all on us, and might have found someone else. At this time, Feng Yai knew that they kidnapped Bai Zihan. If their own child was lost, it would be even more impossible for the mistress's child to be found, so they made some moves so that the people of the Bai family couldn't find them. Both sides were looking for people, but they were both trying to stop the other side from looking for people, helping to cover up the situation, and not investigating them, so they were relatively safe. After that, we hid for a long time, just waiting for someone to find us back, and then coming out when the storm died down. Bai Jian raised his eyebrows. Find people back? The two pirates nodded repeatedly. Yes, we changed the optical computer number as requested, and even your names were not changed. Bai Jian, I changed mine. The two thought to themselves, didn't you just say that it wasn't you? But they didn't dare to ask anything, didn't dare to say anything, just said, you changed this yourself, you. Anyway, you looked unusual since you were a child. When we changed the optical computer number, your consciousness moved and changed your name as well. Then, they changed it, and they didn't think about changing it back. Besides, Bai Zihan was lost with you. With the power of the Bai and Feng families, it's not too difficult to find you. At this point, the two space pirates didn't know what to say. They originally thought that the other party's child had been found, and they were instructed by Feng Yai and Mrs. Bai. The two of them worked together to protect them, which was equivalent to making money for nothing. But who would have thought that the two families didn't find him for 12 years? It was still a coincidence that Bai Zihan was found. Not to mention Bai Jian, he was too good, and everyone in the entire galaxy knew about it, so the Feng family reacted. So it's really not our fault. Even when a child saw it, we pretended not to see it, and thought he would tip off later. This matter was just a formality. I didn't expect you to be away from home for so long. Bai Jian kicked again. Kidnapping a child is justified, right? Washing someone's memory just like that is justified, right? Seeing that the two had nothing to say, he knocked them out on the spot, and turned to look at Chu Yuan, who had come over at some point. Is this world really real? He asked. Otherwise, why would there be such an outrageous thing? Bai Jian's biological parents were actually pretty bad, but compared to the original owner, at least those two were not legal experts. Even the stepmother his father found for him was just a divisive person. These two here are good. They directly bribed the star pirates and hired them to kidnap children. What the hell? Originally, he thought the gossip was just a rumor, and thought it was not that bad, but he didn't expect it to be true. He looked up at the sky. It was the sky of the stars. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the ancient times of palace fighting and house fighting, swapping children, harming children. Obviously, interstellar kidnappers have disappeared, but these two people hired star pirates to take each other's children away from the main star, and threw them on the 2538th star. How did Bai Zihan's mother get to the top after doing such a thing? She's pregnant, Chu Yuan said. Bai Jian, can the Feng family tolerate it? This time, there was no need for Chu Yuan. Bai Jian found a reason himself, because Feng Yai didn't do anything good, and if the Feng family wanted to investigate, his daughter would be the first to suffer. But just because she's pregnant, the Bai family doesn't care about the two grandchildren in front? Chu Yuan, because you and Bai Zihan, after undergoing their so-called experiments, your condition was not very good. If Bai Zihan didn't say it, you would have been in a coma for a whole week before waking up. Bai Jian understood that for two children, who would most likely have no future in the future, and a hope that had not yet been born, the Bai family naturally made what they call the right choice. TSK. These two families always make people think they are shameless enough, and then go to a higher level. Bai Jian shook his head speechlessly. From this point of view, it was fortunate that he exchanged with the original owner. Otherwise, I dare not imagine how the original owner would feel if he knew all this. By the way, Bai Jian suddenly looked at Chu Yuan. Can you say more and more? Chu Yuan, yeah. Bai Jian understood. He had discovered before that Chu Yuan had already given some answers without waiting for him to ask. But it seems that for others, we still have to abide by the so-called fairness. Cannot reveal, cannot say more. Bai Jian could not help but think of Chu Yuan's words, you are special. The original owner was in a coma for 7 days. Is it related to his delayed awakening? For him, those 7 days do not exist. Bai Jian understood. No wonder the original owner was also delayed for a week. Those 7 days did not exist, which means that he did not really become an adult until that day. What about me? My attribute points have long exceeded the limit that ordinary people will have. Is it also related to the experiment that year? But it was the original owner who was subjected to the experiment. His current body belongs to the original owner, but his soul is still his own. Your soul is an alien soul, with infinite possibilities. Chu Yuan said. As for the body, the experiment that year did change some, but it was changed in a good direction. After all, the purpose of those big families on the main star to do this is to make the younger generation stronger. By some strange coincidence, the original owner is the more successful one. If it were still him, he would not be able to break through the limitations. So it must be an external soul to match this body. The two were very close when they talked. After all, this was something that could not be heard by others. Even if there was no one awake here, the surveillance must have been turned off by Chu Yuan long ago. Bai Yijian still moved closer and lowered his voice. So at this moment, Tan Hua ran over and said, "I've got it." Before he finished, he saw the two people seemed to be close to each other in the dislocation, whispering in each other's ears. No, nothing, I continue to work." He slipped away without saying anything. Bai Yijian followed him speechlessly, and found that the other party had really got everything done. Equipment and skill books were piled up on the ground, which was very spectacular. Seeing them, Tan Hua pointed and pointed, "Go and pick them, take the ones that suit you." Bai Yijian was just feeling bad, because of the Bai and Feng families, but he was cured in an instant. A few days ago, he was still worried about spending money on skills again, but now he has a lot of skills. Just pick and take. Your third-person perspective is 230,000, it's really worth it. Tan Hua couldn't help but say. Bai Yijian thought so too. He wanted to send a big red envelope to the seller, and he really did it. After all, if there was no third-person perspective, they might not be able to come across this good thing. With a lot of skills in hand, Bai Yijian finally didn't have to worry about skills. Of course, there were also a lot of equipment. He picked another set of magic power equipment on the spot, and then went to look at the skill books. He also piled up the stuff of the 2-star pirate bosses, and the second in command. He liked the fog skill in it. Who doesn't like the feeling of being able to attack without restraint when others can't see him? In addition, he also found the invisibility skill that he had been thinking about. Tan Hua said, "It is possible that these people still have something hidden in their hands. It's a pity that we didn't bring the relevant equipment. Once these people are handed over to the star management team, the things they find will not be theirs." Bai Yijian immediately looked at Chu Yuan. The latter's eyes drifted to a few of them, and Bai Yijian took them out without saying a word. "Wake up, come on, hand it over." In this situation, if you still want to hide something privately, of course you hide good things. Bai Yijian was very satisfied after reading it, and picked out 2 skill books that he was interested in. Then, they handed these people over to the star management team. From Apocalypse Star. Of course, they notified the people there in advance to receive them. Otherwise, the pirate spaceship would have been surrounded before it arrived. After handing over the people, the pirates were locked up and awaited follow-up processing. And Bai Yijian and his men continued to fly out. They didn't pay much attention to the news on the Star Network, but Bai Yijian released Wei Yijiu from the blacklist and sent a communication. During this period, Wei Yijiu's life was really not good, and it could even be said to be very bad. Bai Zihan targeted him, forcing him to leave the main star and return to star 2538. Fortunately, he still had some money, so he could live well even on star 2538. But Feng Yai also took action recently. She blamed all her embarrassing behavior on Wei Yijiu. If he hadn't claimed to know where her child was and taken her there in advance, she would have waited for the Feng family to notify her before going to recognize him. There would not have been so many things. Therefore, not only did she take back all the money she had given him before, but she also secretly targeted him several times. Ba Hu and others also laughed at him. It would have been fine if he hadn't lived a better life before, but he had clearly walked out and reached the main star, but he didn't expect to come back in the end. When he received Bai Yijian's communication, he wanted to cry, "Bai, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I ask you answer." Bai Yijian said, "How did you know that I was Feng's child?" "Wei Yijiu, you and Bai Zihan were thrown down together, I saw it." "Just because of this?" Wei Yijiu was silent for a while. Of course there are others. The reason why he thought Bai Yijian must be the one was because he saw it at that time. He happened to be hiding on the side at that time. When he found out about this, he was so scared that he trembled there, and thought he was going to die. However, those people strangely did not find him, but he heard some of their words. He remembered that one of those people looked at Baijian. This child is good looking, and his initial talent panel is also good. He will definitely awaken a strong talent in the future. He is a good seedling. Are we really not going to keep him to cultivate? Cultivate what? Wei Ichiu remembered that the leader like Star Pirate sneered. Do you think he is the same as you? What is his identity? Do you still want to keep him? Okay, if you don't want to cause trouble, just throw him here quickly, and let's hurry up and leave. Sure enough. Baijian thought, the child at that time was you. The Star Pirate thought that the original owner would definitely have a promising future. In addition to the initial panel, it should also be because the original owner could actually change his name under such circumstances. But the Bai and Feng families didn't know about this, and thought that the person was useless. Wei Ichiu was selfish and didn't tell him about this, and even tried to make friends with him. Back then, you did it on purpose. He helped the original owner on purpose, just for favors. What happened later was even more obvious. Wei Ichiu wanted to deny it, but he knew too well how sharp and smart Baijian was. At this time, even if he denied it, the other party would not believe it. I'm already miserable, he said. I'm not as good as before, I regret it really. Ah, Bai, please forgive me. You're miserable because you took the wrong path and didn't do anything. Baijian said, you had many chances in the meantime. If you had caught one of them, and checked your conscience before doing anything, you wouldn't have ended up like this now. It's what you deserve. And you still have the nerve to come and play pity on him? Get out of here. Chapter 109. After catching the Star Bandits, he accidentally figured out what happened back then. Wei Ichiu's words were the last piece of the puzzle, and also, Baijian woke up in the middle of the night and sat up. He suddenly felt that he could understand why the original owner awakened such a talent. It might not just be what Chu Yuan mentioned before, wanting to live a life without fighting and having clothes, food, and water. After all, the game was not very difficult for the original owner, and he was optimistic and would always look forward. He also left a way out for himself, and took the exam for the first Academy of Apocalypse. What really made him awaken such a skill was that since he was born, whether it was the relatives he didn't remember, or Wei Ichiu and Bai Zihan around him, they were either calculating or malicious towards him. He might not know it himself, but in his subconscious, he must have some feelings. So he might not have thought about it, but deep down, he actually wanted to escape from all this disgusting. So the skill awakened, and caught him off guard, and he exchanged with him. Baijian lay back down inside. In fact, even if the original owner really knew these things, he should be able to hold on. He knows himself, he is not a person who escapes, and he will not leave difficulties to others. But it was because of the experiment conducted by the Bai and Feng families that he awakened 7 days late, and he himself did not expect it at all. If he had awakened on time, he would have been in a game at that time, without the stimulation of Wei Ichiu and Bai Zihan, and he would have learned about the use of talents and skills in time. He must have been able to control it, and he would not have done such a thing as soon as he woke up. With their own spaceship, they don't have to dock with a spaceship that happens to pass by when they need to rest at night. Just find a room to rest. During the day, they follow Chu Yuan to learn how to fly a spaceship. Oh, and they have to upgrade Tan Hua's weapons. This time the upgrade is not as easy as before, not because of lack of experience. Speaking of the staff, he also upgraded Hua Wenjie. The main thing is to break through, which has never been done before. So it is not as easy as before, mainly because the initial preparations take time, and the actual action only takes less than half a day. This time, Baijian has to be very busy. When he is tired, he uses the third perspective. Speaking of which, the matter of the Star Pirates has not been spread before, and no one knows about it now. But Baijian has jumped into the ranks of rich people. Except for the set that Baijian picked out, all the other equipment were sold. As for the skill books, I picked out the good ones and kept a few more. After all, if I need them, I may not be able to find the right ones in a short time even if I have money. But those skills that are more popular, common, and relatively easy to get, don't need to be kept. All turned into cash. Staring at the string of zeros in the deposit balance, Baijian was very happy. Hengdao was sharing something in the circle of friends, but Baijian only took a glance and found that the other party had withdrawn it. He searched it based on his memory of that glance, and sure enough, it might not be withdrawn, but only blocked him. Of course, this post did not say bad things about him, but mocked Bai Zihan. As time went on, more and more of Baijian's past was exposed. Bai Zihan was yelling about impossible things at the competition, and no one knew who told him. Then netizens gave him a name called Broken Defense Brother, and of course some people called him Impossible Brother. Heng Dao immediately sent a happy message with the title, "Come, see the clown." Later, he might have thought that Bai Jian might be upset when he saw Bai Zihan's name, so he blocked him. In fact, there was no need at all. Bai Jian thought that he could post more of this kind of thing, and he loved to read it. I can only say that netizens in this world are really talented. There are countless jokes, and many people even wrote short stories under pseudonyms. But looking at this, I always feel that someone is pushing behind the scenes to shift people's attention from the Feng family to Bai Zihan. But soon, Bai Jian found that the target was turned back again. TSK. Looking at Chu Yuan and the two who just walked over, he said, "Maybe the Bai family and the Feng family have joined forces." Tan Hua had 3 question marks on his head. "I was wrong. Wasn't the fight going on?" Chu Yuan said, "The Feng family has tried several times but failed. Maybe some people still hold out hope, but the upper-level officials in the palace are all stunned and understand clearly that Bai Jian will never return to the Feng family. The more trouble they make, the uglier it will be." The ending of the two families back and forth on the Star Network. Bai Jian snorted, "It's just like before. Everyone thinks that the Feng family is disgusting and the Bai family is nothing. It's better to be alone." Hearing this, Tan Hua understood, so they want to downplay Bai Zihan's existence now, trying to create a kind of, although Feng Yai is not a good mother, but the surname Bai is still a good father? He is a cheating man with a mistress. What's the saying? What's wrong with cheating? I'm sorry to your mother, but it doesn't mean I don't love you. Not to mention Feng Yai's appearance, the Bai family seemed to have a lot of reasons to whitewash Bai's father. Bai Jian said, "Of course, it is also possible that he is alone. How can he have the confidence of a family behind him? Money is a good thing, and people can't go against money. I am still young, so I don't understand. Look at the people outside, pretending to be grandsons in front of the boss. How much do they get? The Bai family can give much more than those bosses. Damn, so insidious. If it were someone with a soft ear, he might really be persuaded. The mouth is on others, and they will definitely say something in a direction that is beneficial to themselves. Just get used to it." Bai Jian knew it a long time ago. Some words are just for listening, some words should be criticized, and some people should get out. He found a seat and sat down, and began his daily routine of reading comments. Still ignoring those related to life experience, and specifically picking replies related to skills. He had sent a big red envelope to the stall owner before. After being shocked, the other party confirmed with him that he had sent it by mistake, and instantly realized that he could use the skill. So one could not help but write a short essay on the Running Star website, vividly describing the incident. At first, everyone's attention was more on the interesting things that Bai Jian thought the jade hairpin was too expensive, and another person bought a skill book but failed to negotiate the price, and the two exchanged the purchase. Later, some people began to pay attention to the skill. Brother Bai can really use any skill. Is it because of this that he is so powerful? Are we who can only use fixed skills destined to not be able to learn his method? Of course not. Bai Jian replied. Talents do not come from the game, but are inherent. Skills can be learned and cannot be learned. Skills such as displacement and invisibility are the most adaptable, and basically anyone with talent can learn them. But healing skills are very selective about talent, and it is not possible without the corresponding skills. Relatively speaking, for the same non-fixed skills, if two people with similar talents learn the skills of a mage, the mage may be able to learn it, but melee skills cannot. Don't let the numerical values of the game limit your own abilities. Bai Jian got some answers from Chu Yuan, and he has been thinking about it recently. Looking beyond the game, this is actually a bit like the immortal cultivation system or the supernatural power system in novels. Everyone has different spiritual roots, and some spells can be cultivated, while others cannot. And practicing the spells of one's own spiritual roots will naturally be easier than other types, and the strength of the spells will naturally be greater. Of course, because of the differences in people and situations, many different situations will also be derived in the middle. But it will not change in general. For example, the control skills of the foundation building stage can easily control the foundation building stage, but it is another story when encountering a higher level gened end stage. If the skill is overbearing, it is also possible to control the gened end stage. But in these cases, if you encounter a higher level, such as the spirit transformation, or a strong person like the Mahayana stage, then no matter how strong the skill is, it is impossible to control these people. Of course, the same is true for the control-release skills. The reason why there are so-called absolute control and absolute control-release skills here is because everyone's strength is at most at the 1st to 9th levels of upper chi refining, which is not much different, so those skills can be overbearing. So, theoretically, there is no impossible situation. Even if it is a fixed skill, it is only the lowest situation of that skill. As long as you are strong enough, you can still break through. The skill introduction is their lower limit, but not the upper limit. And we humans are best at breaking through the upper limit. Maybe it is not possible now, but one day, you can do it. The words made everyone excited. But some people also grasped the key point. Fixed skills have a lower limit, which is easy to get started, but it is difficult to break through, otherwise no one would have done it for so many years. Non-fixed skills are difficult to get started, but in fact they are more flexible and easier to achieve better results. Baijian agreed with this point of view, and then discussed a lot with everyone. After this discussion, Baijian received a lot of communications. Even Teacher Li couldn't help but say, "I think this teacher shouldn't be me, but you. What you said makes me feel like I'm pumped up." Baijian twitched his lips, and 2 of the 3 people who called him wanted to mention his words. But Teacher Li happened to call, and he also had something to ask. "Teacher, the Feng family and the Bai family didn't go to the school to cause trouble again, right?" "Trouble?" Teacher Li said. "Do they have the nerve to come?" Baijian was no longer in school, and the Feng family had temporarily stopped because of the chaos on the internet. The teachers were still mainly worried about the Shantian organization. This organization was annoying before, but it was too mysterious and hard to catch. But now it seems that with the protection of the big family of the main star behind them, and the tip-off, it is normal that they cannot be caught. Even if they meet, those people are very radical. They are very good at playing the trick of dying together. It is no wonder that the people of 0007 have not found any evidence for so long. After all, those members seem to have been brainwashed. Even if they occasionally catch 1 or 2, most of them don't know what is important. It is true that they have been kept in the dark for so many years. Even if the people of 0007 know, they can't do anything because there is no evidence. After hanging up the communication, Baijian began to continue learning to fly the spaceship. Although there are many functions on the spaceship, he has almost learned them in the past few days. The follow-up is just more practice to become more proficient. Baijian is really daring. He will start to drive it if he is asked to. With Chu Yuan standing by his side, there is no need to be afraid even if there are some problems at that time. He will be pulled back in time. After driving the spaceship, he went to the star network again. As expected, the wind direction had changed. Many people mentioned the Bai family. Baijian flipped through it and smiled. This proved that what he thought was right. Even though the marriage between the Bai and Feng families failed and caused such a big scandal, the relationship was only broken on the surface. It is true that the people below do not like each other, but the top leaders still have a tacit understanding of interests. The current situation is that since the Feng family is no longer possible, it is okay to let people return to the Bai family. Anyway, it is impossible to let Baijian live outside. Especially it is impossible to let him stay in Tianqi Star. If I guess correctly, the Bai family will contact him soon. As for those on the Star Network, it was just to make Baijian less repulsive. After all, most people follow the crowd. If everyone says that going back is something only a fool would do, then even if this person wants to go back, he should think about it more. As for more, he must come to Baijian in person to talk. The person who came this time was the original owner's biological father. Of course, the person had not arrived yet. They were floating in space. It was not so easy for the Bai family to find him. They just got his contact number and called him. Unlike the 2 Bai family members before, at least there was nothing wrong with their attitude this time. Father Bai also cried and told how much he missed him over the years. Talked about the father-son relationship. "You and Bai Zihan, you didn't cry like this," Baijian said. Father Bai's face was ugly on the spot. How is it possible? Bai Zihan was very happy when he returned to the Bai family. He only met him once, and then the wife was in charge. Still crying? Did he need to go through so much trouble? Father Bai thought he still cared about Bai Zihan. After all, everyone knew about the things between them. He immediately said, "If you come back, he will be kicked out and will not be allowed to appear in the family again." Baijian sighed in his heart, just like Feng Yoi. He only has interests in his eyes. Father Bai was still talking about the treatment Baijian would receive after returning to the Bai family, as if he could rest assured that Dad would do the best for you. In fact, if Baijian went back, his status in the family would rise sharply. He made the benefits clear and started to play the emotional card. Looking at him like this, Baijian was only puzzled by one thing. Why would someone like you cheat in the first place? True love? Otherwise, the Bai and Feng families are married, and they have children. Why would he cheat? It's not that Father Bai doesn't seem to cheat, but the benefits are here. He can be so humble in front of his son now, and he still acts like this. Could it be that he couldn't control his lower body in the beginning? Think about the money, think about the benefits. No matter how big the lust is, you have to restrain it. Father Bai's face froze instantly. I am the father, and he is the father. Is this what a father should say? But no matter how ugly his face is, he can't get angry at this time. The Feng family has fully proved that Bai Jian is a real tough guy. He doesn't care what these families can bring to him. He can only be soft. Soft. So Father Bai suppressed his anger. Thinking about Feng Yui's end, he must not fall into such a situation. He must rely on Bai Jian to turn things around. But this question is really hard to answer. He avoided the idea of true love and said, "Your mother. I believe you have seen her. She was beautiful and elegant at first. I was indeed attracted to her, but later. The more we got to know each other, the more I realized that we were not the same kind of people. I was in a really bad mood at the time, so I did the wrong thing." Compared with the quick cut when facing Feng Yui, Bai's father had the advantage of being latecomers, so he could say a few more words, and he was indeed very smart, using the spring and autumn style of writing to make it seem as if it was normal for him to do so. But Bai Jian obviously didn't believe a word of these words. He was silent, just thinking, if he gave Feng Yui a chance at that time, how would the other party explain it? In short, it must be very nice. Child, come back. Dad has really missed you these years. Really? Bai Jian had seen enough of the drama and finally said, but I don't want to see Bai Zihan at home, and I don't want to see his mother either. Can you divorce? Bai's father, Oh, can't you? There's nothing to say. Bai Jian hung up the call. He was in the room on the spaceship. He was discussing his weapons with Tan Hua before. Because it was the Bai family's call, the latter didn't leave to avoid it, but just kept quiet. Until now, he couldn't help but say, "What do you mean by asking for this? If he is willing to divorce, do you really want to go back?" Of course not. Bai Jian said speechlessly. I'm not crazy. Why would I go back? This is just to test things. Tan Hua, ? When I first learned about this matter of the mistress interfering, I didn't think much about it. After all, there have been too many similar things. His own biological parents had also had it. But after a deeper understanding, especially with the development after he and Bai Zihan were lost, things seemed a little wrong. Especially after talking with Bai's father today, I found that this person's desire for power may be greater than Feng Yui. As mentioned above, will such a person really cheat easily? And Bai Zihan is suspected of participating in the game-related experiment that may only be participated by the direct descendants of the family. If Feng Yui is protected by the Feng family, then what does Bai Zihan's mother have? How can she marry into the family after losing 2 grandchildren? Was it just because she was pregnant at the time, and this would make outsiders think that the gossip was completely untrue? Tan Hua couldn't help asking, "So what do you mean?" Generally, when encountering such a problem, men will put the blame on women. For example, they were seduced in a moment of confusion, or they got drunk and then got pregnant. And Father Bai chose to put the blame on Feng Yui, which clearly shows that he is not the special, responsible type. Of course, a truly responsible man would not do such a thing. So why would he rather put the blame on Feng Yui, but let Mrs. Bai, who is now the mistress, hide beautifully? Because he wanted to discredit Feng Yui, and was afraid that you would contact the Feng family again. Tan Hua said without thinking. Bai Jian nodded. That's also possible, but why did he hesitate when I later proposed a divorce? So the answer is obviously not like this. Combining the various strange things mentioned above, there is only one possibility. That is, the other party has a handle on him, and it may even be a handle related to the entire Bai family. So Bai's father married her, and now refuses to divorce. If Bai Jian doesn't go back, he can only continue to be what he is now. But if he wants to divorce, the handle in the other party's hand will make him lose more. Tan Hua looked at Bai Jian and said in shock, "Don't you have a clear understanding of your current value? What kind of handle is this to cause such a powerful destructive power?" "I don't know," Bai Jian said, "but this handle must be very big, and it will not only affect him, but the Bai family may also be implicated. But these are all your guesses. Whether it is true or not, you just need to see the reaction of the Bai family later." Chapter 110. Next, Bai Jian continued to work on the weapon, as if nothing had happened. However, Tan Hua would go to Xinguang from time to time to check it out, and also asked people to pay more attention to the Bai family. He would come to inform Bai Jian at the slightest hint. After all, who knows if that would prove anything? That day, he went to find Bai Jian again, and then saw Chu Yuan. When he passed by, he asked casually. Haven't you given away that sunlight pearl yet? That's not how you chase someone. After he finished speaking, he realized that Baijian had just turned around the corner not far away. With that volume, Baijian must have heard it. Tanhua, I'm busy, I get out first. Why is he panicking? Baijian asked curiously, and looked at Chu Yuan again. That pearl is for giving to people who... Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Baijian was not stupid, and he realized something almost instantly. He thought of Chu Yuan's inexplicable blushing, and how Tanhua often saw them together, and didn't come over. There were even a few times when they looked like they were hiding something from him. It turned out that it wasn't some little secret between teammates, but Chu Yuan liked him. Tanhua knew it, and probably urged his teammates to hurry up. But that's not right, he had tried it before. Without saying a word, Baijian approached Chu Yuan and touched his face. Chu Yuan froze there. Still quite innocent. No, then why didn't you react at all last time? Chu Yuan took 2 steps back and said, I didn't have this string in my mind at that time. So you think it's a normal relationship, so you can be calm and not blush, right? Are normal people like this? But think about it, Chu Yuan doesn't seem to be a normal person, so it's understandable. Baijian didn't ask Chu Yuan why he liked him. He is so outstanding, it's normal to like him. But looking at Chu Yuan's appearance, he seemed to feel that this was extremely awkward. It's clear that no one has confessed to him before, and he can still refuse naturally, that is, he won't embarrass the other party, nor will he let the other party feel that he has a chance, and he can even be friends. Anyway, it's not like now, after knowing it, I always feel a little uncomfortable. This? That? Chu Yuan, Tanhua's visit to you should be serious, and the Bai family has taken action. As soon as these words came out, Baijian instantly disappeared from all his illnesses and entered the state. Let me take a look at the situation first. Only after seeing this, he realized that the communication he had made with Bai's father at that time had been released. With the title written in a spring and autumn style, Baijian seems to be a money-worshipping man who is timid and forces his father to divorce, and is obsessed with wealth. The reason why he didn't go back to the Feng family is that he was waiting for the price. The price given by the Bai family this time is obviously enough, but he is afraid that his stepmother and half-brother will be annoying after he goes back, so he wants his father to divorce first. And these people also call the experience shared by Baijian before his nonsense, and just said something just to make everyone support him. Otherwise, how could it be that no one has learned it until now? Is everyone stupid, and he is the only smart one? Fan Yitong was so angry that after scolding the Bai family in the group, he went to Xingwang to scold them. Other students were not much better. Hua Wenjie and the others tried to call but failed because Baijian was receiving Zhao Luosher's call. As soon as Zhao Luosher got through, he sighed, these big families are too shameless. Don't worry too much. Everyone still believes in you. After all, it is a fact that Baijian can use a non-fixed skill well. He was obviously better than others in the previous competition. It is no wonder that he is strong. But now it has been a long time, and no one can do it, which really makes some people murmur. The teachers will help to deal with the matter. This time it can be regarded as a lesson. Sometimes, some words cannot be said casually. The teachers in the school know that Baijian did not mean this, but it is not certain what the uninformed netizens will think after the video is released. In addition, the Bai family is guiding behind. I did it on purpose, Baijian said. What? Zhao Luosher's forehead was full of question marks. Are you crazy? You're giving people this kind of excuse. It's not a big deal, Baijian said. I start a live broadcast to respond immediately. He said it calmly, with a very confident look. At the same time, he started a live broadcast on the spot. Zhao Luosher wanted to stop it, but it was too late to discuss it in advance. I can only hope that Baijian will be like before. Every time he is sure, he is really sure. And he called other teachers to watch the live broadcast as soon as possible. First, respond to the topic related to everyone's vital interests. The previous experience is true. The Bai family is afraid that everyone has learned it, and seeing that there is really no way to recognize me as a family, they are starting to want to discredit me. Baijian opened his mouth with this sentence, and instantly triggered a lot of people who supported him to give their support. But there were obviously many different voices. Didn't you see that Feng Gongjie came out to like it? And the Feng family also said that experience is not that simple, and some people can't say empty words to deceive people. In this case, although the Feng family is stingy and unwilling to share experience, they don't take fake ones. This statement is interesting. Why don't you ask the Feng family about the so-called real experience, and let a few people in their family learn it now? Don't ask to reach my level, just be like Feng Gongjie. Real experience may not be that easy to learn, but people have said that yours is fake. People who think it's fake can just not learn it themselves. Anyway, I believe in Brother Bai. That's right, I didn't ask you to spend money to learn it. Just watch it if you think it's fake. Don't let you make Brother Bai feel cold, or those of us who want to learn it will not be able to learn it later. Do you really think that other people's time doesn't count? Brother Bai takes time out every day to discuss with everyone. If he is not sincere, why does he come here? Does he really think that people have nothing to do? Brother Bai, don't be afraid, we support you. Heh, a person who goes home and asks his father to divorce him, how can he be a good person? And everyone knows that the Feng family and the Bai family are not on good terms. Can the two families unite to target him, Bai Yijian? It's really possible. After seeing this, Bai Yijian said faintly. Then he ignored those messy ones, blocked a few who came up to scold him, and started playing the video directly. The Bai family has a video, and I have one here. Come, let's enjoy it together. This video is nothing else. It is exactly what the other party confessed when they caught the two space pirates. Feng Yai and Madame Bai kidnapped each other's children, but both children were kidnapped at the same time. This is a group of space pirates I caught some time ago. Well, the Feng family said before that the space pirates they caught were the space pirates group that these two used to be in. Bai Yijian raised his eyebrows and said, it's unnecessary to say that I found these two people to act. Of course, there are other evidences. This was the first time that the space pirate group did something that offended a big family, so how could they not leave some evidence? The space pirate boss also secretly kept a copy at that time, and now of course it has fallen into Bai Yijian's hands. Now that it has been released, coupled with the truth that Bai Yijian asked Wei Yichu for evidence, Feng Yai and Madame Bai were beaten to death on the spot. Fuck, I always thought this was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true? Is this really true love? He lost his son, but he can still get in. No wonder Brother Bai asked him to divorce. Divorce is too easy for them. That woman should be arrested and sentenced. She must be severely punished. Where are the people who said Brother Bai before? Why don't they speak out? They are still making a big analysis, saying that Brother Bai is just for money, haha. Brother Bai just built such a big spaceship. Does he need money? These people's faces are swollen. I said Brother Bai can't be that kind of person. Now are they talking about what kind of person Brother Bai is? I just want to know why such a rubbish can still be out there. Kidnapping children. So many bad behaviors. Not only the people on Starnet, but even those who know Bai Yijian are stunned. Most of them know the gossip, but they didn't expect it to be true. What do the Bai family and the Feng family think? It's understandable that the Feng family wants to protect their daughter, but Bai Zihan's mother is a mistress. Why should the Bai family protect her? It seems that this handle is very big. Even the Feng family is controlled by it, Bai Yijian said. And what kind of handle can not only restrain the Bai family, but also bring the Feng family? This handle also made Bai Zihan undergo the so-called becoming stronger experiment. Shantian organization. Tan Hua reacted. Bai Yijian nodded. Bai Zihan's mother must have known something, but she was not silenced because she hid the evidence in advance. If she got into trouble, she would expose it. Of course, if such a thing was known by the Bai family, it would definitely not be 100% safe. At this time, if she married a member of the Bai family and had a child, it would be different. The details in the middle cannot be speculated, but it should be like this. Therefore, the Bai family and the Feng family will not give up on her. Once the two sides are not on the same boat, one side will feel that their personal safety is not particularly safe, and the other side will feel that the secret has been known by outsiders. At this time, they would naturally give up Bai Yijian, who had not even promised to return to the family. The Bai and Feng families could not possibly know about the Star Pirates, otherwise they would not have started with public opinion. Bai Yijian said, but once this happened, their next move would only be more ruthless. Brother Tan, there may be danger later. If you don't want to get involved, you can go back to school first. What are you talking about? Tanhua said, since I chose you as a teammate, your business is my business. And everyone has a responsibility against the Shantian organization. I call someone now. Bai Yijian then called Cheng Qiqing. Not surprisingly, the young master was not as comfortable at home as before. But with a goal, his spirits were much better than before. From today on, send me a message every day, anything is fine. Cheng Qiqing didn't understand the meaning, but nodded. Then, Bai Yijian kept answering the calls. Teachers, classmates. The Star Network was in a mess, and almost everyone was discussing this matter. Brother Bai had always said that he was not the child of the Bai and Feng families. Does this count as admitting that he was the child back then? It's better not to be. I don't want to admit it even if I were in his place. Then what about his childhood memories? The memories were tampered with. Didn't you see that the Star Pirate said that Brother Bai even changed his name by himself? I guess he had a dream at the time, and took the dream as a real memory. Bai Jian didn't respond to these topics. The school had already sent people to keep an eye on Bai Fengcheng and other families on the main star. At this time, they naturally kept a closer eye. After all, once this happened today, they would definitely be very angry. Of course, more importantly, the matter is too big. If they don't want Feng Yai and Mrs. Bai to really go in, there will definitely be some movement. And at this time, maybe they can find some evidence. Do you think they will still protect it under this situation? It's possible. Bai Jian said, the management structure of the main planet is unique among the several large planets, and the people in power are basically from these big families. If the matter was not too big, they would not even have to spend any effort to suppress it. Bai Jian has fully authorized this matter to Taiyang Xingqi First Academy, and the latter will seek justice for him from the Bai family. This matter must be pressed very hard, and it's best to give people a feeling that she is guilty of a heinous crime, and I will not let her off easily. Tan Hua, you want. Chu Yuan continued, she has more than one son with the surname Bai, maybe she will endure it for her son. I'm afraid there is little hope of forcing her to reveal her handle by relying on this. Try it. Bai Jian said, anyway, even if there is no such thing, I will definitely pursue it. This is to seek justice for the original owner. And, do you really think that there can be much affection in the big families on the main star? All of them are about interests. Feng Yai can disown her son because she thinks it is embarrassing. So how good can this Mrs. Bai be? Didn't Feng Gongjie also know nothing since he was a child, and he easily accepted the truth told by his family before the game? There is only one exception, Cheng Qiqing, who was raised with some bad habits that many people on the main star have, but his values are still positive. Bai Jian used to think he was abstract, but now it seems that it is quite good to be able to grow up to be abstract in that environment. At the same time, the Cheng family also thinks Cheng Qiqing is abstract. How come there is such a naive person like you in the family? Father Cheng was very angry. Was it really because he was too good to this kid? Or did he not let him have enough contact with these things before? Cheng Qiqing stared at him. Why? Come back and ask directly. Ask whenever there is a chance. This is the policy that Cheng Qiqing formulated after talking with the school teacher. After all, with his acting skills, there may be a little possibility of deceiving others, but he can't even think about it when facing his own father. Besides, it was really strange that he suddenly came to his senses. It wasn't that he didn't understand it directly, but wanted to know why. In this way, even if he did something at home, Cheng's father would think that he wanted to know the truth, and would not doubt that others had already known it. This was the case at the moment, and Cheng's father was very angry. If it wasn't a bit strange that he suddenly stopped going to school when he was doing well, he would have wanted to lock his son up at home. Looking at this look, he was really worried that someone would tell this matter one day. Yu. Cheng's father was so angry that he smashed a cup. Go back to your room and stay there. Come out when you figure it out. Cheng Qiqing didn't say anything. When he passed by, he deliberately slowed down his pace and listened to the conversation between the two Cheng family members downstairs. Cheng's father, He was so angry that he asked for news in his own home, and he was so shameless. But think about it, it's a good thing that he is not good. If it were Bai Jian, you could imagine how big a mess he would have made. Thinking about it this way, he felt that it was not bad for his son to be useless. Thinking of the recent incidents, the head of the Cheng family had a headache. He rubbed his head and sent a message to the heads of the Bai and Feng families. It's time to make a decision. If you don't make a decision, it will definitely cause more trouble in the future. Bai Jian must not be kept. And on the third day after this day, Bai Jian did not receive Cheng Qiqing's daily message. He called the communication, but it didn't go through. So Bai Jian turned on the third-person perspective on the spot and looked around. As expected, someone is coming for us. Chapter 111. The distance of the third-person perspective is getting farther and farther, and Bai Jian often sees spaceships passing by. Most of them are manned spaceships traveling to various planets. However, what he saw this time was not. There was no sign, and it was obvious that it was coming for them. Cheng Qiqing, who could not be contacted, was probably disconnected from the internet. Maybe he stayed at Cheng's house and accidentally heard something. They had expected this situation. Therefore, as soon as Bai Jian found out, the three of them took action. First, set the spaceship to autopilot, and the three of them ran to the aircraft. The aircraft completely separated from the spaceship, flew a distance, and stopped at a distance that the radar of the spaceship coming towards them had not yet scanned. Then all energy was turned off. Chu Yuan's skills began to work, making the aircraft float there, blending into the surrounding environment, and could not be found at all. This way, you can't see it, and you can't detect energy, but the radar can still find that there is something here, Tanhua said. Baijian said, this skill has the effect of space folding. When the radar scans over, it will show that there is nothing here. They seem to be stopped here now, but in fact they seem to be in another space. That is Chu Yuan. No one else can do this. Tanhua looked at Chu Yuan strangely. No, big brother, you still have this skill. But he, who is talkative, didn't say much at this time, but was busy contacting Major General Qin. Knowing that someone was going to attack them, did they really wait for the three of them? Of course they called for help, and this call for help started before, but in order not to alert the snake, or to lure the snake out of the hole, Major General Qin brought people here quietly, and because of the need to keep it secret, and the distance was not close, so they just arrived today. Isn't it just a coincidence? When someone came towards Baijian and the other two, they just happened to outflank them from behind. With Baijian's third-person perspective, he could draw a comprehensive map in his mind. By marking the distance, he could let Major General Qin and others follow and outflank them at the farthest distance that those people's radars could detect. They should be people from the Shantian organization. Baijian smiled. Sure enough, it's still the most convenient to use them by our own people, right? It was used to capture people from the competition before, and now it's used to fight Baijian and the other two. Chu Yuan said, these people are the most reliable to use. As mentioned before, looking for star pirates may be dragged out, but the Shantian organization is different. Give them any reason, and they can do justice for the heaven. And this reason is probably similar to the one that fooled this group of people to capture people at the Hegeling Tao competition in the palace before. After all, everyone knows how strong Baijian is. Chu Yuan is well known as the top assistant, and even Tanhua is a well-known big boss. How can it not be said that getting rid of the three of them is consistent with their usual behavior? It's just a pity. Baijian thought. They would not expect that he had already prepared. The big families on the main planet did not expect it. After all, they were still too arrogant, and thought that Baijian was born on a small planet. Even if he was talented, he relied on their gifts back then. He would not really understand what it meant to have a big family behind him, and naturally, he would not understand the price he had to pay for offending these big families. If it were me, they should have solved the problem quietly a long time ago, but you two families were unwilling to give up, and were still looking forward to his return. The people of the Wang family couldn't help but say something. Now they are in such a passive situation, and the Star Network is also in an uproar. Who could have expected that the boy was so stupid that he would choose to do this? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they go home happily? The Feng family was still on guard against the Bai family at the beginning, fearing that the Bai family would snatch people from them. Who could have expected that Baijian would be such a master of turning the table? Now that it has become like this, they have to find a reason to protect people. But no matter what, Baijian must die. If he doesn't die, this matter will not end. But his suffering is mainly because something happened, and the First Academy of Apocalypse can't rely on Baijian's name to try to intervene in this matter. What happened on their main star? Is it their turn for the people of Apocalypse to say anything? Several people sat steadily, waiting to hear good news. But they didn't know that over there. The spaceship was driving on autopilot, and successfully led the spaceship of Shantian organization over. When they entered the radar sensing range, they suddenly accelerated. Baijian saw what they were discussing through the third-person perspective. It seemed that they were saying that the other party should be able to see them now, so why didn't they react? There are only 3 people on their spaceship, and it is impossible for them to watch the radar all the time. We are also lucky. Let people speed up again. We must not let them run away. Baijian sighed. If it weren't for the fact that Major General Qin and his men needed time to rush over, it would be today. I will hide a spaceship of people inside, and wait for them to fall into the trap. Think about that scene. The people of Shantian organization rushed into the spaceship, and then a large number of Tianqi army inside rushed to them. Hey, brother, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. After a moment of distraction, Baijian continued to watch the group approach. Then he released the aircraft, which approached and tried to board the spacecraft. It's so close. The alarm of the spacecraft should have sounded. Why do I feel so wrong? Send a team to check the situation first. Of course, unlike Baijian, they can only use other high-tech to open the door by themselves. At this moment, fog rose around. Tianhua was in contact with Major General Qin, and they kept in touch at any time. It can be accelerated, he said. At this moment, the people from Shutian organization, who used high-tech means to break the door, broke through the defense. Their door can't be opened at all. The leader of this operation couldn't help but say, "Our equipment is the most advanced. Even the smart lock of military spacecraft can be opened. You say it can't be opened?" Yes, their equipment is very powerful, whether it is unlocked by face recognition, fingerprint pupil pattern, or even by optical computer number, but there is no switch at all. They don't use these locks at all. Is that a primitive lock? Indeed, that kind of lock cannot be said to be safe, but because no one has used it for a long time, it may not be so easy to open. The person in charge of unlocking the door in front, not really. It really has no lock. It looks like a door that can only be opened from the inside. The people of Shutian organization, really? How did they get in? Bai Yijian thought, of course by shuttle. This door is too easy to open from the inside. No verification is needed. It can be opened directly. This is not something he changed. This spaceship used to be like this. Otherwise, Bai Yijian would not have been able to open the door after entering. It is estimated that high technology costs more money, and these space pirates think it is completely unnecessary. Because they will not let outsiders enter the spacecraft, or it may be that the funds are really not enough, so they save a lot of money on this. However, it still requires several verifications for outsiders to enter. But Bai Yijian was bored these days, and dismantled it, and changed it to its current appearance. It can be said that now no matter how skilled you are, you have no way to face a door without even a lock hole. At this time, it was foggy. Is Bai Yijian sick? He made such a door, and he usually doesn't lock it when he comes out. He has a skill, and can get in. What's the matter with this fog? Fog is a skill that Bai Yijian got from the second in command of the space pirates. It's quite useful. When the fog comes, you can't see anything with your naked eyes. Of course, the aircraft has a defogger, but that is limited to ordinary fog. This is a skill effect. And this fog can even affect other monitoring methods. Even the radar was slightly affected. For a moment, the people of Shutian organization were in a panic. The leader scolded them several times before they calmed down. It's just that we were discovered. What if the door is not locked? Demolish it by force. And Tianhua sighed, this skill is too powerful in your hands. Chu Yuan, it will be more powerful in the future. Bai Yijian took a look at his attribute value. Wow, it has increased by more than 2,000 now. Not just one item, but the lowest of the 5 items is more than 2,100. It can be said that if someone else came, it would be impossible to achieve such an effect. Let's go. We can't just wait. Do you think they are the only ones who are eyeing other people's spaceships? To be honest, he also liked the spaceship of Shutian organization. Before he finished speaking, Tianhua, who couldn't wait any longer, had already started the aircraft. And Chu Yuan withdrew his skills, and Tianhua took full control of the aircraft. Then, he threw the skills to the members of Shutian organization. Bai Yijian followed. The fog was so thick that it was almost impossible to see the front, but this did not affect Bai Yijian, the skill user. And Chu Yuan, perhaps because of his high attribute value, could still see the situation clearly. 3 o'clock direction. They reported the point to Tianhua, who couldn't see it, and the latter drove to that side without hesitation. The 3 of them cooperated tacitly, and soon they arrived at the side of Shutian organization's spaceship. They also caught a few members of Shutian organization and controlled them, and threw them aside, and Bai Yijian had already shuttled in. This door is different from the door of the space pirate's spaceship. You need permission to open it from the inside. And there are several layers. Maybe because they escaped last time, they are paying special attention to these aspects. Even if there are people around, the door is locked. Maybe the aircraft still staying inside has also changed the opening mode, so it can't be used by non-people. But this is not difficult for Bai Yijian. After all, Chu Yuan could replace the surveillance on the spaceship with a fake one remotely before. Now he is right in front of him, so it's easy to open a door. Tianhua didn't understand and muttered, another easy door to open. Then they rushed in with the aircraft. A team of 3 people rushed directly to the cockpit. Due to the heavy fog, the door of the spaceship was opened and everyone came in. The people inside definitely couldn't have been unaware of it. The alarm was ringing all the time. Without saying a word, the people of Shutian organization sent their people back to help. This contact actually found that several of their people had lost contact. Looking again, 3 military spaceships from Tianqi were coming quickly. The members of Shutian organization who came back to help. The door is locked, we can't get in. Stupid, use equipment to force it open. What a bunch of rubbish. Forgot that our door is not like Baijian's spaceship. The whole thing is so bare that there is no place to open it, and the equipment brought out just opens the door. Since the three of them dare to come in, there is no need to go out. The man looked at one of the buttons. What if the people of the Apocalypse Army came? If they couldn't escape, Baijian would die. The next second, Baijian had already shuttled behind him and directly controlled several people on the spot. Impossible. Why is my control release skill useless? The leader of the Shantian organization said unwillingly. You know, his control release skill has a high priority, and there is no control skill that cannot be released. Oh, Baijian said woodenly, maybe my control skill is more domineering. After saying that, he knocked the man out directly. Brother Chu. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuan had already stepped forward and changed some parameters to temporarily shut down the self-destruct device. At this time, the people led by Major General Qin finally arrived. At this time, the fog was almost gone, and they were shocked by this scene. I saw that most of the people of Shantian organization have returned and were waiting for the door to open. I am not mistaken, that is their own spaceship. Major General Qin's mouth twitched. He had understood the situation. Sure enough, no matter what the matter is, if you deal with Baijian, you may see a different result. I always feel that if they don't come, these three people can also use two spaceships to play these people around. Do it, he ordered. For a while, the members of Shantian organization became more chaotic. And this time, they didn't even have anyone to command them, and they fought in a mess. After taking over the control of the spaceship, Baijian quickly changed to automatic driving, and ran out with Chu Yuan. He can selectively cover with thick fog. Where it is covered means where there are Shantian organization's aircraft, or people. The people led by Major General Qin were very comfortable in fighting. For a moment, they thought it was Chu Yuan, the strongest auxiliary, but finally found out that the fog was Baijian's skill. My goodness, this powerful person is different. He can do this even if he is not an auxiliary talent. It doesn't look like an attack. Halfway through, this person reacted, oh, Baijian is not an offensive talent, this is a treatment. He looked at his healing teammates around him, and then looked at Baijian. Is this really the same type of talent? But later, they also realized how powerful Chu Yuan was. With them, even the self-destruct device on the Shantian organization's aircraft was actually pressed by only a few people in the end. The rest of the people were all captured alive. There were two more who were about to commit suicide, but were saved in time by the healing profession. So far, a war has come to an end. And it was the first time that they caught so many living members of the Shantian organization. In the past, you could only leave a corpse, and many did not even have a corpse, just a pile of ashes. Major General Qin said, start the interrogation immediately to see if they know who is the mastermind behind the scenes. Can you find evidence to skin the big families on the main star? Baijian felt that there was little hope. But he would make some people feel that there was a lot of hope. For example, Bai Zihan's mother. At this moment, some people on the main star were waiting for the news of success, not knowing that they were defeated this time. Some people were watching the star network and cursing, such as Bai Zihan, who was cursing Feng Yai. He thought that if it weren't for the other party, he would have grown up in the Bai family. As for his mother, he didn't think he did anything wrong. After all, Baijian was so annoying that he should be thrown out to fend for himself. The people on the star network obviously don't share his thoughts. Feng Yai is hateful, and so is his mother. After all, what they did is not much different. If my child was taken away by the mistress and thrown on the small planet, I would want to kill those people now. The person above is a good mother, but it is obvious that Baijian and Bai Zihan's mothers are not in this situation. They chose not to pursue each other. Only brother Bai is powerful, otherwise, this matter would be concealed by these people to who knows how far. The main star has not always been like this. The power is controlled by several major families. Can they still judge themselves? Who in the hall is suing me? Oh, I was wrong. No one even sued this matter before. Support brother Bai. These two women must pay the price they deserve. What women? Please call them criminals directly, and the father is not a good thing. Both sons are in trouble, but he can just cover them with a quilt and pretend nothing happened. Bai Zihan's mother clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost sank into the flesh, and she said hatefully, Baijian, you deserve to die. If it weren't for the other party, how could things develop to this point? Since she dared to do it at the beginning, she was sure that she could succeed because this incident broke the marriage between the Bai and Feng families. Since she fell in love with Bai's father, and they were together again, she naturally couldn't just be a nameless mistress outside. Later, she didn't expect that she succeeded, but Bai's father's power also plummeted. But she is still Mrs. Bai. No one can drive her out of this position. Who? Outside the door, Bai Zihan hesitated and said, "Mom, it's me." Seeing this son, Bai Zihan's mother was not in a good mood at all, and asked irritably, "What are you doing here?" Bai Jian said he wanted to find you. Bai Zihan whispered. "Because he didn't have your contact information, he called me." But Bai's mother was stunned when she heard this. What? How is it possible? She knew that the people from Shantian organization had taken action. Shouldn't Bai Jian be dead now? Chapter 112. Bai's mother immediately asked Bai Zihan to transfer the call to her, and then get out of her way as far as possible. With her knowledge, she immediately realized that something was wrong. She immediately prepared to contact her husband, but stopped at the last moment of dialing. Her eyes flickered a few times, and she decided to wait and see what happened. As soon as the call was transferred, she immediately confirmed that Bai Jian was indeed not dead. He was alive and well. That's not all, he also captured many members of the Shantian organization, alive. When Bai Jian called the palace to go to Hao Gaolong Tao Tao, these people were on the side. Tan Hua was collecting the things of the people they captured one by one. Equipment and skills, after all, these were their spoils of war, all money. He even turned his head to look at Major General Qin. Although the Shantian organization is not considered space pirates strictly speaking, they are more hateful than space pirates. The resources we got, and the spaceships we seized are still ours. Major General Qin, Major General Qin looked at Tan Hua speechlessly. They didn't plan to rob. Isn't it important that we finally caught so many people from the Shantian organization? Why is money all on your mind? When Mrs. Bai took over the communication, she saw the Shantian organization member opposite Tan Hua, who handed over his equipment, skilled books and other things. Are there any more? Don't try to hide them, Tan Hua said. The Shantian organization member hurriedly said, No, really no. Okay, Tan Hua knocked the man unconscious and turned to the next one. Mrs. Bai knew what kind of personality the Shantian organization members had. In such a situation, they would not say anything even if they died, let alone obediently hand over all the resources in their hands. However, in Tan Hua's hands, these people all looked ugly, but none of them chose to resist, and soon handed over all the things on their bodies. Major General Qin, there are still. He pointed to the Shantian organization members, who were captured on the military spacecraft and said, They will be interrogated later, you go too, see if they can say anything. He felt that Tan Hua was really powerful, and he didn't know what he whispered to these people, and the Shantian organization members, who were originally unyielding, became obedient. Tan Hua glanced at Bai Jian. This was not his idea, but Bai Jian taught him. Meanwhile, Bai Jian seemed to have not noticed that the communication had been transferred to Madame Bai, and he also answered Major General Qin. What can a bunch of minions know? It is not the key to find out what you interrogate, but what you can make them say. An adjutant beside Major General Qin could not help but say, Isn't this the same idea? Bai Jian smiled slightly, and his smile was very sinister. The man was stunned and understood something instantly. You mean? Major General Qin frowned slightly. With his personality, he would not do such a thing that would make people accuse him randomly. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. However, Bai Jian had already turned his head away, huh? He raised his eyebrows. It has been connected. It seems that Bai Zihan is quite efficient. With outsiders watching, Major General Qin did not say anything more. Madame Bai's face was extremely bad. She was not stupid, so how could she not guess the meaning of Bai Jian's words just now? This person wanted these people to say what he wanted to say. Considering what they had done during this period, they might be targeting her. But there was obviously nothing wrong with what they said. Even if you put this paragraph out, and let people judge that Bai Jian wanted to wrongly accuse her based on this sentence, it would not stand at all. It is also true that although Bai Jian is young, he has done things all the way, and it seems that he has not left people with any handles to target him. On the other side, Bai Jian was still smiling, looking very proud. I always think that people can do some things and cannot do some things. Although being a mistress is not a glorious thing, everyone can only condemn you morally, but kidnapping other people's children is something that must be punished by law. And you did it more than once. Mrs. Bai looked ugly, but she was still calm in the end. Where is the evidence? These people are the evidence. Just now, one of them said that they were the ones who arrested us during the last game, and you also instructed them. Bai Jian said, I haven't examined it in detail, but I think you probably knew my identity a long time ago. so you wanted to take the opportunity to kill me. But in order to prevent it from being too obvious, and also to get a good ranking for the main planet, you also captured other people. No wonder, at that time, there was only one family on the main planet that had a bad relationship with the Bai family, Meowsini from the Meow family, and the others were all from other planets. Mrs. Bai's face became uglier and uglier. If she had only hinted at doing so before, now the knife was almost in front of her eyes. They were going to pin the Shantian organization on her. It was ridiculous. How could she mobilize the Shantian organization? Moreover, if you say so, how come Feng Gongji is fine? Can I still have a good relationship with the Feng family? It was nonsense. Bai Jian looked at her, speechless. Maybe you are just going to use this to prove your innocence. And even if you want to, the Feng family came quickly, and Feng Gingjia was surrounded by a lot of classmates. You can't do it. He looked like he was making more and more sense, and his eyes seemed to be saying it. I originally just wanted to put the blame on you, but now it seems that the blame might have been yours. Oh my god, I caught the real thing. No wonder the Shantian organization has been hiding so well for so many years. The last two major actions were aimed at me. There is no way. You have been working with the Star Pirates to attack me since I was a child. Now that I have grown up, the Star Pirates are obviously no longer effective, so they immediately switched to the more powerful Shantian organization. Where did the Star Pirates get their memory wiping equipment? This thing seems to have been invented by the Shantian organization. Not to mention the soldiers who were unaware. Even Major General Qin almost thought that these nonsense were true. But he quickly understood the benefits of Bai Jian's words. On the one hand, it forced Mrs. Bai. If the other party really had evidence that the Bai family and other families were behind the Shantian organization, they should hand it over quickly. Otherwise, by then, you would be the mastermind behind the Shantian organization. Once this blame is put on you, if you produce evidence again, people will think that you forged it temporarily. After all, the Shantian organization is yours, and you have been in the Bai family for so many years, it is easy to do something about it. No matter how real these evidences look, they were made up by you to slander others. The Bai family is really miserable. Marrying a daughter-in-law is like pulling back a truck of landmines. No, maybe some people say they deserve it. After all, Mrs. Bai is a mistress. When the matter is linked to the mistress, no one will believe what Mrs. Bai says in public. In addition to these, another benefit is that by saying this, people feel that they don't know that the Shantian organization is actually related to the big families such as the Bai family, the Feng family, and the Chung family. It can be regarded as confusing the other party. Even if Mrs. Bai really trusts the Bai family and shows this video to the Bai family, those people will not be vigilant. It can be said that all aspects have been taken into consideration. After hanging up the communication, Major General Qin said, "Are you sure she really has it?" "Almost certain." Bai Jian paused. And even if she doesn't, it won't take much effort to try. No matter how bad the result is, it can still make the other party angry. But if there really is, the incident back then was at most a loss for Mrs. Bai, and the power of the main planet is different from that of the Apocalypse planet. It is still in the hands of a few big families. Not to mention that there has never been such a thing here before, so there are no special regulations in this regard. They are now starting from other aspects, but no matter which one, if these people are shameless enough to change it on the spot, it will be difficult for them to deal with it. But the existence of the Shantian organization is hated by everyone. As long as not all people on the main planet are in collusion with the Shantian organization, this matter will definitely not be suppressed. As long as Mrs. Bai is not stupid, she will know what to do. Thinking of this, Bai Jian found out Meowsini's communication and called her. This was added during the previous competition, but to be honest, there was no contact after adding. When Bai Jian called, Meowsini was very surprised. "Something?" Bai Jian said. "Are you at home?" Meowsini immediately reacted. "Looking for my family? If I remember correctly, your grandma is now the head of the Meow family, right?" Bai Jian said. "I have something to say to him." Meowsini was stunned for a moment. She thought he was looking for her help. But if he was looking for her grandma, she wouldn't ask what the matter was. When the time came, she would know, and her grandma would tell her. If it was something she shouldn't know, there was no need for her to ask at this time. The person she asked for was the person in power in the Meow family, so the matter might not be small. But she still reminded him, "If it's because of the Bai family, I'm afraid our family can't help much." Although the Meow family has been catching up in recent years, it is still not as strong as the Bai family. And in this matter, the Feng family will obviously stand on the side of the Bai family. It's easy to imagine that if Bai Zihan's mother is imprisoned because of this matter, Feng Yai, who did the same thing, will not be able to escape. The Feng family will not allow such a thing to happen. Don't worry, Baijian said. After listening to me, your grandma may consider it. Miaosini thought to herself, what's the point of considering it? She told her family about it as soon as it happened. But even though there are many conflicts among these families on the main planet, this matter involves other planets, and they must protect their own people. She was a weak person, so her words were insignificant, and could not make any difference. Who made Baijian stand behind the power of Tianqi Star? Unless you suddenly decide to join my family, and arrange a marriage with my sisters to turn the matter into a battle between the main star and the main star, my grandma will not be so easy to persuade. Just help me transfer the call, and I will naturally have other conditions to discuss with your grandma. Miaosini's grandma got married early, and now she is only in her 60s or 70s. In terms of the average life expectancy of the interstellar, this age is still relatively young. At least she looks elegant and beautiful, not old at all, and people would probably believe her if she said she was only in her 30s. She transferred the call, and did not let her granddaughter go out, but let her listen here. Facing Baijian, his attitude was also very friendly. I roughly know what you want to do, but you should know that I can't help you with this matter. Unless you return to the main star, if our Miao family participates in this matter, other families in the entire main star will turn against us. Therefore, even if they know that Baijian is right in this matter, they can't do anything. Have you considered returning to the main star? Once people return to the main star, not only the Miao family, but also many families will be happy to bite off a piece of meat from the Bai family and the Feng family. Baijian shook his head. I won't return to the main star, but you should listen to my conditions. The head of the Miao family didn't think there was any condition that could move him. To be honest, when Xine was arrested, their family had to owe Baijian a favor. If it was something else, they would definitely not mind lending a hand. But this matter is different. To be honest, she did want to help, and she had considered it when her granddaughter mentioned it. Of course, this was not just for Baijian, nor was it just because of the matter itself. In terms of interests, their family also wanted to intervene. But this was really not possible. After considering many aspects, she chose not to move. She is the head of the family, and she can't just sacrifice the entire Miao family for such a thing. I know who is the mastermind behind the Shantian organization. Just heard Baijian say. What did you say? Miaosini couldn't help but speak out. Even the head of the Miao family looked over immediately. Who is it? Baijian didn't say anything. He only said, I promise that the information is true, and you don't have to clearly express your position. Just help me do something in some special situations. Don't worry, I won't let other families catch the handle and affect you. When this matter is over, no matter what the result is, I will give you the information. The face of the head of the Miao family changed. He originally thought that Baijian was here to play the emotional card, but he didn't expect that he was playing the card of interests. And in every aspect, what he said was impossible to refuse. Okay, she said, I agree. Seeing that Baijian seemed to be looking at her expression very seriously, she couldn't help but say, don't worry, people like me will definitely keep their words, and will never lie to you, a child. Baijian was not worried about this. In fact, he didn't need the help of the Miao family for the time being. He communicated with this, but just wanted to confirm one thing. That is, whether the Miao family was involved. Although it was very unlikely that Miaosini was also arrested at the same time, it was not 100% certain. Who knows if there are other deep meanings behind it? But after this test, he felt that the Miao family should not know. Otherwise, when he mentioned that he knew, the other party would not have reacted like this. Of course, the key point is that when he proposed to trade this information, all the reactions of the head of the Miao family were normal. If she herself was also the mastermind behind the Shantian organization, she would be surprised and suspicious when she got the news. Even if she could keep calm and didn't let Baijian see anything, but when she heard that Baijian used this as a deal, the first thought was that Baijian was fooling her. Otherwise, how could the other party come to her with this information? And even the Miao family didn't know that the matter was related to the Bai family or the Feng family, otherwise it wouldn't be like this now. At least they would still doubt whether Baijian really knew. After all, both parties have the same interests in this regard, and both want to deal with these two families. Wouldn't it be better to say it directly? But the head of the Miao family carefully examined Baijian, confirmed that what he said was true, and agreed after careful consideration. Miaosini waited until the two of them had discussed it before he couldn't help asking, how did you know? How did Baijian know about such a big thing? They just captured the Shantian organization members alive, said the head of the Miao family. The background of Bai Jian was too obvious. He even saw a member of the Tianqi army dragging a member of the Shuntian organization out. Tanhua said over there, "Yes, hurry up and take all these useless things back to your spaceship. From now on, this spaceship is mine." The Shuntian organization member was dragged by the feet, and he bumped into it again when he was walking, as if he woke up in pain. But just after he opened his eyes and said nothing, he banged his head against the wall next to him and fainted. Bai Jian smiled slightly, which was considered an admission. "Meowsini, no, is this true or not? If I remember correctly, not many days ago, you just caught a group of space pirates. This is another group of members of Shuntian organization. Those who know that you are annoying by the Feng family, so you just follow Chu Yuan and Tan Hua to hang out in space. Those who don't know this think that you are going to suppress bandits." The two sides have reached an agreement, and as soon as the communication is hung up, Meowsini began to sigh. "You can see this?" the head of the Meow family said. Meowsini said, "Bai Jian is really excellent. No wonder everyone calls him Brother Bai. People who grew up alone on star 2538 can grow to the current level. It is hard to imagine what it would be like now if they were trained as a key person since childhood." "Didn't you see the person standing behind him?" said the head of the Meow family. Meowsini said, "Grandma, are you talking about Chu Yuan?" The head of the Meow family nodded. Chu Yuan stood there, his eyes never leaving Bai Jian. Those who understand will understand that people are not only excellent themselves, but also find excellent partners. The Bai family and the Feng family have lost more than one outstanding child, but two. But think about it, it was done by their own people, so I can't sympathize with them at all. I even think it's a bit deserved. Meowsini is young, and she only wants to become stronger. She has never been in love, and she has never had any talent in this area, and she is not sensitive enough, so I really didn't see it before. No wonder you said you wanted to marry, but you didn't mention it today." The head of the Meow family said, "If there was someone as outstanding as Chu Yuan among you, I would have the face to say this. Otherwise, where would I get the face? If it were someone else, they might still be attracted by their family background, and not pay so much attention to their own strength. But Bai Jian, if he cares about this, why not just go back to the Bai and Feng families? What a pity! Such an excellent child, his future prospects are limitless. But it has nothing to do with their family. But it doesn't matter if it's not their child. If they have a good relationship, they can be allies. It's better than the Bai and Feng families. They really gave birth to such an excellent descendant, but because of a slight mistake back then, it has become like this. That's really painful. They must be regretting it so much. Their family can't do this. They should tighten the skin of those people below and let them get married well. Don't let him mess around with any mistresses. Look how bad the family's luck is." Chapter 113. Bai Jian had no idea what the head of the Meow family was thinking. He just confirmed the Meow family's position on the Shuntian organization. And if there is any help in this regard in the future, the latter will definitely take action. "How is it going?" he asked about the results of the interrogation. Major General Qin said, "So far, there has not been much progress. But our people have seen that some of them have had their brains tampered with." Bai Jian raised his eyebrows. To put it bluntly, it is a small trick implanted in the Palace of Memory. No wonder many members of the Shuntian organization are like mentally ill, following the will of heaven all day long. No other means? For example, self-destruct chips and the like. Major General Qin, yes, but not all of them. The memory interference is not for all people, but basically the better ones among these people. And the leader of the team has a program in his hand that can activate these self-destruct chips. As for those people below, although there are no chips in their brains, there are self-destruct devices in the aircraft. It can be said that it was really a blessing that Bai Jian came up and captured the leader first, otherwise this time there would be no one left alive. But even if there were survivors, these people didn't know much. They were clearly confessing. Major General Qin looked at Bai Jian with complicated eyes. How did he come up with such a dirty trick? Yes, those people from Shuntian organization naturally didn't cooperate at first. But the method that Bai Jian gave to Tan Hua was to directly say that if you don't cooperate, then take your photo to announce to the world that this person is a star pirate who does all kinds of evil. Then they will make up some bad things you did in the past, and make the process of being caught this time more dramatic, and describe you as a fool who ran into it and got caught. Although they don't do good things, the members of Shuntian organization really look down on star pirates. When they heard this, they were furious. They definitely can't die. If they die, wouldn't it be easy for these people to throw dirty water on them? Later, They also brought up the fact that Shantian organization interfered with their memories. As for the self-destruct chip, maybe these people wanted to do it themselves, and the effect was mediocre. But the memory interference really shocked them, and broke their defense. How could it be possible? How could they be interfered with by memory? Although the progress is still at this point, I think these people will speak up soon. But Major General Qin didn't have much hope. Maybe there was not even one person among them who knew that Shantian organization was backed by the main Star family. But if we can get a little bit of information from the interrogation, it's good, such as the hideout, where it is usually, and where the laboratory is. These are all very important information. Of course, Major General Qin nodded again, and sent a piece of information to Bai Jian. This is a newly discovered space monster. If you often float in outer space, you may encounter it. Take a look first. Because it was just discovered, it has not even had time to name it, and some information is not particularly clear. But Bai Jian was suddenly stunned after taking a look. It's strange that he looks familiar. Isn't this the big boss of the random book that he and Emu entered before the game? It's the book with the skill of breaking through the air. Bai Jian was slightly stunned. He had thought before that the boss that time did not exist in reality. Unexpectedly, I told him in a blink of an eye, "Hi, surprise, I'm here." Thinking of the so-called theory that the more people know, the more space monsters there are. Bai Jian glanced at Chu Yuan. Does it mean that encountering them in the game also counts as knowing? What about other space monsters? Chu Yuan said, the appearance of random books means that these monsters are about to be born. The reason why the game has random books is to give people early adaptation. After all, after a book is defeated, although the specific situation may be different, the skill type, weaknesses, and so on are exactly the same as the monsters in reality. At this time, they have avoided Major General Qin and the Apocalypse Army and returned to their spaceship. With Chu Yuan here, there is no need to worry about the monitoring problem. Bai Jian's third-person perspective can also ensure that there is no one around, so there is no scruple to talk about it. I always feel that this is like passing a level. If I find clues, I can get some accurate information from you. Bai Jian said, how much can I say now? As long as you start, I can basically say anything. Chu Yuan said. Bai Jian integrated the clues about the game after he came here. The game didn't come out of thin air. It was man-made? Chu Yuan nodded. And he remembered what he said before. When the living environment is bad enough, the speed of human evolution will exceed your imagination. So the planet at that time couldn't survive. Chu Yuan shook his head. The planet will become devastated at most, and the only ones who can't survive are the humans living on it, and various animals and plants. Once these words came out, it was basically equivalent to confirming Bai Jian's guess. So, the planets on this side of the interstellar were no longer able to support people or plants and animals. Or the situation was not that bad, but it definitely could not last long. The human technology at that time must have been very advanced, maybe. Thinking that Chu Yuan knew other games, maybe he got inspiration from these foreign games, or maybe some of the technology was simply supported by others, so they made the current games. And Chu Yuan said that he was a human before. Bai Jian thought it was the evil of Shantian organization before, but now it seems that it may have nothing to do with them. Chu Yuan was a person of that era. How old are you? Bai Jian asked. Chu Yuan refused to answer this question and began to talk about what happened in the past. It was basically the same as Bai Jian's guess. Even the planet with the richest resources in the past could not last for many years. In the end, everyone had only one way, which was destruction. At this time, the appearance of space monsters made things worse. So where do space monsters come from? Chu Yuan, experimental products. Some planets conduct illegal research, and when they discover them, they can't control them. What about weapons of mass destruction? This is what Bai Jian has always been curious about. With such advanced technology here, there are not even guns, let alone other weapons with high lethality. Chu Yuan said, this is different from the planet you stayed on before. Those weapons will interfere with the awakening of talents, causing the original evolution to regress. So it's not that they can't be researched, but no one will touch them. As for the game, all the planets were included in it, and the resources inside were fully utilized in the game. To supply everyone. Bai Jian spoke again. Indeed, the rules of the game seem to be to avoid waste in many aspects. And now the various technology trees in the world are also committed to recycling. But there is another problem in the middle. There were not many resources at that time. No matter how they were used reasonably, it was impossible to support so many people, and for so many years. Moreover, why is there no history that mentions these? Because those people have forgotten all this. Chu Yuan said, there are too few resources. You also said that even if there is game integration to reduce waste, the role played was not great at that time, so everyone used a lot of things as energy. The infinite flow system he mentioned before absorbs people's emotions. At that time, the game used the belief of that era that did not want mankind to become extinct. And they left some warnings, or a development path for themselves and future generations. In fact, they have been doing pretty well these years. Even if there are planets like 2538, they will eventually develop slowly after many years. However, the Shuntian organization suddenly appeared. Chu Yuan woke up early and regained his human body. In fact, from this time on, some of the restrictions on me have been lifted, otherwise it would be impossible to turn back into a human. Baijian, why you? My strength was the strongest at that time, and my skills were the most suitable. Chu Yuan said, maintain the stability of the game, and make the right choice at the critical moment. So don't blame the game for being good for humans, because it was created by humans for themselves. And the so-called fairness and restrictions on Chu Yuan are because I also have my own planet, and people from other planets are worried. They are afraid that he will tilt resources to his own planet, or open some backdoors. And Baijian is not from these planets, so many times, he has become the exception. Baijian thought to himself that it was these people's thoughts that made Chu Yuan so difficult now. Otherwise, just destroy those troublesome families directly. It's not like now, with limited hands and feet. So I am very important, Baijian said. For him, Chu Yuan will have fewer restrictions, so he is very important and special. Yes, Chu Yuan did not deny. Before you came, I was actually very confused. Clearly, the goal was firm. But as long as he thought about it, they spent so much effort to do it, and now it was still humans who were destroying it all for their own selfish interests. No one knew anything, and he couldn't say anything, until Baijian appeared. In fact, there was nothing at the beginning, but his people exchanged him, and Chu Yuan felt that he had the obligation to come and clean up. After that, Baijian's personality and behavior always made him unable to look away. Like a beam of light shining in, his heart, which was as stagnant as ripples, suddenly fluctuated. After being an AI for so many years, his thinking was actually very assimilated. At that time, he even wondered what the self-destruction of mankind had to do with him. It was all supported by the little memories of the past in his mind, and the beliefs he had always had. But Baijian's arrival made him show signs of turning back into a human again. Whenever he saw the other person, it was like a glowing existence appeared in a dark spot of light. Baijian once wondered why Chu Yuan had never sought his help, but in fact, he didn't need to do anything. Just standing there is enough. Baijian was stunned. No one can refuse this kind of emotion. A strong person regards you as salvation. Chu Yuan has always been emotionally stable, and he never thought that the other party would have such a vulnerable time. If it were some people, they might have clung to Baijian and ignored the other party's feelings to seek their own pleasure. If Chu Yuan really did this, there would be nothing to blame. After all, he himself is too important. If he collapsed, the whole world would be half ruined, not to mention the end. Although it was unfair to Baijian, he himself could understand it. However, Chu Yuan did not, and he did not even let Baijian notice anything before Tanhua said it. A daylight bead has not been delivered until now. Are you really going to keep it? Baijian raised his eyebrows. Give it to me. Chu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then took out the sunlight pearl. This pearl is really beautiful. It is a luminous body just like Baijian. When Chu Yuan saw it, he felt that it was very suitable for him. Baijian held the pearl and thought that people's equipment in the past did not have games, so it should have been made by people. It is definitely expensive, but skill books do not exist, and people learn by themselves like learning knowledge. The value of various things should also be different. Was this pearl expensive at that time? 10,000 gold coins are hard to come by, Chu Yuan said. Baijian was immediately satisfied. It seemed that it was not a loss to win with 18 million. When the two walked back, Baijian suddenly remembered something. You lost all your blood because of the Shuntian organization? Chu Yuan nodded. Of course, the game is not so easy to break, so at the beginning, it was only 10% over the years. But recently it was different. They gathered the kids of that year, and did it again. This time Feng Gongjia appeared. All the skills in the game were left by the people of that year with their own skills in conjunction with the game, and the game used some energy to copy them later. If the total number of resources is 100%, just that one shot consumed 20 out of 100. So the output of the physical game has been getting less and less in recent years, not only because the game itself is an emergency product. When the planets return to normal, it will no longer produce, and become a simple game. It is also because there is a lot of waste. Bai Jian didn't say anything else, and it can't be blamed on people like Chu Yuan for being disappointed. Look at what the big families on the main planet have done, and they can do more than just this. Bai Jian thought, these people used the Shuntian organization to capture them before, hoping to cause a small gap in the next generation of the major planets. And they become stronger by squeezing the game. Besides that, don't they know how much damage this will cause to the game? Chu Yuan, of course I know. Why? They want to become the first planet with real wealth. If there is no game, many planets will have to rely on them. They have the power of life and death over everyone, and whatever they say is what they want. In this way, big planets like Tianqi Xinhui will inevitably become obstacles, so they must be made weaker. Even now, a large part of the reason for attacking Bai Jian is that he is too strong. Interfered with their plans, including Chu Yuan. It would be better if they could be dealt with together. Originally, their plan must have been more than just arresting some students, and there must be more to follow up. Chu Yuan said, it failed halfway, so the subsequent plan cannot be continued for the time being. Bai Jian, you don't know either? Chu Yuan shook his head. In recent years, the black technology of Shuntian organization has become more and more powerful. He has certain restrictions, so he really knows nothing about this. But what can be known is that these are definitely not good things. When they returned to another spaceship, Major General Qin's communication had just been hung up. They arrested so many people from Shuntian organization this time. Although they kept it secret, their own people still knew some inside information, and they called to ask at this time. Moreover, this matter cannot be concealed for long. If there is no response for a long time, those people on the main star will know that something is wrong. Bai Jian asked, what do you think? There is no need to conceal this matter. On the contrary, it just fits your plan. They immediately sent out a message saying that they had captured a group of space pirates to attack Bai Jian, and they had interrogated them, and found out that they were in the same group as the people who were responsible for tying up Bai Jian and his group of students during the previous competition. And they have confessed the mastermind behind the scenes. The serious instigators on the main star will not panic. They know that these people know nothing and cannot point them out. But Madame Bai will definitely panic. Chapter 114. Mrs. Bai was indeed panicking, because all these signs showed that these people wanted to put the blame on him. Once this blame was put on her, even if the Shuntian organization's affairs were not exposed, she would be completely finished for collaborating with the Star Pirates many times. And this time, it was not just Bai Jian who was involved. There was a Miao Sini on the main star alone, and the Miao family would not miss this opportunity. Not to mention that students from Xinhui and 0007 were also arrested at the time. Once it was proved that she did it, the Bai family and the Feng family would definitely not protect her, because everyone knew that those people were from the Shuntian organization. Collaborating with this star pirate was equivalent to being someone who could direct the Shuntian organization. And the Shuntian organization, anyone who knew about this organization, hated it. No one would protect her under pressure anymore, and she might even be accused of this crime. At that time, whatever she said would be considered a false accusation. It was because the Bai family refused to lend her a helping hand after years of friendship, and chose to kill her relatives for the sake of justice. So she, a bad person, who had always colluded with the Star Pirates, took revenge. No, I must not fall to that point. She couldn't bear this crime. This was a fatal blame, and once it was put on her, she would definitely not survive. Unlike her, who had a guilty conscience, other netizens on the Star Network were happily eating melons. Brother Bai is worthy of being Brother Bai. I have been supporting him on the Star Network. I think the Bai family is really a piece of shit. My brother Bai is a strong man. Not only did he not complain about himself, but he killed another group of Star Pirates on the spot. I heard that there was also a spaceship this time. Brother Bai made a fortune. Of course, there are some people who claim to know the inside story. They say that those who are speaking up for Bai Jian don't need to do so. As far as he knows, there will be new progress soon, and the mistress of the Bai family will not end up well. This is really a matter of opinion. Some are happy for Bai Jian and start trying to find out the details. Some don't believe it at all and think it's fake news. Of course, there are also people who shout that Bai Zihan's mother is in prison. So what about Bai Jian's mother? Bai Jian keeps pursuing the matter, and his own mother can't get any good either. After all, everyone knows that what these two people did at the beginning was the same, except for the mirror operation. Then a group of people talked about this topic, and talked about whether Bai Jian was killing his relatives for the sake of justice, or didn't care about family affection at all. There were all kinds of things said in the middle. Bai Jian didn't take it to heart, and Bai Zihan's mother didn't take it to heart either. She was more concerned about the gossip above, saying that there would be progress soon. The Bai family would not give up on her easily. Where would the progress come from? They were just planning to pin the Shutian organization's affairs on her. At this time, Bai's father also came back. Don't read the news on the internet. There is nothing worth reading, he said. He was not in a good mood either. After all, at this time, how could they not know? This operation failed, and it was a big failure. Not only did they not kill people, but many were also captured alive. But Mrs. Bai wanted to find him for more information. Did you really catch them alive? Even if she had seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but wonder if Bai Jian was acting to deceive her. Mainly because she really didn't want to believe that she was in such a dilemma in the blink of an eye. Hearing her still mentioning this, Father Bai was also slightly dissatisfied. How could it be false? He turned his head and looked at her. If you hadn't insisted on doing those things, how could it be so troublesome now? If he hadn't divorced Feng Yai, Bai Jian would have grown up at home. With such an outstanding son, he would have been 3 meters taller than others for nothing when he went out. Unlike now, when he goes out, he feels that everyone is laughing at him. Mrs. Bai didn't respond. She accidentally knew some things at the beginning, and had evidence in her hands. It would definitely not work if she didn't tie herself to these families, and the most suitable one at that time, and of course the one she liked the most was the current Father Bai. He was of the right age and good looking, and the key was that he was expected to impact the next head of the Bai family. Who doesn't want to be the wife of the head of the family? And she has come all the way. What's wrong with wanting to get to the top? But who could have expected that the matter was too big, and in the end, she did marry in, but she couldn't think about the position of the head of the family. Because of this, Father Bai has been neither cold nor warm to her over the years. The two pretended to be in love on the outside, but only they knew what they were like inside. Therefore, when Father Bai expressed his dissatisfaction, Mrs. Bai did not tolerate it, and said on the spot, "If you don't do those unscrupulous things, how can I marry into your family?" Father Bai really had nothing to say, but his eyes became more and more deep. Mrs. Bai stood there, and felt for the first time that she really couldn't stay in this family. She lowered her eyes, and began to think. And what was Bai Jian doing here? In fact, everything here had been dealt with almost. The people of Shutian organization were taken back by Major General Qin, and the spaceship was also taken along. Of course, it was not confiscated, but it was brought back for them. Otherwise, they had 3 people and 1 spaceship, and 2 novices, and they couldn't make it. There was no need. Just sell it, and exchange it for money later. Tan Hua suggested, the 3 of us can just keep one, the current one. I also suggest changing it to a slightly smaller one. Bai Jian had no objection, but there was no rush for this matter, and he had to wait for him to study it. Thinking of the door he had researched, Tan Hua twitched his mouth. Major General Qin was stunned when he saw it. Whether it was the ancient keyhole, or the password lock, or the commonly used lock such as pupil pattern, fingerprint, and voice pattern, there was no one. The only thing that stood out was that you could be as strong as you wanted, but I didn't intend to let you open it after I built it. Moreover, the sturdiness of the spaceship door was obvious to all, and it couldn't be easily broken. As a result, the people of Shutian organization struggled for a long time, but they only made the door not so flat, and no major damage was caused. Bai Jian just repaired it. It's not the original paint, but I don't care about it when I drive it myself. And I can get a spaceship with a lot of equipment and skills with this little loss. It's a big profit. But if I want to sell it and buy a new one, I have to add a lock to the door. Don't worry about it. Use this for now. I will learn this next year and build one myself, Bai Jian said. Tan Hua certainly had no objection, and even felt more and more how good it was to have a teammate who was a manufacturing machine. No, it should be said that it was a blessing to have a teammate who was also a manufacturing machine. These things took up a little of Bai Jian's time, so he asked for leave that day. It wasn't until the next day that he came out to continue discussing skills with people on StarNet. But everyone knows that he encountered pirates again yesterday, so it is understandable. So is Brother Bai still floating in space? Isn't he afraid? If I had come down earlier, I would have come down quickly. Think about it. Even if we don't mention the time in the competition, this time has been less than a month, and this is the second time. If they were in the same situation, they would definitely feel that they were lucky to even ride a spaceship, and they might encounter pirates. Don't be funny. Brother Bai is afraid of nothing. The pirates should be afraid. Right, Brother Bai. Let me see what piece of meat will be delivered to my mouth today. Pirates, don't come over. This time, a spaceship. If you come a few more times, how rich will you be? Now brother buy, let alone skilled books, you can't afford anything. I'm different from you. I'm here to talk about business. Since brother Bai shared his experience, I have been messing around a lot. I didn't learn the skills, but my luck has improved. I have reached the attribute point of 3 times. When Baijian saw this, he knew that it was not luck that improved, but that the person himself became stronger. And he must have played the game frequently. So when he became stronger, his attributes would be refreshed. According to the usual way of the game, it was just that he was lucky in killing monsters and got attribute points. When this topic came out, many people with similar experiences were exposed. However, most of them did not have as many times as this person. Most of them had 1 time, and some had 2 times. At this time, everyone did not even bother to discuss with Baijian, and rushed to these people to ask what was going on. After all, the skills can be put aside for the time being. After all, there are only 3 skills that have been mastered now. But the difference in adding attribute points, at first glance, it is a long list, and this one is obviously easier. It seems that my brother Bai's method is really useful. Look, apart from anything else, the attribute points have increased. That is, even if my skills cannot be improved in this life, I am happy if the attribute points increase a little. Baijin was relaxed and watched these people discuss, occasionally interjecting a word. He sat with Chu Yuan here, and did not forget to ask what was going on. After all, such a large number of people adding attribute points at the same time has never happened before. Is it really just based on his experience that he can't even explain? Part of the reason, Chu Yuan said, more reasons are that Feng Gongjia only accounted for a little of the previous 20% of energy, less than 0.00001%. The rest was all wasted and overflowed. The game is fair, and these overflowing energies are in each planet. If someone can absorb it, the attribute points will increase a little, and those who can't absorb it will maintain the original state. Even those who awaken during this period will naturally have some advantages over before. For example, the attribute points will be better than before, or people who could not awaken before will awaken directly. Bai Jian was shocked when he heard it, thinking that it was no wonder that those people on the main star always wanted to play games. He thought of his own attribute points again. Mine too? I thought this was a definite answer, but Chu Yuan shook his head. After you fully awaken, you are in a state where your strength will increase at any time. This is not because of this time, but the seed that was already buried in the body before. This is brought by the body of the original owner, and Baijian just stimulated it. Your soul is not here, so it has more possibilities. Baijian instantly understood that there are fixed skills and non-fixed skills. The people here are fixed types that are easy to awaken, but difficult to break through. While he is a non-fixed type, the lower limit may be very low, but the upper limit is also easy to break through. However, even if it is difficult, hasn't there been a genius in these years? As far as he knows, there are not only some, but many. But why haven't any of these people been able to develop more applications such as multiple skills and skill turns? Chu Yuan, because it's not time yet. The stronger the human beings are, the stronger the space monsters will appear, and the faster the game resources will be consumed. Thinking of the 2,538 stars that were still only stones, Baijian couldn't understand that it was the people on the main star who forced this matter to be brought forward. It's not that people in the past couldn't do it, but they were not allowed to, which limited their abilities. Before Chu Yuan lost that 20% of blood, it is estimated that at most he could do what Chu Yuan showed before, which would be stronger, but not so obvious. This is probably because of the 10% blood loss that year. To be more precise, this cannot be considered blood, but energy. Baijian watched someone suddenly say that he had succeeded once. But he didn't have that feeling anymore. Then a bunch of people rushed to this person again, asking questions. Baijian didn't watch the subsequent developments. He just looked at Chu Yuan and asked a question. I always felt strange. When I awakened, the reminder. The wording was not formal at all, it seemed a bit casual. Chu Yuan, Baijian, so, it was you after all. Chu Yuan, Baijian thought. According to Chu Yuan's habits, or no matter who it is, the messages from other people are not sent by him, but the system runs automatically. But from what he saw, he just spoke in a formulaic tone, and it was like this. It was definitely intentional. It was probably because he was really suffocated by the day-to-day life, and finally someone came to make him act. So he let loose a little. You had already become a human at that time, why didn't you let loose with Tanhua? Instead, he behaved very AI outside. Chu Yuan glanced at him, that's different. That's right, Bai Yijian thought. All along, the rules written into the code in the game have restricted Chu Yuan. In reality, Chu Yuan just ran around the square and danced, and I think the game wouldn't have any reaction, so there was no need for this. And Chu Yuan's personality is actually more inclined to what he is showing now. It's rare to find a piece of pure land in the game, which is a little relaxation. It's different outside. What about the innate skills? Speaking of this, Bai Yijian actually wanted to ask a long time ago. Since the skills are not given by the game, but awakened by oneself, so I awakened a healing skill myself? This is indeed the most impressive in your mind at that time. Bai Yijian, If he had known earlier, he would definitely have imagined a super powerful skill. But then again, there is nothing wrong with holy light. Looking at the entire planet, there is no more powerful healing skill than this skill. Speaking of which, he had picked out 2 of his favorite skills from these skills before, one for group continuous blood recovery, and the other for group shield. Because it is a group skill, the bonus is actually much less than that of a single one. But Bai Yijian has high attributes after all, and the value is pretty good when used. He was still worried about the skill books not long ago, but now he is worried about too many skill books, and many skills have not been fully learned yet, so he can't install them all. Wait for him to pick and choose which of the existing skills to practice first. Bai Yijian's life is busy and fulfilling. He posted a purchase post on the Star Network before, and many people really sold it. All made of jade. Speaking of which, indeed, all the props with full attribute bonuses he saw were indeed made of jade. With his current understanding of the game, it is not difficult to guess. It may be that jade is easier to make this kind of props, and it is naturally suitable for all attributes. And now he has money, and some types that were more expensive in the past can be bought without blinking an eye. However, although he received a lot, most of them were scattered. Even if there is something that can be synthesized, Bai Yijian is not in a hurry to synthesize it. When he has time later, he wants to try to synthesize it himself. But not now, his focus is still on Tan Hua's weapons. And Tan Hua himself is busy with other things. According to their plan, they will make it look like they are about to put the blame on Bai Zihan's mother for Shantian organization. Of course, Tan Hua is not responsible for these, but he is always paying attention to the progress. And as time goes by, seeing that this matter is about to break out, the blame is put on the head. Madam, Bai finally can't hold her temper anymore. So on this day, Bai Yijian received a message with only 3 words on it. Look at Xingwang. Bai Yijian understood it instantly. It's done. And on Xingwang, Madam Bai completely exposed the matter of Shantian organization. The sword is aimed at the 4 major families of Bai, Feng, Cheng, and Wang. Chapter 115. Bai Yijian looked over and found that it was actually not that bad, not as many as he imagined. Apart from the Cheng family, Bai family and Feng family that they knew before, there was only one more family, the Wang family. Bai Yijian also knew about the Wang family. Wang Pengling was with Feng Gongjie at the time. The first game was eliminated by Bai Yijian and his team, and the second game was also a big deal in the palace. Anyway, one less family like this is one less. Tan Hua nodded at Bai Yijian's words. The next second, the communication of the 2 rang. Tan Hua went out to answer it, and Bai Yijian answered it in front of Chu Yuan. As soon as the call was connected, Miaosini asked directly, "You said before that you knew who was behind the Shantian organization?" "Yes, I know." Bai Yijian said, "You should know it now." Miaosini, Before she made this call, she thought that Bai Yijian was fooling her family, or that he himself had received false information, but she didn't expect. "You knew it a long time ago? Otherwise, why would I dare to guarantee your family that helping with these things would not affect your family?" Bai Yijian said. Miaosini is considered an outstanding young person in the family, and this matter was contacted through her grandmother, so she also knows a little about what happened later. Bai Yijian contacted her grandmother and asked them to mobilize troops. This is not a trivial matter. I don't know how they got through. It was because of this matter. Why didn't you say it earlier? If they had said it earlier, not only would they mobilize, but other families would have to mobilize as well, and the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang would have been wiped out on the spot without any defense. Bai Yijian spread his hands. Before we confirm, how can I know who you are contacting, whether those people are also members of Shantian organization? What do you mean, didn't you know it long ago? I know that the Cheng family, the Bai family, and the Feng family must be involved, and there are many other families in the palace. Who else is not clear? Bai Yijian said this. Now the main star must be in chaos. You hide Cheng Qiqing for me. Yes, in addition to mobilizing troops, Bai Jian used the Miao family for the second thing, Cheng Qiqing. But compared to the transfer, Cheng Qiqing's matter is a small matter. And if it weren't for the tight time, Cheng Qiqing's sudden return to school would easily arouse the suspicion of the Cheng family. This guy is still under house arrest, and it was his mother who escaped. Bai Jian must make him leave the main star directly. Anyway, you keep an eye on him for me. Whatever happens to the Cheng family has nothing to do with him, understand? Miao Sini couldn't understand. Cheng Qiqing probably knew about this matter. Thinking of the previous rumors, the scandal of the marriage between the Cheng family and the Gongsun family. It was deliberately released. No, since you don't know which family is involved, you just asked for troops to be mobilized. Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy? There must be some preparation, and it is also a prop for forcing. It depends on whether Mrs. Bai can withstand the pressure. Thinking of the recent trends on the Star Network and some actions of Taixing. What else does Miao Sini not understand? And this person put Cheng Qiqing in his house, saying that he was helping his classmate hide because he quarreled with his parents at home and couldn't stay there. In this way, even if their family is also related to the Shutian organization, Cheng Qiqing will not be in trouble, because he just quarreled with his family and ran away under house arrest. It has nothing to do with this matter. No one can think that he actually told it a long time ago, or knew that someone knew about this matter. Moreover, he is the biological son of the head of the Cheng family. With the Cheng family around, there will be absolutely no problems even if he is in their home. No wonder they didn't explain it in advance. It's not that they were afraid of spreading the news to the families related to the Shutian organization. In fact, Bai Jian didn't even dare to trust them 100% before the matter was clear. At this time, Bai Jian was actually approaching the main star intentionally. Their spaceship is now very close to the main star. After hanging up the communication with Miao Sini, she received another call from Gongsun Miaomyu. Maybe it was her sixth sense as a girl that she could best understand a man's attitude towards her. She felt something was wrong earlier, and as soon as the incident happened, she immediately recalled the incident at that time. Bai Jian was surprised. Why don't you ask him directly? He doesn't answer the communication. Gongsun Miaomyu said, but I think you should know something. After all, the questions Bai Jian asked her on the day of the celebration were too inexplicable. But if combined with the current situation, it seems to have a reason. Sure enough, Bai Jian nodded, you guessed right, that incident was deliberately spread by the Cheng family, otherwise they couldn't explain why Cheng Qiqing was beaten. If you just find a reason, it will be exposed if you are not careful, so it is better to make a more explosive one. Therefore, even if Gongsun Miaomyu felt that something was wrong, she didn't think much about it, let alone others. After hanging up Gongsun Miaomyu's call, he answered a few other people's calls. Now it's not just him who is busy, everyone is busy. Especially the four major families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang, they simply can't understand why it suddenly became like this. Her two sons are in our hands. Why is she like this? Bai family, have you bullied her recently? When have we had small quarrels? Who didn't give her face outside? The Bai family was also puzzled. Why did she do this? The four families were simply confused, and the Cheng family heads and Wang family heads were really regretful. Why did they cooperate with the Bai family? Look at their family, Bai Jian, who caused a lot of trouble, and now there is another one. But now is obviously not the time to worry about this. We still have to discuss what to do in the future. Mrs. Bai is not in the Bai family at this time. She is in another family on the main star, seeking protection. As for her children, Bai Zihan has no feelings for them after just recognizing them, and she is not reluctant to part with her youngest son. Maybe people like them are like this, inheriting the main star's usual strength first, and everything is based on interests. In short, she didn't consider what to do with the children after she did this. At this moment, she was crying. They have been using children to control me. Even before I came out this time, I wanted to take my son with me, but was rejected. I dare not force it, for fear of arousing suspicion, and I can't come out myself. The hostess of this family sat there, soothing her gently. But she didn't really believe it in her heart. But it doesn't matter, the things in the other party's hands are too important, enough to pull down the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng, and Wang, and reshuffle the main star forces. The benefits that their family can get at that time will definitely not be less. Therefore, let alone crying a few words, even if Mrs. Bai now points to a deer and calls it a horse, she will say that it is indeed a horse. Instead of exposing the truth, they also accuse the Bai family, trying to find out if they had any other evidence. Of course, many people are still contacting the Miao family. After all, they are not unaware of the Miao family's actions during this period. They were alert before, but the reasons given by the other party were reasonable. But now, it is clearly aimed at the four families of Bai, Feng, Wang, and Cheng. And the Bai family actually separated Mrs. Bai and her son because of this. Although they did not dare to restrict her, they also sent people to follow her. It is even more impossible for her son to come out with her. It is precisely this behavior of theirs that makes Mrs. Bai more and more afraid, so today's incident happened. This incident broke out too suddenly. Except for the designer, no one else was prepared. The Star Network was even more chaotic, and there were all kinds of rumors. And most people did not know about the Shantian organization until today. Some people even felt that what the organization said seemed to be right, and planting flowers, grass, and trees was indeed a waste of resources. And naturally, there will be people who can see clearly, so there will be a quarrel. Various opinions emerge one after another. There are even people who say that no matter whether Shantian organization is right or wrong, it was Mrs. Bai who revealed it, and I don't believe a word this woman says. 0007 was the first to bear the brunt. When they encountered something related to Shantian organization, their reaction was faster than Baijian. They immediately went on the spot, and asked the main star to give them an explanation for this matter. Then came Tianqi Star, Xinhua Star, and various planets. The Miao family took advantage of the opportunity to control some of the people of the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng, and Wang as soon as the incident happened. But because the news was not clear enough, they did not dare to transfer too many people back, so the number of people under control was not many. The main star was in chaos. And Mrs. Bai was still accusing the Bai family, and the Feng family of evil deeds on the Star Network. In her words, she had no choice but to agree to be the third wife of Bai's father, because she did not want to be silenced. Later, she knew what the two families had done, and did not want her child to grow up in such a family. I would rather he be an orphan than have such a father. Mrs. Bai kept saying that it was her own child that she asked the Star Pirates to take away. It was just that the other party misunderstood, and Feng Yai also made a mistake, and then both children were taken to the 2538th star. Over the years, she knew that the Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang families were doing evil, but she was afraid to say it out of fear of death. She was also very sad. No, I want to vomit. Emu couldn't stand it anymore. The four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang were certainly not good people, but Mrs. Bai used this to whitewash herself, which made them, who knew the inside story, sick. Hua Wenjie and Zhao Junyuan were also very angry. Other classmates didn't know as much as they did, but they also knew a general idea of what was going on Star Online. A group of people were cursing in the group, and some people found Baijian and asked him if he had any solution. Baijian said, "It's not her turn now. Don't worry, she will definitely pay the price for what she did. And not everyone on Star Online is a fool. Few people believe her. After all, you were afraid before, so why are you not afraid now? Oh, because Baijian has uncovered the matter, you are going to jail. You said it with great righteousness, but it was not for yourself. And how could you make a mistake? They said clearly that the person you asked the pirates to take away was Baijian." The Bai family was even more angry. Did they want to drag them into the water and then hide themselves? It was a nice thought. Madame Bai had evidence, and they had more. Madame Bai was not uninvolved in these years. Even Bai Zihan was forced into the list of that year by her. But unlike Feng Gongjie and the original owner, Bai Zihan did not get any benefit. Now it seems that he may have hurt his brain and become the stupid one he is now. Of course, this is only a partial counterattack. Does she think that we have not done anything to her in all these years? The head of the Bai family snorted coldly. Before, the two sides restrained each other, and they were also afraid that the evidence would be exposed after Madame Bai's death, so they did not dare to take action. But now that the evidence has been exposed, what is there to be afraid of? It's simply courting death. At the same time, colluding with Shantian organization was something that none of the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang could accept, not to mention their subordinates. Many people on the spot said that they had nothing to do with this matter. And they turned around and brought people to attack them. Mrs. Bai was still pretending to be a victim. She came out this time, of course, with people. The people who were originally sent by the Bai family to monitor her had actually been bribed by her. At this time, the other party was reporting some movements to her, so she naturally couldn't trust these big families completely. Why did she expose it directly on StarNet instead of handing over the evidence? She wanted to make a big deal out of it. The bigger the commotion, the less likely it is that she, a key figure, will be in trouble. Madam Yu. After saying only 3 words, Madame Bai suddenly paused and then fell down softly. She was immediately shocked. What's going on? Without thinking, Madame Bai used her healing skills on the person. After one skill, the other party had no reaction, and she understood. It's the self-destruct device. Then, the necklace on her neck also had problems. A small-scale explosion occurred in an instant, but the intensity was not small. She didn't even have a chance to treat herself, and was directly blown to death. Before she died, she was still thinking, this is impossible. She had always been very careful. Yes, this necklace was not given by the Bai family, but she bought it outside, so she never checked it carefully. And her death was not just her own death. It was discovered that these 4 families had installed a new type of self-destruct device on many of their own people. At the same moment, someone in each family had an accident. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, no one dared to guarantee that they didn't have any, so for a moment, those who turned their spears and rushed towards them stopped again in an instant, and could only follow them to resist the foreign enemies. At this time, the heads of the 4 families finally spoke out. It was all a misunderstanding. The Shantian organization was indeed related to them at first, but later it became independent, and they couldn't control it. But they promised to speed up the excavation of the foundation of this organization, and eliminate the mistake made by the 4 families accidentally. It's true that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Tianhua couldn't help but sigh. Mrs. Bai was full of nonsense to whitewash herself, but this side simply didn't give you logic, and didn't let you use your brain to make you accept this result. Do you really think this is your world and you are the boss, and whatever you say is the way it goes? And when this happened, the people in Shantian organization were furious. They have always targeted big planets and big families, but now they are told that their bosses are the 4 big families on the main planet. Who can tolerate this? And Bai Yijian narrowed his eyes, thinking that the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang would not be so stupid. If they treat people like fools, they can't even fool netizens, let alone those who are really in power. But if they dare to say this, they must have a trick up their sleeve. Again, don't underestimate this group of people who have no bottom line, but only interests. He thought about it, and called Miao Sini. Asked, how is Cheng Qiqing? He's making a fuss about going home. Miao Sini said, when will you come over? This kid is too noisy. Bai Jian couldn't get over it for the time being, he said. I have something to ask him. Cheng Qiqing wanted to go home. His parents were still at home. Although he didn't agree with the other party's approach, he felt bad to see the Cheng family fall to this point. After receiving Bai Jian's communication, he said, what's the matter? You said before that you forgot a few days of memory. How many days exactly? 2 days less than 3 days, what's wrong? He didn't remember the specific things very clearly, but because the memory was forgotten too strangely at that time, he has a deep impression of this incident over the years. If he wanted to say more details, he couldn't remember it. And Bai Yijian heard this time. Assuming that this experiment was done together, then the children at that time must have gone. It's normal for them to leave the main star one by one, but if they leave together, without some special circumstances, people from other families will always feel that something is wrong. Moreover, 2 or 3 days, including the time for the experiment, the journey must not have taken long. Their laboratory, maybe, Bai Yijian said, and then turned on the optical brain and called up the previous interrogation results of the Shantian organization members. There was no mention of similar laboratories above, only a few places where they usually stayed. But when Major General Qin led people there, it was already empty. The only laboratory was only a small one. And the technology there was not related to the game, but the memory cleaning technology. And summing up these places, it seems that they may be far away from each other, but they are not far from the main star. From this point of view, their most important laboratory related to the game is likely to be on the main star. I have to go down and take a look. As soon as Bai Yijian finished speaking, Chu Yuan next to him drove the spaceship directly to the main star without saying a word. With the help of the Miao family, their application was approved quickly. There was a place for them to park the spaceship. Tianhua stayed here. Chu Yuan and Bai Yijian got off the spaceship and took the aircraft directly to the Bai family. Or it's not just the Bai family. At this time, no matter what privacy is or isn't, they have to look at the territory of the 4 major families from a third-party perspective. And with a third-party perspective, as long as this laboratory is here, it will definitely not escape his eyes. He always feels that the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng, and Wang may have something to do with this. At this time, the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng, and Wang finally came forward to talk to other families. For this matter, they are willing to give up part of their power, even if it is to give an explanation, so that everyone will not be aggressive, so that no one will get a good deal. Of course, the words were certainly very nice, but Baijian got a summary. He twitched his lips, offering benefits and threats at the same time. What do the other families on the main planet say? Meowsini said. How can they agree? The Shuntian organization has done things over the years. Not only me, but also people from other families have had problems at their hands. Otherwise, she was the only one who was arrested on the main planet in the previous competition. Why didn't anyone think it was wrong? Even the Bai family had people who had problems at the hands of the Shuntian organization before, but now thinking back, it might be because something happened, and then it was blamed on the Shuntian organization. It makes them seem less suspicious. So these families can't just flip it over so easily from this aspect. Not to mention, just looking at the benefits, if you give up a little benefit now, how can you flip all 4 of your families and share it again? And people from other planets are watching too. Even if these families agree, those outside can't agree. It's just that Shuntian organization has too many people to offend. They came to us with a clear conscience. This matter is no longer an internal matter of this planet. It is natural not to let other planets interfere. Old Wang, Meow Family Master said, listen to what you said. Look at the situation yourself. Do you think it is possible? Wang Family Master was not afraid at all. It seems impossible, but you must agree. He spoke arrogantly. Bai Family Master, Feng Family Master and Cheng Family Master also looked very confident. Meow Family Master was so angry that he laughed. But he became more and more alert in his heart. It was impossible to expect that this group of people suddenly had a brain seizure. They could only have other trump cards. But what kind of trump cards could allow them to turn the tables in this situation? Thinking that Shuntian organization has always studied a lot of strange things, could there be something in it that no one can refuse? In order to obtain this research, could they have ignored what they did? Although the people of 0007 were not at the scene, they also got the news at the first time. They sneered, impossible, no matter what technology they have, we will never agree to reconcile. Other planets are still unclear, but they know best what Shuntian organization has done. Unless they can revive the dead and restore the consequences of the evil deeds they have done, it is absolutely impossible to write it off. No matter what they say. Absolutely not. The heads of other families such as the Meow family, who were present at the time also said so. The head of the Bai family smiled slightly and asked, what about now? What happened now? Everyone was puzzled, and then they heard an explosion. Looking up again, they saw the smiling faces of the heads of the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang. They seemed to be saying, now, will they consider it? Chapter 116. The explosion was so loud that not only the family heads attending the meeting heard it, but also the people outside could hear it more clearly. Baijian and the other 2 turned the aircraft around and flew over without saying anything. Since coming here, without the hospital with the most injured patients, everyone Baijian saw was basically very energetic. Even some elderly people who were over 100 years old walked with great vigor. But now that they came here, they saw only broken limbs and arms everywhere. Almost none of those in the center of the explosion survived. The reason why it is basically because some people happened to have skills such as shields and saved their lives. At this moment, they were frantically stuffing big red medicine into their mouths. Those who were slightly marginalized were also affected, but at least some of them saved their lives. But more of them died in this sudden explosion. Of course, the situation here soon reached the ears of the head of the Meow family and other heads of the family. They were furious and stood up and shouted, "You!" When people are extremely angry, they really can't speak. Or it may be that at this moment, there is no suitable word to describe the shamelessness of these people. The 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang smiled even more. Calm down, everyone. If you agreed to our request earlier, wouldn't you have nothing? There are more than one place on the main star. When the time comes, our 4 families will be finished, and you can't expect to end up well. If we don't have a good life, others won't have a good life either. The head of the Meow family was so angry that he was crazy. These people were prepared long ago. No wonder the Shuntian organization is so crazy. It turns out that they are all of the same lineage. As long as they had to cover up before, now they just don't pretend anymore and launch a large-scale terrorist attack. But even if they are furious, they dare not do anything at this time. Unless they don't want the main planet. After all, the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang are all families on the main planet. Who knows how many more they have buried, and there may even be more powerful ones. Even if we don't say anything, do you think other planets will let you go? In the end, I don't know who said this. Other planets, huh? After receiving the news, Major General Qin broke out in a cold sweat, Not good. The people on planet 0007 also reacted. There must be the most on the main planet. After all, this is the territory of these 4 families, and it will be easier for them to act. But there must be others on other planets. But even if the number is small, even if there is only one, the damage caused cannot be underestimated. Investigate, start an investigation immediately, and never let this group of lawless people harm the safety of the people. Major General Chin suddenly said halfway through his words. Wait, it's too late. Notify everyone to enter the game first. Then transfer people. All those with shields will be transferred back, as well as those with similar protective skills, treatment, and those with strong sense of danger. Let them come back to cooperate with the investigation. What about the space monsters? If so many people are transferred back at once, including those with relatively rare shields, treatment, and even strong perception talents, the space monsters will definitely not be able to stop them. Ordinary people may not be able to take drugs to fight monsters, but the space monsters they face are much more harmful than the monsters in the game. Without treatment, you can't recover blood even if you die by taking the big red medicine. What about the major guilds? Contact their people. Major General Chin said, recall as many people as possible from the border. Let everyone hold on, the situation here is really urgent. If possible, he didn't want the explosion to sound, and even if it sounded, no one should be hurt. While talking, he was already reporting to his superiors. He was just a major general, and such a big thing was far beyond the point where he could make the decision alone. The message to let everyone enter the game has been sent out, but the matter of transferring people still needs to be ordered from higher up. But he believes that this report will definitely be taken seriously, because the matter is really big. The reason why Major General Chin wants to transfer so many people back is to let some people with special talents sense which part has problems first under the premise of ensuring safety. He thinks that since the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang dare to use this to threaten, they are of course betting that their existing means cannot detect it. Yes, if it was that easy, how could it be buried for so long without being discovered by anyone? All the planets were making preparations, and over there, of course, they had to keep the people of the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang stable. But they were a step too slow. Just when they mentioned other planets and Major General Chin's order was issued, before anyone could see it, the explosion sounded. It really proved that they were not lying, and they really did. How did they do it? Hualin was going crazy, and Gong Sun Miaomiu and her family were even crazier. It wasn't that she was hit by the explosion, but her family was a manufacturing family, and their ancestors had been doing this. You suddenly said that they are better than them, and they also planted bombs in their house. Looking at the consequences of the explosion, even though she was not at the scene, Gong Sun Miaomiu's hands were shaking. How is it possible? She said, every time those people enter the planet, my family will pay attention. Not only the Gong Sun family, but other family members will naturally pay attention. But now? It must not be done by himself. It is estimated that it was secretly done by the people of Shantian organization. Baijian suddenly remembered that when he first visited Tianqi Star, he happened to run into the Star management team investigating the people of Shantian organization. What did those people come to Tianqi Star for? Could it be related to this? After all, they must be happy to let the people of Shantian organization do this. Very happy to destroy these big planets. There is no need to find a reason. Baijian has left the scene. He shone a holy light, and the people who were still alive there were fine. As for those who had passed away, he had no way. He still had to continue looking for a laboratory. The aircraft was on autopilot. Baijian closed his eyes, and even wondered if they were pushing too hard. These people were desperate, and killed so many innocent people. But he soon realized that no, it had nothing to do with them. This scene would happen sooner or later. The plans of these 4 companies must include this, destroying the game, and taking as many resources as they can. It would be wasted, anyway, they would not lose. Then these would explode together, causing heavy damage to the major planets. Not to mention all of them, just looking at the locations that exploded, each of them can be regarded as a relatively important place on each planet, either because the people living there are special, or they are key places. Even if the people are evacuated, the impact on the major planets cannot be considered small. In recent years, each planet has put a lot of effort into planet construction, but after being bombed by them, it will at least go back 50 years. And in this case, which planet or which force is stronger than their 4 major families combined? They are the leader on the main planet, and no one outside the main planet can resist them. Even smaller planets have to live by their face. For example, on the 2538th planet, People without games will starve to death, but they will give you anything to eat. In the past, I always thought that the main planet has become less and less powerful in recent years, so they went astray. Now I look back and see that they want to smash everyone's rice bowl and make people rely on them. It doesn't matter whether the world is getting better or not, what matters is whether they are at the top. Anyway, their own quality of life will not decrease. But in this case, we must find the laboratory faster. They must have a backup plan. Just like now, some planets may be scared, but some planets are definitely the kind that will never let you go if one of my people dies. If you dare to bomb me, I will kill you first if you are not all killed. Not to mention, under this threat, who dares to let them go? Who knows if casualties have been avoided now? Will it be worse in the future? The Star Network was in chaos, and those who could make decisions were deadlocked there. And the four families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang were able to remain so stable, so they must have other tricks that they have not used yet. There, Bai Yijian finally saw the laboratory. There were people rushing back and forth inside, busy all the time. He even saw Bai Zihan inside. Besides him, Wang Pengling was also there. Feng Gongjie was not there, but there were others. They looked like some students from the first school on the main star, and some were even the children of the four families of Bai, Feng, Wang and Chung. Those who were deceived were now tied to the experimental table. They were just divided into two sides. One side was those students, and the other side was the children of the four families. The quality of this group of people is not good. Bai Yijian saw someone complaining, how come such a good group of people were rescued last time? Almost instantly, he thought of the incident during the competition when Shutian organized people to arrest people. No student was in trouble that time. At first, they thought that these people wanted to take them hostages, so they had to be alive. Now it seems that there will be a big role in the follow-up. The aircraft did not fly too close, and Bai Yijian's shuttle is no longer the same as before. At that time, he could only travel 30 meters, but now this distance multiplied by 100 is no problem. Controlling the distance well, he carefully watched everything from a third-person perspective. Although he didn't know what these people were going to do, he had to stop them. Chu Yuan was beside him, listening to what he said. I see, he said, they will speed up the progress. Bai Yijian was stunned. Speed up the progress, what speed up? He suddenly thought that now the game is different from reality. The better the reality is, the weaker the game is, and at the same time, the stronger the human beings are, the more space monsters are slowly increasing. Although it is troublesome, it has always been a balance. Chu Yuan also lost blood before, and the reason why there was no problem was that he was suppressing it tightly. But during this period, the number of space monsters has actually increased, but it is not so obvious. The number of space monsters increased little by little, so they did not attract attention. I don't know if it was to avoid alerting the enemy or for other reasons, but their own methods were also to limit this aspect. But that was before now. Together with the previous holes, they were all exposed this time. He also completely understood the confidence of the four families. Starting the experiment at this time was not only to make their own family stronger. The increase of space monsters was also one of their goals. As long as the number of space monsters increased, something would happen on the border first. In the face of life and death, human crisis, who would have time to care about them? No wonder, they are not afraid that these planets will give in now, and they will deal with them after they have recovered. They have brought forward the plan. Ha! Bai Yijian sneered, the survival opportunities that humans tried their best to seek back then, but some people didn't care at all. Looking at Chu Yuan, who was trapped by Ping Ping again, if he could not take action against humans. This matter would be much simpler if he did it. Apart from anything else, if all functions were enabled, these people's plans would not even need to be recorded by the game system at this time. And there would be no need to be restricted everywhere, like now, and only know that something is wrong after something happens. Just say that these people's backpacks and skill books are directly banned, and their combat effectiveness will not be reduced at once, but it will definitely play a big role. Unfortunately, Bai Yijian said, I will stop them right away. At this point, the manpower is already tight. There must be no more space monsters, or new types of space monsters appear in large numbers. It's too late, Chu Yuan said, we're late. Just as Bai Yijian was about to ask again, he received another message, an explosion. Another explosion. What? Another explosion. Bai Yijian was stunned. Aren't they still talking? There was no news that someone had angered them. Chu Yuan next to him said, let someone send all the coordinates of the explosions. Bai Yijian immediately conveyed the message, and the other side quickly sent all the coordinates to him. Moreover, there are still places that continue to explode. It's hard to imagine how many people these things will involve. Although you can enter the game, not everyone got the news at the first time. And it was too fast. From beginning to end, it only took less than 10 minutes. It was not enough for everyone to react. However, they couldn't stop it at all. Someone was so angry that he punched the table. Are they crazy? Baijian sat there and murmured, "Is there nothing we can do now?" This was the first time he was so confused since he came here. Beside him, Chu Yuan's steady voice said, "Yes, write down all the coordinates." He said. Baijian then started to write down the coordinates without saying anything. He also set aside a separate area in his mind to think about the whole thing. Although he was a little depressed just now, he also sent a message to the head of the Miao family urgently. The other party was obviously also shocked by the explosion. After all, they did not anger the other party at all. Since they said one more word, which caused the explosion on Tianqi Star and 0007 planet, the heads of the families did not dare to say a word. They were originally going to blow it up, but they did it in batches, firstly to delay time and allow the experiment here to proceed to the final stage. Secondly, Bai Jian's mind was clearer than ever before. He said, "They are notorious now. Even if this matter can be solved completely according to their ideas, everyone in the palace will hate them to the bone, but now it's like this." Opening the Star Network, there were all kinds of things said in the chaos, and some people even scolded Bai Jian. They scolded him for pursuing that little thing back then and making trouble all the way to now. He himself is fine, but look at how many innocent people died. Some people are begging everyone not to force these 4 families, otherwise no one will survive in the end. Of course, there are still people shouting to blow it up. Anyway, they are hiding in the game. Let him blow it up. After blowing up the house, build it, buy things, in short, never retreat. Are those who want to give in crazy? This group of people are so crazy, and now they have backed down. Do you know what they will do in the future? Kill, support killing, these families must be killed. There is still a quarrel here, and basically everyone has been dragged out. Bai Jian was the first to bear the brunt. Mrs. Bai, a dead person, was also kept secret for so many years. Not only did she suddenly appear to seek death, but she also implicated them. Even the upper echelons of various planets were scolded like grandsons. There are so many people buried in the family. What do you do for a living, and you don't even know it? At this time, the border has also begun to have problems. The space monster has appeared, and Bai Jian looks at Chu Yuan worriedly. From the beginning, he can feel that this person is getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to add blood to the other party, but Chu Yuan stopped him. It's useless. You can add blood, but you can't add energy back. As time went by, Bai Jian had more and more coordinate points in his hand. And the aircraft started in Chu Yuan's hand. The explosion on the main star hasn't started yet. When it explodes, you write it down together. The star network is getting more and more chaotic. No one thought that things would develop to this point. Even the heads of the families are the same. Are you crazy? Head of the Miao family couldn't help but said, "What trump cards do you have after the explosion?" Although it was a meeting of the heads of families, there were many people on the scene. A lot of bodyguards were brought. Head of the Bai family looked at those people with contempt. They were prepared to control them if they had the chance. What a pity. When those monsters appeared on the border, and even in space on a large scale before, who would care about them? Is it just to deal with them first and ignore those space monsters? He sat there steadily, waiting for the situation to develop in their favor. Even if the plan is forced to move forward now, so what? Their plan is too foolproof. Even if the Shantian organization is exposed in advance, it will not affect anything. Everything else has exploded now, but the main planet has not exploded yet. They can completely use this to contain these people in front of them, and wait until the plan is complete, and then do it in one fell swoop. What's wrong with hiding in the game now? Can they hide forever? What's more, soon, news of chaos on the border will come, and these people will always go to fight space monsters. They should have pushed everything to the Shantian organization and kept themselves out of it. But it doesn't matter, things haven't reached the worst point yet. And now it's so chaotic, those people will have problems surviving in the future. Even if some people miss their previous lives, so what? They are not strong enough, and there are too many people to blame. As long as not everyone is coming for them, the resentment of some people is nothing to them at that time. Here, Bai Jian is still trying to remember the coordinates. He has a good memory, and basically he can remember all things at a glance. But this time, he looked at it twice, 3 times. Even more times. Try to remember everything while ensuring that there is no mistake. For this reason, he frequently repeats the memory, and at the same time thinks. Chu Yuan can be called the strongest in that era of talent, and as part of the game, he may have been fragile, but his mind is definitely the strongest in the world. He must have his reasons for making himself remember these. Suddenly, he remembered that when he asked Chu Yuan why he was the one, he said that his strength was the strongest at that time. In addition, he also mentioned that his skills were the most suitable. So what is this most suitable skill? He asked the question that he didn't ask at that time. Chu Yuan smiled slightly. He said, time travel. Chapter 117. Bai Jian understood instantly, this is indeed the most suitable skill. Suitable for the most critical moment. If all these plans to save the planetary resources and save humanity themselves fail, Chu Yuan can choose to turn back time and start over again. Chu Yuan, if my health or the energy of the game drops by 50% in a short period of time, it means that an unexpected situation has occurred. I have the right to make my own corresponding judgment based on the situation and what to do at that time. At this time, those so-called restrictions no longer exist. Thanks to the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang, just now, his health has dropped below 40%. In less than a year, 50% is completely in line with the standard. Bai Jian also understood why he was asked to write down all these coordinates. After writing them down, when time is reversed, he can find all of them before the explosions occur. Now the coordinates of other planets are all written down, except for the main planet. So they are going to. This is where those people are meeting. Until now, only one star has exploded on the main planet. Bai Jian went straight in and stabbed at the head of the Wang family. Of course, there were guards around the head of the Wang family. These people immediately protected and attacked Bai Jian's attack. However, with Chu Yuan, the first assistant in the Interstellar, protecting people, no one could do anything to Bai Jian. And he could fight 1 against 100. For the first time, Bai Jian showed another way of using him in front of the world. His hands became multiple, one holding a sword to stab people, one holding a sword to block other melee attacks, and another holding a bow to shoot. In an instant, the entire conference venue was in chaos. He broke through. This skill could only be used once before, but now he used it as a 1000-hand type with multiple methods. After stabbing, he did not forget to grab the head of the Wang family. What, you still want to run? After doing these things, none of you can escape. Wait until I kill you all, and I can slowly investigate if there are more outside. As he said that, he stabbed again. Sorry, it's my first time, I don't have much experience, so I didn't stab you accurately. Everyone was stunned. Bai Jian then went straight to the head of the Cheng family. Didn't I say that if you don't have a good life, everyone else won't have a good life? Now everyone is having a hard time, but you don't have to. He looked like he was crazy about killing. And it was not until this time that the head of the Cheng family and others realized how big a mistake it was to put him together with a group of students in the previous game. They are not at the same level at all, like putting a wolf in a group of rabbits. No wonder the last game seemed so child's play. But I think you've all finished blowing up. If you have the guts, blow up one more. Bai Jian held up the shield with several hands. Actually, mainly 2, the others were just phantoms. But anyway, it was enough, and he even snatched a bodyguard's knife and used it. Just looking at the degree of resistance, it's not that he's so strong, but that these people may not want to protect these 4 old men. But their lives are in their hands, there's nothing they can do. Bai Jian didn't use any skills, he just stabbed him directly. Look, another one died, let alone other planets. There was no explosion on the main planet, it really is gone. After saying that, he stared at the head of the Feng family again. The head of the Feng family and the head of the Bai family looked at each other, wanting to blame the other for giving birth to a child. But think about it, the other half of the genes are still their own. They could only scold, I should have strangled you when you were born. What? Bai Jian smiled. Do you still think it's my fault that you have fallen to this point? What are you thinking? It's your fault for not doing anything. If it weren't for this family not doing anything, how could the original owner delay awakening? Or to put it bluntly, if the original owner had changed his growth mode, the awakened talent would not be soul exchange, and naturally, it would not be Bai Jian's turn to come here to deal with them. Although the other people present didn't know this, it didn't prevent them from thinking that Bai Jian's words were right. You are so cruel and crazy, and you still have the face to blame others for blocking your plan. To be honest, they also want to stab them now. Seeing that the situation was extremely unfavorable, the heads of the Bai and Feng families asked people to pile shields on themselves while shouting, Are you just watching? If we die, the main star will have to be blown up again. Really? I don't believe it. Before anyone stood up, Bai Jian sneered. Look, they are both dead, nothing happened. And again, we can have a hard time, but you are also dead and can't see anything. For a moment, all those who originally wanted to rescue put down their hands. It is impossible to say that they are not angry about today's incident. They are all suppressed by reason. Some people thought that since everyone has entered the game, it is just right to blow it up. But they are afraid that there are still people who have not evacuated, and they are even more afraid that these people have other tricks. If they speak up now, no one will be responsible if something goes wrong. But Baijian really took action, and they really wanted to see the result. With the tacit consent of these people, the people brought by the head of the Bai family, and the head of the Feng family were no match for Baijian. The two were very angry. They had thought about the safety issue before they came, but they all felt that this group of people did not dare to take action. Yes, they were indeed cautious, and they had been developing according to their ideas before. But Baijian showed up halfway. He was here to overturn the table. No more playing. Come, let's see whose knife is faster. The head of the Bai family gnashed his teeth and hated it. All the backhands were completely useless in such a situation, so he saw that he was going to finish it, and without thinking, he ordered people to blow up another place, which was the territory of the Miao family. Yes, except for a few places on the main star, most of them were prepared to take advantage of the situation and reduce the power of these families. It was also difficult to bury it, but fortunately, there were always a few places where they found opportunities. When the explosion sounded, Baijian exclaimed, and when the head of the Bai family was about to say something, he heard a sentence. Just one time, it seems that it's finally gone. The head of the Bai family understood it. Whether it was true or not, Baijian was sure of that sentence. Anyway, we can survive, but you have to die first. He kept emphasizing that it was gone, so that no one would stop him. But he looked at the others. Although these people would definitely not be fooled by Baijian's words that it was gone, they were willing to be fools and believed it, and obviously wanted to see them die first. The head of the Miao family had already received the news at this time. He looked ugly and gritted his teeth and said, "Two heads of the family, let's go. Have you gathered everyone? Send people to attack the other four families, Bai, Feng, Cheng, and Wang." Hearing this, the faces of the Bai and Feng families became even uglier. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. Everything was fine and barely maintained. But who could have expected that Baijian would come in? "Okay, I want to die, but none of you can think about it." As he said that, he detonated all the hydrogen bombs on other main stars, even one under their feet. Fortunately, Baijian had a shield skill, which helped everyone block it. And none of those who could appear here today were simple. There were also many who were healers, or had shield skills, and they barely saved their lives. Before he could react, the Miao family leader found that he was caught. It was Baijian. He used a holy light to restore everyone's health, and people rushed over. "Quick, have someone give me all the explosion coordinates, remember, all of them." Miao Patriarch was stunned for a moment. After all, he had been the Patriarch for many years, and he immediately realized something. It is understandable that Baijian was young and impulsive, but Chu Yuan was behind him the whole time, and he didn't stop him and helped. Not to mention, is Baijian really a very young and impulsive person? Do they have other uses for getting the coordinates? Is it his special skill? Although he was thinking about these things in his heart, his movements were not slow at all. Soon, all the coordinates were collected and handed over to Baijian. The latter wrote them all down. On the other side, Patriarch Bai and Patriarch Feng were not dead yet. After all, they knew there would be an explosion here, and they made preparations in advance. At this moment, they were looking over frantically. Even if you knew, can you still make things go back to when they never happened? It's just a pity that you didn't die. In response to him, Baijian smiled faintly. How do you know you can't? When he finished speaking, he had already memorized all the coordinates. And Chu Yuan had already activated his skills. Time travel. Before this skill took effect, Baijian saw the incredulous eyes of the Bai and Feng family heads. And taking advantage of this time, Baijian asked Chu Yuan, "You remember the coordinates for me, which means I can remember them, but you can't?" Chu Yuan nodded. Yes, he couldn't remember them either. Originally, his skills didn't have this restriction, but since he participated in the game, there have been many more restrictions. Once he is not in that crisis, his skills will be half-blocked. The principle of fairness is activated. He can't know what he shouldn't know, and even if he knows, he can't do anything. So if it weren't for Baijian, this matter might still go the same way even if it was eventually retraced. Didn't those people think of this at the time? The game is very complicated, and time was tight at the time. These are things I only realized later. So now in this time retracing, only he can remember everything. and the others can't remember anything. Only occasionally, some people will have a vague feeling about some impressive things, and when they encounter them again, they will feel like they have experienced it before. There was an old man who was already 180 years old and died before his great-grandson came back. As soon as he woke up that day, he thought about this matter. He said, "I feel that I only have these few days. Let the children come back." There was also a person who was traveling on another planet. Seeing the scene in front of him was particularly shocking. A pleasant voice sounded next to him. "Hello, are you here to play too?" She always felt that this scene was familiar, and this person seemed familiar. But this situation is always rare, and most people still don't know anything. It's just that some people who have experienced the explosion always feel that the place they live is not safe. But when asked by the people around them, they all said that they didn't feel this way. So they thought they didn't sleep well. And by Yijian, the person also changed from the main star to the spacecraft. At this time, it was the moment when he took the sunlight pearl from Chu Yuan. Time rewinds to this moment, and then continues to move forward. Bai Yijian rushed out at the first time to find Major General Qin. When he ran to the door, he suddenly turned around and said to Chu Yuan, "Thank you for your beads, I like them very much." Then, he took the coordinates and found Major General Qin. Major General Qin looked at him in shock, and for a moment, he thought that his head had just been hit. How could this be possible? "Send someone to dig," Bai Yijian said. "It's all true." Major General Qin, "Such a big thing, how did you know it?" "Just treat it as a skill." "It is indeed a skill, but it is Chu Yuan's skill." At this time, Major General Qin did not ask more. After all, the matter was too big. He immediately asked someone to search on a coordinate of Tianqi star, and he didn't expect to find it. Instantly, these coordinates were highly valued. Bai Yijian was like a player with a walkthrough. This time, he knew exactly which people on the main planet were trustworthy, and which ones were problematic. It wasn't long after the Miao family leader hung up the communication that he received another call from Bai Yijian. As soon as he got through, the other party gave him a coordinate. "Go dig in a hidden spot, there is a hydrogen bomb." The Miao family leader thought, "What a joke, how do you know that there is this on my territory?" But looking at Bai Yijian's serious face, he thought that there was no reason for the other party to play tricks on him. Then he thought about what they were talking about before. Was it done by the Shantian organization? Yes, so you must be careful, otherwise they will explode directly. In addition to that coordinate, Bai Yijian gave a few more. The Miao family leader's face turned green. How did they do it? Some of these places are not allowed to be entered by outsiders. Bai Yijian said, "The mastermind behind the Shantian organization is on your main planet after all. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to do this." The head of the Miao family looked grim. "Who is the person from our main planet? Whoever did this, don't let him know, and make sure that person has a bad death." Bai Yijian handed over the list. Unlike the last time, this time he knew that the Miao family was 100% trustworthy. And only by knowing who the enemy is can we better guard against it. Oh, and Cheng Qiqing must be pulled out of the Cheng family. The head of the Miao family was very unhappy to know that the Cheng family was also involved this time. But Bai Yijian said, "It's our own people, protect them." The head of the Miao family was stunned. He understood something instantly and nodded. "Okay, I have someone arrange it." He had to avoid the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang, and accomplish this task. He couldn't do it alone. After all, some places were in the territory of other families, and they were easily regarded as troublemakers when they went there. So they had to inform the branch. And Bai Yijian had to inform more places. It was easy for 0007. When he heard the coordinates, he went there without asking. Yu Yang sneered. "Sure enough, people like them can't do anything good." Shen Yu also began to move. I said, "I always felt something was wrong when I passed by there before, but there was no problem after several explorations. It turned out that it was buried inside, and the existing equipment could not detect it." There were also Major Generals Qin reporting to other planets, and higher-level officials were responsible for contact. Bai Yijian didn't have to worry about this. He looked at Chu Yuan behind him. "How is it? Do you want to add blood?" "Not yet," Chu Yuan said. Looking at what Bai Yijian did, he could probably guess what happened. "Hurry up," he said, "and we need to transfer people to the border." Bai Yijian was stunned, then reacted, "Others have been traced back, but space monsters will still appear?" Chu Yuan nodded. "The game energy has been released. This is an unchangeable fact." Bai Yijian originally planned to go to the main star again. This time, he wanted to see the conspiracy of these families fail with his own eyes. But now, he can't take care of it. There are so many space monsters all of a sudden, it's not easy to handle. He immediately notified the matter. The truth is not easy to mention, so he said that Shantian organization is not doing anything, and all the space monsters they have researched have been released. Anyway, in fact, it's not wrong them. Hearing this news, Major General Qin looked like he was going to eat a member of Shantian organization alive. However, no matter how angry he was, he could only hold it back and take it step by step. First, deal with the hidden dangers in the country. Of course, we also need to send more troops to the border. He thought the biggest achievement of this trip was to capture the members of Shantian organization alive, but who could have expected that it was just a small beginning? The things that followed were bigger and bigger. Bai Jian was also very busy. He was busy making and receiving calls. He couldn't take care of the 4 broken families on the main planet at all. But he didn't know that the 4 families had actually started to make trouble on their own. Chapter 118. The main reason for this trouble is that the Chung family head and the Wang family head died before. Being caught and stabbed to death is definitely a deep memory. The Wang family head is fine, but the Chung family head always feels something is wrong. His heart hurts. He always feels that something will happen that he will resist. At this time, the news came that all the people they went to deal with Bai Jian were arrested. So the Chung family head still felt that the premonition was about this matter. But he was more cautious, so he asked each family, and the Bai family found out that something was wrong with Mrs. Bai. She was killed by the necklace before, although she didn't know why, but when she came back, she had a kind of resistance to the necklace and didn't want to wear it. But the Bai family knew that there was something wrong with the necklace, so they noticed her. Not to mention that at this time, Bai Jian had already called her. Although there were many other things this time, they didn't deliberately put pressure on her, but Mrs. Bai was suspicious and behaved very abnormally. At this time, Mrs. Bai was naturally targeted. Mrs. Bai was not stupid. She immediately realized something was wrong. Good, Bai Jian hasn't started yet, but you guys started first, right? Of course, the problem that intensified the conflict was the problem in the laboratory over there. After all, they had done it once, and the data was rewound, but even if the energy overflowed in the game, it still had some impact. The data was all messed up. Combined with Mrs. Bai's abnormality, they suspected that the other party had done something. Mrs. Bai still thought they had bad intentions, so the two sides started to make a small fuss. And at this time, Chung Qiqing tied up his mother. Yes, you read it right. After the young master came back, he was about to follow Bai Jian's advice and escape from the Chung family first. But when he left, he paused for a moment when he looked at his mother who had let him go. It seemed that he would never see her again, so he took his mother with him without saying anything. When they arrived at the Miao family was stunned. No, it was not said at the time that the wife of the head of the Chung family would also come, but everyone was here, and Miao Sini immediately reacted and helped Chung Qiqing carry the person in. Yes, she directly carried him down from the hovercraft like a princess. Before, Bai Jian said that this was one of his own, and she was still muttering how this was one of his own. Unexpectedly, this person sent his own mother to the door. Chung Qiqing stepped into the territory of the Miao family, but he was still very flustered. In his subconscious, he still lingered in the shock and pain he felt when he saw the explosion. Bai Jian had mentioned to him before that his family had done more than just colluding with the Shantian organization, but he really didn't expect that it would develop to that point. But now, he couldn't remember those things, but that feeling remained deeply in his subconscious. So he was anxious, but he didn't know why. When he arrived at the Miao family, he contacted Bai Jian directly to ask for his opinion. And Bai Jian only learned at this time that he had also tied his mother to the Miao family. As for Chung Qiqing's worries, he certainly knew why, so he told him not to worry. Looking at the Miao family and other families, they had already dismantled the hydrogen bomb on the main star, and then looked at other planets. Basically, they had the coordinates, and they were dismantling one faster than the other. Even if it was slow, they would evacuate the people nearby. Even if there was an explosion now, it would only cause some damage to things, and no one would be hurt. With all the backhands removed, the Miao family decided to detain the people immediately without any scruples. This time, there was no need for Mrs. Bai to come forward to get any evidence, and Bai Jian brought back a lot. And he also knew that these 4 families had played tricks on their own people. Countless letters were thrown into the light brains of these people. And the people transferred by the Miao family and other families were also rushing back, and this time, they could basically deal with these 4 families at once. In addition, those who found that they were actually equipped with self-destruct devices had internal chaos, and this time, there was no disturbance at all. How is it possible? How could they? The head of the Wang family said in disbelief. It was clear that these were all their family secrets, let alone outsiders, except for the 4 of them who knew more. Everyone else only knew part of it. How did they get discovered? The head of the Bai family was in doubt. He didn't doubt Bai Jian now, because Bai Jian couldn't do this. The Feng family was naturally in a mess. Feng Yai only knew a little about the Shantian organization. After all, she had been marginalized for too long, but she never thought. How could it be exposed? Why are you so careless in doing things? Feng Gongjia's face was also not good. He never thought that there would be such a day. It was clear that everything was fine for so many years. Before he was told at home, he didn't even notice anything wrong. The head of the Chung family thought of his son. Did he tell others a long time ago? Where is Qiqing? He asked the people below. Tell him to come and see me. Suddenly, someone came running in. Oh no, master, Qiqing is missing, and he took his wife with him when he left. The master of the Chung family immediately turned black. It's really that kid. A few days ago, he was still mocking the Bai and Feng families for having a Baijian, who was obviously excellent but went against his family. He didn't expect that his family was even more ruthless. The only thing wrong is, how did he know these things? Even his wife didn't know about this. Or rather, his wife didn't know about the Shantian organization. His wife is the kind of person who is very gentle, kind, and friendly, and therefore spoiled Chung Qiqing a little naive. Marrying her is also because the other party has a good family background, and there is nothing wrong with her in other places. And she has no tricks, and is easy to coax. As long as she feels loved, she will believe you unconditionally. So even if it is the person next to you, it is easy to hide. The same is true for the son he gave birth to. That's what the head of the Chung family thought. He felt that Chung Qiqing was spoiled by everyone at home, and even if he disagreed with what the family did, he would never tell others to harm the family's interests. Unlike most people on the main planet, he could be swept away by friendship. But the head of the Chung family never thought that he had misjudged Chung Qiqing. But even so, because of the personalities of the mother and son, the head of the Chung family would never tell the other party about the Shantian organization. It's easy to imagine that his wife would not be like Mrs. Bai, who not only did not object to it after knowing it, but even used it as a handle to marry into the Bai family. It was precisely because she didn't know anything that the head of the Chung family couldn't figure out how the matter was discovered. It would be fine if they found 1 or 2 places, but why did they detonate in every place but had no effect? But no matter how hard he thought, he could not think that the problem was actually because Baijian had experienced a painful experience, and now it was considered a second time to enter the dungeon. He knew clearly what skills the boss had, and how powerful it was. So this time, the 4 families could not be considered a big dungeon at all. After Baijian explained the information clearly, someone naturally went to brush it. And he himself went to do other things. Such a big thing, it is impossible that there is no news on the Star Network. Many people were dumbfounded. The 4 big families on the main star were all gone in this time. Some people thought someone was joking at first, but they didn't expect it to be true. Is it true? They also buried bombs. Are they crazy? It's true. I live above that thing, and saw it dug out with my own eyes. I didn't get too close, but what kind of eyes do you have? I found a high-rise building nearby and looked over, and I saw it all. Me too. I can't imagine what would happen to me if it really exploded. I can say I've saved my life. The 4 families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang are all dead. No wonder Brother Bai doesn't want to recognize such relatives. Hurry up. Get as far away as possible from such parents. It's hard to imagine. The impression of the main star has fallen to the bottom. Speaking of Brother Bai, I was afraid that the main star would protect the 2 criminals. It should be okay now. When will they be convicted of the crime of kidnapping children in collusion with the Star Pirates? Not yet. It's not their turn. This matter is too big, and the more serious ones must be dealt with first. But it's definitely not good. As far as I know, both of them have been arrested. While they were discussing this, the news of the massive increase in space monsters had spread to a small extent. All the major planets were urgently mobilizing manpower, and even some small planets that were originally unlikely to be attacked by space monsters began to be on alert. With such a big move, people on the Star Network also noticed something was wrong. Haven't they captured all the people? Why does it feel like there is going to be a big war? I also find it strange that Brother Bai has also asked for leave. He seems to be very busy, and has no time to come out and exchange experiences now. Bai Jian is indeed very busy. The war is coming, and weapons must keep up. Now he is not short of money, so he can choose materials at will. He upgraded his artifact without thinking, and more than once. Of course, Tenhua also did it together. He had everything prepared, and with the experience of the last time, he succeeded directly this time. And he naturally knew more than those people on the Star Network. Because this incident was too sudden, and the increase in space monsters was a bit too much. So in addition to the large number of people being transferred, even the juniors, who were supposed to fight space monsters on land this year, were urgently transferred to the front line this time, and saw real space monsters in advance. And the sophomores in the school took the place of the juniors half a year in advance. The school was supposed to start in a week, but it was advanced this time. Such a big move. Naturally, the students could not be unaware of it. So when Bai Jian returned to Tianqi Star to replenish the energy of the spacecraft and the aircraft, after taking off again, there was a group of people on the spacecraft. Hua Wenze, Zhao Junyuan, Yimu and Emo, and Su Sengxi. In addition to them, even students from the manufacturing department came up, including Fan Yitong and Gong Sun Miaomiu. Bai Jian looked at them. School has started. Are you going to skip classes? Emu looked at him speechlessly. You didn't even get off the spaceship. You still know that school is about to start. What are you doing by yourself? Su Sengxi stepped forward and said with a smile, Don't talk about the second brother. Don't you all have the same idea? The school will definitely not let them out. But in this case, they also want to help fight space monsters. Bai Jian himself didn't plan to go back to school before this matter was over, so he didn't have the face to say anything to them. It's just teacher, you can talk to them yourself. He fooled. No, it was already difficult for him to convince teacher Zhao and teacher Wang. He couldn't control others. It's okay, Fanny Tong said. My dad said he would ask for leave for me. His dad didn't agree with him coming out at first, saying it was too dangerous. But when he saw that he was following Bai Jian, he immediately agreed, telling him not to be clever and listen to his teammates' opinions. Hua Wenze and Zhao Junyuan are not to be mentioned. Even Yimu and Emo have asked for leave. Bai Jian, So he is the only one who hasn't told the teacher the news? And wait, did the school agree to your leave? Everyone, Actually no. But isn't it just throwing the matter into the hands of the parents, and they ran out? Gong Sun Miaomi said, Now is not the time to talk about this. According to the news from my family, the situation in the Palace of Love is not optimistic now. Bai Jian thought to himself that it was not true. Originally the forces of both sides were balanced, but now there are suddenly so many space monsters. How can it be good? It's like when you play a game, you are level 1, the opponent is also level 1, and then everyone's level is about the same. Occasionally there is a difference, only 1.5 levels. But suddenly one day, you look up at level 10, and see that this guy is level 18. It's despairing to think about it. It's just that you can't beat the game, but now you have to die if you don't fight. So those people are really bad. Bai Jian wants to take them all to the front line, and let them fight a few space monsters with their bodies. Bullshit. No matter how pessimistic you are, it's not your turn to run up, hurry back. On the opposite side, Zhao Luosher almost shouted. It's not that Bai Jian is anxious to ask for leave, but teacher Zhao found something wrong. Call to find someone. However, people are already in space, and a communication is definitely not enough to call them back. Several students stood in a row, all of them were good students in his class. What a sin he had committed, Zhao Luosher thought. Is there no one in this class who is serious about manufacturing? Forget Bai Jian, he has been used to it since the beginning of the school year. Gong Sun Miaomiu and the other two have always been serious students of the manufacturing department. Why is it that this time? You are back. It's really not that serious. We are already calling for help from the guild. You have to go in your sophomore year next year to fight on land. Bai Jian, teacher, with my strength, it's too wasteful to fight on land. Zhao Luosher was so angry that he heard Gong Sun Miaomiu frown and said, In this way, more people will know about space monsters. Won't there be more? When talking about this, Zhao Luosher said, No, this time there are so many space monsters suddenly appearing. Everyone feels strange, and we found a laboratory left by the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang on the main planet. Our people went in to see it, and analyzed from the remaining data that this time the space monsters were created because they tampered with the game. Unlike the Shantian organization, each planet certainly has researchers in this field. But unlike the Shantian organization, they only explore how the game came about and monitor the status of the game. Fan Yitong mentioned earlier that the control of the game has weakened over the years. And just last year, it was greatly reduced again, and this time it was suddenly an epic reduction. Naturally, some people would want to know what happened, and when they found the laboratory, they went to see it immediately. Not to mention, in this regard, the Shantian organization, or the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang, really have more information. And they also found that the so-called more people know, the more monsters there are. Although it cannot be said that it is completely wrong, the accuracy rate is not very high. Just like the current situation, even if everyone knows, there will be no more space monsters. The higher-ups are still discussing this matter now. Once the result is out, it will be announced to the public. In addition, the number of spacecraft flights will be reduced recently. If you want everyone to go out less, you have to give a reason. And no one can guarantee that some planets with better environments will not suddenly have space monsters in their faces. Although the situation is rare, even if one person may encounter it, it cannot be completely ignored. Zhao Lushur said so much just to get these manufacturing department people to come back. However, looking left and right, it seems none of these people want to come back. Chapter 119. Baijian will definitely participate. He even prepared the spaceship. Even Hua Wenjie and his team did not come alone. Each of them had a spaceship. Now Gongsun Miaomu, Jiang Min and Miao Xinhua also brought a lot of tools. If there is any problem with the spaceship, they can also repair it on the spot. At the same time, they helped Baijian to modify the parts that needed to be moved inside the spaceship again. Several people have not learned this part yet, so they only modified some minor details. For example, the door. Although it is really invincible, they are not fighting against people this time. Space monsters cannot open locks, and only Baijian can pass through walls. So they changed it back so that everyone can enter and exit at any time. This will be more convenient when fighting. As for the several spaceships, everyone also shared the permissions. If there is a need, you can always change one and drive it out. And just one day after that, all the major planets issued official statements. Tell the whole thing, and its seriousness. Every time I think the world is crazy enough, there are always crazier things to tell me. In addition to burying hydrogen bombs, they also created so many space monsters. Do these people want everyone to die together? Death penalty? They must be dragged out and killed. No matter what happens later, those people must die first. Why don't the space monsters spawn in their own home? They should eat all the people in the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang first. There was a lot of cursing on the Star Network, and some said that fortunately their planet is not bad enough, and the space monsters probably don't care about it. The residents of some places have temporarily evacuated that area. Those were the places that were fenced off before, and where space monsters often spawned. To be precise, it was around those places. There were no problems in these places before, but now, once the number of space monsters increases, who knows if they will appear again. Many guilds have also rushed over to help. Zhao Lushur originally thought that it would not be too dangerous to let Baijian and his friends go to such places, and they could still help. However, this group of students, one by one, Baijian was heading for the front line. Although he had always been untrue about his being a healer, he didn't even want to reveal it to too many people for a long time. But at this time, he knew where he should be. Group blood recovery skills, group shield and group duration, and a jumping light. He flipped through the skills in his hand, wanting to see if there were any other useful healing skills. Those that require a long reading time are not good, they must be instant, and the blood recovery amount is not too high. After all, as long as his attribute points are high enough, even the lowest amount of blood recovery can be used with the blessing of personal attributes to produce extremely powerful effects. In addition, he also threw out skill books for everyone to choose. Anyway, install all that can be used first, or bring 1 or 2 as backup, in case you are in urgent need. This is not like fighting monsters in a game. If something goes wrong, the worst that can happen is that you die. If you die, you are really gone. You must be fully prepared in all aspects. They went all the way to the border, but they stopped several times along the way. After all, space monsters can appear anywhere in space. The so-called border has always been because there are the most monsters there. In other places, there used to be only 1 or 2 occasionally. But recently, there have been an overall increase, so naturally the chance of encountering them is also greater. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spaceships parked. Another one I haven't seen before, Baijian said. Chu Yuan frowned and said, why do I feel that they are gathering in one direction? The spaceship was moving very fast, and these space monsters seemed to be caught up by them. So, are they also running to the border? Theoretically speaking, I remember that space monsters have no IQ. Or their IQ is not high, they only act on instinct. Su Sengxi happened to pass by and said, Brother Bai, you really know how to flatter them. They only have 3 words on their minds, eat, eat, eat. The talent points are also on finding food, and they generally don't change places easily when they find a suitable environment. This is the consensus of everyone, and most of the space monsters encountered in space, except for some that just appeared, actually have fixed routes. Wherever the nearest delicious food is, they will go there. But now, what is attracting them at the border? They actually abandoned their usual route and went to the border. It's not that there is really nothing at the border, there are still people there. But compared to the people and green plants on the planet, the people at the border are like steamed buns on one side and steamed buns with meat and fruit on the other side. Even space monsters know which side to choose. Why do they go against their instincts? If it were humans, or some smarter animals, they could say that they had other considerations, so they chose steamed buns. But space monsters shouldn't have this IQ. Xu Yuan didn't know much about space monsters. After all, he wasn't the one who did the illegal experiments at that time, and when the incident broke out, he was more focused on cooperating and making games. It can even be said that it wasn't just him. After all, it was a new thing, and people of that era might not know as much as people do now. But Baijian still reported this discovery. And they also said that this situation did happen, and the space monsters on the land were also very agitated, very aggressive, and seemed to be developing outward. No way. Baijian thought, could this group of space monsters suddenly evolve brains? This possibility is not great. It's better to say that they suddenly have a leader. Of course, a more reasonable explanation is that too many space monsters suddenly appeared, causing humans to be busy, and it's normal for the monsters to have some changes. Brother Bai, here, look at this, after this step. Miao Xinyu had called him over. After tinkering with the spaceship, she, Gongsun Miaomiu and Jiang Min, the three manufacturing department, started to tinker with weapons. This was after they saw Bai Jian and Tan Hua's weapons. Hua Wenjie and Zhao Junyuan also started to look for materials. They never expected the so-called highest level before can actually be upgraded again? Not only did they not expect this, even their teacher Zhao Luosher did not think of Qi. After all, for so many years, the game can only be upgraded to that level, and the outside is naturally the same. I didn't expect that Baijian would have a breakthrough now. This news quickly spread in the manufacturing industry. I understand why he is in the manufacturing department instead of the talent department. Some people couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that Lao Zhao really has talent when he keeps shouting. The young are formidable, and we, the old waves, will be beaten to death on the beach. With such a child, the Bai and Feng families do nothing. Baijian alone can lead the family to a higher level, but they don't mention those two families, and don't get involved with Baijian in the future. I feel sick when I think about a good child getting involved with that group of people. Yeah, they don't look like a family. Speaking of this, is there another Cheng Qiqing? Are you sure that he and his mother really have nothing to do with this matter? Although it was a mess outside, of course someone was investigating this matter. In fact, almost all the people from the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang have been arrested, except for some who have no contact with their families for a long time or have been excluded for some reasons. These people have never enjoyed the family dividends in the past, and have never helped to do anything, so there will be no problem after confirmation. Among them, of course, there are many confidants of the four families, and of course they must be arrested all at once this time. Cheng Qiqing's situation is a bit special. According to his identity, he should also be arrested, but he has witnesses to prove that he is against doing so, and even tried to go home to help find out the news. I heard that he took his mother to the border? Another person said, yes, he said that it was someone in his family who did it, and he couldn't pretend that he knew nothing, so he had to help. So now, he has taken his mother to the front line to help. It's not that we haven't fully investigated it yet, so we let them. We don't have that much time to focus on Madame Cheng now, so after discussing it, we agreed to them. If they are really innocent, it's fine. If they want to make trouble at this opportunity, it's just right that we actually have someone watching them. We can do whatever we want if we get evidence. When Baijian learned about this, Cheng Qiqing didn't know how long he had been on the journey. He didn't say anything, but was just curious about what the four families would do. Too many people are involved. Gongsun Miaomiu said, I heard that the main star can't be closed. The higher-ups are urgently trying this case, and when the time comes, there will be news. After reading it, she said, confirmed, throw them all to the border. Everyone, ? Special period, special treatment. Gongsun Miaomiu said, aren't there many people on the Star Network saying that they should be sent to the front line to fight the space monsters? It just so happens that there is no time to investigate and convict them one by one. Many people think that for what they have done, it would be a bargain for them to die. So it's better to make use of the waste, and just throw them all to the front line, and let them fight the space monsters. That's good, Huawun said. Let them face the consequences of their own actions. Didn't they think that it was not their turn to be unlucky anyway, and the deaths and injuries of others had nothing to do with them? Now let them be at the forefront, and be the first to pay for the disgusting things they have done. It's just that those people are still crying out for injustice, saying that they didn't let the experiment progress to this progress. Jiang Min said, it seems that they had this plan, but they haven't really started yet. This matter has nothing to do with them. Miao Xinyu sneered, it's clear in the laboratory. Although I heard that the data is a bit strange, from the published situation, this matter is still related to their laboratory. Even if it's not their subjective, it's an accident they made. Baijian thought that this was really caused by those people's subjective, but because of the time retracing, these things haven't happened yet. But the consequences still happened. It's not unfair to them at all. This matter is not a small fight. The consequences are too bad, and affect everyone in the world. At this time, the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang were called by everyone. It was heard that they were sent to face the space monsters, and there was a cheer on the Star Network. Some people also suggested how to prevent them from escaping. But in fact, since they dared to put these people on the front line, it means that this aspect has been fully considered. It is impossible to let these people run away easily. After Gong Sun Miaomi finished speaking, she went back to making weapons. During this period of time, they rushed to the border and fought space monsters when they encountered them. After that, they did whatever they needed to do. The four students of the manufacturing department, namely Gong Sun Miaomi and the other two in Fanitong, were busy upgrading their weapons. As for Yimu and the others, they changed to more suitable skills and adapted to the new skills. Tan Hua was responsible for driving the spaceship, while Huawun and Zhao Junyuan were also in the cockpit, watching for any signs of space monsters. But the space monsters did not find them, but they received the distress signal first. Where are they? Tan Hua asked. Huawun immediately clicked on the signal, and saw the location. The people on the left should also be heading to the border. After calculating the distance, they were not very far away, and could get there in half an hour. Tan Hua immediately adjusted the direction. He asked Huawun to reply to the other party, explain the situation, and let the other party explain what happened. Although they felt that they had few people, their strength was absolutely beyond doubt. But those who could still be in space under such circumstances could not be rookies. So they had to ask clearly, so that they could prepare early. Baijian and Chu Yuan had also heard the news and rushed over. They looked at the situation set by the other party. A large group of space monsters, most of which were still unknown. The key point was, this group of people don't have a spaceship. Although the aircraft is small and flexible, it can't compare with the spaceship in terms of speed and defense. Are they crazy? Su Xingxi said, traveling by aircraft at this time? And it's okay near the planet, we are almost at the border here. Even within the border, it is normal to encounter space monsters under the current situation. How many aircraft are there? He asked. Baijian looked over and his eyes went dark. 100. Su Xingxi thought he had heard wrongly. How many? The other party said very clearly that they were a large guild on a certain planet. They sent some elites to support the border, but they didn't expect to encounter a large-scale space monster before they arrived. The other party said that there were others who responded to their request. But there are not many people, only a few aircraft. Ask them what's going on here. Without saying anything, Baijian told them that he had a spaceship. It can be seen that the people over there are more excited. There is a spaceship, so there must be a lot of people. They are saved. The guild commander immediately said, everyone cheer up, cover each other, and in half an hour, as long as you can hold on for half an hour, rescue will come. For a moment, everyone was very excited. On the spaceship, Su Xingxi said strangely, Brother Bai, if you just say spaceship, they will probably think there are a lot of people, and don't need to report our situation. He did it on purpose. Chu Yuan said. Huawun stood aside, and patted Su Xingxi on the shoulder. He flipped the record forward a little, and let the other party see it. The situation over there is obviously not good. Judging from the number of aircraft they reported, there are quite a lot, but there are obviously more space monsters. In short, they are no match at all, and they can't even run away. It was written on it that they had asked those aircraft to take a detour, and if they were outnumbered, they would also take a detour. Baijian said, they know the situation. If there are not many rescuers, everyone will die together. At this time, if they tell people that they only have 11 people, they will suggest that they take a detour, and then tell the border army about the situation here. In this case, If these guild members have no hope of survival and their morale is low, they may be defeated faster. Even in another situation, holding the idea that everyone will die anyway, killing one is one, and when others come later, there will be one less person to kill, which is already a life-for-life approach. In this way, when they arrive, even if it takes half an hour, the fight may be extremely fierce. Bai Yijian lied. It's not a lie, after all, they really have a spaceship. When the word spaceship comes out, people feel that there is still a chance. The fighting style will focus on delaying time first. As long as they can hold on for half an hour, rescue will come. Even if the situation is the same, in this way, when they arrive, the situation will definitely be better than before. And the closer they are, the clearer the radar skin is. That dark space monster. Aiko called Jiang Min and the others. These four are still working on weapons, but they are ready immediately after being notified. And they could also see through the radar that several aircraft are heading towards that area. They came from another direction, probably the aircraft that received the distress signal mentioned by those people before. Those people did not choose to take a detour, but drove directly over. After they arrived, they immediately joined the battlefield. Someone recognized him immediately. Yu Yang? Looking at the others, there were the 7th seed students, and even Yao Shijing and some students from Xinhua School led by her. The two parties should have met halfway, so they traveled together. But no matter what, they should be on their respective planets now, taking over from the original juniors to deal with those sea-level monsters. Yao Shijing smiled softly. In that case, the notice your guild received should also be to help clean up the sea-level monsters on the land. The guild member, Isn't this because it's only sea level? Our guild also sent people there. It's just that more elite forces were sent here. After all, the situation at the border seems to be more urgent. The high-level members of the guild all agreed that they could play a better role only if they came here. Otherwise, no matter what, they would not release all the criminals from the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang. It can be seen that they are really short of people. Who knew that the border was so terrible? They almost died before they even got there. But this group of students is obviously stronger. They have at least 100 aircrafts and hundreds of people. They only have 4 or 5 aircrafts and even fewer people, and this is the number of people after the two parties merged. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think of a way to get rid of these space monsters and help you escape first. Yu Yang said. No need for that, said the guild member. Help is coming soon. Once the spaceship arrives, it's time for us to fight back. Spaceship? Yes, a spaceship received the distress signal just like you. They said half an hour, and now it's only 10 minutes away. There are also people inside the aircraft responsible for operating the aircraft. It is impossible to turn on the automatic driving when fighting space monsters. At this time, the student said, there is indeed a spaceship coming, but it seems that there is no number. Everyone immediately said, Both military and civilian ones have numbers, and those without numbers can only be space pirates. What's going on? They asked for help from the space pirates? Is it true that once the common enemy of mankind appears, the space pirates can become teammates? Or are they really going to rob them with so many space monsters? Everyone immediately felt mixed emotions. What's going on? There is another possibility. Yao Shijing said, there is a decent person driving the pirate's spaceship. Whose decent person is driving the pirate's spaceship? Yu Yang was about to speak, but suddenly thought of something. Bai Yijian. This person had just robbed the pirates not long ago, and may not have completed the various formalities yet. Or he may not have thought of going through them at all. In short, it can't be him. Just ask and you know. And it was at this time that Bai Yijian found out who the owner of those aircraft was. What a coincidence, you also sneaked in. Everyone, Good guy, what's the point of stealing? They just want to help. But it's really you. The people in the guild were speechless. No, you students, why are you one after another? Yao Shijing and Yu Yang are still sophomores after all, and Bai Yijian is only a freshman. At their grade, they should be detained in school to study. You can't say that. Bai Yijian's voice came from the other side. You adults can do things like sneaking to the border to support, so it's normal for us students to run over here at a young age and act on impulse. Besides, I have a spaceship with me. Look at you, one by one, you just got a flying vehicle and ran over here. Chapter 120. Good fellow, this is a righteous tone from your brother Bai. But now, it's not this problem. The problem is how many people are on your spaceship. Bai Yijian stopped talking. Well, no need to ask, it must be not many. Yao Shijing said, but it would be better to have a spaceship. When the time comes, everyone will get on the spaceship first. I'm thinking of a solution. You know, the defense of a spaceship is much better than that of an aircraft. Baijian's spaceship was obtained from the space pirates. Although it is definitely not as good as the military ones, it is better than ordinary civilian ones in this regard. Not to mention that he has had it for a while. Who knows if it has been modified? That's not necessary. While speaking, Baijian has arrived. Yao Shijing looked at the spaceship and saw that it was still invisible to the naked eye. No, your displacement skill is a bit too far. Can a normal person do this? Baijian doesn't care whether this normal person can do it or not. Anyway, he can do it now. As soon as he arrived, he did a group big buff, and then put up a group shield. After that, the shield began to break, and then slowly added a group to continue to recover blood. Why get on the spaceship? Just fight directly. Baijian said. I saw, not many, one person killed an average of 10 or 20, that's enough. Everyone, You treat it as dry rice. Even if it's 10 or 20 bowls of dry rice, it's not something a person can finish, but looking at the blood volume on his body, they had a hard time fighting. Everyone covered each other, and took all kinds of big red medicine, just to hold on. But now, I always feel that I can't die if I stand there, and don't move. The HP is so stable that it makes people wonder if they are dreaming. Since they can't die, then, they are not afraid of any number of space monsters. Maybe they will vomit, but they can't be defeated. This HP recovery. Yao Shijing, Yu Yang and others were shocked. Add to that the displacement distance just now. I always feel that if there is another competition, Baijian will play, and he can fight the whole field alone. But in the current situation, everyone is a teammate, of course the stronger the better. And Yao Shijing's own attribute points have also increased recently. With the addition of Baijian, fighting monsters instantly becomes easy. Some long-range ones don't need to be taken care of at all, he alone can save the whole field. The treatment and support only need to focus on those more dangerous melees, and put on various shields, because they are afraid that they will be killed directly. However, they still feel like they are paddling. Because someone not only has an amazing amount of HP recovery, but also the thickness of the shield is also shocking. In addition, he actually has control skills. That's fine. He keeps releasing them, and doesn't need to worry about everyone's health for a while. After all, it will be full in one jump. Then, he was busy killing monsters. At this time, everyone in the spaceship also arrived, and Chu Yuan came down with a whole set of bonuses. Once the damage reduction skills came out, it felt like there was no need to add blood, and those space monsters couldn't hit them. Is everyone quietly evolving and I was missed? A guild member couldn't help but mutter. But the next second, he looked at his companions, and then at Yao Shijing, Yu Yang and other young geniuses, and knew that they didn't seem to have evolved much. These two guys are ridiculously strong. Although they didn't bring many helpers with them, everyone fought very easily this time. In the end, it even felt like they couldn't grab the space monsters. Baijian kept saying that he could kill a dozen or 20 monsters on average, but when the fight really started, he could kill a large group of monsters by himself. Everyone just grabbed those with thick blood who weren't killed by his 1-on-100 skills. No. Yu Junyuan looked confused. What did I come down for? I didn't grab a single monster. Huawinja, I still grabbed one. As soon as he came down, he used his ultimate move, and with this, he grabbed one. The high-level people in the guild couldn't help but say, no wonder he dared to say that a spaceship would come to rescue him. How many people can he fight against by himself? Beside him, the guild members murmured, anyway, boss, I'm afraid we can't compare to him even if we add up. A group of guild members with lofty ambitions went to the front line to help. At this moment, everyone was thinking, do they still need to go? It seems that it is enough to let Baijian and Chu Yuan go. Baijian looked at Chu Yuan, and he always felt that this person was not so strong when they worked together to fight the 4 family heads last time. Chu Yuan, my strength, the strongest I can exert, is to follow the most powerful person in the world. Of course, there are some discrepancies in the middle, otherwise he could not be called the best auxiliary before. After all, the same value will have a difference in strength when fighting. But even if he exerted it again before, it would never be like this now. It is the current Baijian who has raised his upper limit. So when can we get rid of that game system? Wait until everything stabilizes. When all the planets are developing well, and the game is no longer needed. They returned to the spaceship, and Yu Yang, Yao Shijing and others also came up. Of course, the guild members were no exception. Some of their aircraft were damaged, and even a few were directly destroyed. The ones that could be driven drove into the spaceship, and the ones that could not be driven were caught by Baijian using the claws in the spaceship. They can still be used after being repaired. Gongsun Miaomiu, Miao Xinhua, Jiang Min and Fanny Tong looked at the aircraft and thought that they could repair them. They learned this. Yu Yan looked at them, and then looked at Baijian. You have few people, but you brought quite a complete set. Even students from the manufacturing department brought a few together. Baijian refuted him woodenly. I didn't bring them here. They came to me on their own. Don't make it seem like he tricked a bunch of classmates to come to the front line. He looked at Yu Yang and the others and knew at a glance that they had sneaked out. There's no need to think too much. After all, even if they were really recruited, there would be spaceships to send them here. How could they be allowed to fly a flying vehicle? Last time I communicated with Teacher Zhao, he was still lamenting that the students in their school were all disobedient. Now it's time to let the teacher see that it's not just our school. Yu Yang, you are the same. Hua Wenzi, we asked for leave. The Hua family, the Xiao family, the Fan family, the Gongsun family, and even the Jiang family and the Miao family have organized people to help. There must be spaceships. Why didn't you go with your family and come here to get a spaceship? Fanny Tong didn't even think about it. My dad is worried about me following the team at home. He said that they are going to fight to the death and asked me not to cause trouble. He said one word to make everyone unable to do it. No, you won't cause trouble if you come to find Baijian, but thinking about Baijian's strength, it seems that he really won't. But Father Fan really didn't know that Baijian was so powerful now. It was simply because his family spoiled his son too much. Although the child was not particularly rebellious, he could think of running out to fight space monsters, which showed that he was not too obedient. So, Father Fan was not very reassured. The most important thing was that their people had to fight at the front. With Fanny Tong's current strength, he would be looking for death if he went there. But Baijian's situation was different. Father Fan thought that Baijian and his people should fight some remaining space monsters in the back. The danger was relatively low, and the child could bear it. And he was not his family, so he would not spoil him. If his son's strength was not enough, and he looked unsuccessful, he would stay in the spaceship to help repair the aircraft or something. If he wanted to act like a spoiled child, and go out to fight space monsters, he would have no one to act like a spoiled child to. This was not like being at home, where the whole family spoiled him. The most important thing is that Father Fan knew Cheng Qiqing. Baijian was not on the main star, so he had arranged a way out for him. When the Cheng family was in chaos, this person had already fled to the Miao family. So Father Fan was relieved to leave him with Baijian. But he did not expect that he was leaving him in front of a cheater. It would be difficult for him to get into trouble. Of course, he did not expect that this group of people were not on the periphery at all. On the first day of arrival, Baijian ran to the front. Of course, there were people who followed to clean up the mess. Tenhua gave the spaceship a number so that everyone here would not think, oh, which pirate group is coming? Their arrival also eased the situation instantly. It was mainly Baijian and Chu Yuan. Two people can handle a large area of space monsters, both offensive and defensive. A new plan was urgently made. Originally, each area had treatment and assistance, but Baijian came. His treatment range is too wide, and it is absolutely enough. The treatment and assistance of the vast number of people in this palace found that they were useless. So could they withdraw to other places? After all, the total proportion of treatment is really small, and there are too many places that need them. Major General Qin, as the person who is most familiar with Baijian among all people, was also shocked by his and Chu Yuan's strength. The four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang wanted to artificially promote such a powerful younger generation, so that they could control the entire galaxy, so they did so many things. It's a pity that their final achievement is only Feng Gongjie. It is said that during the interrogation, the four families cursed very dirty, and had no manners at all. Especially when attacking Baijian. After all, it was Baijian who provided the coordinates and dug out all their backhands. He also provided evidence. The Cheng family and the Wang family were even more angry at the Bai and Feng families, thinking that they were unlucky to have these two families. Look, what kind of child was born, and it has become like this. The Bai family and the Feng family also said about the Cheng family, don't think they don't know what your Cheng Qiqing did. Hee, how was your master's wife arrested, and your son took her there personally? The Wang family felt that they were the most wronged, but the head of the Wang family was furious and began to throw dirty water on Baijian. He felt that he had gained the greatest benefit, and now he turned the tables. According to them, the reason why Baijian has such strength now is all because of the experiments they did back then. The Feng family even stated that the reason they began to doubt Baijian's identity at that time was because of his strength. When this argument came out, many people actually believed it. But the principal of Tianqi First College asked, What about Chu Yuan, whose family is he from? By Feng Chung Wang. The list of their experiments back then was also turned out, and there was no Chu Yuan in it at all. Not only that, but everyone can find it, not even a missing person. Unless Bai Zihan is expelled from the Bai family now, saying that Chu Yuan is the Bai Zihan of that year. But first of all, the age does not match, and even a fool knows that it is nonsense. Chu Yuan may just be a special one, but Bai Jian is definitely. When Zhao Lushi heard the news, he almost ran to the main star to kick the Feng family who said this. What? Chu Yuan is good, so it is natural. His students are good, so there must be something wrong? Don't think they don't know. Feng Dongjie only made some progress in your crappy experiment the second time. At that time, Bai Jian had been missing for 12 years. Can this be related? And after the experiment, Bai Jian's health became worse. If you hadn't messed around, he would definitely be better now. In addition, looking at your information, it seems that the best one can only reach the level of Feng Dongjie. That was the news that Yu Yang's parents brought out at the beginning. There has been no progress in these years. In short. In fact, no matter who believes it or not, everyone at this moment suppressed this statement. No matter what, he just angrily denounced the nonsense. After all, even though there was no successful experience before, for big families were so crazy. If Bai Jian is regarded as a successful example, will no one follow suit in the future? Qin thought to himself, but after today, no matter whether you believe it or not, you will no longer believe that statement. After all, Feng Dongjie and Bai Jian are too different. Anyway, the latter is more similar to Chu Yuan, and Chu Yuan is definitely not related to the experiment. But now is not the time to talk about this. He immediately reported it, and began to redistribute manpower. With Bai Jian and Chu Yuan, the range of their skills is too wide. And Bai Jian also has the shuttle skill, and he can bring people with him recently. He took Chu Yuan and ran to a place to basically fill everyone's blood volume with a big buff, and then put a bunch of shields, continuous blood recovery, damage reduction, and other skills such as buffs. Then, they shuttled to another place, and repeated the previous routine. Then, they shuttled back, and continued to use it when the last one here was used up. The two people fought hard to create the effect of thousands of troops, or a lot of treatment and support. And these places only need to prepare a small amount of treatment and support to prevent special situations. And the remaining treatment and support can be withdrawn to help other places. While when in others were a little later. Because there are too many space monsters, sometimes a few will break through. There will even be some coming from the back, so they are responsible for eliminating those who escaped from the front army and those who came to join them from the back. The distance is not far, and it is also within the range of Bai Jian's skills. And the fact also proves that when you see a guild spontaneously rushing to the front line to support, in fact, many people have already taken action. The one that Bai Jian happened to meet was just one of them. Now, more and more people are spontaneously rushing to the front line, and those who can take action will basically not let themselves idle. Those who are really weak and feel that they are just delivering food will start to take charge of some things in the rear. In the face of life and death, which concerns the future of the entire Interstellar, no one will let themselves idle. Of course, even if they are busy, they can always take some time to curse. If it weren't for the current trend of star burial, the ancestral graves of the four families of Bai, Feng, Chung, and Wang who caused this big thing would probably have been dug up by others. Everyone would come out to curse them now. Of course, there are also some people who despise Mrs. Bai, that is, Bai Zihan's mother. Because later people found out, or in other words, through interrogation and then confirmed information, the evidence in her hand was not obtained by her luck. After all, it is easy to imagine that Planet 0007 tried hard but did not get any definite evidence, and even did not know who was involved on the main planet, so they could only look down on her collectively. Madame Bai was a healer, she could not be invisible, and she could not travel to any special place at once, so how could she be lucky enough to get so much evidence? That was sent out by someone with his life, and was intercepted by her admirer by chance. The other party was a technician, who was originally practicing technology, but did not expect to see this, and was immediately scared to death, and asked Madame to discuss whether it was true or false, and what they should do. Then, unsurprisingly, he died, and Mrs. Bai married into the Bai family with this information. Countless people regretted that if this information had been made public, or sent to the right person, would the current situation be different? Someone worked so hard, but at the last step, it was ruined by one person's selfishness. How could everyone not hate it? And at the border front, space monsters are still increasing. Bai Jian said. Chu Yuan nodded. It takes a process for energy to overflow, but it will be much better after this period of time. Fortunately, it didn't pile up all at once, otherwise it would definitely not be able to withstand it in a hurry. But even so, it was really hard at the front. And all of this was done by the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Wang and Cheng. Where are their people? Have they been sent to the front line? Bai Yijian suddenly remembered this matter. Major General Qin, Bai Yijian, Major General Qin suspected that he knew in advance, just arrived today, along with some people from Shantian organization. Bai Yijian really didn't know, he just wanted to know the fate of the villain. When he heard about the Shantian organization, these people were also caught? Major General Qin said, they came to the door on their own. To be precise, as soon as the incident happened, the people in Shantian organization knew that they were fooled. This time, they came to settle accounts with the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang. As a result, they were more prepared and captured most of them in one wave. Now, the 2 sides were thrown together, and there were some space monsters in the middle. The 4 families of Bai, Feng, Wang and Cheng fought desperately to save their lives, while the Shantian organization was only thinking about killing these people and clearing the space monsters blocking them. Bai Yijian was a little far away from there, and he couldn't get there even with the shuttle. But the third-person perspective was very useful, and he used this skill to see the scene. All I can say is that everyone is working hard. After all, the space monsters won't tolerate them if they don't work hard. At this time, the 4 families were indeed very angry, and were blaming each other. They were talking back and forth, and they even found out who proposed it first. My family proposed it first, but you agreed as soon as I tested you, and you said you had the idea long ago? You were the one who proposed it first, otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation now. Not far away, a small space monster huddled in the middle of the monster pile. It thought angrily, a bunch of trash, except for releasing some of their kind in advance and consuming some game resources. They didn't cause any big impact on humans at all. Trash, just trash. Chapter 121. Bai Yijian took a break from his busy schedule, but he couldn't watch it for too long. At most, he used it to prepare food during meals. He was still busy running around every day. Some skills became more and more proficient the more he used them. Chu Yuan had been following him, and he was taken by him to travel. Don't you have this type of skill? Chu Yuan shook his head. Some skills are not available to everyone. Like his time travel, other people may also be able to understand it, but the time of travel is very short. Minutes are considered a long time, and even fewer are only 2 or 3 seconds. He is the only one who is quite suitable for this skill, or can exert unimaginable strength. The same is true for Bai Yijian's third-person perspective and travel. There are many displacement skills, but no one has ever been able to use them as far as he does. Moreover, it is conceivable that he can travel even further in the future. Maybe one day, he can go back to his original world to take a look. Space monsters are not easy to fight. The old ones are still relatively familiar, but the new ones are different. I don't know anything about their strength, skills, etc. I have to fight them as if they were new, and I have to record the data after the fight. Bai Yijian is fine. His strength far exceeds these space monsters. Even the strongest A-level monsters are no match for him. But others are obviously not so smooth. Even if they are familiar comrades around them, and have cooperated for a long time, sometimes mistakes are inevitable. At this time, a Qianqi army made a mistake, and was accidentally buried in the monster's mouth. He thought he was dead, but his teammates next to him were not reconciled. Hold on for me. Then she tried her best to hit the last blow. It's useless. He thought, this damage will hurt the space monster, but it can't kill it. However, to everyone's surprise, the skill actually exploded with unimaginable damage, killing the space monster in 1 second. Everyone quickly relayed to resist other space monsters. This apocalypse army survived, but the teammates who saved him were left lying there. Quick, send her to rest. Soon, someone remembered that Bai Yijian had mentioned it in his experience. The first time he used a skill at the same time, he lay in bed for 3 days. And this apocalypse army who saved people was obviously in a critical moment, and wanted to save his teammates too much, so it seemed that he only used one skill. But it was a combination of multiple skills. Therefore, the damage was enough to kill the space monster in 1 second and save his teammates. But she was completely out of strength at this time, and could only be sent to the back to rest. This matter quickly spread, and everyone recalled Bai Yijian's experience. It was found that on the battlefield, almost no one was obsessed with killing space monsters. In addition, there were teammates' lives. The situation encountered by this apocalypse army was very similar to the one mentioned by Bai Yijian. It has not been too short since the experience was published. How many people tried hard to figure it out, but didn't come up with anything? Now that the crisis has come, no one is thinking about it anymore, but someone succeeded in the crisis. And this is just the beginning. Soon, in various different environments, some people fought for survival, some to save friends, some were unwilling to lose, and some fought to the point of forgetting themselves and suddenly broke through. Yes, now there is a new word to describe this phenomenon, which is breakthrough. Not only are there many people who have broken through, but the time they have spent lying down is not as long as Baijian. The longest time was only 1 day, and they were almost recovered. Baijian had Chu Yuan by his side, so he naturally knew that it was because the energy overflowed from the game was still there. These energies helped these people recover quickly, and after these people recovered, their attributes increased a lot. But certainly, no one's attribute points can catch up with Baijian. This led many people to think that the longer they lie down, the more attribute points they will increase. But at present, no one has time to study these things in detail. Most people are so busy that they even squeeze out time to sleep. I wish I could skip eating. Everyone on the border is so busy that they don't have time to rest. Or even non-humans, such as aircraft, don't have much time to rest. Emu couldn't help but say, "We are still in the back, so it's like this." It's really hard to imagine what it will be like in the front. I have always known that the border is very dangerous, and now it is even more dangerous. The troops stationed at various borders are all using their lives to protect the peaceful and prosperous world behind them. But only by standing here can you understand what this danger is like. At this moment, he had just changed and lay on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. The same is true for others. The most particular ones just find a sofa to sit on. Huawinja and Zhao Juanyuan's so-called upright sitting posture is long gone. Now they can probably fall asleep lying down. Too tired, Su Xingxi. In the previous competition, I thought I was already very good. After coming here, I realized how far I am from the real Tianqi army. Although they all stood out in the competition, in the eyes of those who have really been on the front line, those competitions are just fun. Now I finally understand why we have to fight space monsters on land for a year in our junior year, and can only come to the border in our senior year. It's not just the strength that's lacking, but also the coordination and more changes in mentality. Not to mention them, even the members of that guild, most of them have awakened for many years, and have always felt that they are high-level players, but now they are out of business. I even doubted whether they should not come here to cause trouble, and just help on land, and people like Gong Sun Miaomiu and Fanidong, who are from the manufacturing department, have already transferred to logistics. Help repair damaged aircraft, and help upgrade weapons. Baijian has no time at all, but they have thoroughly understood the weapon upgrade along the way. Although time is tight now, it is absolutely impossible to tailor each one like Baijian did before. But they can also upgrade the weapons to the highest level. And now, no one cares about the details of whether it is tailor-made or not. The better the weapon, the higher the damage. So they were very busy, and they joined forces with the original manufacturers here to upgrade everyone's weapons. It's not as easy as you thought. A senior here said to them, "There is a reason why we stopped you from coming. After all, you are only freshmen, and even the sophomores have not had much actual combat experience, so you are not up to the mark." A group of students had nothing to say, and finally looked forward silently. Baijian was in that direction. "This doesn't count," said the senior, "he's too strong." When a person is strong enough, any experience and other things can be ignored. Everyone has no objection to this. Baijian is too strong. I can't imagine, if he had this strength during the competition, how many points could our school get? Someone couldn't help but say. Yao Shijing laughed when he heard it. If he had this strength at the time, you wouldn't see him on the field at all. Tianqi First Academy has always maintained a concept that ranking is important, but it is always ranked second, and the primary purpose is to train students. If Baijian had this strength, it would be like putting a wolf in a flock of sheep, which would not achieve the purpose of training. So they might let people continue to learn his manufacturing in the school. But then again, if Baijian hadn't come at the time, the competition wouldn't matter, and they wouldn't be able to escape in the first place. Maybe he has been captured by Shantian organization. If the subsequent plans of the four families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang are implemented early, who knows what the situation will be like. In that case, it's all thanks to my brother Bai. While talking, someone else sighed about why Baijian was so strong. But now, even those who had doubts before no longer believed the nonsense said by the four families that Baijian's current strength was all due to the experiment back then. Not to mention Chu Yuan, there are now not thousands of exceptions, but at least 800, and they are still increasing. Although those people are not as good as Bai Jian, they are indeed much stronger than what people knew before. Could it be that so many people had participated in the experiment back then? Sure enough, none of those 4 families are good people. Someone couldn't help but say, they have fallen to this point, but they still can't stand the good of humans. I don't know what nonsense they want to talk about. They even said that someone bewitched them in their dreams, and told them that they could do this, otherwise they wouldn't want to do this. It's already this time, and they are still pushing the pot away. Why don't they say that they are parasitized? Parasitized by what? Space monsters? As they were talking, they saw Bai Jian also came back to rest. Compared with others, he and Chu Yuan had less time to rest. Even eating, they mostly ate while fighting. That is, while using skills, the other hand stuffed a whole bun with a meat pie into their mouths. Forget about proper meals. There is no time to sit there and eat properly at this time. To drink soup, they just took a bowl and swallowed it, and it went into their stomachs without tasting anything. Chu Yuan, as always, sat up straight in this situation. Bai Jian was lying next to him, with his head on his legs. And beside them, the 18 million sunlight pearls were floating. The people who were also resting looked at them, knowing that the two would rest here for 2 hours at most, and then go out again. Huawin turned his head with difficulty and looked at them. At this time, he should have made a joke that they really didn't want to separate at any time. However, he opened his mouth, but still felt that it was too tiring, so he didn't make this joke. Others didn't have time to eat this either. Some hobbies can only be enjoyed after eating and drinking. I was so tired that I decided to forget it. I just sighed in my heart occasionally. I didn't expect that these 2 people would end up together. It wasn't obvious before, but now everyone can see the relationship between the 2. Tan Hua is older than them, and has more experience. He just came back from outside. As soon as he entered the spaceship, he saw Bai Jian and Chu Yuan. 4 families of Bai, Feng, Cheng and Wang. He couldn't help cursing. He finally gathered the 2 most powerful teammates in the world. He dreamed of encountering 1 or 2 space monsters in space, and easily killing them in seconds. It would be even more comfortable to enter the game and play dungeons. Who would have thought that because of the mess of these 4 families, he would have such a big dungeon? He couldn't even keep up with their pace and fell behind. Are all the people from those 4 families dead? He couldn't help but say. Bai Jian had fallen asleep, and he couldn't reply to him even if he was awake. He has been too busy recently, and he has no time at all, nor has he thought about looking at those people from a third-person perspective. His third-person perspective is still used to see where there are more space monsters, and to find out the special ones, and mark them in advance. Even if he fell asleep, all the space monsters remained in his mind. Suddenly he woke up. No. Bai Jian said. No, where is Major General Qin? Ask him if he has found out why all the space monsters are rushing here instead of landing on the nearest planet. There is the most food on the Bright Star planet. And he seems to have seen the news. He looked through the recent information. Sure enough, when Teacher Wang was concerned about him, he mentioned that he also went to support. Because the space monsters on land are very agitated, they have been running out to hurt people recently. Something is wrong, there is a problem. He was very sleepy, but his mind couldn't stop. The vague picture that just appeared in his dream seemed to remind him of something. While contacting Major General Qin to ask about the situation, Bai Jian sorted out the situation he had seen recently from a third-person perspective. He turned on the optical brain again and called up a catalog of new space monsters that had recently emerged. Looking at the skills of these monsters and their strength rankings, he suddenly said they may be preserving their strength on purpose. Still preserving? Emu, who is so calm, almost jumped up when he heard this. In this situation, aren't the space monsters coming out in full force? If they are still preserving, what will humans face when they are ready? Are you sure? Bai Jian didn't sleep anymore, so he simply got up and turned on the optical brain, marked some things in his mind, and then thought carefully. At this moment, another person came in from outside the spaceship. It was Cheng Qiqing's mother. Bai Jian and the others looked over in confusion, not understanding why the other party came. Glancing back, Cheng Qiqing was not here either. This was the first time Bai Jian had seen this Mrs. Cheng. However, it was proven by many sources that she did not know what happened back then. Now she followed Cheng Qiqing to the front line, and has been fighting space monsters. She has a strong affinity, which is a matter of talent. Of course, she also looks gentle and kind. When she glanced over, she even had a bit of innocence. Excuse me. Cheng Qiqing's mother had a nice voice. She said, I'm just a little worried about Xiaoqing. He hasn't been quite right recently, so I want you to help persuade him. With the outsiders coming, It was not good for everyone to lie there in a mess. So they all stood up, and Mrs. Chung hurriedly said, "No need, no need. I just want to say a few words and leave. You can just lie down. Everyone is very tired. I am already disturbing you. She looked at Bai Jian. "Xiao Chung, he listens to you. You persuade him not to fight so hard. I feel he is dying recently." As she spoke, Mrs. Cheng's tears even flowed. She took a few steps forward. It seemed that she couldn't help kneeling down to Bai Jian to beg him. Bai Jian was about to step forward to help without thinking, but suddenly retreated at the last step. And Mrs. Chung did it as expected. Everyone was shocked and jumped up. At this time, there was no such thing as not being able to move their fingers, and everyone pointed their weapons at Mrs. Chung. And if Bai Jian hadn't dodged the opponent's attack just now, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. "What are you doing? You are crazy!" everyone scolded. Yao Shijing looked over coldly. "You're pretending quite well." She didn't notice anything wrong. Bai Jian said, "She has a talent in this area, and her advantage is there. But I still couldn't hide it from you." Mrs. Cheng's innocence was gone, and the smile on her face disappeared. She asked curiously, "How did you find out?" While speaking, she also looked at Chu Yuan, who seemed to be about to take action just now. But Bai Jian dodged himself, so he didn't move. "Chu Yuan," my heartbeat became faster at that moment. "So? He's in danger," Chu Yuan said. Everyone was puzzled about the relationship between the two. Only Bai Jian looked back, and when they looked at each other, one of them knew what the other meant, and the other understood. "Because I care too much, when my body shows some intuitive guidance, it may not be a sign of myself, but the other party." Mrs. Chung obviously couldn't understand this, but she didn't delve into it. She just looked at Bai Jian. "What about you? Is your heart beating too fast?" "No," Bai Jian said. "You are acting too much. At first glance, there is nothing wrong." The mother who came here for her son was so anxious that she seemed to be talking incoherently. But Mrs. Chung was born in a big family of the main star. She was a gifted person and had an innate arrogance. No matter how kind and naive she is, some things are hard to change. Chung Qiqing is really naive, but he is not an abstract kid. If Mrs. Chung is really not like other people from the big family of the main star, with such a mother, how could Chung Qiqing look like? "You mortals dare to come between me and the goddess." Such a person kneels down at every turn. What a joke. If I'm not mistaken, the real mastermind behind this whole thing is you. Hidden behind as a prey, even the head of the Chung family felt that he had deceived the person next to him. However, who could have expected that the person next to him had simply been using him? Chapter 122. Bai Jian's words completely shocked everyone. What? Didn't they say that this Madame Chung was innocent? Besides, unlike the head of the Chung family, Madame Chung has a very good personality and never discriminates. Yao Shijing suddenly realized that as she was really like she appeared to be, how could Chung Qiqing have the problems that many children of big families on the main star have? Chung Qiqing is not the kind of child who is useless even if he is taught. No wonder I always felt that something was wrong before. But why didn't I react? Bai Jian. Because of her innate skills. Bai Jian was not confused from beginning to end, but because although Chung Qiqing had some minor problems, her values were still very positive, so he felt that even if his mother was not as kind as she appeared to be, she was not a bad person. However, it now seems that the head of the Chung family is pretending to be a good person in front of his wife and son, because the wife in front of him pretends to love her son, so he also pretends to be a good person. In fact, these two people have no real father-son or mother-son relationship with Chung Qiqing, but they seem to have received all of it, and thus developed such a character. At this time, the news from Major General Qin finally came. Something happened, Madame Chung ran away, and Chung Qiqing suddenly disappeared. And that? The following is what the four families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang said. They first had this idea, and actually got some predictions in their dreams. And on the main star, there are actually other family heads, who have also received this kind of prediction. After verification, those people saw Madame Chung before they had dreams. Sure enough. After reading it, Bai Jian was completely sure it's you, Mrs. Chung. Or an unknown space monster. Now, everything made sense. Why did Feng Gongjia struggle for so long? But he could only use one skill multiple times, and couldn't even turn a corner. Because the space monster doesn't want humans to be too strong. It did this to take advantage of humans' greed, and release more of its kind. Those hydrogen bombs were also to reduce the strength of humans. The reason why they are attacking Bai Jian now is, first, because he is too strong. If they kill him, they can save a lot of trouble. Second, by Feng Chengwang. Or its plan, started from the beginning with the arrest of people by the Shuntian organization, and from here on, it was completely destroyed by Baijian. Baijian now just wants to know, what happened to those main star family heads? Why didn't they tell me such an important thing earlier? When they woke up, they thought they were dreaming. In fact, the 4 family heads of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang also thought it was a dream at first, but they asked people to study it, and only believed it was true after they got some results. And these family heads had no intention of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. They still thought they wanted to make their family stronger, and keep the main star in the first place. They were obsessed with it, and dreamed about it. Because even if it was true, they would not do it, and they had never tried it, so they just regarded it as a dream and quickly forgot it. This time, after the incident, everyone mentioned that Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang had blamed the dream, and suddenly someone remembered it. At that time, they were in a meeting, and Major General Qin asked Baijian about the situation of space monsters. He mentioned this issue at the meeting, and the family head suddenly felt something was wrong and said it out. After hearing this, the other family heads also vaguely remembered this incident. Coincidentally, Madame Chung ran away. In an instant, it was hard not to associate her with others. Where is Chung Qiqing? Baijian asked. Madame Chung, or the unknown space monster, did not answer him. Yao Shijing asked, where is the original Madame Chung? There is no Madame Chung at all. It has always been me. She did answer this question. Are you trying to say that there is no reproductive isolation between humans and space monsters? Baijian said. Could it be that this space monster thought that if he disguised himself as a human, he would really be a human? Madame Chung laughed, of course, so his mother is not strictly speaking me. It's ridiculous, they believe me so much. I said I was pregnant, and no one doubted it, and said that I gave birth to the child, so it was me who gave birth to the child. Baijian did not speak, and neither did the others. After all, everyone basically knew the confession of the head of the Chung family, and this man also felt that his wife knew nothing, and he married her to deceive her. Ha! In the end, I was deceived. Even after all these years, the head of the Chung family didn't realize it. That's right, he didn't even realize that the person next to him was not a human. And as expected, Baijian's previous premonition was correct. The space monster that had been brainless has a brain, but it didn't just have it now, but it had it before. And it has been dormant, hiding among humans. Until today, it was exposed. But what about Chung Qiqing? Major General Qin's news is that Madame Chung ran away, and Chung Qiqing is missing, so she didn't die, nor was she taken away, but she suddenly disappeared. Thinking of Madame Cheng's inhuman identity, no way. Without saying anything, Baijian used a skill to attack. It was a control skill. Is there any way to make him show his true form? He didn't need to think of a way. Mrs. Chung had already returned to her true form. Its true form was not very big. Baijian thought that he seemed to have seen one from a third-person perspective, and that space monster was hidden among many monsters. It looked like a tree, with thin and long branches, stretching out to tie people. Fanny Tong was the first to be hit at this time, as if he was born with bad luck, and he was always the first to be found. Young Master Fan screamed and dodged everywhere. But he hid from the visible ones, but there were several transparent branches that tied him up. Baijian's sword arrived immediately, and cut it off. And the others also took action, cooperating one by one. Yao Shijing was the first to send out the news. A space monster that can turn into a human must be a top-level monster in Class A. And it is very likely that a new category can be opened directly, and it can be upgraded to S level. Baijian reminded, there is another one like it among the space monsters. Why do I feel that this skill is so familiar? Hua Wenzi said. Baijian thought to himself that it looked familiar. Like the random dungeon they had played before, it was said that a space monster that looked like it had appeared before. It was that time that Baijian completely understood how the game came about, and also took the sunlight bead from the palace, and confirmed the relationship with Chu Yuan. However, the space monster in front of him was actually somewhat similar to that one. Whether it was skills or appearance. More like, advanced version. So there are not two, but one. It's just that the two can be separated, and it may even be divided into 3 or 4. But Baijian has only seen one so far, and turning into a human must consume more energy than splitting a tree into several. And the advanced version is worthy of being the advanced version. The space monster in front of him is very powerful. With Baijian's strength, the first control skill failed. Others were even more confused by it, and for a moment they wanted to attack their teammates. Or Chu Yuan was faster, and a gust of wind blew everyone awake. Emu immediately said, I retreat first, Staying here will only hinder us. Others nodded one after another. This space monster is too strong. Without them, Baijian and Chu Yuan can be more comfortable. With them around, they still have to worry about their safety and guard against them suddenly attacking their teammates. It's too foul. I just looked at you like a space monster. Fortunately, Big Brother Chu was quick, otherwise I would have chopped you down with one sword. Such a battlefield is no longer something they can participate in. After they went out, they happened to meet Major General Qin and others who came. They immediately explained the current situation to the other party. Don't go in yet. That space monster is too confusing. Going in now will only cause trouble. With no one in the house, Mrs. Chung became the one who was tied up. After all, with the strength of Baijian and Chu Yuan, it would be really difficult for it to cause any harm to them if it didn't sneak attack. But this space monster is definitely the most difficult one they have encountered. It is very flexible, and it must be controlled as a whole, otherwise the control skills will only control a few branches. Among them, the transparent and invisible branches are the trouble. Baijian was trying to find a solution, but the space monster suddenly stopped. The next second, a knife stabbed out of the opponent's stomach. It looked like a dagger. After a moment of stun, Baijian immediately reacted, it's Chung Qiqing. Sure enough, as he had guessed before, Chung Qiqing was eaten by her. It looked like he was eaten alive. Now that Chung Qiqing was attacking from the inside, Baijian immediately stepped forward to help. And it was already stunned, impossible, you are just nutrients, how can a nutrient? At the same time, the hidden space monster outside suddenly screamed. Countless space monsters came out in droves. Major General Qin immediately said, it's too late, leave a few people here, and go in to help if needed. The rest of the people all followed him, and they were in urgent need of manpower. The border was completely in chaos. Baijian moved very quickly, and together with Chu Yuan, they controlled the space monster and dug Chung Qiqing out. The latter's face was covered with blood, all of which was his own, because he was digested from the outer skin first. All the equipment on his body was gone, and it was thought that the skill book and weapons were also taken away, but it didn't expect that Chung Qiqing also hit a dagger. He lay on the ground as soon as he came out of the monster's belly. Baijian restored his blood, but he was still too tired to move. Or maybe he couldn't bear it psychologically. Baijian always felt that the original owner was unlucky, with such a father and such a mother. However, looking at Chung Qiqing, his father is not much better than the original owner's father, and this mother is so bad. Look at it in a positive way. At least this is not my biological child. Chung Qiqing was not happy. Even if he was not my biological child, it had been so many years. Baijian didn't have time to care about him. Since the person had been rescued, he was ready to get rid of this space monster. But the latter was still staring at Chung Qiqing. Where did you get the dagger? Actually, Baijian was also very curious. Chung Qiqing's eyes were dull, but he still answered the question. I learned it from Baijian before. I saw him carrying a lot of weapons, and an ordinary dagger. Sometimes he put it in his sleeves, and didn't put it in the backpack space. Baijian, ? I remembered it, but his was not a dagger. He used it to peel coconuts. Sometimes he was too lazy to put it in the backpack space, so he just hid it in his sleeves. But you also learned this. But it seems that it is indeed useful in this situation. I still remember that Chung Qiqing had to go home and ask why he did this, but now, he doesn't even want to ask. Baijian sighed, and killed the clone. And he himself, in the next second, shuttled outside with Chu Yuan. The disadvantage of the sudden battle was that he had not rested yet. Of course, there were advantages. When he rested, the soldiers here would call back the previous treatment and support. Otherwise, if the fight started now, he would definitely target the intelligent space monster. During this period, many people would be completely lacking treatment and support. Baijian cast a few more shields and continuous blood recovery skills along the way. Until he went deep into the monster group, he saw the space monster that was the same as Mrs. Chung. The other party obviously hated him very much, and was guarded by a large group of A-level space monsters. At this moment, all of them rushed towards Baijian. Major General Qin and others were far away, but they could also feel this pressure. Everyone silently accelerated their actions. The real biggest danger was being restrained by others, so what reason did they have to say it was difficult to fight? No matter how difficult it was, they had to rush forward. The reason why the border was called the border was because there were many space monsters that suddenly appeared here. In the past, according to their strength, everyone was divided into a place, cleaned up, and blocked from running to the planet. But now this boundary has long disappeared. Since the sudden increase in space monsters, some places that were not easy to produce space monsters, that is, the boundary, are also crowded with monsters. Everyone naturally worked together, just like now, gathering the strongest combat power in the entire galaxy to build a long line to stop these space monsters. And Bai Jian and Chu Yuan went deep into it, faced with the Wizard that commanded this battle. You guys are very good. Its resentful eyes swept over. Its perfect plan only needed a little bit of manipulation, and the group of people came according to its idea. Why did Bai Jian appear, and Chu Yuan? It had been chasing the Shantian organization before, and was also a person who wanted to ruin its good deeds. When it was transformed into Madame Chung before, its voice was gentle and pleasant, very friendly. Or it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was bewitching. But now, it sounded like a man but not a man, a woman but not a woman, and even a little bit like a human voice. The disappearance of the clone still had an impact on it. At least now it no longer had the power to bewitch people. Moreover, it seems that this person has been in a distant space for too long, and may be lonely and unbearable. Now he has the tendency to develop like Tan Hua. He talks a lot. This time, without Chung Qiqing's nourishment to attack from the inside, it won't be so easy for you. It's just that he talks a lot, but Bai Jian is not a person who likes to talk a lot with the enemy, especially this enemy is not even a person. He took the lead, and Chu Yuan almost followed at the same time. Under the siege of many levels, the two did not forget to give this monster 2 hits. Let it shut up. Don't want to listen. This sound is really weird, not bewitching, but it makes people feel headache. Lose sanity. However, when you really hit it, you will find that its defense is amazing. The two are considered the strongest fighting force in the Interstellar now, but it seems that it doesn't hurt to hit it at this time. It laughed wildly for a long time. Ha ha ha, without internal support, you can't do anything to me from the outside. Really? Bai Jian didn't believe it. If I can't penetrate it with 1 blow, I hit it twice. If 2 blows don't work, I hit it again. A drop of water can penetrate a stone, so a monster like you is nothing. My damage is definitely not as light as a drop of water. Bai Jian didn't want to chat, but it seemed to talk a lot, and was still cursing. From this, Bai Jian heard that Chung Qiqing was the selected nutrient. The experiment started that year, and it had already made some moves at that time. Eating Chung Qiqing would make it stronger. But now it didn't eat him. Bai Jian finally understood why Chung Qiqing took Madame Chung to the Miao family so easily. It wasn't because Madame Chung was so defenseless against her son, but because she didn't resist after she found something wrong. After all, if you want to eat food at any time, it is safest to stay with the food. It also wanted to see what his son was going to do, but he didn't expect that at that time, the overall situation had already been decided. Seeing that the 4 families of Bai, Feng, Chung and Wang were useless, it continued to pretend to be innocent and followed to the border again. The uncomfortable voice continued to sound. You can't control me, and you can't easily kill me. You can't do anything to me, so you might as well abandon the dark and join the light. Yes, abandon the light and join the dark. Bai Jian couldn't help it. Don't use idioms if you are uneducated. Also, who said I can't control you? Even the invisible branches still exist, and cannot be seen by the naked eye, but what if blood falls on them? There are many space monsters around, all of which are blood and flesh machines. Bai Jian immediately changed his bow to a sword, and fought 1 against 100 with 1 move, which was indeed a 1 against 100. With the help of Chu Yuan, he strangled these monsters, and then splashed all the blood over. Under the flesh and blood, the transparent branches also appeared. And at that moment, Chu Yuan's control skills had already caught up first. This time, almost all of its body was controlled, with only 1 transparent branch left as an exception. Because of its position, it happened to avoid the flesh and blood attack, so it was still invisible. At this moment, it was using it to help itself avoid the next skill, as long as it could hold on. Bai Jian shuttled over and directly cut off this one. Are you still crazy now? He asked. It couldn't go on anymore, and could only command more space monsters to attack. At this time, a team of Apocalypse army broke through the siege and blocked Bai Jian and Chu Yuan. They lifted the siege of these space monsters for them, mainly to buy more time to deal with it first, instead of being dragged until the control skills ended. The leader was Major General Qin. Bai Jian glanced at them, and without wasting any more time, he attacked it directly. Water drops were away stones. His attack was not a drop of water. Even if you are harder than a stone, what can you do? Chu Yuan can also attack. The two of them joined forces, and finally killed the monster after half an hour. The last sword was stabbed by Bai Jian himself. It was very puzzled, How could it be? Why are you so strong? Because, amidst the skills, Bai Jian took advantage of the chaos and whispered, "You are not Chang Qiqing's mother, so do you think I am the child of the Bai family and the Feng family?" The next moment, Bai Jian turned the sword several times in its body. It kept staring, and at the last moment of its life, it was still more puzzled. "Who are you?" And its death made everyone cheer. Even Major General Qin breathed a sigh of relief at the first time, but soon returned to seriousness. "Don't be careless, the next battle will not be easy." And indeed, although it died, the space monsters did not decrease at all. It even became more irritable. This battle lasted for a full 3 months before the rampant space monsters were cleared to the normal number before receding it. And in the next month, it hit hard again, and then all the remaining space monsters were suppressed back, which was considered to be the end of the battle. And Bai Jian, finally, could have a good sleep. Chu Yuan stayed beside him, watching him quietly. Half asleep and half awake, Bai Jian seemed to sense something, reached out and touched, and held Chu Yuan's hand. Then he fell into a deeper sleep. Chu Yuan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. He smiled and closed his eyes. Accompany him to sleep together. He had seen a beam of light, and now, the light fell into his arms.